It should be on.
What I'm saying is that Wednesday is like the Friday of Thursday. What do you mean that's stupid? You shut up. Oh, hey, guys.
Oh, hey, man.
Hey. How are you? How you doing? Good? Hopefully you said good there. Because otherwise that doesn't make any sense.
Toilet. She spit on them.
You're a little baby.
Okay.
Before we get into it, if you guys have not tried out the Prize Picks app, you guys gotta try it out.
I have.
You guys know me.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Oh, those are my boys. What the hell are they? The Nelk boys. The hell does Nelk mean? Oh, those are my dudes right there. Okay, I actually don't know who these people are. I don't know who these people are because I'm an adult, you know. But people have not been happy with the Nelk boys. God help us, because what did they do here? The Benjamin Netanyahu interview. 1 million views in one day. They did get a lot of support from their fans in the comments. Check that out. Okay, unsubscribed. I miss when YouTube used to show dislikes. This was pitched to Netanyahu like this. Don't worry, these guys are idiots. You can use their platform to push whatever propaganda you want, and they won't push back on anything. An outpouring of support for the great, what the hell are the guys' names? The Milk Boys. We are not qualified for this. We should not be doing this. Maybe listen to yourself next time. Hey, give those stupid guys a break. Man. Oh, great, man. This is a show that I believe is for children. From what I can tell, probably a lot of children watching these boys. There's a lot of children watching this show of these boys right here, right? And this got 1 million views in a day, and the whole thing is like, hey, we're basically letting one of the biggest criminals of our lifetime.
I've interviewed some very, very horrific people. Most of the time, even like the war criminals that I interview, there's still like an understanding. You know, like I understand where they're coming from at least. Yeah. You know, there's some guys, you know, like ISIS guys and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. So, real bad dudes that I've interviewed, I would never interview Benjamin Netanyahu.
No. No way. No fucking way. I would not sit in the same room with him.
Like, there's a few people that I wouldn't interview just because I know it wouldn't be... You know, it would be a work for them. Like, Tucker Carlson, I've interviewing the president of Iran. But, like... most politicians that aren't like despots.
Yeah.
Like, and then even then some despots, but it depends on what we consider a despot. Like,
yes.
Paul Kagame of Rwanda. I think just the fact that he fought in the Rwandan genocide, you know, that would be a fascinating interview. I would have interviewed Prigozhin.
Okay.
But not Vladimir Putin. Because I think Prigozhin, it would be legitimately easy to get him to start crashing out.
Yeah. You could maybe Lavrov as well, but I feel like he's a bit too clever.
Prigozhin is just very funny.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't do... what's his name in... Alminov? What's his name in fucking Azerbaijan?
That I'm not sure.
What's that motherfucker's name? Anyway, him too. Erdogan, probably not as well, because... And that's too much in the BB realm. It's just like, there's no point. You're not going to get an interesting story from him.
No, it'll just be state narratives.
Yeah, he's too up his own ass with romantic nationalism. pretty much any European. I can't really think of a European. Obviously not guys from the past like Hitler, but I'm talking... Or Orban.
No.
It might be funny, because there was the one guy, the Cyprus idiot. You know, that was a great interview.
Yeah.
Where they just fucking attacked him, and he started crashing out in that interview.
Yes,
that was a good
true.
one.
Was that the one of the guy in the EU? That one?
Yeah, it's the Cyprus guy.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Some idiot. Chinese Communist Party, no. Falun Gong, no.
No.
Kim Yo-jang.
Who's that?
Come on, bro. How can you be so foolish?
I don't know who that is.
Google it!
Ah. Oh, the woman. Yes. Yes, I would interview her as well. That would be interesting. I'm so interested. I'm so curious about North Korea. I would interview Kim Jong Un. I would do that, and I would do it legitimately. I would do a legitimate interview.
The thing is that he wouldn't.
No, he would never do it. No.
I feel like it's more possible to get the sister. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like maybe Dennis Rodman could get in there and do a podcast with him, but
that'd be so interesting.
The point is that there's very few people that I would say no to.
Yeah, very select group.
And a lot of the MAGA stuff, I just don't want to. I deal with it enough in my day-to-day life with my mom.
Yes.
When we went to the vet, she was listening to Megyn Kelly, but it was like, she only had it on because like it was already on and she was using her GPS. So it was like you couldn't actually hear Megyn Kelly. She turned that down, but you could hear like the turn, just the alerts to turn.
Yep.
And I was like, Megyn Kelly, huh? I guess that's better than Paul Bet Davidson.
Maybe. Maybe. Play.
Monologue for an hour and 13 minutes, and we'll take little breaks to sell sports gambling and crypto.
Whoa, that's a little much.
That's a little much, man. I had higher standards for what the hell is the goddamn name? Nelk Boys. The Nelk Boys. We're not Nelk Boys anymore. We're Nelk Men. Okay.
But we tell each other.
Alright guys, we're going to interrupt really quick. I want to let you guys know about MoonPay because whenever I need to do anything crypto related, MoonPay is the first app I open.
What's the second?
MoonPay is they literally have every payment provider almost on the planet. Since MoonPay has been around now for over 6 years, they've formed some very, very crazy relationships in the space.
Some crazy relationships. Oh man, y'all 13-year-olds gotta check out MoonPay. They've formed some...
It's demented?
...relationships. I mean, these relationships are gonna make you wanna...
beat a kid in Walmart.
That's how insane they are.
We're talking hip-hop today, like real street type fucking rap shit, you know?
Right!
6'9". 6'9". Whoa, why are you laughing? It's only 6'9". He's really hard to like, but like, he's cool. Some of the songs sound the same, but...
Like if you saw him, would you call him a rat or no?
Would I? I'll probably just...
You probably call him a rat, right?
I'll probably see.
Right, yeah. You'd say to his face, you're a rat.
Yeah, just to see what he would do.
You could try it out.
Oh shit! What's going on,
Tekashi 69 was there the whole time, goddammit! What is this? Oh, this is one of the most savage savage pranks. This is one of the most savage pranks of 2020. There was a lot of savage pranks in 2020. This is definitely up there, man. Tekashi 69 was there the whole time, man.
Yeah, like, oh, like that? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Come on, man.
What's going
on? He's videoing me.
What? I don't understand what you're like. He came up and
he goes, oh, right behind my ear when I'm putting right here. And the
guy's trying to cut, man.
You know?
Oh, he did that.
Yeah. That's savage too, man. These pranks are absolutely savage, man. What is this moaning in
Please
people's
don't flow to
ears
Whittles.
at the golf course? Absolute
This is for people in
savagery,
Whittle
man.
space.
Dude, are you trying to piss somebody off? Because
Hey!
that's what you're doing.
Well, the
Leave that Nelk boy alone!
All right?
Leave that Nelk boy alone, man! Leave that
Pendejo.
boy alone. Hey, man, leave that boy alone. He's only being a public nuisance.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, okay. We've talked about this before, this very important topic on the channel before, on this prestigious program before, about how do you make it? How do you make it on these social media platforms? And the main way is yelling at Roblox. That's confirmed. If you yell at a Roblox game, just play that Roblox game and go, you know, you're in your late 30s doing that, you know? Every child in the country will give you a view for that. This is the other one. I forgot about this. The other way to make it on these platforms is harassing people in public and catching it on tape. Also, how did these guys not get into copyright problems? I watched like 3 videos and there's just like non-stop copyright issues in here. That's a different story. I mean, this has been a massive thing on YouTube forever. Like, me and my friends went to Target and we peed on people. You won't believe what happened. It's savage. It's absolutely labubu.
Wait. Answer this. Hassan, did they glaze?
I don't know. I haven't seen the excerpts yet.
I haven't seen it either. I was editing the G Herbo interview, and it's one of my finest moments, and now you've ruined my day.
Okay, so the Nelk boys got confronted on this one by some pretty high-profile...
Hassan Parker?
What are the comments saying? Oh, I mean, we're pretty stupid, so it's okay to interview whoever we want type argument. Exactly. We never claimed to be journalists, so stop trying to do journalism. They humanized a monster by asking him about his effing burger preference. This is effing ridiculous.
Hey, yikes.
You know, like media manipulation. This kind of thing, my mind always goes to like, oh, the CIA had a radio station. Or, oh, they would have a contact at the New York Times or whatever the hell, you know? So I guess this is not that surprising, where they're like, oh, hey, there are these guys who, you know, just 10 minutes ago were peeing on a labubu. I think we could go on there and say whatever the hell we want to the 450 trillion children who watch that.
Or anything like that. I've kind of just, probably like a lot of you guys that, you know, you read stuff online. I feel like on the internet now too, it's like you don't even know what's real anymore. Like I see so much stuff about, you know, what's going on in Israel, and to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there. So it's gonna be interesting to sit down with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah,
and kind of
a totally unbiased source. Get the real story from a guy with a proven track record of telling the truth about this. You know, I watched a little bit of these videos where people are confronting these guys. It's all over the place with the confrontations, by the way. It's like, Adam...
Not being picked up by your mic, because it's loud.
I forgot what I said. I'm sure it was good.
I'm trying to...
Catching up on news.
Trying to see if there's solutions to make EDF6 run better for game capture.
Friedland. Then I think there was one where it's like, oh, the guy from... What's that stupid thing from Miami? Those idiots, Fresh and or Fit, and they're like, hey, man. Yeah, that one's kind of all over the place. But the ones that I actually watch, they're just like, what the hell were you idiots thinking, you know? And they're basically like, I don't know. But I think I can kind of tell what's going on here. I was looking through their videos, and it's like, oh, we hung out with Hezbollah. Whatever happened to him, by the way? Is he okay? But they're like hanging out with him. Then they're like, oh, then we hung out with Angry Tate. Then we hung out with Trump. I wonder if they have like Theo Vaughn brain or whatever, social media brain, where it's just like, there's two kind of people, view-getting people and not view-getting people. And those are the only two categories. That's the entire moral compass right there. Oh, that guy's a big view-getter. Netanyahu. Okay. But to them, in their brain, it's just like view-getters, not view-getters.
I'm just trying to figure it out, too, because even in New York City, right? What's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest...
Oh, come
I think
on, man.
The highest population
Come on,
of Jews in New York City. How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because a lot of people have been taken in by this nonsense. And what? You want to defund the police? You want to have people go into
Somebody's
stores
been
and
watching TV,
rob them and be free. You think that really creates a good society?
Amazing,
you want to crush all enterprise. You want to tax people to death. I mean, that's a one-term.
Oh, great! A real great commercial there for YouTube libertarianism as well. Now you're involved in this. Yeah, people started sending me clips of this, and I was like, okay, this looks like some YouTube goobers, some YouTube dinguses, got like bamboozled into doing the worst kind of propaganda because they give you clicks or something. So I guess I'm not totally shocked by that. What is shocking is after I watched all 1 hour and 13 minutes of this, did you guys not look up anything about this guy? I mean, literally, if you spent 6 hours, half a day, honestly, if you spent 3 hours, just doing a little digging on what this guy's been up to the past couple of decades, it's all out there. It's easily accessible. I mean, do you have to tell people that? I guess you do have to tell young American people that. Some of them, YouTube view-brained young men, you would have to tell them that. You're Hassan Parker or whatever. You go on there. Okay, guys, for the future, hey, man, if you're going to do an interview like this, spend any time looking into it, hey, if you could do 30 minutes in between going to the bathroom on Labubu's, take a look. Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, man, this is...
I don't know. These videos, I usually watch
You're cutting out.
Like, I've seen more and more of these fucking Labubu things around. I don't
Yeah,
get
it's K-pop that took it off, really.
Oh, is it? That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, you can play.
Through all this stuff, and I, mark down time. I'm like, okay, here's a part to make a comment on. I'm going back watching these parts that I marked, and I'm looking at this stuff. I'm looking at a goddamn crime scene here. I don't want to play this. I mean, some of the stuff that this guy says is so demented that, yes, if you did an hour, okay, just an hour, in between defiling Labubus, you would, walk out of the interview, I'm pretty much serious on that, an hour. Also, when I looked up this video, when people brought this to my attention, what is going on with this thumbnail? I mean, the guy on the right is that's an accurate. He's like, what the f am I doing? What am I doing here? How did I go from making number ones on Labubus to this? He thinks.
The House Republicans!
Oh, God damn it! Oh, okay. Okay, speaking of Labubus, since we're here and I can't watch that other video anymore,
my man.
Our newsman that we love to take a look at has been dropping absolute fire lately, so we gotta...
The House Republicans have reportedly blocked voting on the release of the Epstein files.
Sounds legit,
I can't believe this story is still in the news cycle, and it's the Republicans and...
If Netanyahu faces consequences, where's he fleeing?
Earth?
I reckon he's going to go join Assad and Putin. Why would he not? Americans will fucking kill him.
We'll shelter him.
Oh, America will try. I reckon there's some Americans who'll probably try and fucking end him if that was to happen. If America gave Netanyahu a safe harbor in the United States, there is no way Americans aren't going to dedicate themselves to taking him out. There's no fucking way. The only place he would ever be safe is Russia. In my opinion, anyway. Like, I agree that America will definitely try. Whether it's successful, I don't know. What do you want, dog?
Have you used this spine blaster gun that's new yet?
Yes, I think.
It's like
it's a
medium laser, but then when it hits its target, it fractals into a orb of light, like a rapier does.
I might have used that one.
I was using it against the spiders. It was pretty fucking good.
Oh,
I bet it's really good in tunnels.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's own fault.
You know how this ties in? Here's another guy whose audience is absolutely turning on him if you look at the comments.
The House Republicans have reportedly blocked voting on the release of the Epstein files.
Okay.
I can't believe this story is still in the news cycle, and it's the Republicans and Donald Trump's own fault.
Yeah, I was walking around listening to this, running my dumb little
talking about the big
errands,
PP.
And this is what I call a laugh out loud Tim episode.
Well, that's
because
what,
what he says over and over again in this video to the shut the hell up you moron of his audience is, hey, if they would just stop talking about this, everybody will forget about it. Oh, right. Did you forget that you're recording this and uploading it? By the way, this is in the context of his dudes, of his favorite dudes, blocking like a, I guess, bipartisan bill or some crap where they're like, hey, release the crap you said you were going to release. I think the main takeaway to that would be like, that is, I mean, obvious, but also incredibly fishy. But I'm a massive Tim fan, so Roseman says I'm supposed to forget about this, I guess. Hey, forget about it. There's other stuff out there, man.
Now, I'm going to say it like this. It's a very weird subject.
No, break it down.
There are things going on in this country that we need solved. The Epstein issue is very important, but it's a genre of news. It is not the immediate pressing thing like border security, deportations, and Donald Trump's agenda, but it is one of the most important things in general for this country. Which means we don't...
He should just do this show like on a balancing beam or a high wire, a tightrope or something. Ooh. Hey, this is very important. We do, it's not. There's other stuff, but it is, though. Am I right, guys? No, you're not. Right, thank you.
I think it's a good thing to do. I think we should do it. At the same time, there's an argument from the right that Democrats and the corporate press are pushing this narrative as hard as possible because it will derail Trump's agenda. At the bare minimum, forcing the Republicans to focus on voting on the Epstein issue, which is a story that's not going to move anywhere substantively or move the nation. And again, I got to clarify this because it's so contentious. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying in the instance of economic policy, the cost of your groceries, gasoline, those are the immediate agenda items that we're trying to get accomplished. The Epstein stuff isn't going anywhere. It can be handled and it can be addressed, and it should be.
Okay.
The Republican argument right now is we can handle this story in due time. It's derailing us. So
let's check the comments here. There you go. Here's one of the top comments. So it's either cheap groceries or uncovering a blank trafficking ring. Got it. They're all like this. Something is very fishy
and they pushed it very hard after they won.
I believe.
I think it was only a smallish
I'm not totally
part.
sure about this.
Most of it was like,
the capacity to read comments of all these videos like this he's been uploading.
I don't have a good answer for this as to why the Republicans decided to shut down the House voting, which would effectively block Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's bill to release these files.
Okay, so I figured we'd run an armor farm. So obviously there's Turning Point, but do you know of any? I know there's an early mission with teleportation anchors.
Yeah.
I mean, this one clearly has teleportation anchors. Mission 34. There's also the new Turning Point. I think maybe this one, because then we'll be getting leveled weapons as well.
Take a couple hours off and think about it. Take 2 minutes. Actually, just sit here in silence for 2 minutes. I think you'll figure it out, man. Sit there for a couple minutes and go.
Huh?
I think you got it, man. You know, I got faith in you, buddy. Come on, man. Oh, man. This is unbelievable right here. This is an unbelievable piece of content being uploaded publicly here. Here we go.
The S is
Here we
scope.
go.
Now, the Epstein stuff is interesting, but we don't really know. What we know is he was a bad guy who did bad things, and one of the worst. One of the worst. And he was...
It's just not top priority right now.
Was
that sound bite that he just played?
His private jet and his island with
the one
powerful...
that sounds like you're saying mayo?
Oh, that reminds me. I made that soundbite.
Oh, did you
I
actually?
just haven't uploaded it.
So it sounds like he's saying... It sounds like he's saying mayo, right? And I'm sure you've seen the video in the Chinese, like the parliament, whatever the fucking house is called, where they're asking for the votes against Xi Jinping. You remember that video? And it was like 100% in favor of him taking a third term. That one.
I mean, I don't remember the video, but I've seen that shit happen.
Anyway, so the Chinese girl that I'm seeing at the moment, she keeps showing me these fucking videos, and she showed me that one, and I'm like, I've seen this. She's like, watch it again and listen to what they're saying when they say no. She's like, it sounds like mayo. And it fucking does. And I can't unhear it now, that anytime people say no in Mandarin, it sounds like mayo. And I can't fucking unhear it anymore. She's ruined it. She's fucking ruined it. And now, anytime I watch these videos, I'm laughing because it sounds like they're saying mayo. It's fucking great. Are we ready?
I just was saying I uploaded that soundbite.
Okay.
Ooh, what is this?
After this game.
Hornet. I still don't have a bin chicken missile.
Sad.
What is the volcano? Damn, look at this thing. The eagle.
What's the eagle?
It's this big sniper with a fucking huge-ass day scope on it.
Yeah.
Very long range. It has 1,000 meters of range.
That's not bad.
No, 2,000. No. So the prototype Lysander shoots farther. But it's so it's so slow. Look at 0.24 per second shots.
Damn.
Takes forever to rack a new round with that motherfucker. And there's this homing rocket launcher. Where's the
Be back.
What grenade is the one that shoots 3? I would assume it's this one, but it's not. We'll try this goofy thing. Nanothermite. Doesn't require oxygen for combustion. Another reason why the air raider is worse. Another reason why the air raider is worse. So, in the last one, there was Rangers had helicopters, but they had specific helicopters. Right? So they couldn't get the Arrow series of helicopters.
Okay.
And I don't think the Air Raider can get could get this one, the ground attack one that auto fires. But they start, as a Ranger, you start with your helicopter on 100%. So you're able to call it in on the mission start. And the balance is that the Air Raider has lower re-request times. But I rather have the helicopter in the beginning because normally the issue is that when you finally get it to that 50%, you're being swarmed already. And then you have trouble getting it in the air. And then they have this, the railgun, that was exclusive to them. They added this, the Kepler. And then the Blacker, this is the same one that the Air Raider has, except the request cooldown is way higher.
Who went offline? Mid-text convo. What? Imagine giving up your values and life for Trump. At least pick a cool guy like Jim Jones or Idi Amin. I agree. Even Stalin, I understand. I get it. Bro was a fucking powerful dude. Like, for all my criticism of Stalin, like, if you got no morals, he was a fucking good dude. He was a good dude to look up to. Like, if you have absolutely zero fucking morals, then sure, Stalin's a pretty cool dude. I even understand that. Fuck, I even understand Mao. I get it. I do. I really do. Like raising an army of peasants to take over the state. Where the fuck else has that happened? That's impressive. You know, killing 40 million of them because of your idiot policies and thinking that you are the king of the world and can control literally Mother Nature herself. Yeah, that hubris will probably get you fucked up. But I get it. But Donald Trump? The man obsessed with gold? That guy? The you're fired guy? That guy? That's the guy that you're gonna come out as a fascist for?
Former Democrat?
Yeah, former Democrat.
Epstein was also a Democrat. Can't wait for that narrative.
That's funny.
When Trump was diddling those kids, he was Democrat. When he was a Republican, no diddly. Okay, so don't destroy the front lowest ship first. Destroy that one last. But you can destroy the very highest one first, because that one's just annoying to kill later.
Bonds built on the battlefield. Nothing can break them.
Pretty dignified for someone who just joined the team.
Powerful interests. I would like answers on that.
We'll see
but
how
I gotta be honest.
If I'm
affected
the performance whatsoever.
Done first. It's going to be day to day. Republicans need to be getting the job done so that we can survive.
They're definitely going to do that. Yeah.
That our young people can have houses and have children.
Not the low one.
That one, man. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Priority number 2 is going to be Obama.
I think it's the very back one that ends up going the highest.
Tim got the call. That's what they all keep saying about everybody else. They got the call.
Okay. At least we're admitting a little bit here. We have a little bit of a guilty conscience. Okay, go ahead.
Call as if there's phone calls going out about Epstein.
Right.
No, on this list, Epstein's number 3. It's high up there.
Oh, that's pretty high, man.
I'm gonna put it like this: how much time and energy do we have? There is an old Japanese proverb.
Oh, here we go.
He who tries to catch 2 rabbits will catch neither.
Right. So we gotta let that rabbit go, man. Great. Hey, you know this is live, right? Like, this is public. People can see this.
And so, I look at it this way: if we do not have a functioning government and economy, Trump and the Republicans lose the midterms. We lose the midterms, the agenda is cooked, and we get nothing after that. First and foremost,
we got to shift focus. We got to shift focus, man.
Oh man. Oh.
Man, my hands are really tied. I would love to look into this thing, but you know, we got too much to do. You know. Yeah, this is rapidly crossing over from goofy doofus into what the hell? What's up here? What's up, bro? What's the deal here?
You know?
Meaning, the Epstein story isn't going anywhere.
Oh, thank God.
They may have either they destroyed the evidence already, or it's something that can be worked on in the background. It doesn't need to be everybody in Congress screaming about releasing these files 24/7.
Oh,
I disagree.
They are doing that.
My fear
is sharks.
Is that the reason the
sorry.
and the Democrats are going so gung-ho on pushing this story is that they are attempting to derail Trump, smear him, and malign him, so they can try and win
a
in
goddamn
the midterms.
traffic light.
Oh, that's an
I shot my big
spin,
cannon
man.
into a goddamn traffic light.
Something bad being done to that guy.
I fucking hate traffic
Wow,
lights.
man. Whoa, interesting and very undemented spin on that one, man.
You know?
Nobody.
You were right about the back one.
Oh,
can we
shut
restart
up,
though?
Charlie. Hey, shut up, man.
Nah.
But I would just say the majority of
Already
the
gotten crates.
stories are going to be mundane.
Here I come.
Nothing to see here.
But anyway,
Keep working on it.
Donald Trump is pissed. Oh, yeah. Donald Trump
Nice, I can
posted
reload
Truth
while
Social.
sprinting.
Okay.
Thomas Massey, the worst Republican congressman, and an almost guaranteed no vote each and every time, is an embarrassment to Kentucky. He's lazy, slow-moving, and totally disingenuous. A real loser.
Give that guy a
Never
break.
has anything positive to add. Looking for someone good to run against this guy, someone I can endorse and vigorously campaign for.
Right,
funny.
so more self.
He's going to primary Thomas Massey.
What do you
That's
have
going
to
to
say about
backfire
Explain
on
once
him.
again the left is a cult by saying, I'm a big fan of Thomas Massey. I think he's our best member of Congress, and I support his efforts. I really do.
Right.
There is a tribal view, which I can understand and respect, and that is, we must be in unison on these issues if we want to maximize our victories and our successes.
One of us
and that's why
must be in unison. Hive mind.
Again, you got to outline these things. Take the 10 minutes. Outline the things. And you don't say one thing and then you say the opposite. Okay, go ahead. Oh my God. Well, there we go, guys. It's Wednesday. You know what we tell Wednesday. We say, come on, pick a side Wednesday. What's it gonna be Wednesday? Are you weekend? Are you not? Are you close to it? Wednesday.
Don't let them bite me.
Wednesday might actually be the worst day of the week. Because at least Monday and Tuesday.
I am nowhere near you.
At least Monday and Tuesday admit they're bad.
Don't let them bite me.
At least they admit they're bad. So that's something definitely to think about. Put it in the comments below what you think Wednesday should do. Anyway,
Fucking
guys,
annoying.
hope you're
Clicking,
doing
it doesn't
great.
fucking go. Oh.
I'm so mad. I'm very mad.
What'd you do now?
No, I tried to
How's
get
the performance now?
Inside the ship.
More than
I tried to land inside the ship, and
yeah, that doesn't. You can't hurt them when it's closed.
No, I've done it before. I've landed inside and killed them from inside.
No, I'm pretty sure you can't hurt them when it's closed.
In an open letter,
nah, I'm pretty sure we tested it.
I have done this. I will do it again.
Siege have created chaos, starvation, and death.
And those ends are fucking that turns up.
Experts have warned that Gaza is on the brink of famine for months now. Israeli officials dismissed today's letter, accusing the groups of, quote, echoing Hamas's propaganda. Meantime, local health officials say Israeli strikes killed 21 people overnight and into today.
It's supposed to be an easy farm. Stop dying.
Israel says
I don't wanna.
militants and blames civilian deaths.
Keep trying to kill a ship. It keeps flying
In
away.
Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says he's reversing course on a controversial bill that aimed to limit the powers of two anti-corruption agencies, but not before rare protests against his leadership.
Showing that it's still a democracy, huh?
From Kyiv to Kharkiv, Ukrainians voiced their opposition to the bill. Which
It's fucking
Zelenskyy
wild
signed into
protesting
law
while
yesterday.
under missile
It
attack.
gives the prosecutor general new powers over two anti-corruption watchdogs. Today, Zelenskyy said he would submit a new bill to Parliament to restore independence to the agencies. This week's protests are by far the largest anti-government demonstrations since Russia's invasion more than 3 years ago. There are reports tonight that Attorney General Pam Bondi told President Trump earlier this year that his name appeared in files related to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Hilarious.
That's according to the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. The disclosure reportedly came as part of a broader briefing of the case for the president, and his name was one of many cited in the files. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung today said that any suggestion of wrongdoing by Mr. Trump is, quote, fake news. Separately, the House Oversight Committee issued a subpoena today for Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, to appear for a deposition next month. A subcommittee also voted to subpoena the Justice Department for files on the Epstein investigation. That subpoena still has to be drafted. And a judge in Florida rejected a Trump administration request to unseal transcripts from grand jury investigations into Epstein from the years 2005 to 2007. A similar request for the work of a different grand jury in New York is still pending. The man who murdered 4 University of Idaho students in 2022 has been sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms without parole. Ryan Koberger broke into a home and brutally stabbed Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. He had pleaded guilty earlier this month in order to avoid the death penalty. In a Boise court today, friends and family members of the victims described their grief, with some addressing Koberger directly, including a stepfather of one of the victims.
You're gonna go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil.
Ready?
There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children.
This vital information will bring
You are gonna
Are you watching?
I'm sending it to the whole world.
No official
Am I supposed to be looking at you? I'm trying to survive.
Declined to speak at his sentencing hearing.
Wow.
Are you inside doing damage?
They changed it.
Eligibility to host students and faculty from abroad.
They changed it. They literally changed it.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it was. You can go check in 5, but I'm pretty sure it's always been that way. The damage window is only open when they're open.
Okay. I'm gonna go check because I swear to God I've done that in 5, and that's the reason
I remember you getting stuck in there, and then it wasn't. You were like rapering it, but it wasn't breaking.
Maybe.
But it was so long ago, you know.
Yeah.
Was that only the first ship, right?
I've killed 2 now.
Okay, so the last ship, basically we want to make it so the last ship is always dropping ants by staying on top of killing them. And I'm stuck on infrastructure. Oh, if you triggered the roly-polies, you killed too many ships. And I'm stuck on infrastructure.
Only if ICE does not immediately take him into custody to deport him. His case became a focal point in the debate over President Trump's immigration policies after he was
oddly enough very shielded here.
In Florida, a black man who was dragged from his car and punched by officers says he is still recovering from the February incident.
I can't right now.
Alright.
You can. You can just slide the bar.
William McNeil's recording of the encounter shows him asking why he was pulled over before police break his window, punch him, and pull him from the vehicle. At the time, officers said McNeil was pulled over for not having his headlights on, even though it was during the day. The local sheriff says the video lacks context. At a press conference today, McNeil's
getting mocked by them.
Was racially motivated and unlawful. McNeil himself spoke briefly, saying he was afraid to exit his car.
I wasn't ready for them to drop.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, you can't. You can only kill one ship. That's what I tried to tell you.
To step out the car, and I know I didn't do nothing wrong. I was really just scared.
Butcher boys are fun.
An investigation by the Florida State Attorney's Office determined yesterday that the officers involved did not violate any criminal laws. Turning now to the environment and a landmark opinion from the UN's top court on climate change. The International Court of Justice says countries may be violating international law by not taking steps to protect the planet. The non-binding opinion also said that countries harmed by the effects of climate change could be entitled to reparations. And it opened the door to allowing countries to sue each other as well as
we need to go to
activists
the first turning point. Is this too much for you? Basic farming instructions too difficult?
The right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment.
You can kill one ship.
From the interdependence between human rights and the protection of the environment. The human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is therefore inherent in the enjoyment of other human rights.
The case at the ICJ was led by the Pacific island nation of Vanuatu, which has warned for years that it could disappear into the ocean due to rising sea levels, and it was backed by more than 130 countries. On Wall Street today, stocks jumped on news of a framework trade deal between the Trump administration and Japan. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added more than 500 points. The Nasdaq tacked on more than 100 points on the day, and the S&P 500 closed at a new all-time high. Still to come on the News Hour, the White House announces a new trade deal with Japan that lowers tariffs on cars. Iran says it will continue uranium enrichment despite United States strikes on its nuclear facilities. And Judy Woodruff speaks with an activist about an alternative to calling out people who disagree with each other.
Kill them.
This is the
an
PBS News
alternative
Hour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
You put the level up. This is good. I can bring better guns.
Yeah, that's why I said it's if we do the second turning point. That's the thing is that it's slightly harder. It's way easier to farm just the black hands.
Where is it? There. Boom. Fucking guy. Yeah.
And Nick, stay with us as we shift our focus to the White House now, where Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard ramped up efforts.
We might actually.
to doubt
I think
about
we
the
should kill the front
investigation
ship.
that found that
Actually,
Russia
I don't know.
interfered
No.
in
The back one
2016
really
election.
drops them way
Today,
back.
Gabbard briefed reporters
The other two are
on what she
closer
called
together.
the most
I'll rush to the
egregious
back one
weaponization
again.
of intelligence
Don't
in
even
American
rush it.
history.
Okay.
They manufactured findings from shoddy
But
sources.
because it's still dropping
They suppressed
enemies.
evidence
Hey, look
and
at
credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence
When they
community
had this,
standards and withheld
pulsar
truth
spear
from
will
the
do
American people.
inside the chip.
So, manufactured findings from shoddy intelligence. What is she talking about?
Tulsi Gabbard today released a previously
How's the game
classified
capture look
House
for other
intelligence report
Is it still
that
shit?
questioned the intelligence
Please let me
community
know.
assessment about 2016 that Vladimir Putin preferred Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. The report was written by Republican staff in 2017 and amended in 2020 and concludes, quote, the judgment that Putin developed a clear preference for candidate Trump and aspired to help his chances of victory did not adhere to intelligence community standards because it came from information that was, quote, unclear, of uncertain origin, potentially biased or implausible.
A bit framey.
That echoes a document released by CIA Director
Hey,
John
Ashton,
Ratcliffe
that's why I wanted
last
it.
month. You see it right there. That accused
In the
former
corner.
CIA
After
Director
this, I'll
John
see if I can
Brennan
get it
of
better.
coming to the conclusion that Putin preferred Trump with a, quote, highly compressed production timeline, stringent compartmentalization, and excessive involvement of agency heads, all of which led to departures from standard practices. Jeff, I've talked to former intelligence officials who worked on all of these reports, and they stand by the conclusion that Putin preferred Trump, but they do acknowledge that that specific conclusion was from a single source, and there was a debate inside the intelligence community about the level of confidence about that conclusion. I also talked to Democrats on the House intelligence community today, and they say that that report from Republican staff
To do
was,
my
quote,
job.
politicized, and that the fundamental facts are not in dispute, that the Russians interfered in 2016 and displayed a clear preference for Donald Trump. But Republicans, Gabbard today, John Ratcliffe, Director of CIA in the past, have said that the source for that specific conclusion about Putin for Trump was unreliable, was biased, and they're using that specific point to question what President Trump, of course, calls the entire Russian hoax.
We'll zoom out for us because President Trump won the presidency twice. There's a question as to why he's relitigating this now, but is there a question as to what the Russians actually did back in 2016?
Let's go through a few of the reports that the U.S. government has produced over the years into what exactly the Russians did in 2016. The first, of course, is the Robert Mueller report. That's a 2-year-long investigation. He concluded of a Russian campaign of disinformation and hacking and leaking and concluded, quote, the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome, unquote. a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report co-led by then Committee Vice Chair Marco Rubio, of course now Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, also released that report, and they concluded, quote, the committee did not discover any significant analytic tradecraft issues in the preparation or final presentation of the intelligence community assessment. In addition to those two reports, Jeff, Special Counsel John Durham, appointed during the first Trump administration, found no evidence to undermine the intelligence community assessment, and the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz concluded there was no political bias or improper motivation in that specific early 2017 intelligence community document. Gabbard, by the way, also recently tried to argue that there was no Russian influence because there was no Russian meddling in the actual vote totals, which of course has never been the intelligence community assessment at all. And taking all these reports together, Mark Warner, the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, today accused Gabbard of releasing a partisan report to please President Trump. And the report today risks some of the most sensitive sources and methods of our intelligence community.
So what then is the administration proposing to do about any of this?
Well, Gabbard specifically said that she had referred President Obama personally to the Department of Justice for any kind of criminal investigation. And yesterday, when asked actually about Jeffrey Epstein, President Trump said this.
It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold after what they did to me. And whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group. It's
remember,
Obama.
These people claimed that just simply calling Trump a Nazi was making the country worse and causing violence.
Criminal. It's criminal at the highest level. So that's really the things you should be talking about.
Yesterday, President Obama's spokesman, Jeff, said, quote, nothing undercuts the conclusion Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election.
Nick Schifrin, our thanks to you as always.
Thank you.
Now humanity can win. Support the rookie. Destroy all remaining enemy ships.
No.
That's me.
It was me. I destroyed the ship.
This vital information will bring us closer to victory.
I am the rookie.
To the whole world now.
Shut up, crate bitch. Pick up these crates.
I will. There's a reason I haven't.
I assume you know what Stonehenge is. It's those big mysterious rocks in England. And when there's a mystery, we humans want to solve it. Researchers have been studying Stonehenge for hundreds of years now, and it turns out that we actually know a thing or two about it. Or in this case, we know 7 things about it.
Oh my god.
Stonehenge is a ring of giant standing stones, and it is so ancient that most of those stones have fallen or been lost to time. The Stonehenge you can go visit today has more than 90 visible stones or stone fragments. Look, I would love to tell you the exact number of stones, but we're going off a diagram for this estimate, and SciShow's budget does not include round-trip tickets to Stonehenge for me to go count them all in person. The arch-like structures are called trilithons, which is just a word for 2 upright stones with 1 horizontal stone called a lintel balanced across the top. They're made of huge carved blocks of sedimentary rock called sarsens or sarsen stones. The other half of the stones that make up Stonehenge are a different, smaller variety called bluestones. Bluestone is kind of misleading because they only sort of look blue-ish when they are wet, but we'll give whoever named them a pass this time. Stonehenge was built and used by different peoples in phases over a span of roughly 1,500 years, from about 3000 BCE to 1500 BCE. The sarsens and bluestones were brought from all over what's now known as the United Kingdom and arranged and rearranged over time. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. Now that we are on the same page, here are 7 very weird facts about the most famous circle of stones in the world. First is a little bit of a weird one, just some semantic pedantry for you. Stonehenge isn't a henge. A henge isn't just some fun English slang. It's a specific archaeological term that refers to a type of structure that was constructed between 3000 to 2000 BCE. It's basically a big ring of dirt with a gap in at least one section, kind of in the shape of a horseshoe or a power button icon, and there's at least one deep ditch along the inside. The 100 or so remaining henges in Britain and Ireland range from as small as a tennis court to several hundred meters across. They can be made up of concentric hills and valleys of dirt, but the order is important. While Stonehenge was originally a dirt ring constructed around the same time as true henges, many researchers think of it as more of like a proto-henge because the main ditch is outside the piled dirt, so maybe more of a practice run for the henge building peoples. Now the name isn't totally off base, or at least the first half isn't, since all the structural components of Stonehenge are stones, and that's more meaningful than it sounds actually. Most people use the word stone and rock interchangeably, but archaeologists typically use rock to mean the original chunk of earth, and stone to mean a rock that humans have moved, modified, or used in some way. This makes sense to me, but I never thought about it until just now. And all of the sarsens and bluestones that make up Stonehenge definitely fit that definition of stone. Alright, now here is where this fun fact takes a twist. Even though it's not a real henge, all henges are actually named after Stonehenge. Like the reason we have the word henge is that it comes from what everyone was calling Stonehenge back before archaeologists got involved. In linguistics, this is called a back formation, where you take part of a bigger word and then make that new bit its own word. The name Stonehenge probably came from the Germanic phrase Stonhengen, which means stone hanging or stone gallows. So we think henge could describe those horizontal lintel stones hanging in the air, or implies that trilithons kind of looked like gallows. Some of the oldest evidence that we have of the word henge being written down was a shortened form of Stonehenge in a 1792 poem. And it's kind of just like how every scandal is a gate these days, from like Gamergate to Deflategate. We started naming circular monuments made of upright things after Stonehenge, including the nearby Woodhenge. Woodhenge was actually constructed around the same time out of rings of timber and dirt, but it's been overshadowed by its stonier cousin. In any case, archaeologists started using the word henge as a standalone term in the 1930s to refer to the thing that is identical between both Stonehenge and Woodhenge, which is the dirt rings, which is how the namesake of a henge got kicked out of its own club of hinges. But Hengegate isn't the only time that archaeologists have gotten interested in Stonehenge. We have records of people studying Stonehenge going back hundreds of years.
It's a multi-level joke. He said it to bring it back.
The earliest written accounts were made when wealthy men, sometimes called gentlemen scholars or antiquaries, went around exploring historical sites and documenting whatever they found interesting.
Okay, I can't hear you.
It's frustrating. That's why it's funny.
Fuck! Fuck!
Can everybody in the stream hear me?
It's because the video is louder than your mic. Like, you need to turn up the loudness on the mic.
I don't know how to do that.
You do it on the side panel.
For instance, the antiquary John Aubrey did a pretty accurate site drawing of Stonehenge in 1666, while William Stukely published a book in 1740 made up of his observations of, quote, those remarkable circles of stones which we find all over the kingdom. Stukely spent a lot of time at Stonehenge and first used the term trilithon to describe its iconic arches. And he's also credited with first documenting how the summer solstice sunrise aligns with the monument, aside from, the people who made it that way. They also were aware of that. And the list of past and present archaeologists studying Stonehenge is long, and they've investigated all kinds of questions about the land, the stones, and the people who cared about this monument. But not all scientists who visit Stonehenge want to know about the site itself. Some come to the earthworms. Charles Darwin's last published scientific book was about earthworms and how they interact with soil. Yeah, that is Charles Darwin. And some of his studies in the mid-1800s involved the Stonehenge sarsens. He knew the stones were above ground at some point and had fallen and then were buried in soil over time, possibly due to the worm activity. As they ate organic matter and pooped out castings, they basically built new soil layers on top of the old stones. So not only is Stonehenge's legacy a long and impressive one, so is the legacy of archaeology on Stonehenge. A little meta, isn't it? But solving Stonehenge's mysteries requires funding, and so do we. So here is a quick ad break.
Thanks to ACT for supporting this SciShow video. ACT is the number at act.org/scishow, the QR code, or the link in the description.
While Stonehenge has been a topic of research for hundreds of years, it's also been the focus of changing ideas about conservation of important archaeological sites. And that starts with who even owns it. Because for the vast majority of its time in the modern record, it was on private property. A man named Cecil Chubb bought the land where Stonehenge sits in 1915, and 3 years later gave the land as a gift to the nation of England, which was nice of him, since it meant that researchers would have a lot more access and the government could help protect the monument. But if you look at older photos or illustrations of Stonehenge from around that time, you might notice that they only sorta look like the pictures you'd see today. Like this 1835 watercolor by the artist John Constable looks a lot more crumbly than picturesque. And that's because alongside carefully excavating Stonehenge, there have been lots of restoration attempts with mixed results. Throughout the 1900s, people used heavy engineering equipment to restack trilithons, replace fallen lintels, and straighten out crooked bluestones. And they've had to do it like a few times. So after they got tired of needing to restack the world's heaviest Jenga blocks, they came up with a more permanent solution. The bases of many wobbly sarsens were set into poured concrete foundations to hold them upright. These restorations were proposed and supervised by some archaeologists who had conducted excavations at Stonehenge, but this restoration has been criticized in hindsight. Some current archaeologists have emphasized that now that we've made these changes, we owe it to visitors and researchers alike to publicly acknowledge the ways that Stonehenge has been changed. And it isn't a time capsule of the past. And because concrete is concrete, these are changes we can never undo. There are no take-backsies in excavation or in concrete pouring. As we continue to excavate and study the stones,
but Epstein is a Democrat.
We're learning more about their composition too. And it turns out the bluestones make distinctive sounds when they are thumped. There's even some evidence that the people who put them there knew that. See, we have known for a long time that these bluestones were special. While the sarsens of Stonehenge were hauled from around 25 kilometers away, the bluestones may have been brought here from more than 200 kilometers away. So obviously a big question for archaeologists has been why? Like, why were these bluestones so important that people put in the effort to move them so far? One hypothesis is that there was a pre-Stonehenge circle of bluestones constructed in Wales. Then, around 3000 BCE, they were all moved right around the same time Stonehenge would have initially been constructed. So maybe a migrating group of people wanted to bring their monument with them. Other bluestones may have been brought over in a more piecemeal fashion, though, and another group of researchers hypothesized that these bluestones were specifically sourced because they're a kind of lithophone, a rock that makes like a pretty resonant sound after it's hit. We're still not actually sure why certain rocks ring while others don't, beyond the fact that it has to do with their internal structure, which allows sound waves to propagate. Most rocks just make a dull thud when you hit them because they dampen those vibrations instead of conducting them or amplifying them. The stones themselves have little impact dents on them too, which leads some to suggest that they might have been chosen for their musical properties. And of course, it's hard to tell exactly what these bluestones would have sounded like, or what else they were used for before earthworms half buried them, or they were reconstructed with concrete. But all of this suggests that Stonehenge may be the birthplace of rock music. It sounds like a major undertaking to move many of these huge rocks 200 kilometers, but as unpleasant as that must have been, hauling Stonehenge's altar stone was even worse. The altar stone is the name of one of the central giant stones with a mass of around 6 metric tons. It's mostly buried underground, and no, we don't actually know if it was ever used as an altar. We think it may have gotten its modern name from an offhanded speculation from an English architect. And according to a paper published in August 2024, the altar stone may have been brought to the site from more than 750 kilometers away, from a site in what is now Scotland. To figure this out, researchers extracted a couple of different minerals from the stone called zircon, apatite, and rutile. All three of these minerals sometimes contain trace amounts of uranium atoms, which radioactively decay over time into lead atoms, and that can help us estimate the age of the rock they're embedded in up to millions or billions of years. Some of the mineral grains they tested were around 450 million years old, while others were around 1 billion years old, and this combination matched the composition of rock in the Orcadian Basin in northern Scotland, which is about as far as you can get on the UK landmass from Stonehenge in southern England. You thought moving a couch into your new place was hard. It was. You did great. So we know a lot about how the rocks got to this place, but we know less about the people who moved them. Many groups of humans who lived in the area during the early phases of construction were semi-nomadic, meaning it can be hard to find evidence connecting them to Stonehenge directly. Plus, when it came time to bury the dead, some of these cultures opted for cremation as opposed to burial, so there aren't always remains for researchers to study. Fortunately, DNA evidence can help. Molecular biologists are taking some educated guesses with the human bones we do have, especially the ones that were buried near Stonehenge. The biologists isolate as much usable DNA as they can, make lots of copies of the fragments, and then read the sequence of DNA base pairs. They use computers to catalog all of this data in a DNA library and stitch overlapping fragments together as best as possible, like puzzle pieces in a giant, terrible puzzle that only a computer could do. Then they can look for genetic markers like single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, which are DNA base pairs that vary between different individual humans or populations. And by comparing these new DNA libraries to existing DNA libraries, they can get a sense of what groups are most similar to the remains that were found at Stonehenge. The DNA evidence from nearby burials suggests that early phases of construction at Stonehenge may have been the work of two groups of people: the Western European hunter-gatherers and the early European farmers. And there's also evidence that when another group, called the Bell Beaker culture, moved into the region, they started to use Stonehenge as a cultural hub
The Muppet?
too, even though they had nothing to do with its original construction. The DNA also suggests that when the Bell Beakers came to town, they didn't merge with the other indigenous groups right away. Instead, both groups stayed friendly, non-interbreeding neighbors for hundreds of years before their populations eventually merged. Obviously, there's still a lot missing from this story, but it's cool to think about how Stonehenge brought these people together. There's still plenty we do not know about the humans who built and interacted with Stonehenge. So if you're looking for mysteries, Stonehenge certainly has them. But it's just as important to reflect on all the progress we have made in demystifying this incredible, weird monument, all without any written records. Go science!
I don't even know who this guy is.
Oh,
he started insulting me viciously on Twitter, which is funny considering he is. And Nick, want to have a go at me, mate? Sure. Go ahead. Bring knuckle dusters.
Bring knuckle dusters. Bro, shut up.
Alright, now, everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
Drew, oh no, bro, I gotta at least look at this.
We do a lot of Ethan
It's gonna be
Hassan
funny.
on these streams, right? There's a lot of Ethan Hassan on these streams. But what we kind of neglect is like the Destiny part, right? The Destiny part of the Ethan Hassan Destiny. We got full intro right there. For the first time in a while, we did full intro. There was a tweet recently that I made. Some people got like really annoyed at me. Oh God, I don't know. Do I have it on me? There was, I tweeted the other day, right, that Destiny does all these shock value tweets and stuff to pull people in and get them to fight. He's been doing this for a while. There's the dipshit protesters meme clip. Right, there's the one with the firefighter comment. It feels like every year we recycle the same thing, and he does it because I guess conservatives are hypocrites. So he'll say something that's deplorable, go on Piers Morgan and be like, it's actually your fault. You know, like, you guys are actually the bad guys here. I'm just edgy and it's satire and whatever.
I was gonna say, this helicopter wave, but this entire ant army spawned on the tower and took me down to 2 health
this guy's actually a
on my helicopter as I was getting in the air.
The conservative hypocrisy, and it's like, I feel like
because they were next to the tower that I happened to spawn it next to.
Like, we just know, right? Like, we know. Everyone knows. It's not like a surprise to anybody. We all know, right? Now, the next, like, 2 days later, Destiny made a tweet, and he was like, so someone's like, my 12-year-old daughter's crushes in the driveway power washing our camper. I just pulled up to the house and she came outside. So this person goes, Destiny goes, did he smash? Making like a pedo joke. And everyone was going after him, doing the same fucking thing they always do. It's like when he was talking to Courtney about, like, the tricycle comment, right? It's just like, he's doing it again. Oh, I'm going over conservative hypocrisy, or like, I'm making an edgy joke or whatever to drag people to the stream and bring them on to debate me and stuff. So I tweeted out the Rick and Morty copy pasta. I see a lot of people judging this tweet harshly, but to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Destiny. His humor is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of conservative debate tactics, most of the jokes would go over the typical viewer's head. There's also Steven's nihilistic outlook, which would what was it? I don't. Which
is this his tweet?
Woven. I think that's actually in the original one. That's not my mistake. I think that's actually how you say the word. Deftly woven into the types of commentary his Twitter is known for. His personal philosophy draws heavily from Narodyanya Volya literature, for instance. The fans understand his stuff. They have the intellectual capacity to truly appreciate.
This is like how Rick and Morty's fans thought that they were just better because they understood it.
Yeah, that's the joke. That this is
As a consequence, people who dislike Destiny are truly idiots. Of course, they wouldn't appreciate.
We
for
know
instance,
what
the
it is.
humor
You don't
in
need
Destiny's
to
iconic
read the whole fucking
catchphrase,
thing.
"We should mow down dipshit protesters," which itself is a cryptic reference to Turgenev's Russian epic Father and Sons. I'm smirking right now, just imagining one of those adipilated simpletons scratching their head in confusion as Steven's genius unfolds itself to the television screens. What fools! How I pity them. And yes, by the way, I do have a DGG tattoo. And no, you can't see it. It's for ladies' eyes only. And they have to demonstrate they're within 5 IQ points of my own, preferably lower, beforehand. I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like this encapsulates the modern DGG viewer perfectly. I think that the modern DGG viewer who's watching the stream, because you get these people coming to, like, you don't understand. When he said he was gonna, that the firefighter should be shot in the head, it's actually just like a like, I get it, we know. It's a, he's calling them hypocrites in, like, increasingly controversial ways. It's not, like, lost on us. But it's, if I call it boring, I don't understand the humor.
Thank you for the $5, my man.
You know, it's everything Destiny does is such a high level of intelligence that if you think it's boring, you're retarded. That's the way it's perceived. Now, obviously, this tweet didn't get as much hate because it's like a pedo joke, so they're usually like, all right, this one's bad optics. We're not going to jump in here for that one. But like the other ones, it's all. I know what he's doing. Everyone at this point knows what he's doing, but he's gone back to the well for like 5 consecutive years on this, and I don't think it's very funny. Now, I don't like doing the Destiny clone angle because it is kind of annoying when people get classified. I mean, I know personally, like, it's annoying when people get classified as like a DGG clone when they're not necessarily a DGG
I don't know
clone.
what DGG
but I think
means.
that one of the worst people who've come out of the EHD drama cycle is a Twitter account.
What?
It's not even a YouTuber. It's not really even a content creator, as we'll check later on. It's a Twitter account that posts very similar content. Note, this tweet is from July. Not July. This tweet itself is from June 1st. So he posted a dance if you're saving liberal democracy video where he edits himself with, like, or somebody edits for him. Is that like Malcolm X and Destiny? And like, people are like, you don't understand the intricate humor here. This is made to cringy, okay? You're actually a moron. You don't understand the deep level of satire associated with this guy who's definitely not just trying to write. I wanted to put this to the test. I wanted to put a little pushback on this guy and find out if he's actually like an intellectual powerhouse and truly a dank memer, as people were saying, or if he's just like a complete loser spurg. And I tweeted out, this guy doesn't get enough hate, similar to how I'd criticize like Frogan or Denims. That tweet did pretty well, nothing to write home about. This tweet obviously,
I don't care.
Yeah, it did better. So this is
Get
like
to the Drew
that's
stuff.
the tweet that he's showing, obviously. And I posted like a meme tweet saying that, like, I think, and I actually agree with this statement. It's not like I'm joking here. I legitimately don't like Drew, and the reason why I don't like him is because I feel like he's kind of playing like ADL Jr. in some cases. You might be familiar with
ADL
Sean's,
Jr.
Like, recent Superman comparison, right? And a lot of the people are saying shit like, like Superman is actually just anti-Israel, anti-Jew propaganda, despite the fact that I think I can pull this up. The guy who created it, like James Gunn, has literally denied this already. He actually addressed it. James Gunn put out a statement. For what it's worth, Gunn addressed this matter before Superman even opened to theaters. A few days before release, the writer told the Times of London, when I wrote the Middle Eastern conflict, when I wrote this, the Middle Eastern conflict wasn't happening. I don't think that it wasn't happening, but it obviously wasn't, like, prevalent enough that people were talking about it every single day. It wasn't, like, socially cool to be free Palestine. And I think the script was done in 2023, right? Late 2023, the script was, like, finalized. And it wasn't trendy to love Palestine. It wasn't trendy to, like, hate Israel, right? When I wrote the Middle Eastern conflict, that wasn't happening. When I wrote this, the Middle Eastern conflict wasn't happening. So I tried to do little things to move it away from that, but it doesn't have anything to do with the Middle East. It's like an invasion by a much more powerful country run by a despot into the country that's
I'm stuck on it.
Political history.
Help! Help!
Really is fictional.
No!
So he came out and he just said, like,
get
yeah,
me out of here!
Accurate. Like, that's not why I wrote the fucking film.
Ah!
But like guys
No!
like Hassan, people like Drew are
I wanted to
reaffirming this
be
position,
safe
which is
from the
weird.
rollers. Oh, thank God.
Because that's.
Oh, thank God.
Because I guess it works better for their narrative.
Okay, we're
that
free.
Superman hates Jews. I think
if you're getting more pinball machines, will you be able to have enough room for them?
Not at the moment, no. But yeah, I mean, I just think this is cringy. I think the people are kind of turning into what's his name now, the guy that fucking South Park made fun of. It's just like they're
everybody.
Instead of hypocrisy hunting,
Yeah,
they're like
wow, that narrows it down.
from popular media to try to like pander to, I guess, Jews by finding anti-Semitism that's not there. It's really fucking pathetic. This guy's got like a lot of pathetic tweets, but this was like the most recent one. And I was just done. I was done. Yeah, I made a comment, I showed this, and they're like, Nick, come on, you're being too mean. This guy's actually based. I read a lot of his tweets, and he was treated poorly by Bad Empanada. Bro, I watched the Willie Mack Show video the other day, and it's really fucking hard to say this, because this is actually... you heard everything I said about Bad Empanada tonight. I think that Drew was the worst part of that segment.
Well,
the hardest parts to watch, including the parts where Bad Empanada talked, was Willie's interview with this Drew guy. It was actually easier to watch Bad Empanada's videos that look like they're like snuff films. They're filmed like snuff films. But, so, he's fighting with Ryan Beard for some reason, completely incorrect. The entire film basically depicts the evil U.S. ally overlording over
Whenever
America,
you can get the other shit, you can take it out too.
Carrying out false flag terrorist attacks, dominating the planet. And then you have Lex Luthor turn to the... Like, this just tells me that... Is that what you think of Israel? Are you, like, self-inserting here? I feel like this is some shit that like an anti-Semite would think. It's like, this is clearly about Israel. You can see that they're an overarching evil organization. That's. I feel like it's like inherently anti-Semitic to just ignore the fucking person and say this just blindly. You know? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's too far. But actually, I was the one in charge. Just cope. It's not consistent with the overall message of the film. And I was watching the interview, and when Drew goes to promote himself on Willie's interview, I was wondering, like, what platform is this guy on? Is this guy like a debate pro streamer? Where does he come from? I found out that this dank memer is a mainlined Twitter account. Like, his main social media output comes from Twitter. Let me pull this clip up really quickly. We've got the new video. I think Willie goes, where can I find you, right? We're going to listen to his audio quick. Where can I find you? Can people find you? Here.
I'm going to fly away from you.
Like it was important to document some of my
and then come back.
This guy is unhinged. Drew, where can people find you?
Just my name, Drew Pavlou. I'm on Twitter. I'm on YouTube as well. I'd encourage people to go to my YouTube because I'm really just...
Well, it's not YouTube because I checked out his stats and his videos rarely cross like 3,000 views. So it's not YouTube. It's the Twitter one. And if you go to his Twitter account, right, he's got something like 126,000 posts in 5 years? Someone chimed it or whatever. He's tweeting 55 times per day at minimum. Or I guess maybe not minimum, on average, 55 times per day.
Does that include retweets?
He told me, in one of the arguments, he goes, "Oh, I'm actually not awake because it's Australia." And I looked up, and he's just going, dude. This guy, I don't know how he operates the account in the hours that he does. But I tweeted out because I was just sick and tired of watching this moron continue to waffle on, crying anti-Semitism at fucking Superman. This guy's the absolute worst pickup related to EHD content. Absolute fucking loser. And what I didn't realize is that he would go on to quote tweet this. 1, 2,
lol,
3. He quoted this tweet 3 times trying to ratio it and failed every single time.
Hilarious.
And this wasn't even like a highly liked tweet. It's doubled since. He tried to quote tweet it 3 times and could not succeed. And that's his fucking primary. This guy's got 168,000 followers. This is his primary social media platform where he is like the most notable. And he was just really bothered by me saying that he's a loser online. And I don't really, I wasn't really sure what was going to happen.
He sure fucking is.
Until he
I love pushing our fucking interview with him now that he's getting noticed.
I love that he's just. Did you see he responded to it?
Criticizing Frogan or Downs on
not
Twitter.
yet.
What do you own this fucking social media site? We entered this guy's domain where he can't ratio a single.
That Star Girl, who's like friends with both of these idiots, is trying to get her platform by having them debate, and this guy's like, I don't even want to talk to Drew. He's boring. Like, fuck him, right?
Yeah.
And so she's like, come on, guys, epic debate on my channel. And I typed on there, like, you should go check out, because I have spoken to her on a acquaintance level. I was like, you should check out your interview with Drew. Almost like he completely sold out his own values. And he responded to me and said, amazing. I've gotten a bit more conservative with age.
Yeah, you showed that, I think. Yeah,
bro, you act like it wasn't like it like a year ago. I matured so much. Okay.
Quickly. Yeah, you just you can't comprehend how fast
certificate of media literacy.
That's how much information
I don't think ratio is the be-all, end-all of the conversation, but this guy's a professional tweeter, dude. This guy makes $5,000 per month. This guy's making the big bucks, you know? But like, I don't understand, because again, I feel like this is probably my lane. I don't think that he's like, is this not my lane? Am I crazy here? Am I like being too much of a dick right now? I feel like this is my lane.
Thank you for the $5.
Thank you for the $5. Oh, guys, we hit the goal. Thank you so much. You guys have earned another goal.
Fuck you.
Right? So I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So I
we need to set up a little alert.
A tweet is when Queeman responds. I quote tweet him. I said, okay, boss, I'll leave the anti-Semitism hysteria to you. You're like a rogue branch of the ADL looking for something to victimize yourself with. And then I said, stick to 2 a.m. replies a full day later, though, instead of interacting with people. And I think he responded to this one, too. And he goes, oh, oi, mate, I'm not awake at these hours. I live in Australia. But, like, it's still 24 hours later, right? When did he tweet this? 1:49 a.m. on the 17th, and this was posted on, like, the 15th. So it took him an entire day to think of a crazy cool response, and it was just like, you're a retarded drama YouTuber. You're not mean enough? Oh, buddy, listen, buddy, listen.
Guy.
I'm preempting this a little bit, but...
Listen, guy.
No, it turns out he didn't delete the message that he sent us. It just took forever to
actually, I meant to show this earlier. Here's a clip where the panel is on.
I responded to Drew and he was like, "Oh, that probably hits hard if you're retarded," because that's all he could say. He didn't respond like publicly or anything. But I responded. I'm like, "No worries, keep destroying your credibility." I should have sent him the interview. That would have been funny. But he just laughed at it. I'm like, you know, nobody's going to listen to you about China anymore. Literally nobody. You are literally relegated to the recesses of activism now. You are tainted with the Israeli curse. Like, you have advocated for Israel's genocide. You are done. You are never living this down. And nobody who has advocated for it should ever live it down. Ever. They should always be reminded, hey, remember when you advocated for genocide? Fuck these people.
Drew doubled down on Superman being anti-Semitic.
let's touch real quick on Superman, but let's not touch on spoilers.
Yeah, we haven't even got to Superman.
So no spoilers, all right? Let's not touch on spoilers that much, okay? This was a ironic article, right? Because you have a lot of shit posting done. This was irony, right?
No, but
it's hilarious.
No, I genuinely believe it. It's funny.
Is this not just like the Destiny thing again? Is this not just like the Destiny say crazy hysterical thing to like bait people into conversations and get content out of it?
No, he's legitimately
it just seems like
dumb.
He's just pulled this directly out of the playbook.
Obviously,
they gave him an out. Yeah, and he's like, nah, dude, I agree.
I employ human in my...
This is him. This is Destiny on Piers Morgan, but I don't know who any of these people are. You know, it's like Destiny. I've heard recently that you said that you wanted to fucking kill a 6-year-old at a tricycle. He didn't say that, but like, well, what do you think about that? Well, conservatives talk all about killing children all the time and abortion, but when I say that I want to kill a child on a tricycle with a machine gun, that's all of a sudden a big fucking problem. The issue is conservatives are hypocrites in modern America, and I don't feel bad for them at all. I don't even feel bad for the kid that got shot in the head, Piers. Like this is that only with people whose names I don't even know.
So no spoilers, all right? Let's not touch on spoilers that much, okay? This was a ironic article, right? Because you have a lot of shit posting done.
Which, by the way, I butchered abortion.
Irony, right?
No, but
it's hilarious.
No, I genuinely believe it's funny. Obviously, I employ human in my argument.
Abortion was a bad argument. Yeah, but you don't understand what I mean.
Style in my writing, but I do genuinely believe in anti-Semitic. Yes, absolutely.
He's like smiling. I don't even think he really believes this shit. He's just
he doesn't.
So I tweeted that, and so oh no, I'm sorry, I didn't even tweet anything new. So he wasn't happy with how his previous tweet did, and then he pulled up a picture of me from like 4 years ago, 100 pounds over 100 pounds ago. He pulls up a picture of me. He goes, "Get a hobby, motherfucker." Again, fails to ratio it, right? Immediately fails again.
I love when
Twitter
people fake
pictures.
pictures.
Immediately fails to ratio this again.
It's literally
And then,
my favorite thing that people do,
like,
and it's indicative of conservatives.
Like, people...
You hear this though? He said he lost 100 pounds since this picture.
Good on him.
So like, this is pretty much the worst thing you could do out of the sending a picture back to somebody.
It's exactly like
hey, remember when you were fat before you like made positive choices about your life and got shit together?
Hey, remember when you dedicated yourself to something that's incredibly difficult to do? You remember that? Yeah. I'm pretty proud of it. Thanks. You like my picture? I always laugh. It happens all the time.
These missiles are hard to... Well, they're rockets, actually, but they're hard to do.
Yeah.
Good thing the gun auto-fires.
Look! The teleportation ship took damage! The rookie did it! So we can bring down teleportation ships if we shoot them from below.
I usually go, "Oh, Nick, you're fat," and there's really no recourse for that. I have never gone back and actually gotten somebody on that response, because, I mean, internet hates fat people. Fair shot. Am fat. True. So then I wrote back to him, I go, "Wait, was my dinner I ate last night also promised to you 3,000 years ago?" Dude, I was so fucking weak when I typed this last night. Because it's hot. What does this have to do with Superman fucking hating Jews? If you're gonna sit here and literally lick the cock of the ADL and cosplay them on fucking Twitter, in a situation where there is an anti-Semitic issue, right? There is a rise in anti-Semitism on social media, and you're just a fucking loser, like bastardizing it.
Yep.
Right? Meet the anti-Semitism claim with anti-Semitism? Fuck yeah, dude. Suck my cock. Somebody, I thought this was Leafy for a second. I go, I wasn't sure what this had to do with Superman being anti-Semitic. If, like, what's the issue? What does this have to do with anti-Semitism, Drew Pavlo? I thought you were like a debate bro. And then someone wrote,
he is, that's why he's doing it.
Claim to be superior?
Thank you for the $5, my man.
Did someone go, aren't you the one who claims to be superior to everyone else based on your race, and therefore have an inherent right to rule and save the world? I don't know. What? So I wrote back, Italians? Yeah, kneel. Kneel, bitch. Yeah, get on your fucking knees for my Italian heritage, you stupid asshole. Holy fuck. Yeah, pinned comment, guys. Yeah, dude, kneel for me. I'm Italian. That's what we do. And then Drew said, "Get a hobby, motherfucker." So I wanted to see how well his hobby performs, right? Well, if you go to the Drew Pavlo YouTube channel, his biggest video is with Richard Spencer, Richard Spencer
my God.
obviously being a large.
Well,
name
we're
in politics.
we're bigger than him on
That's his
YouTube.
biggest one in his last 4, just to be clear, his last 4 weeks.
I think he's
And
got
that one
more
got
followers now.
3.6k views. He also struggled to reach 1,000 views, so I have to imagine these 2-hour-long videos are probably not pulling in much ad revenue. I assume the bulk of his money comes from money probably comes from Twitter. Yeah, his viewership is not doing well, but he does have 29 paid members, and for all we know, they're giving a small fortune. Maybe, dude. Wait, if we're doing the anti-Semitism thing, if we're meeting anti-Semitism with anti-Semitism,
Got it.
that would mean that Mossad.
Okay, was
is
that the
putting
first one?
Yep.
Dude, he recently freaked out because they're like that you're being paid off by Jews or something, and he's like, I'm actually not being paid off by Jews. I'm actually not being paid off by Jews. You have to hear some of this guy's debates. I got a debate review for you in this video, so we're gonna hear how this guy actually argues, because I picked my favorite Drew Pavlo debate, and we are actually Hunter Avalon got fat. What do you mean, dude? The fat guy in this is me, dude. I'm the fat guy. What are you talking about? So then I guess that didn't work. So he tweeted, you look horrible, dude, get help." This might look like a different tweet, but no, this is actually the same one. After I said that he is bullshitting on the Superman point, he literally just started frantically typing, "You're fat, you're fat, you're fat, you're fat, you're fat, you're fat."
Pretty
you're fat,
ironic
you're
coming
fat,"
from Drew.
into Twitter. So I'm starting to think that the allegations that this guy is a cool, calm, collected dank memer are probably not accurate. I think he might just be the Spurg that I said he was at the beginning, but I don't know. You got me. I am fat. So then I really to him. It's weird. This is fat on fat violence. You look like you'd be my fat lesbian cousin. Even Ralph posted a picture of this guy probably as many years back as this photo was taken. He was a pretty skinny dude, so I guess he's gotten fat with all the $5,000 a month he's been getting on Twitter. I don't know what happened, dude. This is, by the way, the first time I ever ratioed somebody with a fat joke. That's impossible. Again, I'm not really placing too much in value in ratios on Twitter. Everybody has a bad day. But this guy doesn't seem to have many good days. Being ratioed by a fat guy calling you fat is like nuclear. That's like a delete your account type fucking thing.
That is pretty funny.
It's like, yeah, all right, that's the guy who just tweeted this. Fuck it, we're gonna like this tweet. That's crazy.
That one's pretty high.
So then he quoted again and said, "I only started making videos 4 months ago. My main platform is Twitter. Anyways, this Koba, what is a Koba? Kaba? Looks like Augustus Gloop, hahaha. Which is funny because he's repeating like Hassan's arguments. That's something Hassan literally said. What did Hassan say? Like, I dropped me lolly or something? That was like his thing? He's literally just, he's reverted into Hassan Piker brain just to be mad at me? Yeah, that literally is a Hassanism. Did I respond? I don't know if I responded to this one. But yeah, he's like, "Oh, listen, dude, he called me fat. It's not over yet. Let's go back to..." Actually, this was in response to the fact that his channel is dead and nobody watches him. And then, oh my god. So then I end up going to dinner because fat guys gotta eat, right? I leave for a little while. And when I get back, the first thing I'm greeted with is like the newest copy pasta. This reminds me of the Bunty King one. Do you guys remember the Bunty King? I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but I don't even remember. He used to be like a copy pasta that I posted under every video. And he tweeted, I can't believe it, dude. Who the fuck is Nick Diorio? Let me get the fucking music out for this one, dude. I haven't pulled out the music in a while, but we got some fucking demon level coke here.
Demon level coke.
Here. Wait. Where is this? Is it in this? Not in here. No, that's the industry. Yeah, here we go. Who the fuck is Nicholas Diorio? I don't even know who this guy is. Never heard a single thing about him. All I know is he's mentally retarded and looks like Augustus Gloop from Willy Wonka. 72 likes. I've got a Wikipedia page. I've achieved things in this world.
Oh my god.
I've been featured in the New York Times. Meanwhile, Nicholas is a fat, anti-Semitic slop tuber. Who cares? Is this guy is he, dude, I think he's not a dank memer. I think he's just a fucking loser. This guy started a tweet with, I have a Wikipedia page, like fucking Plankton saying he went to college, and ends it calling me anti-Semitic. And like, are your 2-hour VODs you're posting heavily edited? We looked at his channel a moment ago, right? His channel was literally 2-hour stream VODs. What is meaningfully different other than the fact that mine get people to click on them? Like,
Lol.
What, you're posting high-level tier edits over there on that YouTube? Oh no, dude! Oh my god, dude, this guy got fucking mauled by Billy Mitchell too.
What's the name of the guy? Keemstar Orbiter, Nick Oreo.
Billy Mitchell chimes in, dude. Don't start begging for my attention, True. You read in the press what happened to the last Brisbane native who
Bro,
did that.
Billy
Oh my
Mitchell?
God. Dude, this guy, everybody hates this dude. I didn't even
Billy
realize
Mitchell came in and started shitting on Drew? Are we for real?
I don't know
Dude,
who that
his
is.
rage bait for
Bro.
money just became my rage bait for money. Well, thank you for donating to the channel,
Okay,
guys.
so there's actually a documentary about Billy Mitchell.
Okay.
It's one of the best indie docs ever made.
Okay.
It's called The King of Kong.
Okay.
And so Billy Mitchell, the story is that he's had the world record in Donkey Kong since like the first records for gaming were established.
All right.
And he used to have more titles, but he only had Donkey Kong. And so this guy, he's literally like maybe a chemistry teacher or something. He's like some type of teacher or something like that. And I think he might have gotten laid off.
Okay.
And so he buys a Donkey Kong cabinet and gets really fucking good at Donkey Kong. To the
Okay.
point where he's submitting scores that are beating Billy's scores. And Billy's like, nope, you have to do it in person. Can't trust the tape. Tape can be edited, right?
Yeah.
And then they go through this whole thing where the documentary keeps setting up like they want to have these two guys confront and play Donkey Kong together. That's like, it was supposed to be a simple documentary where these guys fucking met up at a fucking arcade that certified the results of the fucking Donkey Kong competition.
He didn't want to risk his...
No, he does show up, and the camera sees Steve behind him, and he goes, obviously we don't want to spend too much time with certain people here. Doesn't even acknowledge him. I think Steve goes up to Billy and says hi, and then Billy basically like walks away.
What
And
an
so
asshole.
Steve breaks the record like certified.
Yeah.
Right? In person. And Billy has a fucking envelope, like, in case of emergency, break glass. And in there is a tape of him getting a new high score. And he immediately invalidates Steve Weeb's,
with a tape.
And it's like, the guy's, like, crying
That's
through this. Like, he's putting so much into doing it. And
What a
Billy
fucking
Mitchell is
loser.
just, like, saying some of the wackest shit. Like, maybe I should try losing sometime. Maybe that will make them happy. I'm very controversial. I'm kind of like the abortion issue.
Oh my god.
Right? Total piece of shit. And, so, in this tape, there's literally a skip in the tape where the score jumps. Like, it's clearly edited, but because they all know and they're friends with Billy, they allow it to happen, and he's allowed to submit a tape that's clearly been edited to get the high score. And so it's such a good fucking real-life villain documentary.
Yeah. Over fucking Donkey Kong.
Yeah, but since then,
What
Billy
a-
Mitchell is very known for suing people.
Amazing.
And stuff. Because other, basically, like, all the record and speedrunning has revived in recent culture.
Yeah.
So,
And
like,
it's shitting on
now
you.
the records, it's, like, not even close to what these guys had.
Yeah.
Like, Steve and Billy Mitchell are not relevant to the Donkey Kong record now.
Yes.
But it's an amazing movie.
So how does he deal with that?
What?
The speedrunning stuff and not being even considered in the top anymore.
Oh,
because-
I don't know. I just know that he just sued somebody, and that person lost their lawsuit to him.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's also been proven he's cheated. Yeah, he's been proven to be a cheater. But King of Kong was really what established him as a person who people actually know.
What a fucking loser.
Right?
And Drew got shit on by this guy.
Yeah, it's literally the funniest guy who could ever come into Drew's page and talk shit.
That is...
Like, you don't understand how funny it is that Billy Mitchell even fucking comes in to tell Drew to shut up.
That is actually amazing. That is a delete your account.
We need to make our money because, as I learned recently, this Drew Pavlo guy is kind of a baller. Okay, you guys don't know this, but Drew
take
Pavlo
the
makes
ship
a
out,
lot
by the
of
way.
money on Twitter. And I just wrote LMFAO. I can't believe someone actually tweeted that I have a Wikipedia page, and that's when this happens, right? Lazy Shell immediately drew a picture of Drew Pavlo.
Because you have to get the third ship right after.
Everybody finds it funny.
So
Everybody
injure them
the
both, so
guy
they're
who did,
both
like,
critical.
Because
they'll drop the rollies when it's the last ship.
But this guy, Lazy Shell, does this all the time.
That's
and
fun.
we love them.
Fun.
We love
I have a
Lazy
crit
Shell.
gun specifically for
And you know,
them.
most
Yeah,
people,
but we
even
don't want to
Hassan
fight the rollies
Piker,
because they're
even
hard.
Hassan himself, dude. Even Hassan
And they stagger
Piker
us.
has taken it off the chin. I haven't seen.
And then the
anybody
next
get, like,
helicopter.
mad at Lazy
Try
Shell.
not to kill the ship until I call for the next helicopter. Just get him smoky.
Until Drew Pavlo tweeted out, I'm actually not going to capitulate Twitter leftards trying to give me body dysmorphia, and posted a picture where he's like arguably fatter than the picture that fucking Lazy Shell posted. I was blown away, dude. What the fuck is the difference? Is it because your eyes are red? This guy literally just posted a picture where he is of equal proportion to the picture that was drawn. It looks exact. This is like when Keffels.
This
was
is
like,
me posting a post physique,
and the picture just kind of looked like Keffels.
but posting a
Like, this is a
fat picture of
transphobic
me
fucking
from 5
caricature.
years
It's like
ago.
the picture just kind of looked like Keffels but sweating. It looked just like him. He doesn't know what he looks like. He literally has body dysmorphia. He literally has it, dude. He literally has it, bro. It's insane. They used that picture for reference. No, I don't think so. I think it was a different picture. It might be that one, but I don't
It's
like,
fucking flying away.
I like to think that he
I'm gonna
took this picture in real time and was like, damn, dude, I look good. So then Lazy Shell responded by drawing him even more of a caricature. Like, he's
amazing.
Yeah, dude, look at this fucking low taper face. The face you make when Twitter leftards give you body dysmorphia, which is even weird because this guy shits on Hassan all the time. They just assume that you're like a fucking crazy Palestine. So he obviously just draws him looking worse.
Okay, that
which
one
is great.
took
But
a
it's
whole
cool.
pulse off
Lazy
spear,
Shell just
so-
does this shit, dude. He's fucking funny. He's
Huh?
really funny.
That one took a whole pulsar spear, so it should be relatively good. And this one took even more. Lol.
So
they-
then after I went to
they
bed
should
last night, I
both
woke
be
up
able
and
to
there
be
were even
taken
more
out with a
tweets.
pulsar
This
spear.
guy just kept going
So,
all night long. Even after I
be
stopped
good.
responding to him because I had to go to bed. I was tired. Or I had to stream in the morning. I gotta go to my hobby, dude. Get a hobby, bro. I can't get over this. Get a hobby. You've tweeted 55 times every day for 5 years. Yeah, and I get paid $5,000 a month for tweeting as a hobby. All right. I don't want to. Listen. I'll be honest with you, dude. If I made $5,000 a month on my main platform, I would have a much smaller ego. You should probably work on it. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna go fucking rack for rack with you, but if I ended a month making $5,000, I'd be much more humble. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say, dude. I'd say that is not a flex. It's not a flex, okay?
I would love that.
And then this is the
That
one
would
that'd be
literally
great.
change my life.
Dude, mine too.
And then,
What the
no,
fuck
dude.
are you
So I
talking
saw
about?
that there was this-
$5,000
I don't
a
know who this
month?
guy is. He's been viciously
US?
insulting me. That's the new donation sound, by the way, which is strange considering he's very clearly fat and
That's
retarded.
like $100
If you
grand
wanna
a
come
year.
for me,
That's
Nick,
fucking great.
Bring knuckle dusters. That is the most Australian shit I ever heard, but it sounds worse and it sounds much less funny when you hear him actually say it. Yeah, this is it.
Oh, man.
We've tried to fail and ratio this tweet 3 times. We should be
Nowhere
covered
close
that.
to the next
and then
helicopter.
This is the video of
I
Drew
didn't even know who the
Pavlo.
guy is.
This is like,
I didn't even know who.
it's beyond parody. This
Can I
is
just kill it
legitimately
then?
beyond parody. So he starts.
Well, I
doing
want
the
to be in
Tonka
the
fight me
helicopter
IRL
when the
shit.
fucking
Well, I wake
police
up to
come.
this. I wake up. This guy wants to fight
Kill
me in real life because I
few
said,
ants.
People, are you gonna debate him? I just think that he's cringe. I just said this guy sucks, and he went on like a 15 tweet tirade, failing to ratio me even one single time.
I don't even know who this guy is. Just started insulting me viciously on Twitter, which is funny considering he is fat.
Does he? Is that why you cut half his face off? Can I say something to you, Nick? Does he not know? Does he have no idea? I think Ethan Ralph posted a picture of him, and this is what he looked like before the cloud. Hold on, wait. I'm just like, look, I don't care, dude. I don't care. You do you. You, be your best self. But I saw like Ethan Ralph posted him, and like he used to look not like that. I don't know. Is it deleted?
Grotesque.
Where is this? No, it's not him. Oh, no, that's not him either. Yeah, like this is 5 years ago. It's probably a similar time to the picture what I was posted from, and this is what he used to look like. Dude, you've become fat with wealth. What happened?
Lol.
I don't even know who this guy is. Just started insulting me viciously on Twitter, which is funny considering he is fat and retarded. Nick, want to have a go at me, mate? Sure. Go ahead. Bring fucking knuckle ducks.
He probably shouldn't have recorded himself saying that. It hit much harder until I heard what he sounded like. What the fuck is... Dude,
okay,
guys, I'm starting to think that the allegations that he's just a calm, cool, dank memer have been sharply exaggerated. I'm starting to think this is not... I'm starting to think this guy doesn't have it all together, you know?
Fat and retarded.
That's one.
Nick, want to have a go at me, mate? Sure. Go ahead. Bring fucking
Come on.
I'm moving into position for the second one.
This is probably one of the worst crash outs I've got. I wish this guy was more relevant.
Coming to cover you.
Who is Bunky King?
I wish this guy was more relevant.
The bee army after Drew Pablo honeybee.
We don't have to. We don't have to. We have one view. Thank you. We have one view for every dollar he made this year. Not this year. This month, dude. We have one viewer per every dollar this guy's made all month. Holy fuck, dude. I don't even know where to go. And you know, by the way, nobody ever tells you their low month, right? Like, surely he hasn't been making $5,000 a month for tweeting every single month. No, they put their
the entire sphere was body blocked by them.
Oh wow, my median month is $5,000. They lead with whatever the best one was. Do you have monkeypox?
No.
Did your girlfriend use a strap? Thank you, Kai. I appreciate that. What? I heard you're into some BDSM. You hit the first flamenco. Still nobody has spotted if that guy's alive. Hopefully not. Why are you still here?
I am at the Bjork segment. Thanks for making me feel old.
That's not good.
So, I mean, this one is just so peculiar to me. I don't know. Because again, this is his main source of income.
I can't believe how much one ship dropped. That was
$5,000 a month on Twitter.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Good salary, I guess.
Okay, noted.
It's just noted. He has the salary of an entry-level job, right?
Okay,
like he's probably making. I don't know what tax is like in Australia. Maybe he's taking the lump sum. Is tax higher or lower there? This is just like a normal person's job, but you don't get dental or medical care or anything. Bro, Nick is out of touch after taxes. I'm sorry, dude. I feel like if you're an influencer, you have to have more to flex on people like this.
Ooh, what about the anti-air?
This is somebody who's probably making
what if I place the anti-air under it? It just fucking
a higher percentage of his audience is actually making.
Do you reckon that would do more damage?
Well, again, maybe he doesn't need it. I don't know how their insurance
16
and stuff
by
works
1800.
You get paid monthly. Yeah.
You just need something for the rollies at the
it's not
end
entry level, but it's your typical desk job, right? This is your typical desk job.
Nick Oreo. Mr. Oreo.
I don't think it's a flex.
But this guy
I don't think it's a flex.
will probably
if you tweet 55 times per day and you only scrounge together $5,000 as your regular income, maybe this guy's a job. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this guy's a job. But it doesn't really scream like luxury lifestyle. It screams like I'm just scraping by. Is it USD or AUD? That's another one. I don't know. But so everyone in the chat right now is fighting with me. They're telling me right now that I'm actually being a piece of shit. And this guy is actually extremely successful, and maybe
Look, you're almost at 400
with that specifically because I mean $5,000 a month, dude. This guy maybe he is living a fucking fantastic life. But we're actually gonna watch his debate highlight here because I've been told this guy he takes up behind like Destiny and Xander Hall as like one of the greatest internet debaters in history. So in this clip, he actually debates his dad on why he needs to get a job.
Oh my God! Do you know about this video, right?
No.
Oh, this video is so good. Communists constantly post it. Just to shit on him. So, here's him. That's such a good lead-in. Here's him debating his dad onto getting a job.
Destiny and Xander Hall is like one of the greatest internet debaters in history. So in this clip, he actually debates his dad on why he needs to get a job.
Make sure that I can do.
Looks like we've got another solid
Before you gotta get a fucking job.
Lol.
I don't care about a job. I'm just trying.
Fucking bullshit. I'm not paying for you to see a life, dickhead.
Yeah, I guess things are going real well out in Brisbane.
5 months of war.
Hilarious.
I'm fighting for what's right. That's what.
Oh, he's fighting for what's right, guys. Who needs a job? He's fighting for the little man.
How are the new types doing?
They were all destroyed.
He won't be hired. He doesn't need to be hired. Dad, I'm making $5,000 a month.
There's only one successful case so far, and that was with the use of tactical
I'm gonna
nuclear
be fine. I'm
weapons.
protesting tomorrow.
This is like when a police officer is pulling you over and you record to defend yourself, but like the woke
He's
Twitter
already killing the
loser
shipper, is
version
that
of this
you?
is like
That's me.
your dad is handing you a job fucking application and you're like, I will defend myself. I am recording this to protect myself. Please sign the document. I am recording this video to defend myself. Please get a job. I am recording this video to defend myself. Please go to work. I am recording this video to defend myself.
Make sure that I can do.
This is for my safety.
Okay? Before you gotta get a fucking job.
I don't care about a job. I'm just trying.
Fucking bullshit. I'm not paying for you to see a life, dickhead.
I'm fighting for.
Is that his mom?
Why is
yelling
this
at him in the
posted?
background? Oh my
Why was
God.
that posted?
I don't know.
Dude, he's being detained by those evil job hunters.
I don't care about this rule line. I'm gonna be fine. I'm protesting tomorrow.
Again, I'm thinking that this cool, calm, collected act is a little bit of a, I'm thinking it's a little bit of overkill, So I actually went out of my way and I made a more apt comparison. I wanted to do Dance If You're Gonna Be Unemployed after the Ethan Hassan Destiny ceasefire. So I put him with two of his close friends and then standing next to Destiny. Dude, that's the most movement I've seen Denims do ever. Holy fuck, dude. Let me play that once without music so it won't get claimed. But that's Denims and Bad Empanada hanging out with the dude this is probably more realistic for him, right? Like, I mean, I understand Malcolm X and Destiny, you're setting your hopes high, right? Everybody says, nobody comes out here and goes, I want to be Denims, right? I want to be that's the one. That
Incredible.
Nobody's out here being like, oh god, I'd love to be Bad Empanada. Dance if you're gonna be homeless, yeah.
You were on after hours. Thanks for all the amazing
Thank you, Blake. Yeah. So I mean, I think you gotta set your. I think that some people who are go-getters out there need to set their goals high so they can try to achieve. But people who are kind of like you should probably be a little bit more realistic with what your potential could end up being. Oh no! Look! Oh no, Drew! Oh god! Apparently, Drew accidentally spent 6 hours in a gay nightclub, and all the gay blokes hoarded him. Some kissing like this. Like what? You weren't happy. I guess some people just wanted to drink, and you invaded the gay bar. We're surprised that people were gay, Drew. That's crazy. What's wrong with you? He just accidentally walked up to a bar called like Nuts and Bolts or something and didn't know. There's a lot of eccentric men in here.
There's a club in Melbourne called Booked.
Wow, these guys, look at their skin. It's so soft.
What moisturizer are they using?
Dude, this guy went into a fucking... This guy is like a total lolcow, dude. It's not even...
He is, bro.
Yeah.
He could have not been.
Segment of just some random
He chose to be a lolcow.
He did. He really did.
Yeah, dude, we got this guy. Where is it? It's not. What the fuck? I really got you with the 5,000 a month thing. Immediately cutting to his dad screaming at him to get a job. You guys you didn't see it coming. Dude, this is
amazing.
He enters the bar and he has no idea. Meanwhile, the guy at the bar would be like,
Yes, until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay.
He's like, is this a gay bar? Is this a fucking gay bar? What the fuck? Oh, I thought this was a regular bar. Oh, Bob's my auntie. I thought this was a regular bar.
What's the name of the guy in Keemstar Orbiter? Mr. Oreo. Mr. Oreo.
This is great.
Wait, Bob's my auntie here. What's going on? I thought it was a straight
Not
bar.
the song I would choose
bar.
personally. I have a much better one.
I saw this video and I wanted
And
to
not
check
everybody
this out.
knows
Somebody
about that
apparently
song.
made
The bugs
a
will
true
never get me up
Pablo
here.
Exposed video that has more views than I imagine. Actually, oh god, let's test this. How many views? I didn't pre-watch this. I might mic from PA.
Open on
myself.
top of me, bitch.
How many
Friendly
views does
Jordies.
Drew Pavlo have on his entire YouTube channel? Let me see this. Dude, it's like
He found a Friendly
like
Jordies video.
600 million views on my channel. Let's see. I might mic from PA here. I might blow the whole segment.
Oh, boo.
We got Mike from PA. This guy has on his
Watch the
entire
Friendly
YouTube
Jordies
channel has
video.
300,000
Fuck Mike from
views. This
PA.
one has about
No. He said we got Mike from PA. As in he screwed up the entire segment and didn't have the shit ready.
Oh, okay, I get it.
It's making fun of Mike.
Okay, great.
Australian. He got assassinated.
What's the name of the guy in Keemstar Orbiter?
Dude,
Nick Oreo.
There's panic up in Brisbane right now.
While now, not because it's an important topic that desperately requires my piercing syncretic analysis and cultivated here. No.
Friendly fire, yeah, dude.
It's because when I see
these blimey white dude, what's going on with all these kangaroo
schizophrenic man running naked down the street screaming,
what the fuck? Who linked me this, dude? Why is he naked? This
Well-
is one of the guys that he met in the bar.
Dude, I'm so interested to see his opinion of a Friendly Jordies video.
Well, he's making fun of Drew here, I think.
I know, but he's like, what the fuck is this video? Because you always say the same shit.
Self-aggrandizing delusions and
Apparently everybody hates. I didn't realize that everybody hated this guy. This is from Friendly Jordies, by the way. Friendly Jordies is the YouTuber. 1.39 million subscribers.
Today's video is the beginning of a brand new series that I like to call Australia's Skitziest Known Schizos.
I like this guy. This guy's got some fucking. Oh no, dude, it's true. We got an even wider picture of him now. What the fuck? Dude, this guy is like Nick DiOrio is a fat slob.
Rituals of one of Australia's most paranoid, obsessive, delusional, and narcissistic individuals, Drew.
Oi, crikey! That guy spends a lot of time at Outback Steakhouse, isn't he?
Pavlu. Yes, my large-headed friend, this is actually happening. But then again, that is exactly what a figment of...
Oh, dude, listen, all right? I never get to make fat jokes, but this guy called me fat like 60 times, so...
And do you know what else is massive?
Friend, this is actually happening. But then again, that is exactly what a figment of your imagination would say.
Yeah, dude, this is literally a fat on fat crime. It's okay. YouTube, stay out of this.
So, let's make some predictions. What do you think is going to happen when I throw a helicopter beacon on top of this?
On top of what?
I've been on top of the ship. I just took down the other ship by standing on top of the ship.
Okay, try it.
Here it goes. Looks like it's going well.
Wow, I didn't do it.
This is specially made. It will surely be handy.
I am safe inside the generator for now.
I'm going for the helicopter.
I found a cheese spot.
Ah, I didn't get in.
Oh
god, oh god!
It's over for these bugs.
It's over for me. Told ya.
I am doing max damage because I'm getting mobbed and they cannot touch me. So I found out how much damage the rapier can do. This is great. Well, I think they took down the structure.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
They sure did. Killed a lot of them.
Oh my god. No! You... I needed that fucking health. He literally came in and swooped up the health that I needed to survive.
Amazing. I fucked these bugs up. I got nothing on me.
Shoot them once they're in range. Yes.
Ow. Fuck these bugs. Ow. I'm going back to get my plethora of crates over here.
Prepare to engage. Yes, sir. Entering the range. Quite in range.
Here they come, watch out.
Yep.
This is Carrier. Arrived on scene.
Yeah.
No, run, asshole.
Dropping coordinates confirmed. Drop off.
Got it.
Seems like that kid has done this before, if you ask me. Exterminate all monsters!
Easy.
What is it? Friendly George? Oh, he's got a live show. Congratulations, dude. What does this guy do on Tur?
Of righteousness on
We have a moderator for the Friendly Oh no, dude. Wait.
Twitter. I'm making his dream come true. I'm making a video on Drew Pavlou.
So these guys were supposed to debate. Did it ever happen?
If you haven't heard of him, turn this video off right now. Just watch another video. Honestly, it is a total waste of your time.
Lol.
We'll probably never talk about this person again.
I'm only doing this video for my own amusement. But if you insist on watching old Geordies play some golf, Drew Pavlou is a professional protester who first came to prominence after getting...
Drew Pavlou, critic of the University of Queensland, links to Chinese government bodies, suspended for 2 years.
Suspended from university for protesting too hard.
I almost got one more armor.
Probably shouldn't have been
Yeah, it probably shouldn't have been.
suspended, but he's been perpetually struggling to remain relevant ever since. And in his quest
Hey, I
to
got
do
the
so,
brute.
he's been on a one.
But wait, that's not true. I saw him dancing with Malcolm X recently. There's no way. There's simply no way this guy's struggling.
Man mission.
You know, did you hear that he makes $5,000 a month only on Twitter?
To destroy threats to Western
How do you
freedom
still not
everywhere.
have 400
We're talking
armor?
Russia, China, Hamas. He's like if James Bond was a fat Turkish man.
Oh no, bro.
He
At
wasn't
least he said it, so it's okay.
actually a spy, was on the spectrum, was addicted to Twitter, and instead of womanizing, went to gay nightclubs.
Oh, he's just redoing
Sorry, guys,
the
he's got a girlfriend. He's
No,
definitely
we're
not gay.
moving on to Demons Descend now.
Oh my god.
You should.
bro,
Oh, there you
it's
go. Now you're
actually
over
lethal.
400.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, how much more shit did I not get sent to me if we're already on the gay tweet 2 minutes in?
Womanizing, went to gay nightclubs. Oh, wait. Sorry, guys. He's got a girlfriend. He's definitely not gay.
This guy's like Nakey Jakey for commentary.
So what's brought this about?
Dude, I'm in, bro. I don't know what you do. I'm in.
Well, a few weeks ago, I briefly, and I do stress this,
He loves them.
briefly mentioned Drew in my video on Julian Assange's newfound freedom. Drew wasn't happy with Assange. He was even less happy with me because that teensy little mention garnered probably the best video.
He literally looks like...
In my video on Julian Assange's newfound freedom, Drew wasn't happy with Assange. He was even less happy with me because that teensy little mention...
He looks like he could be related to me. Like, he's got, like, the same circular face. He looks like he went to every single family barbecue.
You got it. Probably the best video response I've ever received. If only I could find it, but it's hard because Drew tweets like 5 times a second. I think it could be lost to history. It's such a shame that we...
It's like if we had like if there was like a once removed
This is the real
Turkish
reaction.
heir that could have created him.
Someone has discovered our meta.
If one of the Italians in my ancestry went over and accidentally...
We were nice to Drew too. We were, you know, it's like what's his name talking about Abu Zubaydah.
The CIA guy.
Yeah. And he's like, I was the only one who was nice to Abu Zubaydah. Brother, you shot his testicles off. Like, the shot that went through his thigh impacted his groin as well. So it hit his femur, a main artery, and his genitals. I was the only one who was nice to Abu Zubaydah.
What a nice
They didn't
guy.
know it was even him. Because he was covered in so much blood, and they thought it was a dead body, they were just picking up for, like, tagging, and they saw that he still had vitals.
Okay.
And they were like, this guy looks nothing, because he was fat as shit. And they're like, who the fuck is this guy? Because he's been retired from the jihad for a long time.
Yeah.
Like that one jihadi we found who came to America to lose weight and then died.
Yep.
Remember that day? That was such a great deep dive. I found media he did and everything.
Oh wait, here it is. You know, for someone who claims to hate the Islamic terrorist world so much, you really have learned a thing or two from the enemy. Check out this aesthetic.
He's Greek? I thought he was Turkish. Maybe I apologize.
Okay, this mission's very loud.
I apologize to all Greeks on his behalf. Are the Greek? Dude, oh my god.
You hear that?
Fucking quick
He said,
aside,
I thought he was
really quickly.
Turkish.
I got something wrong in my pirate
he's
software
Cypriot,
video,
isn't he?
and every YouTube comment. I think the video went 1 out of 10 specific. Because I had a video that wasn't an Ethan Klein video in the last couple of months, 1 out of 10 on me, and it literally performed amazingly. And I literally think it's because all of you idiots commented, not you guys, but like all the idiots commented on this video, and like all the comments here. Well, you're not going to see them, but they're down if you keep scrolling. Like every individual comment was like, Nick, did you know, right? That Thor is actually a Norse god, and you said that he's a Greek god. So I was like, oh fuck, I must have messed that up in this hour and 49-minute hardly edited video. So I really ought to put a correction. So I wrote it again. I pinned it. It's because I wanted to farm more comments. It wasn't intentional the first time, but it sure as fuck was the second time. So I wrote again that I mistakenly referred to Thor as a Norse god when he is actually Greek. And I just did it again, and let me see, one of these people, someone is baiting comments, actually, weak apologies, stop it. I thought he was from Marvel. So I just posted it again.
Okay, sorry, let's play the video for real, but come on, compare and contrast.
Even though I very forcefully condemned and opposed the firebombing attack on friendly Geordie's house,
I fucking opposed the beard on your face. Holy shit, bro. It looks like somebody's pubes just fucking invaded your chin.
disgraceful, ungrateful, horrible person comes out, he calls me fat, he says that I work for the American state.
Oh, doesn't that suck? Don't you just hate that?
No, you work for the Israelis.
Simply because I criticised Julian Assange.
Amazing way to start a video, Drew, implying that you regret saying that I shouldn't be murdered.
Wait, what? I missed that part. I couldn't get past his horrible facial hair.
In contrast,
Even though I very forcefully condemned and opposed the firebombing attack on friendly Geordie's house, this disgrace.
Wait, the what on the where?
Wow.
You condemned
This
that his
guy's
house
learning
was,
so
his
much.
house was
He is.
firebombed, bro? Alright, well that's a little bit crazier than Ethan Hassan Destiny.
And now he's gonna start thinking he's a journalist.
Horrible person comes out, he calls me fat, he says that I work for the American State Department simply because I
Well, you called me fat and said that I'm an anti-Semite because I disagreed with you on your take about Superman.
criticized Julian Assange.
amazing way to start a video, Drew, implying that you regret saying that I shouldn't be murdered because I called you fat.
Oh no, dude. Oh god, this is actually insane. This context makes this so much worse. This context actually makes this so much worse.
Doesn't matter about the many other times you just honestly shat on me.
Wait, what did he say?
Doesn't matter.
we'll have a moderator.
What's the name of the guy in Keemstar Orbiter?
Alright, here comes this
Many
new
people are
Vagalta.
wondering why he's so nervous to debate a 21-year-old.
He does videos on corrupt
I have 13
politicians,
health,
and
so
he makes someone
hopefully
very angry.
I don't get sniped while it comes in.
Oh my god, someone in his chat just said he does videos on corrupt
Communists
politics.
crying over Pine
No, he
Gap
doesn't.
cringe. Like if you love Pine Gap and want to expand
Spat on me over the years? No, you said something nice about me when it was a convenient way to virtue signal that you're a good guy. Good guy confirmed.
True! He's a certified good boy!
Seriously though, doesn't that first sentence just perfectly
Here we go.
encapsulate
Let's see what
Drew's
this thing can
narcissistic
do.
thinking? Which, to be fair, is the thinking that has propelled his entire career, taking extremely bland, common sense positions and expecting to be either.
Well, he changed it up. Now he's just fucking. Now he's literally just grifting. There's no other way. He's grifting anti-Semitism. I can't. Dude.
Yeah.
Every fact is
Or he's
not on
paid.
his side when it
Paid.
comes to Superman.
Paid.
He's literally seeing hating Jews because that's what he wants. It's like because that would be what would be financially motivating him to talk about it. I guess. So maybe he doesn't do bland positions
he's
anymore.
paid to say it.
Mark.
Literally, guarantee he's taking money to say this shit. If not, there is definitely a financial incentive to do so. Like it's not grifting.
Yeah, he's making $5,000 a month.
Yeah, but it's not grifting. He's like literally following state narratives, repeating Israeli.
They're still not
talking
close
points.
enough for this laser.
Like, it's so obvious that something.
Hey, the laser's working now.
Like something is happening. It's just a matter of what, and obviously he's not going to come out and say, "Yeah, the Israeli state's paying me." What up? Yeah, that's just not going to happen.
Okay, that didn't work out. So the laser beam, very short range. And these things, you know, when I'm in range, and I'm in a slow moving mech, that's when they really are not nice to you.
Yeah. A lot of shit happening right now.
Yeah, I got AC 130s coming in. Bombing strike going in.
I got my Stardust cannon. I'm just tapping in.
So how's the frames now?
Awful.
Well, they're bad on my screen
I'm
too.
dead.
That's what's important. As
I'm
long
dead.
as it's just as bad in chat.
I'm dead.
I know. Ah! It's not looking well for me right now. Definitely gonna fall down.
Okay. I'm gonna go around and specifically take them out.
They do be making glip glop noises.
They do.
Health pack. Okay, bombing plan. Try that. Okay, and then I'm gonna start peppering some AC 130s. Dude, there's so many crates right there. Right where we just struck with all
Yeah.
that shit.
I'm just trying not to die while taking out these fucking aliens. Their shields are blocking the glip block, and I'm able to freely hit them. It's great. One.
Peaceful.
I would never call people a grifter, but he is. I mean, the guy's
Oh
his
my
literal
God.
definition for why he's like
Don't
doing, like
fucking
why
die.
he's tweeting 55 times a day.
I know,
Isn't
right?
because he's changing the world, like he said to his dad when he was screaming, "Get a job! Get a fucking job!" It's actually because he makes $5,000 redos every month.
Celebrated for said positions. Then, when that doesn't happen to the extent that he wants it to,
Well, he's still getting frustrated. I think he quote tweeted me some 10 times, many of which while I was asleep. So I think he was a little frustrated.
getting extremely frustrated by the lack of attention, lashing out by ratcheting
Dude, he's got $5,000 dollarinos, and you're telling me this guy's irrelevant?
up these positions to a range.
By the way, every time Elon Musk heils Hitler...
Nicholas the Goat,
Thank you!
for the $5, my man.
Every time Elon Musk heils Hitler, this guy's one step closer to being unemployed.
Level. Then
imagine you're banking the bulk of your income on a guy who literally sick hails on stage.
going on some chaotic protest quest until someone does pay attention, or in my case, taking back that common sense position that I shouldn't die to punish me for disagreeing with the US State Department by celebrating Assange's release. Even though I condemned the assassin.
Why does he sound like he's gonna cry, dude? Is he in a library? Dude, look behind him. What are all those books?
There's
Is he
weapons
responding
in
like
front
with
of
a
me, I
hyper-aggressive
can't get 'em.
library read?
Nation attempt on Donald
By the way, Tesla code's Oreo. Yeah, dude, you gotta use my link in the description.
Trump, this disgraceful, ungrateful, horrible person refuses to even consider me for VP. Look, this is a very consistent pattern of his. He used to support Assange.
Just talk with Real Bob Cater, and he's gonna call for a nationally owned social media network set up under public charter with a public oversight board. Before you dismiss it as crazy, it's blatantly obvious these are public utilities that are disastrously in private hands. Drew, now would be a good time to make the call to end Julian Assange's persecution for revealing true information in the public interest about U.S. was crimes they committed in a war they lied our country into. I posted multiple times that I believe that Julian Assange must be freed.
Even going so far as to compare himself to as
Okay, listen to this. The presence of aliens with long-range guns has been confirmed. Outpost 267 has been destroyed by shelling. Damage is starting to spread inside the city as well. The enemy is using howitzers with ranges of over 30 kilometers capable of highly precise targeting. Given these characteristics, we've decided that close-range combat using infantry would be the best course of attack. It is a dangerous mission, but you need to approach the enemy unit while avoiding fire. Destroy them with a close-range strike.
Yes. Wait, having had my life almost destroyed by Met Police in 5 days as a result of fake bomb threats initiated by the Chinese government, I have no idea how Julian Assange is still even alive. Oh my god.
Assange, what?
That's crazy, dude. That's actually fucking insane.
One of his more sane adventures.
So he's like, yeah, I've condemned this man. It's like you were.
I recommend watching Nicholas Dioreo's.
Yeah, let's just ignore that part.
Nick should learn about Pine Gap, another U.S. military project that is trillions of miles away from him. Also, lore. Jordy now does a weekly show with Jackson Clark, the one from Boogie.
Really? That's crazy.
Where he suffered for literal days, guys, after the Chinese had nothing better to do than G him up with a fake bomb threat. Wow, what a thorn on the side of the world's largest government Drew is, eh? Drew then withdrew his support of Assange because I stopped supporting Julian Assange because of his fucked up, disgusting online supporters who have spent years.
Oh wait, he doesn't even have a problem with Assange. He has a problem
honestly,
because people are mean. Oh no.
Honestly,
oh no.
this might actually be a good point.
Online. That helps.
This guy would literally,
you know, honestly, for once, Drew's making a good point.
Yeah. And notice how Friendly Geordies is downplaying what China does. Like they're not petty enough to do that.
Incoming fire! That is one hell of a weapon! The enemy is very accurate, so
Get over here.
Keep moving.
Stop running away from me! Oh damn, here come those howitzer.
The enemy is using long-range artillery. They can accurately hit a target
Ouchie.
30 kilometers away.
They actually didn't hit me.
It is a weapon for attacking bases, but it's not suited to hit moving targets. Show them a thing or two about close-range combat. Now that thing has bad guys.
Sake Jews if enough people are mean to him from Ethan's audience. That's crazy, dude.
Oh, it does. This makes it very easy to...
Wait, I'm sorry. Is he still tweeting? I didn't realize he was watching it because nobody in the chat actually... Dude, holy fuck. Nobody actually told me he's still tweeting. He literally just wrote, "Fight me in real life, bare knuckle boxing match."
Hilarious.
This guy's such a fucking loser.
Bro, what a lolcow thing to say.
He's watching the stream and he thinks that makes him look good.
Bro, we need him. We need him on lolcow live, bro.
Drew has decided Assange is a rapist.
He's got to replace Jordy.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, people are mean online. He's a rapist?
Harassed him online. Drew has decided to
Go grab those
One of
crates.
the worst Australians to ever live.
Behind
He
us
brings
there.
so much shame to our nation. A rapist, a Kremlin stooge. Holy fuck, dude.
Raptors, quote, harassed him online. Drew has decided Assange is a rapist. Something.
No, it's the thing. This is like, it's.
That's the charge that Sweden tried to get him on, right?
Yeah. So like, people say that it was like a political thing.
Yeah.
Enemy ship detected.
Like,
It's releasing a landing ship.
WikiLeaks. I mean, Matt Taibbi's probably a raper too. I'm just saying, and he ain't got shit on Julian Assange. Julian Assange is way cooler than him.
They're coming down.
Damn, that thing got taken out real fast.
Yeah, I fucking hit it with a bunch of AC-130 cannons.
Fair enough.
It's the I have the cannonball shot that has the spread.
Yeah. Okay. I am dead.
What could they be planning?
Silly goose.
Aliens with heavy arms.
Come on, pick him up.
I died like Yamcha.
So they predicted we would attack their artillery.
Wow. That thing one-shot me. That's cool.
He's using new weaponry. Proceed with caution.
We need to collect more data. To get a grasp for their weapons capabilities, draw out the battle for as long as you can.
Video.
I'm dodging one-shot attacks right now, and I'm dead.
Alright. I will readjust my weapon.
Yeah, I've seen people say that Assange was accused, and if it's timely, that's fair. That's a fair thing to say, but it doesn't really distract from the fact that he's like, I'm withdrawing my support because his fans suck.
I think that even the...
Kind of pathetic, yeah.
Guys, I'm withdrawing my support from Adolf Hitler because honestly, these guys took me from my home and like threw me in a building or something.
Original Swedish complainants never accused Assange of. And this is despite the fact that Drew Pavlov's own career is...
Alright, dude, okay. You know what? I see Stardust in chat saying that we need to have a debate over this. Alright,
I told you.
we can have a debate. The topic for the debate is prove that you're not gay and you didn't intentionally go into the gay bar. So I'll give you about 24 hours to prepare. Dude, I'm never doing a fucking debate on like, you're mad, bro. I'm not doing the quartering debate again. When you have a YouTube channel that's substantial, you can make a video on me, I guess.
So off the back of harassing people online and offline.
My head's behind my back. I haven't touched a single person. Come hit me. I'm not a coward.
Dude, he's been doing the fight me IRL shit for years.
It'd be like me suddenly deciding I think Drew Pavlov actually sent a bomb threat to the Chinese embassy because his supporters called me short. Lock him up. And technically, if you look at the average height of... Nah, that wouldn't happen. All of his replies are his own followers.
How is it slander to call you fat? Wait, this is what his actual replies look like now? Oh god, no! Wait, no, that's how it looks now! Oh no! Wait, no, bro, hold on, wait, I gotta find one Drew Pavlo tweet. He should have deleted all this shit before I went live. That would have fucked me over so bad.
Bro,
is if he
needs
knew
to
this was
see our
coming and
interview
wiped all the tweets
where
while
you can
streaming.
see
That
the
was like
start
the
of the
only way to save
decline.
face here. Holy fuck. Yeah, Drew Pavlo. I have a Wikipedia page. I'm actually
Stop
super relevant.
running
Taylor Lorenz
away.
wrote an article about me in the New York Times. Oh my god, bro.
Was calling him fat. Also, Drew, I never accused you of working for the US State Department, even an ungrateful, tanky pig. That's amazing.
And it's funny, he does this. Everybody who hates him is a lefty. Okay, all right, yeah, sure.
We're making that a shirt.
They all must be social. He's the new Tonka, classic internet tough guy. I'm noticing they're making a lot of like they're creating lefty Tonka. That's like the thing, right? He's become lefty Tonka.
A great.
Thank you. I think Drew got okay. Jesus, I'm not reading that one. I think that would be bad if that happened.
A tanky pig such as myself wouldn't have a view so low of the US that I think that they consider employing you. Please pay attention, Drew. What I said was way more intelligent than that. I said that if I said your name...
I was looking to go find his fucking tweet, because I was looking for a good example, right? Dude, these are the replies. So, he tweets, sick to a reply, I live in Australia, retard, right? And then I say, why are you crashing out and replying to tweets multiple times? I understand you're like a Twitter guy, but like surely you could handle a couple of ratios. And he writes, you're fat. So I wrote back, surely this will be the one that slays the dragon. And it wasn't the one, to be clear, it wasn't the one. But then, like, at least I guess this is one of our guys.
My mic's
here.
open again.
I'm a big fan of your work, Mr.
Doing
John
the thing where it
Pork.
just randomly opened.
You're fat, can you at least be serious with it? Where are the other ones? Where are his actual... I can't look at his tweets because he just retweet baits the entire fucking time. Like, this guy literally posts tweet after tweet after tweet after tweet of just the most fucking irrelevant shit possible. So if I want to have this conversation...
Don't worry,
if I want
I'm
to find
here.
this conversation that took place, like, at most 12 hours ago, I have to scroll, like,
They
for
do
hours,
be making
hours,
flip-flop
hours.
noises.
And you're wondering, what kind of man gets $5,000 dollary dues every single... This is what you have to do. You have to literally sit on your phone all fucking day and farm interaction after interaction after interaction after interaction after... Dude, when I turn off my stream, I can go out, you know? Tomorrow, we're just gonna do the UFC all day. I'm watching fights all day. This guy's gonna be fucking tweeting.
It's releasing a landing ship.
We're in the rice fields, motherfucker.
Landing ship approaching. Aliens incoming.
Tweeting. We're gonna get to the argument at some point. This is like Dark Viper. What is happening right now? Holy fuck. I mean, would you rather do this or just work in an office, given the opportunity? I would rather work in the office. Then at least my parents would respect me. Hold on, let me see. Eventually we'll find this, right? 21. This is 21. Did we miss it? Did he like... Oh, here. Wait. Oh my god, we're at the last tweet. We just hit the last tweet. Alright, what was
So
it? 12 hours
Spritefall
ago?
also wasn't a good choice.
Let's see. My body
Because it doesn't.
dysmorphia.
They don't give enough points.
I don't think I quote tweeted this one.
Interesting.
Yours is one of the least disparaging. Also, sorry to say this, but Wikipedia page is not a huge flex, particularly because most people don't even respect Wikipedia. This style of cartoon isn't designed to make anyone look good. Oh, God. Yeah, race dysmorphia is clearly the most pertinent issue. No hate, but I think you have body dysmorphia.
I always do
The first image is the one of your soul. Why did you post a comparison image, bro? It looks just like you. What the fuck? BTW, you look fat as fuck, Drew. Like, really fat.
I just saw Kepler's tweet on Nicholas Steele.
You proved on the spot that the art is you. Oh god, that's funny. You look like shit. That was one of the nicer ones, to be clear. Where are the ones where you just post my face? Those ones, there were some really... This isn't even an own. He just used a photo where I look objectively better than him. I didn't even see this one. There's another one. What the fuck are we even doing here? You look like Augustus Gloop from fucking Willy Wonka. How many times... He went to the, I think that was the 4th time he used... Yeah, look, there's another one. He's just repeating the same... This is how he farms money. Here, let me see. What did he get on this one? At least get some new material. He'd be better off if it was. Fat on fat crime, you have no job. Aryan Beast. And then they're quoting that. Jesus. 2 fat people calling each other fat. 2 fat people beefing. You look like the Crimson Chin. Oh, fuck, dude. Still a fat fuck? I thought it was your fat ass, but I forgot you're also brown. Then this one's just him posted with food? They just took a picture of him eating, and they just put that one in there, dude. You look like an overinflated chipmunk with a hedgehog sitting on your head. You are in no place to talk about anyone else's looks. You are as fat as him. He's thin next to you.
You'd be so aroused by the attention that you'd come yourself, which I'm sure you did. You
How'd that
then get
feel,
arrested
idiot?
for public indecency, and then pretend it was because you were protesting for freedom.
Wait, how indecent was he?
Funny watching a kind of block them.
Did you see Billy Sweet? Yeah, we showed that one.
To whatever the preferred victim of the US.
Huh?
It's really funny watching her try and block the glip flop. This idiot decided with no health, instead of reviving me, to go and die instead.
You're funny.
Enemy ship detected.
Thanks.
You should be happy that I'm here.
It's an enemy landing ship. Here they come. Surface unit, brace yourselves.
Enemy artillery unit confirmed. It's guarded by a convoy.
Eliminate the guards and defeat the artillery.
Guards.
You're a guard.
The state is that weak. The US State Department isn't paying you for your Twitter activism. They don't have to pay you.
Yes.
If they were gonna pay you, they'd be wise to pay you
Exactly.
to stop.
That's
In fact,
the key.
I reckon
as well,
you
you
would
know?
have to pay-
Like to think Drew is actually funded by the government, right? Remember what we know about cognitive dissonance. The lower the actual financial incentive is, the more you will have cognitive dissonance. That's right.
Yeah.
I really wish my mic wasn't open on the game. That would be cool.
Hey Dan, look at this. State Department gift store. Oh, Drew, I bet you're salivating at these stunning State Department computer backpacks.
What the fuck? I don't get that joke.
Forcefully helped you out.
Yeah.
Is that like I don't know?
Possibly
Because he's
that
not
was the
funny.
first one to go over my head. Chat, we're doing pretty
Make
good.
fun of me again.
So simply because I speak up for humanity, this disgraceful bloke, he attacked.
Why does it, dude? All these guys want to be fucking Martin Luther King, dude. They all want to be treated like Martin Luther King. This is like the Mama Max of politics, dude. Oh, they're coming after me. It's like, dude.
Simply because I speak up for humanity.
I speak up for him. That's the only reason these guys hate me.
This disgraceful bloke, he attacks me, he slurs
Ow.
me, he attacks my character. Evil person, I fucking hate him. And anyone who ever thinks about saying anything nice
I didn't even know
about
he
him
was
or
charging
defending
up.
him, think again, because this is how he'll treat you, even when you come
I
out
have
and,
This is the
nothing that can
most
kill these
pussy
guys
shit
unless I
I've
bring
ever
that
seen
big
in my
gun.
life, bro.
and oppose the firebombing of his house. Disgraceful, disgusting
Put it
person.
right
Oh,
there.
so mean, Drew. You think I'm evil? You hate me? Because
Dude, Paige Christie would watch this and be like, bro, this guy's too mean. I don't like him.
after Trump was shot, you didn't waste a second to scold people for claiming their political opponents were evil.
Is he still
I mean, at
threatening
least
you on Twitter? He's like tweeting that we should bare knuckle box.
the video wasn't as bad as the caption. Oh yeah, we're going through that now.
Wait, what is that, bro? Oh my god, dude. How many preemptive statements does he have to make before he says something nice in this, which is supposed to be like a nice video?
Though I very strongly oppose the firebombing of @Friendly Jodie's house.
Oh, I would just not make the tweet. If that was the first sentence, I would, yeah.
This very vicious, slimy, ungrateful, tanky pig. A washed-up ex-male model.
This is like when Bunty King is like, this was the worst year of my life. All of my friends are horrible. I hate every last one of you. Oh, and by the way, happy birthday. It wasn't like, it was something like that. It was some extremely depressing comment that he wrote to his friends on Facebook. And he's like, by the way, thanks for the birthday wishes.
Nipples protruding has the gall to slander me and hurls slurs at me in his recent video, calling me fat. Nipples protruding. What? What does that mean?
Dude, he's got hard nips.
Drew, I think you're mentally back in the gay nightclub again. Yeah.
Oh fuck, bro! This is retarded.
Sure,
This is insane.
I'll be the first
What's
to
the
admit,
name
maybe
of the
sometime.
guy? Keemstar Orbiter, Nick Oreo, Mr. Oreo.
If only Drew from O was on the right side, Mike
Hey,
from
man.
Ka and him could rule the internet like Renly Baratheon and Loras Tyrell were gonna rule Westeros. At least he's got a shot at Taylor Lorenz one day.
Bro, I read fucking Loras. Like, it said Loras Tyrell, and then I saw Taylor Lorenz, and I thought
we should look
fucking,
into the.
I thought the
protest
fucking
against
donation sound had like a stroke.
I was in the studio, the
Ukraine.
aircon is a little too...
Yeah.
We should look at the protests in Ukraine.
Yeah. This video, I wasn't expecting to watch this much of it, but it's just been amazing.
It has been pretty
You
good.
know, anything making fun of him like this is so good.
Jog, baby, I sometimes look like Miranda from that iconic scene in Sex and the City.
Big nipples! We have secretly replaced Miranda's mom.
Alright, we got it.
Changing your mind like I'm aided and
He's
Mr.
skipping
Big.
his
In the
jokes. You
video
see
you're
that? He
talking
literally
about,
said, alright,
I'm
we got
wearing
it,
a
and skipped the
jacket.
joke.
Hilarious.
Wait, where are
He's
his
already
protruding
getting sick of
nipples?
him.
I'm aided and Mr. Big. But in the video you're talking about, I'm wearing a jacket.
Are these the protruding nipples right here? Like his, dude, his nipples are so hard, they're blasting through the suit jacket.
Where can you see my nipples? In fact, I think I've been wearing some form of this jacket in almost all my videos for over a year. Did my nipples make such a psychic
Bro, it's right there. That's your nip, dude.
impact on you that they're all you can think about when you picture me?
Dude, he accidentally went to the gay bar.
This isn't really helping you. I have a girlfriend defend. This is it. Another reason I love Drew is this ad from when he ran for Senate. Check this.
To show you just how serious I am about national.
This is like when I was. This is wait, dude. The broke version is actually getting in an F-15 and recording a video for your Twitter to tell everybody you're serious about what you do. The woke
The video
version
is literally
getting
called
on a roller
Lol
coaster
Cow.
at Disneyland and addressing
Yeah,
Shred Logic
yes, it
and the
is.
Tommy C
Friendly
drama.
This ad
video.
from when he ran for Senate. Check this.
To show you just how
Wait, he ran for Senate? Oh God, how did that go?
serious I am
Not
about
well.
national security.
That's not an
About
F-15.
as
Every plane is an
expect-
F-15.
well as you would expect it to go.
Flying
Really.
above Brisbane right now. I see the horizon just like I see the future for Australian voters.
Nick just started
Oh my
insulting me
God.
viciously on Twitter.
Donation sound is
I
perfect.
can't reply this steam sad face. Is that on purpose or accident?
You can't reply this. If you just donated, then you're not banned from the stream. I don't know.
Threatening the Solomon Islands and threatening Darwin.
If you're banned from the chat, you can't send a donation. They'll stop you.
We've got to protect our country.
That's a B-17 bomber. Well, his whole Twitter is a bomber.
Never give in. Never ever give in. I'll roll with the punches in Parliament.
I think that Elon Musk should defund them. I'm kidding.
Just like a
Dude, his dad's gonna make him go to work.
rolling with punches in this fighter jet now. Politicians want us to sell out to China. I'll never allow it. I'll always defend Australia's sovereignty.
That's a.
What an
This is the
asshole.
thing from
What-
Star Wars.
No, I'm not.
These are the bombers
Why
from
would
Star
so
Wars:
many
The Last
people be
Jedi.
Googling that?
Replay. Auto.
Oh yeah, it's the pinned comment. The chat was spamming the docs that Bad Empanada or whatever is responsible for. Well, yeah, that was good.
No matter what. Vote Drew Pavlik for Senate.
Hey, thank you for hitting the goal. Dude, you're gonna make him feel insufficient.
A patriotic progressive that'll bring Australia well into the future.
Guys, instead of talking about money in intervals of pinball machines, we're gonna talk about money in intervals of Drew Pavelos. Like 10 grand is a pinball machine, 5 grand is a Drew Pavelo. Okay?
I'm dead.
How did we
I'm
miss
so
that?
dead.
That is
Oh my
his
God, thank
only grab for attention that actually had my attention. If I knew he did that in the last election, I would have paid him out then. Drew Pavlik, Democratic Alliance. And then he does a classic Gerber Gooley video to show how democratic he is.
Wait, what?
You see how he's always teetering on the edge of becoming everything he hates?
That's a
now, who
fucking
am I
good
kidding?
reference.
Drew Maverick Pavlu would get my...
Drew Maverick Pavlo is fucking retarded. That's so good. That's so good, dude. This is. Wait. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna get in trouble for this. Oh my god, he's Top Goy Maverick. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh no. He's become Top Goy Maverick. No.
A vote. Just look at this platform, guys. Lock Julian Assange up. Yes. Put Australia in NATO. Must be one of those Principality European nations. And make Pine Gap 1,000 times bigger.
What the fuck is Pine Gap, dude? Is he still at the gay bar?
Dude, he went to the gay bar to make Pine Gap bigger.
Holy shit, that man likes foreign spies. What a, quote, progressive patriot.
What is Pine Gap, dude? I think the Pine Gap is what he was trying to extend in the bar.
Pine Gap is estimated to be 23 kilometres square.
He has a girlfriend, by the way.
For now, at least. So Drew wants to make Pine Gap 23,000 kilometres square.
Is that going to be bigger than the size of...
Which is about the size of Israel.
Guess he's consistent.
He's amazing, isn't he? I would do the hack joke of saying that Drew is more creative than Andy Kaufman, but that honestly...
Bro, he actually just fucking predicted the future. That's crazy, dude. This is the full year before all this happened.
Not be doing the man justice, because get this, after...
Dude, he just had a fucking premonition.
Tweeting for a day, and presumably feeling as if he hadn't squeezed enough clout out of the most inconsequential beef of 2024, he challenged me to a debate moderated by Leo Puglisi of 60.
Is that guy like 12? That is a 12-year-old in a suit.
News baby.
That is either a 12-year-old
Bro
or that's
is
the
learning so
bully
much
from
more.
season 4 of Stranger Things.
Which, huge fan of Leo, no disrespect, but it is very fitting that this beef be moderated
That's like, I need Aiden projects in 2016.
by a 16-year-old. I can see the promos now. Two great minds locked in, battling it out in the free marketplace of ideas. Australia's very own Greek philosophers engaged in an impassioned round of intellectual jujitsu.
Alright, I'm gonna let you watch the rest of this. I'm Drew Pavlu'd out. Also,
See?
we're currently going through...
You're actually
there's no pin comment.
friendly Jordy's out.
Anniversary lectures with Mr. Pavlu. I can confirm he literally just sits there and tweets throughout the... Dude, maybe that's why his dad was so mad. He's sitting there instead of acing his like, I gotta fucking I'm a freedom fighter, Dad. I gotta be on Twitter. I got to be on Twitter. Mr. JF Gayapi or whatever. He's just teaching me shit that I don't need to know. I already got my whole life figured it out. I'm a professional protester, mate. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know you paid my tuition, but realistically, this is I'll make $5,000 a month, Daddy. Listen, well, you can't make $5,000 a month as an art major.
A new type of enemy spacecraft has appeared above the city. Ground units prepare for androids. Is my mic still open?
Yep.
It keeps going in and out. It fixes it if I fucking leave. If I leave the room, will it close?
Yeah. Hey, that's pretty good. Achi.
What if I do this?
What if? I'll be back soon.
Invasion in 2022, Ukrainians are taking to the streets en masse to protest the actions of their government, specifically President Zelenskyy, in a controversial bill he signed into law yesterday. And as expected, any sort of internal division like this is being seized upon by bad actors around the world, framing it in whatever ways best suit their agenda. So today we're going to do our best to unpack this issue, provide a range of different viewpoints, and best understand where things could go from here. Now, that said, I am no expert in Ukrainian domestic politics. I barely understand American politics, for what it's worth. So I'm certain that in the course of today's video, I'm going to miss some of the nuance that only Ukrainians could understand, or the process and historic divisions that make things appear a little bit different than they actually are. So be sure to check out the comments section, because there are a lot of people a lot smarter than me that watch these videos, and I'm certain they're going to chime in with points of clarification and corrections to help us all better understand exactly what's happening here. And for all of you doing exactly that, thank you. Now, diving in, big picture, bottom line up front here, this bill centralizes prosecutorial control in the name of wartime efficiency, but in turn has triggered the fiercest domestic and international backlash of Zelensky's presidency. The prosecutor general can now direct, reassign, or even close investigations opened by the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, NABU, and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, SAPO. Critics of this bill say it destroys the firewall that led these two organizations to pursue senior-level graft without political interference. And not to get too far ahead of ourselves here, we are going to be looking at a U.S. response to this, and notably, we have Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, hey, this is the Ukrainian people protesting against Zelenskyy because he's a dictator and they're corrupt. Time to stop funding Ukraine. Time to stop providing weapons to Ukraine. Throw them out of office. So that's how quickly this is being spun in certain directions, which makes it even more important to understand exactly what's happening here. Now, the Financial Times had a pretty solid breakdown of everything here. They quoted Anastasia Radina, the head of the Parliamentary Anti-Corruption Committee, who warned that the legislation would effectively dismantle Ukraine's anti-corruption infrastructure, reducing the agencies to purely decorative institutions dependent on the will of the prosecutor general. In that same article, a lawmaker close to the president admitted that dissolving institutions backed by Western allies could endanger Ukraine's position at a critical time. They are right now looking at additional aid packages, military aid packages, provided by the United States, producing those, manufacturing those, selling those to our European allies, who in turn will be providing those to Ukraine. They say Transparency International condemned the coordinated actions, calling them an attempt by authorities to, quote, undermine the independence of Ukraine's post-revolution of dignity anti-corruption institutions. Now, right out the gate, I think it's worth diving into what Ukrainians are saying about this, and it's an open press, right? So we've got both independent journalists on the ground putting out reports, quite a few, talking about this, and then state media, institutional media is a better way to put it, talking about this as well across a variety of organizations. In these protests that, depending on the location, they were across the country. In Kyiv, I heard thousands, and the pictures seem to back that up. Hundreds in some other areas around the country. Veto the law tended to be the banner that was seen across many of these. It's the first mass government protest since the full-scale invasion in 2022. So for anything like this to happen in the midst of an ongoing war shows just how significant it is. And to that end, I wanted to start with some Ukrainians on the street showing their face, right, which is a key component here, not afraid to speak up, which I think speaks to, the democracy aspect of this, the freedom aspect of this, where you don't see the same type of pushback in places like
in Russia.
Russia. So turning to a couple clips here of Ukrainians being interviewed in the protest.
Honestly, that is a good sign.
About why they're in the streets and why they're upset about this.
I'm here today because I'm against the law that our government is trying to provide, which basically destroys Ukrainian anti-corruption.
Like in Euromaidan, other than it was in the middle of winter.
Yeah.
Like, so people did have masks for, like, winter purposes, but, like, the only people who weren't showing their face was, like, right sector and shit.
Yeah. For obvious reasons. Interesting.
But, like,
I mean, it really, like, spits in the face of all these people who are like, oh, Ukraine is a dictatorship. Like, are they?
But if you watch when the police are killing people, none of the people they're shooting have masks on.
Yes, in Euromaidan. Another glass of tap water.
So who's to say it was even right sector who was moving barricades? I'm sure there was right sector in a lot of it. But from what I know, right sector were the ones that were firing back at police. So they're kind of providing suppressive fire.
Okay. While the others pushed up with their bricks and shit.
Well, they would burn tires for smoke cover.
That's a smart idea.
And moved up throughout the day progressively.
Crazy.
Continued with suppressive fire to the cops.
We should do a deep dive onto Euromaidan one day. So I don't really know much about it. Like, I know enough, but not specifics or like operation, like
Well, like,
line of events
I only really understood what was happening
afterwards.
years later.
I think that's likely the case in most scenarios, I would imagine.
I just wasn't as politically aware of the world.
Definitely doesn't help. Anyway, play the video. I'll be back in a second.
Achievements that we received during since revolution of dignity.
I was a kid in 2014 when my country fought for independence from President Yanukovych dictatorship, and now we see that today's government takes these laws that take our country back to this 2013-14 period. We want to address our president right now that he has to veto this law because it's against basic democracy and independence of anti-corruptional institutions in our country.
Then turning to some more institutional Ukrainian organizations here, the Kyiv Post ran a couple different articles, one written by Timothy Ash, who's been studying and writing about Ukraine for 35 years, who had an article titled, "Zelenskyy Presents Putin with PR Gift." He said this is obviously and clearly another setback in the fight against corruption. It is simply ridiculous for the new prosecutor general to argue that corruption is not that big of a problem in Ukraine. Sure, the fight for survival against Russia is the #1 challenge, but I would argue second is the fight against corruption. Another article published just today in the Kyiv Post was titled, quote, "On Threat to Independence of Ukraine's Anti-Corruption Infrastructure." Now, this was actually a statement republished in the Kyiv Post by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, where they say, quote, "We call on President Zelenskyy to continue supporting the independence of anti-corruption institutions in Ukraine and not sign the proposed legislation." Well, he did sign the proposed legislation yesterday, and from everything I've seen, the majority of the feedback, including from Ukrainians, is not in favor of this at this point. President Zelenskyy, nonetheless, a few hours later, made his first public address, saying, quote, "The anti-corruption infrastructure will work, only without Russian influence. Everything needs to be cleaned of this, and there must be more justice." Now, this came on the heels of some raids into these organizations where they did find a variety of laws that have been broken, everything from minor traffic violations, which should not set off all that many alarm bells, all the way to what they say is treason, and some of these folks actually working directly with Russia. That appears to be what spurred on this relatively rapid major change, a change that is getting the most domestic and international pushback since the war began. I think we got Helly coming to join us again here. Yep, she's wandering around. New doggo. Just got her a couple days ago, so you're going to see her walking through the background from time to time. Now, I think it is important to look at the reception that this is receiving in Russia and how... There she goes. Good girl. So the reception of how this is being framed in Russia right now, Rybar, media outlet there, says, so if in Washington they decide to put Zelenskyy aside, then this episode will be the formal pretext. The media will trumpet this because as the starting point for the so-called Ukraine's retreat from democracy. So a change of president is necessary. And you're going to see this kind of mirrored a little bit in some U.S. media here in a second, especially from Marjorie Taylor Greene, which tends to be kind of the most extreme anti-Ukraine view in the United States. But nonetheless, they're seizing upon that of Zelenskyy is the problem. He is the one acting against the will of the Ukrainian people. Therefore, he must be replaced if we're set to move forward at all. Two Majors, a Russian mill blogger here, says, quote, now in Ukraine, there is no one at all to monitor the theft of money, even American money, and no one inside the country will make claims for the funds already stolen. No transparency of power, no alternative opinion, no possibility for the residents of Ukraine to break out of this medieval state. The only options are extortion, the SBU, fear, and death. I think the live protests being streamed and citizens taking to the streets, not covering their faces and speaking out against this probably pushes back on the idea that there's no alternative opinion allowed in Ukraine. I mean, there's international journalists on the ground there and domestic journalists.
Shut your pie hole.
A lot of people speaking out against the government. I think that the mayor of Kyiv was on the ground pushing back against this. So there's clearly room for a difference of opinion. But nonetheless, we're seeing that this is kind of the route that a lot of Russian media is taking. That this is the Ukrainian president clamping down on society and closing it off once and for all. Russian media TASS was a little broader. They didn't have much of an opinion piece here, really just reporting what happened. They said Vladimir Zelenskyy is hampering agreements to settle the conflict in Ukraine, so Washington should stop its military support to the government. And they quote U.S. lawmaker Marjorie Taylor Greene in that statement, which is a good transition here to some of the reception here in the United States.
Bro,
the most
they
important
told her
one, I think, to
directly
watch
tweet
right
this.
now
You know what I'm saying?
is how the people that are
Putin
very
called
much
her
opposed
himself.
to any support for Ukraine are handling this, because it'll give us an idea of the narrative of how this is going to be presented. She says, quote, huge protests erupt in Kyiv against Ukrainian President Zelenskyy as he is a dictator and refuses to make peace and end the war. Good for the Ukrainian people. Throw him out of office. And America must stop funding and sending weapons. Now, that is not a very genuine assessment of what's happening here. If you look at the protests, which, again, no doubt are the largest since the war began, and they are protesting against President Zelenskyy, they are protesting against this specific bill. Now, it could spiral into something larger. We've seen that in governments throughout history, right? It starts with protesting a singular issue, and over time, as the government or the individual kind of clamps down and says, no, this is what it's going to be, deal with it, you see more of a protest against that person. But as of now, it appears to be a protest against the bill, which does seem to be a pretty healthy civic response. There's nothing happening right now around Zelenskyy, people protesting because Zelenskyy won't end the war. That just hasn't been the case. There is some split opinion inside of Ukraine. It is not 100% in one direction or the other, not by a long shot, but we haven't seen wide-scale protests at all about the negotiating position in Ukraine or Ukraine's goal at this point to continue fighting until they push Russia out of their territory, or at least find some sort of long-term just peace. But of course,
that's a huge fleet.
That's a huge bitch.
Trying to infest the town with monsters. Well, it's not gonna happen. Time to do some extermination.
of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the narrative worth following here is it goes from this is a protest against Zelenskyy because he is a dictator, he will not make peace, he wants the war to continue.
Hostiles are raining down. Proceed with caution. Foot soldiers, don't stray too far from the tanks.
Yeah.
Continue, throw him out of office, we must stop arming Ukraine. I would not be shocked to see that that messaging picked up on by more here in the United States that are, again, pretty far in that camp of anti-Ukraine. I know some folks would argue pro-Russia to a degree. That's not, at this point, looking to be kind of the traditional, the mainstream view in the United States. In fact, it doesn't really look like these protests have really gained much traction in mainstream media here in the U.S., but keep an eye out for that kind of extreme view as it starts to possibly gain more traction. The European Union as well pushed back on this. Again, across the board, we're seeing pushback. Marta Kos, an EU official, said she was seriously concerned over today's vote in the Rada. The dismantling of key safeguards protecting NABU's independence is a serious step back. The independent bodies like NABU and SEPO are essential for Ukraine's EU path. Rule of law remains in the very center of EU accession and
that
negotiations.
I think is the main point
So
that they're
in terms of what to
protesting
keep an
over.
eye out for here going forward, the additional protests appear to be planned for today. They're probably going to grow. All indications are that they are going to.
Androids.
The international statements we've seen so far have been relatively niche. Like people very focused on Ukraine or very
They've been doing
tied
damage.
into ongoing issues in Ukraine. We're going to have to wait and see today if we start to see a broader
Bro, they're
range
Spider-Mans.
of pushback. I know we did get a statement from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Haven't seen anything from the U.S. Department of State, from the White House, anything like that.
I'm going
When we
towards the
start seeing
objective.
that, if it's pushback, as everything has been so far, It's going to be interesting to see if Zelensky decides on some sort of reversal or maybe changing up this policy. But again, as it sits right now, he has essentially doubled down and says, no, this is the way to go. Because we're in the middle of a war, we need to have this more efficient path of dealing with corruption, and it shouldn't matter. Not being well received across Ukraine at this point. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next
jumping. Ow.
Is this what you wanted me to watch here?
What?
Personal relationship with Donald Trump.
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Wasn't Virginia Guthrie?
No, I'd like to answer that question, at least today. I'm going to have to assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment rights.
Have you ever had a personal relationship?
Like, we're not multiple of the victims
I don't know. You tell
working at Mar-a-Lago
You tell
when
me.
Jeffrey Epstein got them? I'm
You
pretty
tell
sure
me.
that's what happened. I am not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that's how it happened. Pretty sure Mar-a-Lago was like one of the places that he would pick up women, primarily little girls.
The machine guns really fuck these things up.
Oh, do they?
Because it attaches to them and they start flying through the air.
Ah, interesting. That's funny. The sparklet sends them flying. He's getting juggled like a bitch. He got popped like a balloon. Ooh, I need help. I need help. I need help. I need help. What? He's shooting at me. Oh, I don't want to.
Alright, let's go pick up Charlie.
With Donald Trump?
The objective.
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert
Oh,
my
that's literally the whole video, okay.
Sixth and 14th Amendment rights.
But, you happy? Is this what you wanted?
Didn't we know this already? It hasn't just been out for ages? I swear I've seen this video before. The silence is very loud.
The what?
His silence on the question is very loud. Ah, there's a lot of them.
Here's a good Syria video. I've watched already on stream, but it's really good, so we'll watch it with you.
Okay.
Take them on once you've grouped up. Fall back to Charlie's position.
Who's Charlie? It's so fun. They just well, I agree. No way, Peter Clinton. Oh, my jetpack. Oh, no, my jetpack. Come back, please. Please come back. Maybe come back. I don't know the words. And these guys are persistent. juggles. I'm just having fun juggling these guys. Well. Made a video.
Oh, it's on the other screen.
Attention.
Sorry.
Through Israel's action.
It's because somebody wanted me to go to Twitter. Thought it was something to do with the Ukraine protest, not Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Why does Israel protect the Druze? On the 16th of July, Israeli jets struck deep inside Syria, not to target Iranian proxies or respond to rocket fire, but to defend a vulnerable minority community, the Druze. For many, it was a surprising and dramatic move that defied immediate explanation.
Where the fuck are these missiles, bro?
Cross-border
Here they come.
escalation for an Arab population it doesn't even govern. The answer lies in one of the Middle East's most unusual relationships, one that stretches back many decades to the first years of the Israeli state. So, who exactly are the Druze, and what explains this seemingly unlikely partnership? Hello and welcome, I'm James Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict and security.
That's illegal.
International relations is full of unusual and often unlikely relationships. Democratic states support dictatorships, secular powers back religious regimes, and long-standing rivals form tactical partnerships. But while we usually think of state-to-state ties, these can also emerge between countries and various non-state, sub-state, and transnational groups. A good example is Israel. Over many decades, it's built a fascinating history of engaging with non-state actors and minority groups to balance against wider regional threats. Within this complex web of diplomacy and strategy, the relationship between Israel and the Druze stands out as one of the more unusual and enduring examples of such ties. At home, it's become a symbolically important partnership between Israel as a Jewish state and an Arab minority community. But while this relationship has long had domestic implications, it's now gained international attention through Israel's actions in Syria. To understand this relationship, we need to understand who exactly the Druze are. Ethnically Arab and Arabic-speaking, the Druze are a small, tightly knit religious community that emerged in Egypt in the early 11th century, combining elements of Shia Islam with other religions and philosophies, including the idea of reincarnation. They've long been seen as heretical by mainstream Muslims and face centuries of persecution. As a result, they've developed a tradition of secrecy, isolation, and pragmatism. Often settling in remote mountainous areas where they can protect themselves. They've long had a history of strategically aligning with dominant powers in order to preserve their security. Today, it's estimated that there are around 1.5 million Druze around the world.
Let me
While
get
there's
him.
a diaspora community with many in the United States, the majority are concentrated in just 3 countries. Most live in Syria, somewhere between 600,000 and 700,000, mainly in the rugged Jabal al-Druze region around Suwaida in the south of the country. Meanwhile, approximately 300,000 to 400,000 live in neighbouring Lebanon, particularly in the Shuf and Mount Lebanon regions. Finally, approximately 130,000 Druze live in Israel, primarily in the Galilee and the Golan Heights areas in the northeast of the country. But just how did Israel become so close to the Druze? Our story begins in 1948 with the partition of Palestine by the United Nations and the creation of the State of Israel. Although the new state was established as a Jewish homeland, it also included several Arab communities, as well as the Palestinians, hundreds of thousands of whom had also been displaced in the process. This also included Sunni Muslim Bedouins, as well as the Druze. While many of Israel's Arab citizens felt alienated from the new state, as a community, the Druze took a different path. Seeing an opportunity to secure their position, they chose to integrate, and in 1956 an agreement was reached allowing Druze men to serve in the Israeli Defense Forces. Today, while Bedouins and Palestinians can in fact volunteer, the Druze are the only Arabic-speaking group subject to compulsory military conscription. And while they once had their own battalion, nowadays Druze soldiers serve in regular combat units as well as in other parts of the IDF, including special forces and intelligence units. Indeed, many have risen to senior ranks, including several generals. At the same time, the Druze have steadily become more integrated into Israeli society, serving in the police and civil service in what is widely seen as a mutually beneficial relationship. For Israel, the Druze are not only viewed as a trusted and reliable minority, but also a useful example of Arab integration. For the Druze, it brings access to state resources, political representation, and social mobility. And while some younger members of the Druze community have started questioning this loyalty, arguing that they face discrimination in many areas, the relationship overall remains strong. But while Israel has developed close ties with its Druze citizens, over the decades the relationship has also gone beyond the country's borders. Notably, it's also engaged with the Lebanese Druze. There, the Druze community has long been a significant political force, particularly under the leadership of the Jumblat family and the Progressive Socialist Party.
I'll be back in a second.
You said the F slur. You called me a slur. That's a hate crime. It's a hate crime, dude. This dude looks thrilled.
Yeah.
Can you bring a 5-way Mirage? Because it's explosive, it should CC them. And then the other one that might be pretty good was that one gun I was saying, the Spine Buster, or whatever it's called. Because even if you miss them, it bursts.
It sucks.
It was great against the spiders.
It sucked.
Nah, you just don't know how to use it. You shoot the ground in front of them.
Okay. I'm not going to use it.
Or the building that they're on. That's what made it good, though, is like when you fucking hit around them with those medium mag lasers that she has, it allows you to fucking stay in the air and fly. And you don't necessarily have to be hitting them.
I don't like the lasers.
The sniper laser is great. The lasers are good if you have the specific core to build around them.
That's a huge fleet.
That's a huge bitch.
And although Israel's main allies during the 15-year civil war were the Maronite Christians, there were also moments of cooperation with the Druze. This was particularly the case when their interests aligned, such as resisting Syrian influence or confronting Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed Shia militia. But as with many alliances forged during the war, these relationships were often fragile and shaped by Lebanon's constantly shifting political landscape, rather than formed from any deep ties between the two. Meanwhile, the situation in Syria has always been very different. Given the deep enmity between Syria and Israel, the Syrian Druze have traditionally kept their distance from Israel, fearful of being branded traitors. For example, and in contrast to the Druze who came under Israeli rule in 1948, many of the 20,000 or so Druze in the Golan Heights, which was seized by Israel from Syria in 1967, have refused to take Israeli citizenship, with many continuing to see themselves as primarily Syrian. And even during the Syrian civil war, they remained cautious. While Israel may have kept an eye on the situation, and reports suggested that it provided some degree of aid, the Syrian Druze leadership was careful to avoid open contact. Caught between Islamist rebels and tribal militias, many Druze aligned themselves with the ruling Assad regime for protection. But with the regime now gone, the Druze find themselves more vulnerable than ever. And it's this that's brought Israel into the picture. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please give it a like and perhaps subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks a lot. And now, back to the video. In July 2025, violent clashes broke out in the Suwaida province between Druze militias and Sunni Bedouin tribesmen. Allegedly sparked by a kidnapping, it quickly spiralled out of control. However, while the new Syrian government deployed troops to restore order, this only made things worse as the Druze felt that the Sunni Muslim administration would side with the Bedouins. As the death toll mounted and more people became displaced, Israel stepped in. On the 16th of July, Israeli jets carried out a series of airstrikes. In addition to hitting Syrian troops, vehicles and command centres around Suwaida, Israel also struck military targets around the Syrian capital, Damascus. Since then, the mutual recriminations have begun. While Syria condemned the strikes as acts of aggression, accusing Israel of violating its sovereignty and escalating tensions, Israeli officials argued that the operation...
Can't damage the architecture, that damages the buildings. Fucking stupid NPCs. Literally drop the buildings, what do you mean?
Oh, is that what they just said?
Yeah.
To you? Oh, I thought you were just joking around. Alright. Here we go. Will it work?
This is D202, where flags cover the ground units again.
Oh my god. They immediately get ragdolled from the gun.
Humanitarian effort designed to prevent a potential massacre. Meanwhile, although a temporary ceasefire brokered by the United States and several Arab states has led to a partial withdrawal of Syrian troops from the area, the situation remains tense. While the Druze are now back in control of Suwaida, the fighting has come at a heavy price, with an estimated 1,100 dead and 130,000 displaced.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the threat of further violence looms large as the Bedouins insist that they may yet take up arms again, which in turn could threaten further Israeli strikes. So, just how should we interpret Israel's actions? Was it really about protecting the Druze, or is there more to it?
There he is, get him!
It's likely a result of a combination of factors. First and foremost, there's undoubtedly a clear strategic logic behind the strikes. While officially described as a humanitarian mission, the operation fits within Israel's long-term objective of maintaining a buffer zone around the Golan Heights. Israel has always sought to prevent Iranian-backed militias and other hostile forces from gaining a foothold in southern Syria, and the Druze, who are generally suspicious of both Sunni Islamist groups as well as the government in Damascus, make a useful buffer. And it's for this reason that the Druze, who are generally suspicious of both Sunni Islamist groups as well as the new Damascus government, make for useful allies. Supporting them helps secure Israel's northern frontier. But at the same time, it seems that the intervention also plays an important role at home. By acting to protect the Druze in Syria, Israel sends a powerful message to its own Druze citizens. Their loyalty matters, and the state will stand by them, even beyond its borders.
Bro, it's so funny
That
when I fucking... They're on top of the
now
building and I
as
hit them
signs
with a
of
missile and they
discontent
just
have
go
begun to
flying.
emerge within the community. Likewise, the move is also likely to resonate
Careful.
with broader Israeli society, where the Druze are
Go,
respected
get out of there,
for their
get a health
military
pack.
service and citizenship.
Right.
For the government, the strikes offer a way to reinforce national unity and underscore its commitment to loyal minorities, including Arabs. But all this said,
Loyal.
the
Keyword,
intervention may also have a significant downside. Critics point out the potential adverse effect for the Druze in Syria. Having managed to avoid being seen as Israeli collaborators for many decades, this could now place them in even greater danger. So, does this mark the start of a new phase in relations
I
between
turned around to
Israel
help
and
cover
the
you.
Druze, especially in Syria? Of course,
And it's,
at this point, it's
may
hard
have
to
been a
say.
mistake.
The relationship
Oh
between
my
Israel
God,
and the
my
Druze
fucking
has never been
jetpack.
based on ideology or shared ethnic or religious ties. It's been grounded in pragmatism,
All
mutual
good.
interest, and
I didn't
for
die
the
from your
Druze,
fucking
survival.
airstrike.
But while Israeli support may be welcome at the moment, the real question is whether it will translate into long-term protection, especially as the community could now be seen as Israeli proxies. Will Israel maintain this security? Then again, a long-term role may be exactly what Israel intended. The strikes may have been just as much about creating a pretext for a prolonged presence in southern Syria as it was about preventing bloodshed and appealing to Israeli Druze sentiment. Having stepped in,
Listen, I'm
Israel
gonna need y'all to
might
fuck
not
off
be able to step out
and not
again,
touch me for
at
a
least
second.
without risking the Syrian Druze,
Ouch!
with all the effects this will have on Israeli Druze opinion.
Oh my God, I'm
But
healing.
all this remains to be seen. In the meantime,
The fucking
whatever
life bar
happens,
is
the
saving
recent
my
airstrikes
helicopter.
have focused international attention on
Ah!
one of the most
This is
unusual
great. I'm so
and
glad I
enduring
brought
partnerships.
the lightsaber.
I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find helpful. Thanks so much, and see you in the next one.
Working for the ambassador, protecting him in Iraq, you would be in various meetings. You would hear various conversations with heads of state, presidents. Professionally, I won't divulge the conversations, obviously, but I became quite aware by listening to those conversations what priorities were to other people. And from being boots on the ground and seeing the devastation that war brings, I thought we were on a mission to make peace, to solve problems. And the objectives were completely different.
Why do you think it is that our governments lie to their people? Is it a necessity? Trevor Fortner, super excited to have you back again. I have 3 questions I can't wait to ask you.
What is this?
And I'm hoping they'll surprise you a little bit. The first one is, what is your oldest childhood memory?
Well, we want the specific.
From a young age,
Yeah.
right? Like, what's the
Your
one that I remember?
Your oldest memory from your childhood. And I asked this for a few
This
different
one.
reasons. Our governments, all governments, lie to their people. Is
I don't
it a necessity? Is lie to their people? Is it a necessity? Is there an element where
Patriotism was is that I needed to go serve my country in.
Gravis? Was that the one I was using?
No,
I was using Aaron. I'm kind of on the other side of the world, if you want to go to the objective.
Sure.
I don't know what I'm doing over here, or how I got over here. I just know that I was running backwards and setting up the video.
Or to be a true patriot. And that shift happened in
I'm going.
probably around 2004, 2005 in Iraq of witnessing.
Yeah.
Charlie, we're going home alive.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's a Gravis-powered exoskeleton. The
Where?
armor's tougher than a Nyx.
Ooh. Armor's tougher than a Nyx. They're called the Gultas. Why did they do this? Why did they name them Nyx in the American version? I don't understand. Oh, it's got fucking auto cannons on its fucking arms.
Enemies incoming. Don't leave your powered exoskeleton. We need to hold the line and keep them away. They're back here. Keep your heads on a swivel. Fire! Don't let those mobile types get close. They're no threat from a distance, so fire away.
This is White Out. Ready for attack.
We believe they're an improved model specialized for fighting in urban areas.
An improved model. They're adapting to the situation way too quickly. Can they honestly deploy new weapons at this speed?
Yeah, they had time travel.
True, these androids boast high mobility in urban settings. That said, getting around on a single wire has to have its risks.
You take any and every risk when you don't fear death. These are stunts no living creature can truly emulate.
Maybe not, but I can shoot them. And lightsaber them.
Go away. You two, you fuck off.
That going. I'm still a patriot for any country, actually, but I'm not the patriot that I was when I was 12 years old. It's a different view.
Wow.
Why do you think it is?
I'm not a baby now. I have grown-up thoughts.
Governments, all governments.
Congratulations on not being a baby.
Is it necessary? Is there an element where society would be better?
Well, you graduated preschool? Congratulations.
Everybody will always ask that
Let's
question.
have a party.
Right? You and I have been in
Graduation
situations
party.
that we've had information that my wife, Christy, you think you want to know this answer? Don't ask the question because you can't unknow it once you know it, right? So there's definitely things that
If I tell
do
you,
not
I'm
need
gonna have
know.
to kill
There's
you.
definitely things that general population don't need to know.
Who
There are
determines
things
that?
that I think
Fuck
that they
you.
keep secret for malicious intent, malicious against us as a population, that
Oh my god, they
serves
just
their
got vomited
purpose
on this
of
building over
control.
here.
And one of the things I like about
I'm already at height for them
President
too.
Trump is that he's explained, like, we've talked about this before, about we're a cog in a great big machine. We need to continue this cog in a wheel to keep the overall society functioning. So at least that's recognized.
Who is this
But how do
fucking
we
guy?
improve the quality of
Just
life
CIA
for
fucking
people around
assholes, you know?
Earth? And I
They
think
all
we should
speak the same
definitely
fucking way. Have you
move
noticed?
away
I know,
from
right?
individual
It's
confidence,
fucking
like,
infuriating.
This is my land and this is what I'm going to do. Like, we all live on the same
I'm
globe,
fucked.
whether it's flat or
There was
round,
way
it's a whole
too
nother
many and I ran out of
conversation.
jetpack.
But we're all
Okay.
here that all the resources are for everyone. Like, we should be exploring space and looking outward as opposed to all these internal conflicts. So I'm
Oh,
always
this is the
curious if they're lying to us
pier where you
about,
fight the red ants
"Look
in
over
that one
here,
mission here."
why we do this over here. I say that with confidence because, you know, Sun Tzu's Art of War,
Oh my
Tactics
God.
101.
God.
It's exactly the tactics that I've used in operations. And so I would be naive to think that they're not using it against us.
It's interesting to me because
Come on, little babies.
somehow support.
Look at
I
me, I'm a
somehow,
tasty treat.
Forgive. I somehow accept. I'm not
How's
sure
your
what the
body
right word
looking?
is.
How many are near you?
Similar to what you're saying,
A fair few.
the tools,
They're moving away
operational tradecraft is so effective.
slowly.
It's effective at carrying out
see
the
maybe
objectives you're
10
trying to
on the
achieve.
radar.
Whether you're trying to extract secrets, or whether you're trying to govern
Like
a
in the
body
immediate
of
radar.
diverse people,
Mm-hmm.
the outcome is
I
what
can
drives
see
the
3
method.
in visual
Yes.
range.
So if you want to govern a group of people,
They're all on buildings.
that's the outcome. there might be
Yeah,
a
that's why I'm kind of pulling them
deception
towards
that
the
needs to
center
go
where they
into
can't get
achieving
stuck
that
up on the buildings.
Absolutely.
And now all of a
So I
sudden, if
can,
you start questioning the method,
pull them
but
together
you
over
change
here.
the outcome, you have to start asking yourself, well, what's more important, the end result or the process? Right? Are you a process-oriented person, or are you an outcomes-oriented
Wow, there's
person?
so many crates
And then we
over
come
there.
back to, in the United States,
I'll get
almost
'em.
all of us will say, oh, well,
Yeah,
we're
yeah, yeah.
outcomes-related, right? We're focused on the result, not the process. Well, then in that case, you will continue to be lied to. You will continue to be distracted. You will continue to be
Bunch of 'em came back.
systematically limited in your power.
They're
opinion,
slowly
and input.
moving that way, though.
Yes, because the outcome you want is clean, potable water.
Well, yeah, 'cause I started
this,
moving to the left.
Safety in the streets
Mm.
and an
Here they
economy
come.
that booms. And if that's what you want, you got to be ready to put up with this.
Have you ever heard? You ever read the book or seen the movie Machine Gun Preacher?
I don't think I have.
Oh my god!
I love the way it sounds. I'm not gonna lie, right away.
This should be a family night movie for you
A
guys.
family night.
Yeah,
I would have never guessed that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you probably
I
come
think
get me now.
Gerard Butler plays
I'm
the
coming.
role. It is based off of a real man that was kind
Let
of
me
a
know when the
rough,
helicopter
rowdy
is above you. Can you look
motorcyclist
up?
kind of guy in, I think, Midwest America.
Yep.
Somehow he found himself over in Africa working with some local people at an orphanage. I don't want to spoil it for you.
Yeah.
But eventually,
Now?
Machine Gun Preacher, it's a name.
Wow.
He becomes a bit of a preacher and he carries a machine gun. He ends up repeatedly rescuing children, local children that have been abused,
Go!
taken over
Go!
by warlords.
Hell yeah!
There's a quote that he says that if you want me to go anywhere in the world and get your child, I will go and get them. But don't you dare judge me what I do and to make this happen. And that's really profound that the outcome is a mother says, I want my child back. Go and get them. And then she finds out, dude, you slaughtered like 40 savages. Oh, please don't do that.
Yeah.
Savages.
But I want my cake too.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm to the point where I can accept that. I can look at you and go, yep, you're deceiving me,
You're a
you're lying.
psycho.
That's cool. I get the game. And I'm not upset by it. I don't have to enjoy it, but I don't get emotionally upset
I already
by
have
it.
another Phobos ready.
There's a lot
Really?
of people that think,
Yeah.
well, I'm
So get them all
entitled to
lined
this
up in a
information.
line so I can
I'll
hit them
try.
again
I
like
don't
that.
think you are entitled to it.
It's funny. I find that the more
Like how I
operators that
did.
I have these conversations,
Pull them into that courtyard and then come back
Navy
over.
operators, Intel operators, FBI operators,
There's
cyber operators.
only one by me right
we
now.
come to this level of pragmatism
Yep, they're chasing me.
where we realize, hey,
Yeah,
the things you
this
have to
guy's
do
going to
to
be a
get the
minute because he's
outcome,
climbing a building.
you can't have both. You can't have both be successful if you're focusing on subjective opinion and
But if
judgment.
you pull them
right? You
far
can't
enough away, I can get a
believe that your
helicopter down
intel
as well.
Is good
Yeah,
if
I'm
it
just sort of
factually isn't
waiting.
good. And you can't believe
I'm
that
trying
your
not to
methods
lose my
are
jetpack while they're all trying
Yeah,
to
yeah,
kill me.
yeah.
worthy if they don't objectively yield results. So now all of a sudden
Just
you
don't
have,
attack.
you have to look at this thing very
So you
pragmatically and say,
save
hey,
as
I
much
got the outcome I
jetpack as
needed.
possible.
Oh no, I have
and
a.
I did what I had to do to get the outcome I
with
needed.
the magazine.
And that's what everybody's doing. That's what every business is doing.
Ready?
That's what every set of parents is doing.
Yeah, sure, I
Single
guess.
moms, single dads are out there doing it. You know, divorced couples are out there doing it. Like everybody's
got the
doing
best shot you got.
what they have to do, or what they believe they have to do
Holy shit.
to get the outcome they need. That doesn't mean everybody's right. But what it does mean is there's a certain level of pragmatism where if you really want to connect with another person, try to think about how their decisions that they're
I hate
making
this guy so
are
much.
practical to them.
There's no way I'm getting in this
'Cause
helicopter.
For some people, backhanding your child is practical to them.
Oh my
Doesn't
god,
mean that
bro.
It's practical to me, but it might be practical to them. And you cannot possibly start a reasonable
I'm in the
productive
water.
conversation if you judge them for what they do. You have to try to understand.
You can
their
judge
point of
people
view
for
first.
beating children,
That's
you
an
fucking
interesting thing
psycho.
with the history of Iraq with Saddam Hussein.
I'm
When
literally
they say
floating
that
face
he
down
ruled
over
with
here.
an iron fist. We understand why he ruled with an iron fist. And the
Right.
old image of him with the pistol, like, they're terrified, or back then, they were terrified of pistols. You could point a rifle at them, they're like, whatever,
Yeah.
AK-47's dime a dozen around here. But you pull a pistol out, that symbol meant something.
Uh-huh.
That, again, back to the early days of Iraq, coming out of the
Abuser
private
logic.
contracting, was probably one of the biggest
Navy SEAL.
transitions of
Oh no,
mental
ex
awareness
Blackwater operator.
Oh, Jesus,
how
good
people
lord.
are influenced and controlled.
Pretty cool.
Because we went in there thinking,
I
you'll
think
just
I
adopt
may be
we're
floating
right.
slowly
You'll see it
towards
our
the
way.
stairs.
That's a whole different culture of generations that have their own system. We just want the violence to end.
Speaking about pistols,
Saddam
you
Hussein is
see
such a great example because we were
Beretta
teenagers.
M9
when
fans win big today.
Desert
No,
Shield
what
Desert
happened?
Storm went down.
The army's pulling
and
the
we had a
M18
chance to unseat Saddam Hussein
Really?
right then and there.
Yeah, it's a piece
we
of
knew
shit.
Everything we needed to know
Amazing.
about the guy.
Like
We
the
knew
joke
he
is that
put
you can
people in
literally
acid
hammer in
baths, and we knew
stakes
he
with
put
the
people in
Beretta
secret
and then
prisons,
go and
we
use
knew that
it.
He was like
Amazing.
Of course, you know it all.
a horrible
The M9
guy.
is a fucking
But
cool
then we
gun.
we went into Iraq, pulled them out of Kuwait, and then we were like, okay, Saddam, you
Just
can
get
continue being
help.
president. We're gonna leave.
Yeah, I'm
I'll pull him over here.
Because we were like, this
There's nothing I can
crazy
do.
Megalomaniac asshole is also a huge enemy of Iran. And we would love to let you keep being an asshole in Iraq, as long as you keep being an asshole to Iran. Because if we actually take you out or unseat you, the person who comes in might be more in favor of Iran than we like.
Always looking for that mutual relationship.
Going
Please
back
stop
to the whole
bullying me.
point about why did we do it all in the first place? Why did Desert Shield, Desert Storm happen in the first place? The deaths that happened. Why is it that we don't even remember the conflict from 91, 92? Right? Nobody talks about that war.
No.
Who
That
cares?
skirmish.
We
What
do.
what do they call it? I don't know what the official term is for it.
Oh, it was a
They don't call it a war. Incident?
Operation.
I don't
It's
know.
not
Special
conflict. I mean,
operation.
it is a conflict to us. It's like
Yeah.
conflict. Excess plans. They're not war plans. They're attack plans. Like, words matter, right? Like words do matter. But it was an operation.
Yeah, that's right. Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, so you know that I'm reading Moby Dick.
So I just want to say, and this is a shout out to your young son, that by the time your wife finishes that painting, you may
What
finish
the
Moby Dick.
fuck?
That's true.
That's in case he listens to this.
My wife
Unreal.
is working on a massive painting. And my
The
son
Mirage
is very aware that
sucked.
I'm working on a
I'm
massive
not
book.
bringing that
It
down.
didn't
Alright,
crowd
so
control him.
I've got to
No,
share
that
this
gun
quote because this
sucks.
is, I find
Fuck,
this to be
man.
very poignant.
It
Very
is
meaningful for
explosive,
me.
so just
And I
because
just wanna
like
see if it stirs
the
anything
fucking
in you.
gunship ammo was fucking knocking him around like an explosive. I'm surprised the Mirage didn't do any CC.
Yeah.
Maybe the Mirage 5-way is not explosive.
It is. It's just dog shit.
Should I bring the ambulance?
Sure.
The only thing about the ambulance is that the life fender is like better in every way, you know?
Yeah.
Like I don't really like I could switch out the life fender for you know the assault aircraft. They added these. These are really good. The assault aircraft Z is awesome. But honestly, I wasn't even able to heal, but the capsule was healing my helicopter as well.
That's kind of cool.
Let me read this. Nano machines. Living
Go ahead.
targets. Nano machines will solidify on the target, forming an invisible wall around it temporarily. Repairs damaged armor and can restore vehicle durability and armor.
Cool.
So these are... Does the original one do that? I don't think they did that in the last one.
Maybe.
I also... We could do... decoys. One of the things you got for like pre-ordering is the decoys would be like these anime girls from something. Have you seen the decoys? They're great.
No.
Thinking maybe this exoskeleton might be where it's at this time. The issue is the point system, right? Like I want, because the exoskeletons start at 0, they take more points to get startup. I don't want something that also has point cooldown on my other ability slot.
Yeah.
So maybe I will go, I'll do my classic Apache Gunner build. And then I'll take the machine guns, just so and also the drones that, oh my god, because like the limpet guns, right? You really, like you either, like especially in 4, like if you didn't like you would have to do like the limpet gun was really your only offensive thing, like, and by offense I mean emergency defense, like things that are close to you, right? So like if you didn't bring a limpet, you had to rely on Jack to free you when the frog eats you and starts flying around the town, you know? But because they added these drones, it gives you like so much more primary weapon options besides limpets.
Again, you're super smart, super accomplished. I would love to hear your thoughts. So this is from the 41st chapter of Moby Dick.
Oh
I'm
my
just gonna
god.
share it with you. It's the story of...
It's just Moby Dick, bro.
Why Captain Ahab.
People like
Captain of
think like just because they can sit down and read, it's like awakened them. Talking about art of war and shit.
Why Captain Ahab?
Like, bro, it's just Moby Dick.
Why does he hate Moby Dick? Right? Everybody knows that the book is about...
Like, they think this is like... They're literally just doing the bro thing with movies.
But why? And I never knew the reason why until I read this chapter. So here's the passage.
Hey.
His 3 boats stove around him being Captain Ahab, and oars and men whirling in the eddies. One captain, seizing the line from his broken prow, had dashed
25% of my Vigalta.
Duelist at his foe,
might as well start heading this way because that's where the
seeking with a
objective
6-inch
is.
blade to reach the fathom-deep life of the whale. That captain was Ahab. And then it was that suddenly sweeping his sickle-shaped lower jaw beneath him, Moby Dick had reaped away Ahab's leg. As a mower, a blade of grass in the field. No turbaned Turk, no hired Venetian or Malay could have smote him with more seeming malice. Small reason was there to doubt then that ever since that almost fatal encounter, Ahab
What are you
had
talking about?
cherished
I'm
a
literally
wild
here.
vindictiveness.
No.
All
Come
men
as in
felt
jizz.
for
I'm
what
talking to the guy
his
reading.
frantic morbidness he at last came to identify him with. Not only all of his bodily
It's so
woes,
funny.
but all of his intellectual and spiritual exasperations also. The white whale swam before him as the monomaniac incarnation of all those malicious agencies which some deep men feeling eating... Man, let me try this section of the passage
This is
again.
why the book takes so long.
For the edit team, we're going to go back to the white whale swam. The white whale swam before him as the monomaniac
Oh my god.
incarnation of all those malicious
They
agencies
literally
which some
fucked up
deep
and
men
left an
feel
edit
eating
note
them.
in there.
So they are left living
Hilarious.
with half a heart and half a lung. That intangible malignity which has been from the beginning, to whose dominion even the
Story
modern
time.
Christians ascribe one half of the world.
We're the
Which
CIA.
ancient Ophites of the East reverenced as their statute devil. Ahab
Bro,
did
this
not
guy is
fall down and
cartwheeling.
worship it,
He's fucking
but
in a
deliberately
crazy washing
transferring
machine.
his idea to the abhorred
Yeah, the
white
startup
whale
kind of
pitted
fucking them up.
himself all mutilated
Well, the machine gun drones stick to
All
them,
that-
right? So it
Okay.
starts fucking immediately propelling them through the sky. See there? Look at them go. They keep doing it. There's another one back there doing it. I don't understand how the decoys work. There we go. I have to inflate them.
Yeah.
This is Fighter, ready for attack. Machine guns, fire!
This cunt. Worth up, motherfucker.
Reading Moby Dick.
Please leave it to me next. I'll show you what I have. They're out of range. Let's get closer. They're out of range. Let's get closer. Got it.
Don't kill him so I can get the next thing on. Damn it.
I already let go.
Let's help them out. Enemy ships. The enemy ship is producing androids. High mobility models approaching. Divided, you're going to get picked off.
Syrian government forces have been accused of carrying out a massacre at a hospital during sectarian clashes which erupted just over a week ago. Staff at the hospital in the southern city of Sueda have told the BBC that the forces were targeting...
That's dog shit.
Yeah,
Can I have them back? Do they recharge? I think I just heard the last one trigger. Yes! I got him to recharge.
Okay.
They're moving by way of those wires. You're taking too long. Don't stop. It's like they're
members of the Druze community. They say scores of patients were killed inside the hospital. Some were thrown off the roof. The Syrian government has said it will investigate allegations of atrocities carried out by its forces. From Sueda, here is John Donison, and his report contains graphic images from the start.
Outside the main hospital in Sueda city, the body bags look to be clear evidence of a mass killing. Rotting in the baking sun for almost a week. The first thing that hits you is the stench. The morgue, though, is full. What happened at this hospital was clearly a massacre. Patients from the young to the old murdered in their beds. Now, everyone here says it was the Syrian government forces who did this, and they say they were targeting the Druze. At the hospital entrance, we spoke to a security guard who didn't want to show his face, and also to an English teacher.
There is a people, it's 85 years old. You know, they cannot walk. They kill them in the bed.
The patients?
Yes, the patients.
Who killed them?
The government.
I can say they are monsters. This is the best word I can say it. Monsters, yes, monsters. They are criminals. They bombed the city. If you came here 2 days ago, you will see dead bodies on both sides of the streets, even in the gardens, in the parks.
Earlier this week, a surgeon at the hospital sent us a video, allegedly of the immediate aftermath of the attack. Along the corridors, where they were still cleaning up today, I talked to that surgeon.
Syrian government soldiers try to kill patients after they do surgeries in the department.
You can see all the bullet holes there on the wall. It looks like a lot of people died here.
Yes, there were a lot of people. I don't know how many people were dead here.
The Syrian government says its forces were in Sueda to enforce a ceasefire and says allegations of atrocities by all sides will be investigated. Along a corridor, I found 8-year-old Hala al-Khatib sitting with her auntie. Hala told me she'd been shot at her home by gunmen as she hid in a wardrobe.
They shot us, and when they shot us, my sister asked me for water. I gave it to her, but after she drank it, she could no longer breathe. My aunt called me, and then I hid in the cupboard.
See, I literally have taken
when I arrived
around
at the hospital,
entire block.
I slept for 2 days, and then my aunt came.
Hala doesn't know
Hey
it yet,
man, if it works.
but both her parents are dead. John
I have
Donaldson,
a Vagalta
BBC
ready
News,
when I get to you
Sueda
too.
City.
Calls for transparency on Capitol Hill are growing louder over the Epstein files.
No way it's gonna
Just last week, House Speaker Mike Johnson said he wanted to see more details from the Department of Justice investigation, but today he shut down the chamber to avoid a vote on releasing more files. Sherelle Hubbard has more on the controversy and what the president has to say.
In an era when bipartisan support is hard to come by, some House Republicans and Democrats are teaming up on a measure related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. They're demanding the Justice Department release all federal documents related to Epstein. Tuesday, House Speaker Mike Johnson said he would send lawmakers home a day early for August recess, effectively blocking a push to force a vote.
This is a cover-up of epic proportions where you've
got
the majority party literally having us leave Congress early and not having the Rules Committee meet because they don't want to deal with releasing the Epstein files.
Republican Thomas Massey and Democrat Ro Khanna are leading charge in the House.
Just vote this out. Give it to the Senate.
When I pick you up, I'm dropping off of
but the
Agulta,
Speaker says he doesn't think that's necessary and called for patience.
The president has said clearly, and he has now ordered his DOJ to do what it is we've all needed DOJ to do for years now, and that is to get everything released. So they're in the process of that.
Meantime, the Department of Justice says it plans to speak with Epstein's convicted associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Reporters asked President Trump about the plan in the Oval Office Tuesday.
I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate.
I don't know about it.
I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
The measure in the House, a discharge petition, would allow lawmakers to decide whether to give the Trump administration 30 days to disclose unclassified materials. It needs 218 signatures, and Democrats could supply all but 6.
Out front tonight, the breaking news, a CNN exclusive tonight out front. K-File has unearthed photos of Jeffrey Epstein that we've never seen, and they shed new light on his relationship with President Trump. The revelations come as Trump is under fire from his own base for his Justice Department's handling of the so-called Epstein files. Trump has tried, of course, to distance himself from Epstein every which way. But one of the photos that K-File found confirms that Epstein actually attended Donald Trump's wedding to Marla Maples.
Lol.
And this is the proof. Again, this has never been published before, so this is a new image. You haven't seen it out there on X or anything like that. This is the proof that Epstein attended Trump's wedding at the Plaza Hotel in New York. And in the photo, what you see is Epstein entering the Plaza Hotel. The wedding date of this is December 20th, 1993.
Look
in
at
the
this.
center of their friendship, which
It's
of course
just
continued.
sending them. See
And
you later,
for
pal.
comparison,
I just
we'll
threw
show
him
you on
over the
right,
tallest
a photo
building.
of Trump and Marla Maples at the same location under the entryway arch. Andrew Kaczynski of K-File is here with the new images of Trump and Epstein. And Andrew, I shared one of them there. But, so let's start with the one at Trump's wedding. I mean, this is a significant development.
Well, yeah, it is. Trump's wedding to Marla Maples in 1993 was dubbed the wedding of the century by the media at the time. And although we know that Trump and Epstein were friends during this period,
very
this
good
is really
against
the
these
first
guys
time,
specifically.
that it's actually been reported that Trump invited Epstein to his wedding. This is, we should note, more than a decade before those first allegations of sex trafficking against Epstein. But as you know, Trump's relationship with Epstein has been under the microscope recently. Now, besides that one photo of Epstein entering the reception at the Plaza Hotel, we can also see him in the background of another picture.
The other guy is sent,
that's
so
Howard
you can
Stern on the far right, along
get
with
the
Robin
crates
Leach
that are in the
from
courtyard.
Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and Epstein is behind them at the wedding, almost seeming to be photo bombing.
I sent him
We also
both
found
pretty
this photo
far.
from just a few months earlier.
Like Team
Donald
Rocket blasting
Trump
off
with
again
two of
shit.
his children talking to Jeffrey Epstein. That's at the opening of the Harley Davidson Cafe.
But
in
I
New
did
York
see a
in
weapon
October
crate in the center
1993.
circle
You
there.
can see Ivana there. She would have been just about to turn 12 years old in that photo.
Well.
Yeah, you can see Ivanka right there it looks like between Trump and Epstein. All right, these are never before seen photos, Andrew. I know you also found some video of Trump and Epstein that was from later of them talking that has also never surfaced before. What's that?
Well, that's right. This is from 6 years later in 1999. This video has never been seen before in this context. It shows Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein just before models hit the runway at the Victoria's Secret fashion show in New York in 1999. You know, the only other video we've seen of the two men was 7 years before this. Trump is at the show with Melania, who is, of course, now First Lady, seated a few
Wonder when that other
feet
one will
away
come back.
from Epstein. You can see them chatting during the show as well. Allegations that Epstein sexually abused underage girls didn't surface until 2005, years after this video was shot.
Too bad I didn't bring
Right,
those
but this,
life
of course,
beacons.
establishes them
so they could
together,
heal this Mac.
and obviously very friendly in 1999.
Never
so,
bringing decoys again.
Andrew, when you get all this, and all of this, as I just want to emphasize, right, has not been seen before. So you actually called President Trump. You called him directly.
What?
I found an armor crate.
Oh, there was definitely, I saw a green in the center. Wow, this guy is really out there.
Really fucked him up.
Bro, I sent him. Like, over the... Bro, he's outside the map.
That's hilarious.
Where are you, little man?
Think I got them. Oh.
I see him. He's stuck over here. The Marines might come kill him. He's stuck in a building.
That's great. King the building.
Hang on. I saw him sticking his head out on the one side.
To ask him about this.
Yeah, we were not on the phone very long. I think our call was about 30 seconds or so. But when I asked him about the wedding photo, he said, he sort of paused for a second and then said, "You've got to be kidding me," before calling CNN fake news and then hanging up on me. Now, in a statement to CNN, White House Stephen Chung said this. He said these are nothing more than out of context screen grabs of inauguration videos and pictures of widely attended
you send him again?
to disgustingly
but I killed him.
Something nefarious.
So the next wave will start dropping.
The president kicked him out of his club for being a, quote, creep.
All right. Well, it is incredible reporting, and it is important in this context as the country wants, answers on everything.
I don't even see where they're dropping.
Andrew, thank you so much for all of that breaking news.
The what? Is there a powered exoskeleton with us?
This is Two Valuable Friends, and if you're listening
Not anymore.
YouTube, hit the subscribe
Here they
button.
come.
Okay.
Democrats have been looking for a wedge issue that they can use politically ever since the November elections. They've tried just opposing Trump on just about everything. That's really failed to resonate with the voters. With the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Democrats seem to have found what they've been looking for. The bill makes some changes to Medicaid that intend to save the program money, and Democrats have pounced on this issue. The polling on this issue gives ammunition to both sides. On the primary issue of cutting Medicaid spending, the public shows its concern. According to a poll by the Kaiser Family Foundation, there's strong support for
sounds like a Nazi.
on Medicaid and other forms of health
Nazi Foundation.
Across the board, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans show support for programs like Medicaid. Some of this polling is skewed because at this point in time,
they're fucking me up.
23% of the public's on Medicaid, so just about everyone knows someone on Medicaid or a member of the family is enrolled in the program. It's in their interest to support it. On the other side of the issue, there is strong support for the work requirement included in the bill. The bill puts a requirement for able-bodied adults between the ages of 18 and 64 without dependent children would have to perform some form of work, educational training, or public service to remain on Medicaid. Those with dependent children under the age of 14 would be exempt from the requirement, and Democrats don't talk much about that part of it. Cue the outrage by Democrats who view this as the issue. When they denounced the proposed cuts, they never mentioned a study by the Government Accounting Office that was issued in 2024 during the Biden administration. Just in the year 2023, they reported over 100 billion improper payments were made in the Medicare and Medicaid program.
I'm dying.
That's just for 1 year.
I'm
the bill
here.
recently passed
I
by
have a
Congress
nix,
cuts
though.
Medicaid spending by $770 billion over 10 years. Assuming that's half the fraudulent payments for Medicaid, that's close to $600
But I am
billion
definitely not making it much longer.
by attacking that part of the problem.
Especially if I keep getting caught on buildings.
You find that the original version of the bill included various reforms to Medicaid, like work requirements, as I said, for able-bodied adults, and provisions limiting funding for undocumented immigrants and gender transition procedures.
Get some crates, let them pull off. It's a pretty clear area, so they should pull off quick.
Medicaid is a lifeline for millions of kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities in our states and nationwide. Republicans' proposed cuts would be disastrous. End quote. The final version of the bill eliminates some of the more thorny cost-saving provisions while keeping the work requirement in place. Yet Democrats are still dissatisfied with the bill, with Governor Newsom claiming, quote, the president and his MAGA enablers are ripping care from cancer patients, meals from children, and money from working families, end quote. That's a lot of hyperbole. But it's apparent that Democrats are posturing on this bill because there's no actual cuts to Medicaid. The bill only
it's so funny that this guy gave us enough headroom that we could perfectly fit ourselves in because he has such ridiculous headroom.
The problem is that Medicaid is structured in such
how
a
based
way
of him.
For every $1 the state spends on Medicaid, the federal government matches it by up to $9. This designed states politicians to grant their constituents $10 in political goodies while only incurring $1 political cost. Where does that money come from?
There's a health crate right next to me.
Now that Washington is cutting back,
you should res me and then pick it up, though.
Benefits without cost to states will slow down. States must choose between funding the gap themselves, which means raising taxes, or reducing coverage. State officials, many of whom facing re-election in the next few years, would rather do neither and keep this party going. Now that Washington is cutting back its match rate, it's got to be a problem. The bill would also close down the scheme of states taxing Medicaid providers at higher rates, then allowing them to charge more for Medicaid services, which in turn triggers more federal dollars back to the state from the federal government. By changing the rules, it would prohibit higher tax rates on Medicaid providers than non-Medicaid businesses. This is a complicated statistical rule, and the states have realized how to capitalize on it. It does not increase the care patients get, but simply force the government to pay more and more. In some cases, the states actually end up with more money.
Fuck, it's facing the wrong direction.
So it's time for Republicans to get out and tell the story that Medicaid's not being cut. Just slow down. You need to ask people
that's cut. Medicaid's not being cut. It's just being cut.
Because they will find that voters support that requirement. If they sit back and allow the Democrats and their buddies in the media to frame the narrative, then the public will never get the real facts. It's been to my liberal friends. Thanks for listening.
Go fuck yourself.
This video was brought to you by Incogni. Demographics have always played a big role in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Israeli politicians have spent much of the last 50 years worrying about the fact that Israel's Arab population is growing faster than its Jewish population. And former PLO chairman Yasser Arafat once even said, "The womb of the Arab woman is my strongest weapon." While Arab and Jewish fertility rates have converged recently, two other demographic trends, namely high fertility rates among Israel's ultra-Orthodox community and then within Gaza, have also exacerbated Israel-Palestine tensions and might plausibly have contributed to the recent crisis.
Fight the decoy.
So, in this video, we're going to take a look at these three fertility patterns, how they might have contributed to the Israel-Gaza crisis, and what might happen next. Now, the first thing to say
this is a destroy my fucking hands mission.
We're not intending to provide a complete explanation or absolve anyone. We're not saying that the events we saw over the weekend are solely a consequence of fertility patterns, or that these patterns absolve Hamas of responsibility. And conversely, we're not saying that Israeli policy is solely a reaction to fertility patterns, or that these patterns absolve Israel. Instead, we're merely trying to show how different fertility rates might have causally contributed to the wider Israel-Gaza crisis. Anyway, disclaimers aside, we think there are basically three ways that fertility patterns have contributed to the Israeli-Gaza crisis. First, the fact that Arabs have historically had a higher birth rate than Israelis has made Israeli politicians reluctant to accept a fully democratic binational state. Second, the fact that ultra-Orthodox Jews, or Haredim, have a higher birth rate than secular ones has pushed Israeli politics to the right. Third, the fact that Gaza specifically has such a high fertility rate has helped foster extremist attitudes in the territory, in part by exacerbating pre-existing economic woes.
Decoy.
So let's start with the first one. Essentially, while the Arab and Jewish birth rates in Israel have converged recently, Arabs used to have a fertility rate roughly double that of Jews. And estimates suggest that Arabs now outnumber Jews in Israel and the occupied territories
Arabs
combined.
will not replace
In the
us.
past, Palestinian politicians have been explicit about the perceived political advantages of higher Arab fertility rates. and a Palestinian diplomat even told the UN in 2019 that Palestine would, quote, accelerate their reproduction machines if Trump pushed ahead with his so-called peace plan, which ceded a significant amount of Palestine's pre-1967 land back to Israel. Anyway, this created two challenges for Israel's political class. First, there was a security challenge.
I was trying to head
even
towards the
with
direction of these crates, but
Israeli politicians
I'm
worried
so slow,
that Israel
you know?
could be overwhelmed by a larger Palestinian population.
Look, a decoy.
Second, it made Israel's political class wary of what's sometimes called the one-state solution, because they worried that Jews would be outvoted by Arabs in a full democracy. For context, until recently, the most popular solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict was to split it into two separate states. But the so-called two-state solution has essentially been scuppered by the
Okay, I'm closer to the crates now.
in the West Bank. Any plausible two-state solution would require at least some of this territory to return to Palestine, which would in turn require the Israeli government to evict the 500,000 or so settlers currently living in the West Bank. Given that Israel had serious trouble evicting 8,000 settlers from Gaza in 2005, and there were another 200,000 in East Jerusalem, this just isn't going to happen. Which means the only other solution
skyrocketing now
is a single binational state with both
you just
Arabs
gave
and
me
Jews.
Just now you went
from
from 50. Oh, that's just
and
the
in
decoy.
2016,
Sorry.
then Vice President Joe Biden expressed his quote, overwhelming frustration with Israel's expansionist settler policy, warning that Netanyahu was pushing Israel towards what Biden termed a one-state reality. While Israeli leaders were never keen on the one-state solution for obvious reasons,
one guy's stuck on a building in front of me.
Arabs
It's
would be
very
able to
funny.
outvote Israeli Jews. Essentially, Arabs' historically high fertility rate has created a political deadlock in Israel, which was always going to explode at some point. On to the second relevant fertility pattern, the high Haredi fertility rate. Essentially, the Haredim, which means those who claim
he got free.
An ultra-Orthodox Jewish minority who were decimated by the Nazis and originally made up just a tiny minority of Israel's population. The expectation was that they would either fade away or be assimilated into Israel's secular majority. But instead, their remarkably high fertility rate of over 7 children per woman caused the Haredi population to grow rapidly.
They're definitely not on my radar,
14% of Israel's population. While the Haredi fertility rate has since fallen to about 6.5, that's still much higher than that of other Israeli women. And if current trends continue, Haredi will account for something like 25% of Israel's population by 2040. Now, the Haredim have been a politically important constituency in Israel
they're starting
for a
to
while
kind of
now,
come towards me
because
again.
the Knesset's relatively low vote threshold of 3.25% means Haredi parties reliably end up in Israel's parliament and often in its government, but perhaps the most direct effect Haredim have had on Israeli politics recently is via their support for right-wing Israeli nationalists like Itamar Ben-Gvir. While Haredim actually used to be pretty left-wing, their pro-settlement sentiments have made them natural allies to Ben-Gvir and other right-wing Israeli nationalists. For context, Haredim account for 30% of all West Bank settlers, and the two largest Israeli settlements, Modin Ilit and Beitar Ilit, are both Haredi. Anyway, support from especially young Haredim helped launch Ben-Gvir from a fringe politician to a government minister in just a couple of years, and he and his ultra-nationalist allies have been able to drag Netanyahu's coalition to the right on a whole load of issues, including stepping up support for settlers in the West Bank. Unsurprisingly, these policies have strained Israel-Palestine relations, and 2023 was on course to be the bloodiest year in the region for decades, even before the recent violence. Finally, the third relevant fertility pattern is the remarkably high birth rate in Gaza itself. While it's fallen a bit in recent years, Gaza used to have literally the highest fertility rate in the world, despite being essentially a war zone. This makes Gaza more violence-prone for a couple of reasons. First, Gaza's fertility rate peaked.
First, they're Muslim. Two, Arab.
Today, young men. Political demographers have long identified a relationship between the population composition and rates of physical violence, with the fraction of 15 to 30-year-olds in a state's population positively correlating with its risk of political violence. Second, this means Gaza has a lot of children, and this puts strain on the Gaza economy by increasing the dependency ratio, i.e., the number of children and old people, dependents, relative to the working age population. According to CIA data, Gaza now has a dependency ratio of nearly 0.74, the highest in the world outside of Africa and Afghanistan. Obviously, the main economic problem facing Gaza is the fact that it's, well, blockaded, but a high dependency ratio doesn't help. And Gaza's economic woes, including ridiculously high poverty and unemployment rate, only fuel its political unrest.
A couple of years ago, I was the victim of identity theft.
Didn't ask. Wish I had time to skip it. I'm busy destroying my fingers permanently. I'm taking lifelong physical damage from this mission. I can feel it in my fingers, just destroying them permanently.
41.5% in 2022. Now, all of that stolen data is very often being added to commercial databases, with data brokers potentially aggregating your personal information, including your name and aliases, social security number, login credentials, home address, location history, online activity, and more.
There's so many
all
of
which
them.
is
So
available
far.
for purchase by businesses and could fall into the hands of criminals too. Fortunately though, Incognito
No!
to help.
I was putting down a decoy. There's only one guy by me, and I'm dropping a mech right now.
Plus, as brokers often continue to collect,
I'm literally already clear, so
My jetpack is dead. My jetpack is dead. Oh my god.
Don't you fucking die, bro.
Go.
on a data broker site.
Lucky I have the super jetpack. Oh my god.
Pick me up.
You died in a shit spot. Die better.
And robocallers. Both issues Incognito services could help cut down. So create an account using our link in the description, grant Incognito the ability to work on your behalf, and sit back as they make you safer. Plus, by using our link, you'll get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incognito plan. Thanks for checking them out, using our link, and thanks to Incognito for sponsoring this video.
Obama's been bought directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything
Are they your papers?
to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released. And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level.
President Trump today calling out former President Obama after DNI Tulsi Gabbard sent a criminal referral to the DOJ related to her claims that Obama-era officials manufactured and politicized intelligence to create the Russia collusion narrative in 2016. Intelligence that those officials have said they had great confidence in.
John Brennan and Jim Comey and I are part of the group that were tasked by President Obama to put together all the reporting we had on the Russian interference, and which we did. And then, of course, on January 6th, we issued our intelligence community.
What?
I killed a lot in a lot of places.
Okay.
So I'm going to get crates, so careful not to kill the last one.
Well, he killed me because I got confused and started spinning around.
One second.
Assessment documenting the Russian interference,
Gotta
in which we had very
put the
high
mic
confidence in the
closer to you.
that we presented.
Gabbard also teeing up that there will be more
Make the video the
declassified
full screen
documents
now.
coming
That's why
this
you're dead.
week. Ahead of that, here's what we've learned so far. December 7th, 2016,
So far.
the assessment reiterated that Russia did not tamper with
two.
election infrastructure. Just one
Yeah,
day
yeah.
later, the editor of that assessment canceled
3
the
actually.
brief, quote, based on new guidance.
But there's 2 next to me that I was gonna kill, and then I like fucked up and like looked the wrong direction, and then got super disoriented with my mouse.
2017, the new
But I'm actually glad
unclassified
because
assessment was released.
fuck my
Obama's
hands,
today
bro.
Firing back, issuing the following statement. Out of respect for the office of the
No, I'll give you a
presidency,
break and
our
actually go
office
pick
does
up all the
not
crates.
normally dignify the
Well,
constant
you can pick me up
nonsense
so
and
I don't die. So we, in case, just in case something freaky happens, might as well have me up.
These bizarre allegations are
So there's no
ridiculous
game over
and a
at the
weak
last
attempt
second.
at distraction. Nothing in the
fucking crate.
document
Let me
issued
just-
last week
yeah, I'll
undercuts
just
the
pull them
widely
away from
accepted
you again.
conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did
They
not
did.
successfully manipulate any votes. These findings were affirmed in a 2020 report by the bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee, led by then Chairman Marco Rubio. Joining me now to react is the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Director Gabbard, give me your response to what we heard from former President
they're shooting at you.
there. He's saying that none of this makes any sense, that this is a distraction. What do you say to that?
It's the art of deflection coming from President Obama, as well as
not you though.
Friends who are still in
Never.
Congress today, and Senator Warner and Congressman Jim Himes, really all basically
Don't touch
saying
that
exact same statement.
Don't touch that.
Which doesn't actually address the issue that was revealed in great detail in the over 100 documents that we released last week, and the documents that we will be releasing later this week.
Yummy.
That point to
Marshmallow.
the undeniable fact that you laid out in your introduction to this segment, is that the intelligence community had one assessment, that Russia did not have the intent or capability to try to impact the outcome of the U.S. election leading up to Election Day. The same assessment was made after Donald Trump was elected by the American people as president in 2016, defeating Hillary Clinton. And it wasn't until after that pulled President's Daily Brief document that you referenced that the Principals Committee was called in the National Security Council, and President Obama then directed then his Obama
He's coming right for me.
DNI James Clapper to
look, a decoy.
Create this new intelligence community assessment.
All right, I'm gonna.
That detailed not if.
He's attacking.
How Moscow.
He's coming right for you.
Influence the outcome of the U.S.
I want him to attack. See, get the decoy.
I think people should pay attention to is neither the message from President Obama's office, neither the statements coming from Democrats in Congress today and their friends in the propaganda media. None of them are
addressing. You get out of crates? You think we're done?
Fact that there was a shift,
Hold on. Let me put full screen so I can come down on top of
the
it
intelligence
and destroy
community's
it.
assessment leading up to the election to the one that President Obama directed be produced after Donald Trump won the election, that completely contradicted those assessments that had come previously. The second thing I want to address that's very important, Laura, is that
there might be another wave.
In the clip that you played, you saw John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey stated with high confidence this.
It already is. Herp, herp.
We need to think of something.
Thank God. Boy, that one was tough.
That was a crazy mission. How good am I?
Hey, my 105 cannon got leveled up. 2 level ups for that one.
Need to upgrade.
My ambulance got leveled up.
Neat.
January intelligence.
Type 3 drones have entered the city. Those are the
of President Obama.
starfish ones, right? The butthole boys?
I think so.
Type 3s. And the Type 2s are the ones that have the guns on either side and they're long. They were like the heads of one of the robots in the fifth game, right?
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, they landed on homes in the streets. They don't appear to be broken. But this is not happening for. Accompanied the unit to destroy the drones. If they aren't moving now, they should activate and fight back. So make sure you're well equipped. Okay. Drone mission.
The fact is that they used already discredited information like the Steele document.
Shut
they
up.
knew it was discredited at that time, yet they used it as a source for this document that they claimed to have high confidence in. They used intelligence that some of these intelligence community professionals
That's what the fucking Republicans always be sounding
because of the lack of credibility and the lack of the ability to vet with any kind of confidence whether or not that information or intelligence.
Don't call Trump a Nazi. You're putting his life in danger.
There's a long
Meanwhile, we're going to kill immigrants.
Facts and intelligence reporting that directly contradict the statement coming from President Obama's office and those who are trying to deflect away from what actually happened, which was after Donald Trump was elected. Led by President Obama, there was an effort.
Where is my neutralizer? I can't see because there's text in front of it. I don't care who's completed the checklist. Get it off my fucking screen.
The will of the American people.
For fuck's sake.
To the White House in 2016.
Well, it's amazing that you are now releasing all of this. And
wow,
Chelsea, I have
so
to
brave.
For those of us who lived through it, thank you. I think it's great that we're getting this information out. You say there is more information. There are more documents to be released.
Let's grab a sniper as well. Yep, that'll be my drone gun.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers coming forward who are intelligence community professionals who were there when this happened and who were disgusted by it and are heartened at the possibility and the hope that the truth will see the light of day. And of course, the most important thing is that the American people see accountability, which is why we're referring and have already sent all of the documents that we have currently and any others that we get in the future to the Department of Justice to bring about that accountability, to ensure that the integrity of our democratic republic exists, that the American people can have faith and trust that who they vote for in our elections to be elected will actually be respected by those who are leaving power.
Amen to that. Well,
wow.
Director
Did you hear that?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hang on.
For all your hard work and thanks.
Hang on. We got to hear that one again.
It's somewhere around here. Find it and destroy it.
That the truth will see the light of day. And of course, the most important thing is that the American people see accountability, which is why we're referring and have already sent all of the documents that we have currently and any others that we get in the future to the Department of Justice to bring about that accountability, to ensure that the integrity of our democratic
republic. This is the wrong sniper.
Exists. That the
I
American
picked the wrong
people
sniper
can have faith
because
and trust that who they
I couldn't
vote for
fucking
in our
see
elections to be elected will actually be respected
of
by
the shit
those
on the screen
who are leaving power.
So I picked the one that only has one round instead of two
thank you
because
so
it was
much
blocking me.
And thanks for joining
like,
us.
why do I care if somebody else is prepared for the mission while I'm picking my shit?
Do you think we should have been in Iraq to begin with?
No.
We're fucking funding the people that killed us for 20 years.
How did I ever believe there was any connection between 9/11 and Iraq? There was none.
I think Rubio stopped it, but it's temporary. But it has to get through the Senate.
Go ahead.
So, Tim
I'm
Sheehy,
good. I flipped it.
Please
hurry
up and get that damn thing pushed
So I also have the bad neutralizer
There was
cannon.
a belief that Saddam was trying to was building
weapons of mass
weapons
destruction.
of mass destruction.
I have the level 3
Can you talk about
neutralizer
the
too.
connection between Dick Cheney and KBR?
Get this shit out of my way. Like, coming up, bro, it's already a clip.
We should have been in Iraq?
If you're already doing a clip from your podcast, do we really need this sting in the beginning?
It's like, let's go.
Like, it's just gonna repeat everything that you said in 13 minutes, you know? Like, I fucking hate that shit.
I recently actually went to
hate the stings. I hate the YouTube
George
meta.
W. Bush Museum at SMU in Dallas. I don't know if you've ever been. I actually, I don't know if I would recommend it to like GWAT veterans. It's strange. It made me really angry because there's a whole like GWAT.
Let's go see what
exhibition there or whatever, and it has all these speeches, all the speeches that they gave like leading up to the invasion, and I got so angry. I'm like, I was mad at myself. I'm like, how did I ever believe this? How did I ever believe there was any connection between 9/11 and Iraq? There was none. What were we even doing?
Get hit by?
KBR.
So, type true.
You know,
red drone.
Do you think that's what it was? Dick Cheney's?
I think it was bigger than that.
You think it was bigger than that? What do you think it was?
I think that might have been part of it because the years of like waste, fraud, and abuse through KBR was just like so egregious, and no one really ever did anything about that. Maybe that was part of it, but you know, I also think like there was this, you know, hanging, like George Bush Sr. didn't really finish the job in Iraq. Like, you know, he got Iraq out of Kuwait. Iraq had invaded Kuwait. He launched the Gulf War to get Iraq out of Kuwait, which was successful. But a lot of people wanted him to go the step further and regime change Saddam Hussein, and he didn't. But a lot of people in the George W. Bush administration thought now's the opportunity where we can finish that, where we can right that wrong. I think that's very real. And
damn it.
So I think both of those reasons. But it's also important to say that there was a belief that Saddam was trying to was building
weapons of mass
destruction. I think a lot of people did believe that. And like in retrospect, kind of good for him because there had been this long, you know, Iran-Iraq war. They were mortal enemies. And he wanted the Iranian regime to think that he was holding on to this like huge store of weapons of mass destruction. you know, it got him in the end. But at least it was enough of a thread to pull that they built this whole narrative around it. And I know, I mean, of course, he didn't have weapons of mass destruction. He had a large amount of yellow cake uranium.
Got one.
That they eventually put on a ship and sent to Canada.
And what a chemical weapon.
But that was not weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah. I mean, when you talk about some of the waste, fraud, and abuse of KBR, what are you talking about?
I mean,
I
saw this in a lot more detail in Afghanistan than I did in Iraq, but just like I remember just because I was in Iraq in the early days and all that stuff was just getting going, where, like I said, initially we were housed in the presidential palace, and then eventually they started, you know, bringing in these
what the fuck?
These trailers, and the first trailers didn't have bathrooms, so then those trailers were moved out and they got the new trailers that had bathrooms. And then I personally knew a couple of soldiers that were somehow had gotten vehicles through KBR and were like sending them back to CONUS.
Epic.
Yeah, I mean, obviously breaking the law. I didn't, like, I found out about it much later when I didn't even know where anybody was. But it was stuff like that. There was a lot of deal making, a lot of, like, people kind of, I don't even know. I mean, and then...
Can you talk about the connection between Dick Cheney and KBR?
Why are we watching so much CIA today?
Oh, you know, I always...
Before he was vice president. He was the CEO of Halliburton.
Got stuff to look at with them.
Which KBR was part of Halliburton, and then they spun it off because
this one had a very funny title.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
even the women be speaking the same.
It's so hard to paint a picture of how much money was wasted. I mean, when you're talking about the trailers,
Sean Ryan, he's basically the only reason Sarah has a platform.
Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands.
She's someone who's on his show.
Is Shawn Michael a restaurant? Why did I say?
And then all of a sudden they're replaced with ones that have a bathroom. I mean, the amount of money.
That was just.
And it's the biggest. I mean, they ran. From what I know, they ran all logistics.
Nice.
All logistics.
As long as the gunship lines up on him.
And in Afghanistan.
And there's a good shot.
And he was the fucking CEO of it, who's now the vice president, who obviously has major pull.
Correct. Yeah, correct. I mean, I remember at BIAP, Baghdad International Airport, we used to go there once a week on Fridays when we didn't work. And we used to literally, insane to think about today, risk our lives to go there to get like Burger King so we wouldn't have to eat whatever, just to get out and try to feel like we were doing something normal. But yeah, there was a Burger King there. There was, they were building all kinds of stuff there. And there was still also the duty free. So we were not under General Order 1. We were civilians assigned to the CPA, which was like basically, it was a DoD entity, but anyway, whatever. People bought booze at the airport. But even just in the 8 months that I was there, I mean, there was such a huge change in terms of like building things out. And the only thing that I saw during that time that was completely egregious was the trailers. And of course they weren't, like, we started getting mortared and rocketed pretty quickly after I got there, and so there was no protection for that.
You deserved it.
Like over time they started putting sandbags, so at least like if someone got hit, the shrapnel wouldn't hit someone else. But I mean, it was that's how it was in those early days. Pretty crazy to think about today.
Yeah.
And when I finally got home from that deployment, I didn't realize that I was a little rattled, but I remember I was at my parents' house for dinner one night, and there was like a window
Oh, did you get PTSD from being in the CIA?
And I was like under the table.
Did I say PTA or PTSD?
Before, everyone's like, "Where's Simone?"
Why
PSA,
do you think
PTSD.
so many GWAT veterans are they don't want to go back, or they don't want to go back over there. They're done with the Middle East. What do you think?
The only time it's appropriate to say "gwat" is when you have a character limitation on Twitter.
For nothing in Afghanistan, which was a loss.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I think that the GWAT generation is just so frustrated with, we talked about stricter ROEs. We talked about all kinds of stuff, and then when you do that, it's like, now you want me to go over there and do this fucking
We
job
funded
again?
the Taliban.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And apparently we still are. I don't know. But I think...
Now, I think Rubio stopped it, but
Right.
it's temporary. But it has to get through the Senate. So, Tim Sheehy, please hurry up and get that damn thing pushed through.
Amen. But yeah, I do think ultimately that that
Yeah, and I dropped a
they're
healer
not
down.
wrong. I mean, I agree with that sentiment that we can't.
What a
do
terrible
that.
res! Oh my God! Thank God you hit it.
It was.
I was literally
in many
just
ways a huge
facing
waste.
down
It
death
created
there.
Bigger problems.
I
But that doesn't mean
I almost shot the other one
that
too.
we can't address. Like we now should stop addressing any threat.
Mhm.
There's a balance.
Yeah.
And we just can't send big armies to address threats. It doesn't, first of all, it doesn't work. We're not good at it. And second of all, we have bigger fish to fry. But again, maybe I'm like trying to thread the needle too much, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not isolationist. I look at where we've come from, what we've done, all the things that I personally
Don't
saw and
aggro.
learned. I agree. I agree with you and with everyone else who's been speaking out about.
I have a missile group,
no new wars,
so I can
but
hit the
I
next
don't
target
think that's
before
what
it
this
moves.
is.
I was
think
thinking
taking
defensive.
like a targeted
Okay.
strike is different from that, and the fact that Israel is doing all of this other that's what
But
partners are for.
I need them to be in the
they're
air
helping
and
us.
visible when I get the missiles on
Let's
them.
let them finish what they're
If they're
doing.
moving around,
Now,
it's harder.
Doing that in the most humanitarian way possible means finishing it as quickly
So
as
I got him
possible.
coming in on this
the
guy.
The more this drags on, the more people suffer, the more people die. You have this
It looks like you
horrible,
aggroed the other one.
tragic
No.
situation unfolding
Okay.
in
got
Gaza.
both
People are doing their best. We have, U.S. humanitarian workers there now, which, it's hard to see the way things are organized right now, how that's going to be successful and not like a PR disaster ultimately for us. But I hope for the best. You know what I mean? Like, I'm rooting for us.
It's just fucking crazy, man. I mean, all these other terrorist organizations have ties to Iran. I'm sure the Taliban has ties to Iran.
Oh, bro, how do you not know this?
We're funding them, who
Got
are
him.
funded probably by Iran, but we're bombing Iran, and it's like, dude, pick, what fucking, what are we doing here? Like, we're fucking funding the people that killed us for 20 fucking years.
I bet you were real
Like,
pissed at Petraeus's plan, too.
Who are tied to Iran, and then we go and bomb our... It's
Maybe Trump shouldn't have
just-
fucking done the
He said
Doha
it,
talks,
like,
bruv.
What the fuck are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? It just makes
Say it
no
again.
sense. Like, how about you stop the fucking funding? And
What an asshole! I'm right next to you, by the way.
Or if
it's just
not,
asinine.
why don't you tell the American people why you're continuing it? Why don't you justify it?
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything
Here
out
I
of
go.
this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us
That's
a
it.
review
Stop
on
moving,
Apple
bitch.
and Spotify podcasts.
I'll get bro. Look, it's Sean Ryan.
intel is sure to save more lives. Thanks.
There come Crady's here. Come on. Yes, you got him.
Goober off monkey.
Iran's nuclear program led to direct military confrontation against Iran last month from Israel and the U.S. Now the Islamic Republic is trying to stabilize its nation, its program, and its negotiating stance with the West. Our Nick Schifrin was among a group of reporters who sat down in New York this morning with Iran's top nuclear negotiator, and he's here with us now. So, Nick, what did he have to say?
The bottom line is that Iran is maintaining its...
Okay. Oh, this is a classic. I can tell what this is. Teleportation ships gathering. Finally, we got the farming mission. This is going to be the Red Ants farmer
okay.
type stuff. You remember? Or it's going to be one of the other ships on the beach mission.
Insistence on enriching uranium domestically, and that is the core of what the president and his administration is trying to prevent. A briefing this morning in New York, as you said, Jeff, was from Qasem Gharib Abadi, one of Iran's deputy foreign ministers.
What did you call me?
He laid out a hard line, as expected, perhaps, before Iran and Europe meet next at the end of this week for the first time since the war. He said that Iran was, quote, more determined than before the war to maintain its right to enrich domestically, that he would not accept a regional consortium of enrichment outside of Iran, as the Trump administration has raised. He said Iran did not trust the U.S. to resume any kind of direct negotiations. He also said there was no Iranian formal assessment of the impact of those U.S. strikes on the nuclear facilities, even though his boss, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, earlier this week admitted that those strikes, quote, seriously damaged the facilities. But he did say that a technical team from the Iran nuclear watchdog would soon be in Iran.
Pilot seats are not for everyone. It shows them in the back.
Verification.
Get in the back of the van.
Their number is shocking.
Oh, this one.
They didn't even pay attention to us.
Good. Attack those teleportation ships. Take down as many as possible.
Charge! Get under the enemy ships! It's dangerous if you aren't close enough. Just get right under that thing.
We know how to do it, bro.
Attack the enemy camp.
This morning at our weekly conference meeting, we discussed the upcoming schedule, given the Democrats' endless efforts to politicize the Epstein controversy and the whole investigation.
The positions they have been forced to take, huh? Man, oh man, oh man. I'll put the first, I'll bury the lead a little bit. Not, I mean, I guess I'll bury it by 34 seconds. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, shut down Congress for the rest of summer to avoid an Epstein vote. Because enough Democrats and enough dissident Republicans were gunning to put to vote a bill demanding the release of the Epstein files, Mike Johnson has said, well, we're actually just going to declare recess for the remainder of summer. So that
is the machine gun drones shoot down, so I can still shoot them up into the ship core, and they'll stick and shoot down at everything that they drop with the heavy machine guns. So it's basically like a fucking second auto cannon.
He admits it. You don't even have to engage in the speculation, right? He just flat out says it.
I want to be clear about this. There's a reason behind what we are doing here. We have a responsibility, actually a dual responsibility here, okay? I've been on record very clearly that I believe in maximum transparency. I think every single House Republican will say the same thing. In fact, they've told me that publicly and privately. They talk about this. We want maximum
I will cover up diddling kids, but other than that...
The other part of that duty is that we have to protect innocent victims. Okay.
So this is the line they've come up with, right? It's that we actually, the reason they can't release the Epstein files is because the Epstein files are full of course, pornography. Now, obviously, you could just censor that. You could find ways to release the information where you're releasing like description or like relevant criminal information without actually showing any explicit media. I think that's
like they've never
pretty reasonable. I think
information
it's easy
before.
enough to do. Certainly, doing the censoring would be grim work, but you.
What? It's like they've never redacted information before.
I know, right?
Never redacted anything. Yeah, never experienced having to censor sensitive information. Never, not even once.
Well, didn't we just hear that there was actually, I don't know, what did I imagine when they said that there was a leak where Pam Bondi literally said, bro, you're all over these files?
Yes.
How do we know that happened? Was that a real thing? Was that a real leak?
Good point. More misdirection. We know that they do that. I'm dead. I'm coming down to you. I'm on the beach.
I've already gone through the files, right? Like, that's the job of the Justice Department. I cannot overstate how, like... So, it's easy to say, like, well, they're being flippant, right? Like, they know that they're in the Epstein files. They know for a fact that they're implicated. There is a desperate cover-up going on right now. See, the Wall Street Journal, just about a few hours ago, reported exclusively that the Justice Department informed Trump back in May that he is in the Epstein files, which confirms the existence of the Epstein files. That's it. The Wall Street Journal reports that Pam Bondi essentially sat him down and said, I'm sorry, sir, but, like, your ass is in here. Bondi also told the president at the meeting that the DOJ decided to not release any more Jeffrey Epstein documents because of the presence of pornography and the need to protect victims. They literally had a sit-down where she said, you're in them, and also, coincidentally, I have now decided that I don't want to release them, and here's the reason we're going to give. Shockingly overt. But this is an exclusive, and this was broken just this morning, you know? And I want to talk about this in a separate bit because it's so funny. I don't want to like jump it all in together.
Pillbox.
But like the Wall Street Journal, this is the second like major leak the Wall Street Journal has put out. Earlier they released that birthday letter that Trump sent to Epstein where he alludes at a shared secret that they both care about very much. J.D. Vance visited the Murdochs before that info was dropped.
Incredible.
The Vice President of the United States of America went over to the head honcho in charge of the Wall Street Journal to, and I'm just going to speculate here, but I know I'm correct, personally threaten him and tell him to not release the information. Yeah. Or beg. Apparently it didn't take. I mean, it clearly didn't take, because not only did the Wall Street Journal release that birthday letter that Trump sent to Epstein, now they're releasing this. So this is the context.
Well, maybe Trump shouldn't have threatened him with a lawsuit.
In fact,
yeah, exactly.
Maybe Murdoch really doesn't like that, considering
because he's aware
he already has
that the
enough
Wall
to
Street
deal
Journal is
with
going to release this information soon.
pushing this false agenda and constantly getting sued as it is. Now Trump's gonna sue him.
True.
I bet he's fucking hates this shit. Because
he probably thought he had a free
Didn't
pass.
they just pay out like one of the most expensive suits next to like Alex Jones?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Because of the Dominion voting machines?
I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Chat, let me know.
Information that Trump is both in the Epstein files and knows that he's in the Epstein files. So let's continue.
Okay, we have to do both things at the same time. What do we mean by that? Look, involved.
What do we mean by that? I don't know. We just be saying things.
Let's call it what it was. There are innocent victims of those unspeakable sex crimes. Okay.
Remember, this is explicitly the narrative that Pam Bondi came up with to protect Trump while telling him he's in the files. By the way, have you heard that Epstein was at Trump's wedding? Yes! Yeah. Speaking of leaks, yes, I did see the photos of Epstein at Donald Trump's wedding. Yes, actually, I did see that. We'll go over that in a second. A lot of stuff is coming out. Oh my god. What's the benefit of Capitol undermining Trump? I don't think Murdoch has ever liked Trump, really.
What is going on?
Murdoch
is that a pill bug that just got launched out of the map?
He is a, in addition to being unfathomably evil,
he's still alive.
He is a respectable businessman
Come on, pal.
who has built an evil empire on top of playing the game that the likes of Bush and Cheney played, right? You know, you keep things more or less in line, you keep things more or less stable, you promote Western hegemony, and Murdoch profits and sows disinformation the entire time. Murdoch doesn't have as much of a direct hand in his
he didn't even come back this way. He come back the other way.
He doesn't have enough of a direct hand to have even, like, intervened in the Wall Street Journal's posts. Like, it's possible
Wing Diver's
he's
coming
taken
in.
enough of a back seat that he doesn't even have the inroads within his own affiliate companies to put a stop to it.
To the north,
but
it looks
at
like.
the same time, I also think it's not exactly subtext that Murdoch doesn't like Trump. Murdoch was, after all, one of the guiding figures in pushing Fox News away from Trump after January 6th.
Some of them were minors.
Well, my
some
laser
of them were not.
My laser thing
when the Epstein records are turned
I thought
over,
WAPO was Bezos. Wall Street Journal.
over to the public, which we must do as quickly as possible, we have to also be very judicious and careful about protecting the innocent. I think everybody in the country should understand the necessity of that. It is the standard. I used to be a litigator. It's the standard in the court of law and the courts. It's the standard in law enforcement. Anyone who's served in law enforcement understands the necessity of that. It is the standard with government agencies. We protect the innocent. So we cannot be careless in an open release like that. You have to be very careful. The president himself has said that he wants maximum transparency and all credible evidence to be turned over to the American public, so that everyone.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Mike Johnson looks like an elf. That is true. Bro is Rizless? No, he's not. Mike Johnson has done a phenomenal job. The idiot Trump loyalists in Congress pushed for Matt Gaetz, but Matt Gaetz would have not done this good of a job at wrangling Republican
Matt Gaetz
Congress.
looks weird.
Matt Gaetz would not have gotten the big beautiful bill through. Guaranteed he would not have. Mike Johnson's actually done a shockingly good job as House Leader. He is very smart and very evil. It's unfortunate. He's on their side.
One can make their own decisions. We're owed that, and we want any individual who's been involved in any way
Watch out, pill bug.
Epstein evils to be brought to justice as quickly as possible. And
This one is literally spinning on its ass.
We're unequivocal about that. Okay, we have to make sure that the credible evidence is revealed, and we're doing that. The president has made.
That being said, normally Mike Johnson has this kind of like condescending, sneering tone when he does something that he knows is evil. He looks to me here a little bit. I might be reading into it too much. He looks a little bit panicked. Maybe not panicked, but that tone isn't
Daddy.
here. He does seem shaken. A shaken is what I would go with. My guess is that he was explicitly instructed by the president or Pam Bondi, doesn't really matter, to shut down the House over this. Obviously, like in a real country, even that or the possibility that might have happened would be a scandal in itself. But like the amount of information that is being dropped right now about the Trump-Epstein relationship is so severe, and it implicates them so much. CNN is dropping exclusives. Multiple exclusives from the Wall Street Journal. Oh, let's not forget, by the way, because this information is literally coming out like rapid fire right now. A top DOJ official intends to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Because the House, and this was before Mike Johnson shut down the House, because they want to know.
Oh, the wing divers are fighting that pill bug over there.
The House was pushing to have her subpoenaed so she could provide testimony to Congress. And before Mike Johnson shut down the House, the DOJ sent an official over to try to find out, or planned to send an official over to try to find out what she would say. Which really, so you argue you don't release the Epstein files because of the CP within. Okay, bullshit excuse, but okay. What is Ghislaine Maxwell going to do? Speak child material? Express it, like verbally? Is she going to weave the images in the air? Why don't you want her to testify? The House just subpoenaed her? Oh my god, 45 minutes ago. Well, but it doesn't matter. They're shutting down the House. The House is shut down for the for the rest of the summer. So what, they're going to backlog this a few months? The DOJ is going to work her over. So right before the shutdown happened, the oversight committee was like, no, hold on, and like rubber stamped it, like right on the way out. The House will be back in session in September. Yeah, but by September,
in September, that's
the DOJ
fucking crazy.
will have already like worked Maxwell over, you know. And I still don't think Maxwell would even testify. Because if she rats out on Donald Trump, the implication then is that everyone else compromised by Epstein could be ratted out as well. They would have her killed. Legitimately, my guess is that if she was going to testify, she would be trading a lessened sentence for exonerating testimony about Trump. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell would be like, yeah, Trump.
Where are you firing the mortars, guys?
Like an Epstein.
Guys. Am I looking out at the sea? Oh, here it is. Big base.
Just a tiny mistake, you die. Sir, yes, sir. I'll fight with you, Captain.
Knew it. Epstein was like a really clingy, but like Trump basically was just like, nah, dude, I respect women, especially little girls, and like tossed his hand away and like, yeah, like they never did anything, basically. If Maxwell agrees to testify before Congress and not take the fifth, and that remains a big if, she would testify truthfully as she has always said she would, and she will with Mr. Blanche. I think she would only go up there if it was to testify in favor of Trump. That is my guess.
A request to the courts and the grand jury testimony in the files there, for example. And the court should turn that over. And that will be a continuing and ongoing quest. Now, what we refuse to do is participate in another one of the Democrats' political games. This is a
This has turned into such a
homie's dead.
Jesus Christ, man.
Okay, I'll get him.
Serious matter. We are not going to let them use this as a political battering ram. The Rules Committee became the ground for them to do that. We're not going to allow them to engage in that charade anymore. Why do I call it a charade? Because the Democrats are trying to play gotcha politics right now when, as the leader just pointed out, they don't have any moral high ground on this at all. They control the Department of Justice for the last 4 years. Has anyone forgotten? They had all these files the entire time. They sat on everything.
That's a really good defense, Mike Johnson. Point out that the reason you and them are the same is because neither of you want to release the Epstein files. I'm sure Trump supporters really want to hear that. Say essentially, well, we're not going to release the Epstein files because they wouldn't release the Epstein files. That's a very anti-deep state move right there.
Related for 4 long years while President Biden was in office. You could draw your own conclusions as to why. But we've been intellectually consistent.
Maybe there was something more important
going on. And I
going
want to say this about my colleagues Ro Khanna and Jim McGovern and Hakeem Jeffries and so many others. They've tweeted about Epstein countless times in the last 2 weeks, but go back and look at their social media accounts we have and their public comments. They had exactly 0 posts on the subject for the last 4 years of the Biden administration.
Yeah, I guess the argument they're going with, genuinely, is like, well, why would you expect things to change under Trump? Like, yeah, we know that Trump and his colleagues, like, campaiged on
I'm not planning on attacking the mobile base.
Information that a bunch of people in his cabinet were, like,
I'm slowly walking towards my friends while my health
didn't expect things
one's
to change,
out
did you?
from my Mac.
The Biden government.
Interesting.
Right now.
We all understand that the America First agenda and the American people are best served by putting an end to the Democrats' sideshows. And that's what we're doing by not allowing the Rules Committee to continue with that nonsense this week.
Oh. It's so cool, by the way, how Republican House Majority leaders have, like, no problem at all just shit-talking the other side, and Democratic House Majority leaders,
scared of doing it?
have like, continue to banter about the bipartisan bullshit. In this case, I don't think it's really working to their favor, though. This looks so bad for everyone involved. Seriously. Hey, really quick, can somebody get me into this Wall Street Journal article? The one where the Justice Department told Trump
Does
that his
Bro
name
not know that
is in the Epstein
archive
files?
website?
Johnson was
Like-
asked by a journalist about putting the House on recess. Oh, please.
I mean, obviously we've seen the conservatives shut down the House floor routinely. You saw that you had to pull the rule because of fear of the Epstein votes.
No, we don't have any fear. No, hold on. No, Reese, no. There's no fear here. No, there's no fear. There's no fear. We're not going to allow the Democrats to use this as a political cudgel. Remember, they had 4 years. Hold on. The Biden administration held the Epstein files for 4 years. Not a single one of these Democrats or anyone in Congress made any peep about that at all. They could have brought him to...
Nobody in Congress? Nobody in Congress made a stink about the Epstein files throughout the entirety of Biden's administration? Is that so?
Discharge petition at any point in the last 4 years. They chose not to. They waited until President Trump was elected. I think that's very suspect. And I will not allow the House to be drug into political gamesmanship. Not gonna do it.
Mike Johnson is basically the best guy that they can get on this because he's the only one who's smart enough to, like, weave the rhetorical net, and I still don't think he's able to do a very good job because the most convincing argument he can make is still ultimately give up the case, stop talking about it, it's not a big deal, we're just like the Biden administration, in that we have no intention of releasing it, you know? Second clip from the same answering. Why not just put it into one big clip? Or clip part, literally.
All the House to be drug into political gamesmanship. Not gonna do it.
Why not more of a sense of urgency? Why not just hold a vote today?
There's no point in having a vote today because the administration is already doing everything within their power to release them. They've gone to the grand jury. They've requested the courts to unseal the documents.
The grand jury refused to unseal the documents, by the way, which isn't surprising because that was a pretty extraordinary move. The reason the Justice Department did that was because it was a nothing burger. The grand jury records would not have contained any interesting information. They certainly wouldn't have implicated Trump. They weren't really relevant to the investigation. She just wanted to request them to make it seem like she was doing something.
So that they can be released. The president himself has said all credible evidence should be put out to the American people while protecting the innocent. That's where we stand as well. There's no point in passing a resolution to urge the administration to do something that they are already doing. And so that's why we're going to let that process play out. This is not out of fear in any way. What we're trying to do is maximize transparency and
I wish one of the reporters would ask, do you intend on shutting down Congress every time
pedophile needs protection?
Representatives intend on releasing the Epstein files? Is this going to be like ongoing, like every single congressional session gets ended like 1 week in because people are still interested in finding out whether or not the president is in the Epstein files? Oh, have you seen the recent Wall Street Journal report indicating that he is in fact in the Epstein files, confirming both the existence of the files and of his vulnerability to their release? They never ask any real questions, of course, because then they wouldn't get let back into the Capitol building.
And stand for the truth. We want, wait, let me say this, very important. We want
Fuck
every
off.
single person who was involved in any way in the Epstein evils to be brought to swift justice.
Nobody around me.
The full weight of the law.
Yeah.
Fall upon their head, and I will do everything within my
I don't know what
you
you think I'm gonna do.
You can do it.
And we'll see.
Notice how desperate all these reporters are in a question, and how much Mike Johnson wants to avoid it, by the way. Like, he's being hounded here. They're like talking over him, which is pretty uncommon, you know? He does not want to be here. He's filibustering? Yes. Someone should go to a Republican into a no-confidence vote, the Speaker. Not gonna happen. They told the president at the meeting that the files contained what unofficials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump. Ooh, really? Yeah? The Epstein file? Pam Bondi sat down and told him this? Unverified hearsay. It's gotta be bad if they're referring to it that way, by the way. Like, if his name was only mentioned in a rote procedural way, they wouldn't call it unverified hearsay. They would call it in a rote procedural way. Oh, uninteresting. Unverified hearsay. Incredible. Oh, he's described as doing some disgusting stuff in these documents. One of the officials familiar with the documents said they contained hundreds of other names. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Trump. You're among hundreds of other people over him. They also told Trump that senior Justice Department officials didn't plan to release any more documents related to the investigation of the convicted sex offender because the material contained CP and victims' personal information, the officials said. Trump said at the meeting he would defer to the Justice Department's decision to not release any further files. Kind of confirming my belief that Trump has no idea what's going on and is just being guided by the people in his cabinet. You know? Like, they came up with the idea. He has no idea. They had to, like, minimize it before talking to him about it, because they're not gonna come to him for strategy. Need a patriot with a simulated name to leak this? Dog, we already have a leak. Who the f do you think gave this to the goddamn Wall Street Journal? Like, that's huge. This was a meeting between the president
Remember what
and the
I said?
DOJ over his being
Only
named
way we're ever getting this
in
is a
these
leak
files.
or a
Like,
hack.
there could not have been that many people present at this meeting. I would be surprised if there were more than a dozen people there. Him, a few staffers, Pam Bondi, a couple DOJ officials. A dozen seems high. There are often a surprising number of people at these meetings. Not to be a dummy, why make a fuss now if we've known he was a known associate with Epstein for years? They made a fuss of it. Donald Trump's cabinet made a fuss about releasing the Epstein files when they got to power, and now they're very publicly, very obviously, very shamefully not doing so because they're like, wait, hold on, turns out he's in there, obviously. Why let an enemy's mistake go untaken advantage of, you know? Yeah, we know he's in the Epstein files. There are lots of tards who think it's been misinformation from day one, and it's very evident that Trump's desperate attempts to get people to move on from the topic are making some people angry.
But it lasts
the
a while.
naturally are fumbling the ball.
How
They
long
always
does it
do
last?
that. This is another fake news story, just like the previous story by the Wall Street Journal. Thank you, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung. Thank you, thank you. Even the podcaster dudes who are defending them are still catching heat, which is great to see. Yeah, it's not good content. At the end of the day, it just comes down to content.
Everybody associated with this and defending this should have their reputation tarnished.
Files and pedophilia in the abstract. What they don't like is bad content. It's the nature of populism and fascism more specifically. Everything has to be part of a narrative. Everything has to be part of this, like, expression of conquest over enemies, you know? They despise the fact that this is, you know, you have this, like, for years now, one of the most credible and well-developed conspiracy theories in a long time. Very believable. Goes on for years and years, and now a sudden, abrupt, unsatisfying halt to it because, oh, turns out it implicates them. Not good content. Bad content. Guess we'll see how things play out when the House reopens in September.
It's wild they can even close it down that long.
Yeah, that is fucking crazy.
What happened between Besson and Musk? If you got your intel, you got people on the inside. We were 50 different stories, right? The black eye where Elon saying, well, it was my kid X that really punched me in the head, punched me in the eye, and Trump's like, oh yeah, you should know really X, he's really this. And then stories comes out every, you know, afterwards, and, you know, Besson's being asked. He doesn't really fully answer, but he does kind of talk about he'll stand up. So
I wonder,
what do you think really happened there? If you know what happened there, maybe you don't know what happened there.
I honestly don't know. I mean, I know that Elon and Besson, I can say they would fight a lot, from my understanding. I know for
you know,
they get into matches and they don't like each other.
The bug monster from Men in Black.
Personality clashes. I think that whenever you have a very successful, competing for the president's attention, competing to be number one.
Guys, stop, please.
You're obviously going to have clashes, right? You're going to have fights because you can't really have too many alphas, I guess, right? Too many alphas in the same room or the same space at one time without people fighting. You know, that being said, I think that both of them have legitimate criticisms of each other. I don't agree with what Elon did, trying to blow up Trump on the way out. I don't agree with him, you know, falsely accusing the president of being on the Epstein list. But at the same time, I do think that, you know, a lot of Scott Besson's background is fair game and fair for criticism.
See, I'm going way up the back ahead of time.
An association.
I'm not even going to the beach this time.
Some of the people who Scott Besson has brought in to the Treasury Department and who he's affiliated with even after the election. Trump haters, people who were very anti-Trump in the closing days leading up to the presidential election.
AKA based people.
So, I would just say that I think that there's legitimate criticism.
Well, I took out his legs, but I died.
Do you think there was a fight? Do you think there was a punch? Do you think there was
I know that there was. I know for a fact that there was a screaming match, like a verbal fight, like a verbal fight. I don't know if it got physical, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to speculate. I have no idea how Elon got his black eye. I do know that they had a screaming match.
Do you know over what? Do you know what the topic was?
Well, there were several screaming matches, but one of the screaming matches had to do with the fact that Scott Besson, fired, but, you know, didn't really fire because nobody really gets fired in the Trump administration, right? Relocated or reassigned Doge's pick, Elon's pick.
Hey, it's almost like
one of the IRS.
It's exactly like China.
And he did so without consulting with him a day after he was appointed. And that's, I believe, one of the things that really set Elon off and led to them having a screaming match with each other. It was one of the Doge-appointed officials at the IRS.
Got it.
And Besson decided that he didn't want him in that position and reassigned him.
I'm dead.
Did Besson feel...
And I think this was actually reported
100% I'm dead.
a few days after
Not
the
dead.
fact.
Holy shit, I'm
I mean,
dead.
I knew about it. I was asked not to say anything about it. And, you know, part of getting intel is having people trust that they can give you information and not say anything about it. But now it's out there, right? So it's not like it's proprietary
You're
anymore.
leaking
The
it.
wall,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not like
been
I'm
already
leaking it.
reported.
It's already been
Yeah.
reported, right? But that's, you asked me one of the ways that I'm able to get intel. Well, like, I talk to some of the most powerful, richest people in the world, right? In corporate America, in politics, people all around the world. And you have to show that you can keep a secret.
Yeah. What,
You have to show that you can keep a secret.
do you think there is a chance that...
And I know how to keep a secret. Let me tell you, Pat.
Yesterday about the fact that, hey,
I won't tell your wife.
Is around the corner. One of the things we got to figure out ways to unite.
They call me the cum harvester.
I think there's a likelihood that the two of them will unite.
Guess what? They call me that, Pat.
Probably not. I think that there's been so much
Stuff.
gasoline poured on the fire since, you know, Elon's last day.
It's because I harvest their cum.
All of the, you know, the bickering back and forth, whether it be the allegations that he's on the Epstein list and
He is.
you know, the threats about revoking or canceling the government contract.
He is. Next question.
I don't really see there being any type of unification. I mean, look, Elon himself has his own independent.
I really hate those
political operation
white-sided.
now, right? The America Party. He has his own political
Cringe.
consultant. So it's said that he wants to fund people that didn't vote against the big beautiful bill. Who knows? I mean, I don't know how political he's going to continue being. He doesn't really seem to be talking politics much these days since he left the White House. He's more focused on his companies. But
Will
I
you
don't
two
know, as
stop
we get closer
dying?
to 2026, I don't really think
Kinda
that
feel
his
like
threats
stupid
carried much
fucking
influence.
aliens.
Well,
He's certainly
come
an
to me
influential
and I'll
person,
drop
but
health for you.
Even threatening to primary every single person
You
who
silly
voted
goose.
for the big beautiful bill didn't change anybody's votes. If you look at the people who actually voted for the big beautiful bill, so you know, it makes you wonder, like, how heavy is his political influence? Obviously, he has money. He can certainly influence things financially. But in terms of his word against President Trump's, it's pretty obvious that people value President Trump's word more, politically speaking, that is, right, than Elon
come here.
Musk's. Because if Elon's word was more powerful than President Trump's, you would have seen
Iran.
the entire Congress vote against the big beautiful bill.
And they didn't. So that's one way of saying, I don't think you can replace me. At least not now. But again, keep in mind, a lot of times, people change.
Hey everybody, Laura Loomer here. I'm so excited
Hey.
to finally announce
Shut
that
up.
I joined Minnect.
The Gluckinator here.
Connect with me
Glizzy
on
Gobbler
Minnect.
here.
Can't wait to chat with you, whether it be about politics, investigative
The taste of
journalism,
Trump's
or
penis.
you just want to talk to me about your furry friends and how you too can get involved in my
I actually have a
personal
book.
rescue. Whatever
I
it
spit the
is,
cum
I
out
can't
into the
wait
book
for you
and
to
then
connect
write
with me
down
on Minnect.
consistency
So be
and
sure
flavor.
to contact me today.
You know
If you
how
enjoyed
there's
this
that,
video, you want to watch more videos,
that
check this
stereotype
out. If
of
you
white
wanna watch
women
the entire
fucking dogs?
podcast,
She's where this comes from.
No, what? You're
That's what
confused.
you-
She
That's why. That's why
because
George
you're-
Soros has
because
to
she is a dog,
2022.
right? You're just confused.
Of course.
Join the strike team. DE-202 to ground units. Please designate attack targets. 120mm cannon, fire. 120mm cannon, fire. This is Carrier. The vehicle's on the go. Yes, sir. Ready to drop.
Get this tree out of my way.
Target confirmed. 120mm cannon, fire.
Good.
Machine guns, fire. This vehicle's in great condition. You should have no problems using it.
Yeah, if only you could have dropped it off 0.2 seconds sooner, so I'd be inside it when this drone wave hit. Now there's spiders.
DE-202 to L Raiders. I'll wait for instruction up there.
Nah, there's butcher boys. I'm getting squashed. I'm getting squashed. Okay. I'm in the air.
Yes, sir. The enemy is nearby. Yes, sir. Please leave it to me next time. I can fight. You can trust me.
Get these trees out of my way.
Confirm distance with the enemy. Starting. Yes, sir. I'm out of ammo. Now, attack its right side. Yes, sir.
What did you, Butchie boys? That's
yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought you said, I was like, glitchy boys. He must mean the octopus.
No, butchy boys. I don't know why we called them that, but that's what we called them.
You're good. Plan A. Yes, sir. You partner. No problem.
In Europe. The answer has a lot to do with why Iceland has become so rich despite its hostile environment. Two things define Iceland's economic history: its location and its tiny population. Iceland sits alongside Greenland in the northern Atlantic, with its capital Reykjavik north of Anchorage, Iqaluit, and Nuuk. Food has a hard time growing in this cold of a climate, and, as I'm sure you know, humans can't live without food. So Iceland's population has always remained quite small as a result, fluctuating
What a
around
dumbass thing to
50,000
put in your
people
video
for much
essay.
of its history as it battled with famines and plagues.
Oh, ponies need food,
the
don't
country
they?
is poorly endowed, not even having many trees, and for over 200 years it was forced to sell its products only to the Kingdom of Denmark, which it was a colonial possession of. This can make it pretty surprising when you hear that by income per capita, Iceland is one of the 10 richest countries on Earth, and by average salary, it's in the top 3.
Oh my god.
Icelanders enjoy some of the highest quality lives out of anyone on Earth, despite the fact that even 50 years ago, they produced only a tenth of what they do
Are you
today.
on this hill or the other side of this
secret
hill?
has been by smart supply-side economics on the part of their government, particularly of their energy and
There's
electricity
3 of the
resources.
big dudes around me.
Per person, Iceland uses the second most amount of energy on Earth, only behind gas and slave-rich Qatar. But stripping out transportation and heating and only looking at electricity use, Icelanders have the most amount of electricity out of anywhere on Earth. It's not even close. Norway is a distant second. They generate 52 megawatt hours of electricity per person. Americans have less than a quarter of that. In total,
What is that
means they
thing?
produce 20
Oh, that's the
terawatt hours,
mobile
around
oppression
the
base's
same
leg.
level as Syria
The
or
mobile oppression
Massachusetts.
palace.
The island has no coal, gas, or nuclear infrastructure as well, with much of the energy coming from geothermal sources.
Surprise,
and most of the
cockface!
Electricity from hydropower.
It's cockfag.
It's a little, what you say, abundant. And it's allowed this small and cold country of less than 400,000 people to punch highly above their weight in terms of energy research, growing tropical fruits, and being the smallest country ever to make the World Cup. But it wasn't always this way. Iceland used to be a poor hinterland of Denmark. Back when agriculture dominated our ways of life, Iceland had some obvious problems. Most people on the island were self-sufficient farmers, but because of the tiny population and lack of resources, many moved throughout the year between the coasts in the winter to fish and pastures in the summer to tend sheep or cattle. This meant urban specialization never really happened, with only a couple of towns popping up.
Yes, I guess.
The trade monopoly with Denmark didn't help either. All the export products, mainly wool and fish, were directed to Copenhagen, with trading profits split between the king and Danish merchants. Most positions of power came from royal appointments or involvement with the church, and the vast majority of peasants were tenants tied to the land. Most of Iceland's history was one of vast inequality marked by stagnation and isolation. Despite the fact that this monopoly ended in 1855, like the rest of Europe, it wasn't until the 1870s where structural transformation took place, as Icelanders got legislative power for themselves. Unlike most countries, though,
What
which
is
have
going
a
on with this guy?
manufacturing phase between agriculture and services,
He was just
Iceland's
like
factories never became the
he wasn't like maybe because he was all poopy because it was all his exoskeleton was blown off, but he just looked like a ball that wasn't rolling. It was just moving across the ground.
Yeah, that's what mine looked like too. What the fuck is that?
It probably is because it had all its flesh shot off.
Yeah. What in the fuck is that? Is that you?
No. I'm in the Vagalta.
Are you shooting
force in their
bullshit?
economy. Instead, industrialization started in the fisheries with the adoption of steam trawlers and fish processing plants. The country,
walking
so
by
small,
weapon crates.
has always depended on trade. However, that trade has depended on the technology available to do so. For example, in medieval Iceland, there was little point in shipping cheap, bulky items because it was far too expensive. Most of their imports were small, luxury goods like silver, wine, and whetstones. The exports have usually been derived from their natural resources.
Terrain, so I couldn't
Up to
go pick that
90% of the
crate up.
country's foreign exchange earnings were from fish until the 1960s. And when the fish stock had plummeted throughout the 1970s, this is when Iceland had started to transition to the electric economy it is today. For most of its history, Iceland was dependent on imported coal and domestic peat and dried dung for its energy uses. That changed in the early 1900s when the first hydropower station was made in a small town south
perfect
of Reykjavik.
ambulance dropped for me.
It was a beastly
Perfect.
9-kilowatt machine used to power a single carpenter's shop. That's enough to power about 3 modern fridges. Many in Iceland figured they
Android
could follow
unit
a model
has invaded,
laid out
fully
by the
taking over the pity
Norwegians
of the
at the
people
time.
into and
Build dams,
head to the
provide
location at
electricity,
once.
and attract heavy industries like fertilizer or cement factories.
I hate
the
those
difference
guys.
was, Norway allowed foreign companies to build these dams as long as they were given to the government after a certain amount of time, while Iceland completely banned foreign investment into them. As a result, these generators were small, built by individuals for individual use, usually for an individual farm. The state only got involved during the Great Depression, taking over from these tiny generators financed by individuals, and after some decades of chaos, created the publicly owned Landsverken company to build new generators. Even when electricity prices were low and they weren't finding any foreign investors, the Landsverken built to overcapacity, flooding the market with cheap electricity. Meanwhile, another innovation was taking shape that took even more pressure off of their electrical grid. Iceland sits between 2 tectonic plates. As the country literally gets ripped apart, magma rises to the surface, heating up many pools of water. Hot springs, geysers, and volcanoes cover the island. Many underground pockets hold water which reaches 250 degrees Celsius. Drilling a borehole down there could give you easy access to that water's energy. The first person to realize this was a farmer from the south. He built a pipe to transfer the heat from a nearby pool to his farmhouse, becoming the first geothermally heated home on the island. No longer would the citizens have to rely on imports or burning literal poo to stay warm. By the 60s and especially 70s, a concentrated effort was put in place by the Landsverken to heat all homes using geothermal energy. And today, nearly all space heating is done via geothermal sources, as well as snow melting systems, heated pools, and indoor greenhouses. These are
using this place as a base for invasion. We have to do this now. We're retaking the town. It's a giant android. Shoot! I don't think we can take this thing down. What do we do?
This is bad. Our weapons won't be able to destroy that android. The giant android appears to have been damaged.
They really did it. Look, the Rumours has flooded the weak spot. It's unbehind.
android successfully destroyed.
We did it.
It seems like the round part in front really is its weak point.
No shit.
That eye-like part is its weakness. Aim for its eye. Aim for the eye.
Giant android has been destroyed.
Commencing airstrikes. Rockets, fire. DE-202 to ground units. These designated targets are in sea. How's the result? Rockets? Good. We've destroyed the giant android.
Hunter, protect me.
I did. You dead?
Mm-mm. I'm good.
This is DE-202. Ready to attack anytime. Ready to drop. Battle will begin soon.
Up. On the bed.
Ready to attack again.
Lots of fire.
Firm target. Entering the combat area. This is Carrier. Dropping complete. Get on the vehicle. Weapons in check. Battle will begin soon. Yes, sir.
Nearly found to the south of Reykjavik, where a bounty of geysers and hot springs can be found. The large energy
He's saying,
sources
"Come
have
with me."
meant Icelanders can increasingly grow
Trying to
year-round food,
plan with you.
including
He
cucumbers,
doesn't know that's
herbs,
impossible.
and tomatoes, which the country sources 75% of domestically. As part of research programs, horticulturalists have been able to grow cacao fruit, oranges, figs, ghost peppers, and yes, bananas.
Right.
In the 1950s, there was even a 5-year-long trial to see if Iceland would be able to become a banana exporter, as Northern Europe had lacked a stable
That's wild.
domestic supply of their most popular fruit. Yet even under glass, with all this heat and artificial lighting, the bananas had taken about 6 times as long to grow in Iceland as in Latin American or African countries. They simply couldn't compete with the insanely cheap banana prices that have grown into a leading symbol of globalization and intervention and corruption. Today, Icelanders import nearly all of their bananas from overseas, and banana farming in Iceland only lingers on as more of a hobby than a leading sector of its economy. The plentiful electricity supply didn't go to waste as their fruit industry never came to fruition. One of the
Fuck you, big head.
creating the Landsvirkjun was to attract certain manufacturers to the island. Since Iceland is a closed loop, as in you can't exactly stuff electricity onto ships and send it off, the people who use the electricity had to go there. The magic material which Iceland actually got rich off of is
Look at
aluminum.
the amount of damage I've put into
Smelting
this
aluminum
motherfucker.
is incredibly electricity intensive, requiring
How
14,000
did he not
kilowatt
dead?
hours per ton, far more than most metals. So the government saw an opportunity in attracting
fucking
aluminum
die.
firms to the country. Import bauxite ore, use its cheap electricity to ship aluminum off, and keep the profit. The first to come
crates
was
on top of this
Aluswiss,
building.
which built an aluminum processing plant in 1969, attracted by low prices. Today, electricity costs somewhere between 7 and 13 US cents per kilowatt hour. Compare that to the US at an average of 17 cents, and running an aluminum plant is around 30% cheaper in Iceland, even with the higher wages and shipping costs, because electricity is by far the biggest input in turning bauxite ore into aluminum sheets. For
Finally!
Americans in the Rust Belt, these cheap Icelandic prices were a factor in losing their industry. From America's peak of 30 aluminum plants, they've fallen to only 4. In fact, 2 more plants were built in Iceland, both by American companies. Century Aluminum's in 1998 and Alcoa's in 2007. A 4th one was partially built but cancelled
crates.
after their 3 basically
Oh,
only
he's got
banks
a
had collapsed in 2008.
Bogagua? What are those things
now,
called?
Iceland makes roughly the same amount of aluminum as the entire
He's got
United
the
States does, or about a third of
Megazord.
Canada,
We can all get in
or
it.
a 30th of China. But look at the electricity generation graph throughout this time. Here's when they made those plants. Here's where the Fjotstadler power station is, by far the largest in the country.
We'll now be calling the giant androids by the name Cyclops, a one-eyed beast.
Have we not already been doing that?
This eye is its weakness.
Another fucking... It's crazy. Submissions are just dog shit. Story easy.
Yeah.
What? Did it mute?
Percent ends up in households,
Guard
whereas over
capsule.
70% goes to the 3
I'm gonna
aluminum
have to go pretty
smelters.
soon.
And if you still think 3 smelters doesn't sound impressive, consider that these alone
Whoever
generate
smelt it,
about
dealt it.
as much foreign exchange as their entire
Nothing.
tourism industry. And
No.
That joke... hey, it's underground. That joke didn't do anything for you?
You get nothing.
Oh. My monster condom for my magnum dong.
My monster condom, Magnum Dong.
I want assault aircraft. Okay, no team killing.
going to Iceland isn't cheap. And yet, there's more to do with the electricity, as companies pour billions into...
What?
Amazing. I got another perfect core. Amazing. And my pulsar. Yeah. Very cool.
Turbo core, huh?
Hmm.
You're not going to take the thunder cunt?
That's what I was changing to.
Nice. That mag, the spine buster is probably pretty good underground too, depending on how the tunnels are. These tunnels, yes, it would destroy here.
Rendezvous with your team.
The big data, machine learning, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and big data analysis, they're going to need the computer power to do such Internet of Things. Companies like BMW already use Icelandic data to render their designs or run crash test simulations. Not only is it about 80% cheaper than running a British data center, but it solves much of the heat problem they face. To operate, these buildings must be kept at around 20 degrees Celsius, whereas the average summer temperature in Iceland is only about 10 to 12 degrees, meaning they can just...
I'm only fucking their shit up.
Yeah, but you'll like spawn them ahead of before everyone's ready.
I just cleared the first room.
use the outside air as a free source of AC. The extra heat could potentially be used to add more heat energy to the already well-built system. 3 companies already operate data centers across the country, totaling 200 megawatts in capacity, contributing to an estimated 7% of total electricity use and
the Ranger just blow
5%
me up?
of GDP. The hype for data
With his
gives the
fucking bicycle?
Landsbergian extra negotiating power against the aluminum companies, which critics say the country has grown too dependent on. Some other critics say they're too dependent on these new data centers, that Iceland's green energy shouldn't go to mining Bitcoin used for crime. The ex-prime minister has called for Iceland to grow corn,
what an asshole.
not data with
All because I
but does that
drove
make
his bike
sense?
around really
The
quick to
history
be
of
silly.
trade routes starts out with small, precious things being traded among willing-to-pay elites.
what a dickhead.
Things like silk, cinnamon,
Was it
perfumes,
you?
and myrrh,
No, it
whatever
wasn't me.
myrrh is. Then, with the European Age of Discovery and all
Yeah, I
this
didn't
new
think you were
land
near
they
me,
had
so-
access to,
Like, I
and
literally-
He was
much
driving
more
by
about
me, so he was
outsourcing
probably
land.
holding down the
Popular
machine gun button.
items coming
Controller
back to the
wasn't in
old
my
world
hand.
being things like
Yeah, like he was probably just holding down the gun button.
Mm.
sugar, Brazil wood, and furs. It's relatively recent when we started trading bulky, cheap things, and small countries dependent on bulky, cheap things could join the global economy. Iceland isn't naturally rich in many things, but it is rich in electricity generating capacity. Since that can't be directly exported, the country has to export it virtually, either in metal form or literally virtually. As a byproduct, it's given the citizens some of the most clean energy and electricity on Earth, 2 things which dramatically improve the standards of living for whoever has access to them. Iceland's story is one of skilled management of trade, realizing its full potential by making the most of what they're best at. It didn't work for everything. Iceland never became Europe's banana plantation, but it didn't matter since they found the areas they were the best in the world at. And with that money, just imported the bananas and corn. And isn't that what trade is all about?
There's a Clayton wall down here.
Alrighty, folks, a lot coming up on today's show. Hunter Biden, crack addict, former crack addict, but it appears something is still ripping through his system because he just did a wild 3-hour interview. What does that say about the Democratic Party? Plus, we'll get to Stephen Colbert, the fallout from his firing, and a couple of...
What your criticism is that he did a 3-hour interview? I love that when it comes to Mike Lindell being the most insane guy ever, they never would think to make that crack joke about him, huh?
No. You know, get your pillow for the low price of $14.88. That's that guy, right? That's the My Pillow guy. What a fuckhead.
They're back this way.
Of actually quite important criminal cases. But first, we are celebrating a decade of the Daily Wire, 10 years of fighting the culture war and building something real. How are we celebrating?
Fighting
We are
the
growing
culture war.
fast. More members, more shows,
I'm
new
a-
voices,
I'm a
like
professional
Isabel Brown, new
activist.
documentaries, like Journey to the UFC, the Joe Pyfer story premiering this Friday. Not just a fight doc, a blueprint for becoming unstoppable. From nothing to UFC
Cringe.
stardom, through trauma, pain, no excuses. Our members get it all first. The announcements, the first looks, the full truth. No censorship or hidden agenda, just common sense, and a community that actually has it. Don't sit
Yeah,
this
we're
out.
very
Celebrate
open
a
that we're
decade of the Daily
Nazis,
Wire.
but we're
Go to
pro-Jew.
dailywireplus.com and join today. Okay, so the big story of the day is Hunter Biden. He's back. Now, why does that matter? There are a couple of reasons it matters. One is that Hunter Biden is a stand-in for his father. When
No, he's
Hunter
not.
talks, Hunter is speaking for Joe Biden. And when he
Different
speaks for
person,
Joe
actually,
Biden,
believe
he's
it or
speaking
not.
for, believe it or not,
No way.
the establishment wing of the Democratic Party in some interesting and weird ways. And so what he has to say about politics is sort of relevant. Also, Hunter Biden's exposure of the entire left for the fraud that it is because of his father is quite incredible. And it is worthwhile to remember that Hunter Biden, along with Joe Biden, was part of that inner coterie of people surrounding Joe who knew that.
Is that mission over?
I don't know.
They're singing. Another easy one. Sounds like it's a two-parter. We'll probably fight an ant queen.
Yeah, maybe.
In a big chamber. This, fire gun I have, kind of the tits. It reloads so fast.
Okay.
Like you literally can nonstop just be putting the flamethrower, and it goes so well. It's perfect for tunnels. Because it's like it goes up and down, so it shoots flames on each side, and then it goes forward, burns out, and then instantly reloads. So you can literally just almost cast it completely nonstop. I only needed 2 guns basically because of how fast it was cooling down. And by guns I mean spells, because I'm totally a spellcaster. Bro, how far, number 59, bro, where is the fucking kaiju mission? Almost about to be on, we saw it with a 1 kaiju, but it was just a kaiju introduction.
Yeah. Spark whip. This dog is so precious. Talking to dogs, play the video.
Well,
Kill the president.
Put the new soundbite in there.
Don't have time. Playing game.
Joe was unhealthy, mentally unwell, and all the rest, and who left him in place because they were essentially playing at the presidency. This is something that Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson have reported in their book Original Sin, talking about who was the actual president of the United States for several years. When you listen to Hunter, you should understand Hunter Biden was at least partially the actual president of the United States for several years, and so that makes this interview important. So we begin this interview.
Did you watch the interview?
With his thoughts on the election. So first he says,
effectively dispels it.
The reason that his dad completely collapsed as a human during that debate with Donald Trump, the most famous debate now in modern American history, the reason for that is because he says that his father was on Ambien.
I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically, and the mileage that he could have flown around the world 3 times. Yeah. He's 81 years old. He's tired. They give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights. And it feeds into every story that anybody wants to tell.
Suicide bombers.
So it was the Ambien. It was not that his father was not sentient. So first of all, who gives an 81-year-old man Ambien on a flight knowing what the predictable results of that will be hours later? I mean, there are just certain materials that you take when you fly. Now, if you take too much melatonin, you can be zonked the next day. Ambien will absolutely... So they gave him to that, like the day before or the night before the debate. First of all, if that's true, it shows that his advisors were in some ways sandbagging him. But beyond that, it's obviously not true that that is the reason why Joe Biden has been in a state of collapse for several years. At this point, Hunter admits that Nancy Pelosi is the person who drove Biden out of the race. Here he was.
You know who did not want Kamala Harris to be president and did not want her to be the nominee? Nancy Pelosi didn't want her to be. None of Nancy Pelosi's people wanted her to be. They wanted an open convention. They wanted a floor fight. They wanted I don't know what the hell they wanted, but they wanted to be the ones to anoint whoever they were going to anoint to become the next president of the United States.
They should do that, actually, Hunter.
I really don't know. I don't have any idea. All I know is that they definitely did not want Kamala Harris. And again, which undermined her, which undermined the campaign.
And look at Hunter trying to defend Kamala right there, saying it wasn't her fault that she lost. It was Pelosi who drove Biden out of the race. He also took some side swipes at people like George Clooney and David Axelrod and the Pod Save America bros, basically saying all of these people, they threw Joe Biden out of the race. They shouldn't have. Okay, so a lot of this is defensive play from Hunter, who, again, was the actual president along with Jill, probably,
no, he was not.
of the country for several years. And predictably, he's pissed about it.
Are you stupid?
And you know what George Clooney did? Because he sat down, I guess, because he was like given a blessing by the Obama team or the Obama people and whoever else, and David Axelrod and whoever the else, is to go, okay, yeah, you know what? We are going to insert our judgment over yours. Me, and James Carville, who hasn't run a race in 40 years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was
Passing through the center floor and infiltrating the bottom. But what about the captain? Headed to the bottom floor. No need to worry. Damn it. Does he think he can beat us there?
Is it this way? Another dog shit easy mission.
What's up with
Barack Obama, and that was because of Barack Obama, not because of David Axelrod and David Plouffe and all of these guys and the Pod Save America guys who were junior speechwriters in, on Barack Obama's Senate staff who have been dining out on the relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40-50 million off the Democratic Party. Him and everybody around him. I don't have to be nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. George Clooney is not an actor. He is I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, and God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como. And he's great friends with Barack Obama. What do you have to do with anything? Why do I have to listen to you? What right do you have to step on a man who's given 52 years of his life to the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the New York Times to undermine the president at a time in which, by the way, what do people care about the most?
Yeah, so I'm just going to point out here that Hunter Biden would make a better 2028 candidate than Joe Biden made a 2024 candidate. I'm here for him dunking on all of his erstwhile Democratic friends. Hunter, of course, took the opportunity also to defend himself against charges that, for example, his art business was a scam on behalf of the Biden family, which it pretty clearly was. No one buys Hunter Biden finger paintings these days for $500,000 a pop.
You know how many stories the New York Times wrote about my art?
How many?
I don't know, like a dozen? To what end?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, to what end? I mean, at the time that they were writing about my art, Jared Kushner was in Saudi Arabia after being the head of the Middle Eastern Policy Group for the White House and covering for the leader of Saudi Arabia in the murder of Khashoggi, collecting $2.1 billion investment. When he was doing that, and they were selling golden sneakers and Bibles to people off their donor list, the New York Times was still writing stories about the legitimacy of me deciding that I wanted to be a painter.
Smells slightly of sea salt. Oh, what is this? Good heavens.
Or not.
Well, I mean, there was an election going on.
What just happened? Did you just blow up my fucking shit?
The president of the United States, many people suspected, was the beneficiary of
I'm
these
now in
sort of
water.
strange coincidences around the sales of
Someone
your
blew me up
pseudo-art.
while I was
More
on
from
the
this
wall.
Insane interview with Hunter Biden in just a moment. First, the Trump administration is doing an awful
I literally
lot of hard
can't
work
get
right
out of
now,
here.
moving the big, beautiful bill forward, foreign policy, all the rest. But there's a lot of chaos out there, and it's difficult for them to take into account your personal finances when they're trying to right the country's wrongs. You have to do that. And that's why I recently bought more gold myself from Birch Gold. Over the past 12 months, Gold Valley hosted a weekend cookout line. Kill the president.
Encyclopedic knowledge of the region. I had served on a major infrastructure company's board and had done work in global aid relief throughout the entire world and had an enormous list of
Now I'm
connections
way
of my
behind
own. And
because
I was
someone blew
qualified
up
to be
my
on that
car.
board.
So actually, he was doing it, you know, because he was really good at it. It had nothing to do with his last name being Biden. By the way, that's a reversal for Hunter, who openly admitted a few years ago that he would not have been on the Burisma board except for the fact that his last name was Biden. The last part of this particular interview, the sort of Hunter Biden defending himself, that got
How dare he
started making the argument that crack is somehow safer than alcohol.
It is.
Which is a hell of an argument here.
It is.
Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable.
I think this is a prelude to Hunter Biden's version of Breaking Bad, where he actually like goes in and starts distributing again. I love that he's making this argument, but you know, put all this aside. Put the Biden administration aside for a second. Put aside the inherent corruption, the fact that Joe Biden was dead for several years and that his family was essentially running the government. Put all of that aside. If you see Hunter as a stand-in for the sort of Joe Biden moderate wing of the Democratic Party, things start to get kind of interesting because Hunter Biden also spoke here about policy, and there are two particular issues where Hunter Biden put specific focus. And those two issues on illegal immigration and Israel. And these are the issues where Democrats are completely at odds with the American people, but they will not let it go. They're more likely to let go of the trans issue than they are to let go of illegal immigration, open borders, as well as the sort of new thing of the moment, which is the idea that Israel is the great victimizer in the Middle East and the Palestinians are the great victims in the Middle East, including Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, Islamic Jihad, and all the rest. And this is sort of fascinating because if you're trying to figure out the direction of the Democratic Party, if you're trying to get out the divining rod and determine which direction the Democratic Party is going to move into,
better than
sort of
the
more
Israeli
moderate
government.
side or the more radical side, you have to understand the moderates are already caving to the radicals. They're already caving to the radicals. They may separate off from the trans stuff because it's been so wildly unsuccessful for them, but the root cause of the Democratic Party is a belief that America is a great victimizer in the world. America's allies are great victimizers in the world, and therefore America ought not have borders.
Big
and
old
also,
spider.
America, her foreign policy should essentially be to abandon any strong ally as long as it is beneficial to the Democratic Party to do so. There's sort of third worldism that is set in the Democratic Party. I don't mean in the radical wing of the Democratic Party. I mean the mainstream Joe Biden wing, because Hunter Biden, remember, was Joe Biden's brain, at least the part of it that was semi-functional. So here was Hunter Biden going off on President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration.
It might be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you have food on your table? Who do you think
so
washes
fucking
your
cool.
dishes?
Ben, why would you
Who do
show
think
him
does
this
your
clip?
Garden. Who do you think is here by...
What did they say? EDF. Okay, got it.
Let your spirit burn real bright. It's time for us to bring the fight. Monitoring your feet from here. This mission is a success if you can figure out what's down there.
In a battle cry, form up and advance on them. Let your spirit burn real bright. It's time for us to bring the
sheer just grit and will that
What's
they
going on?
figured out a way to get here.
Wait for me.
We need better footage. Please get closer.
It's too dangerous.
Dragon! Kaiju!
This is great because I'm about to leave.
Is it trying to get to the surface?
Cool.
I can climb. Well, there was dragons in the fourth one. I think they took them out of the fifth one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going as fast as I can. The wall is actually deceptively far away. Here I go.
Urgent response required. Attack before we lose sight of it.
I'm going. Bye. I'll see you on the surface, guys.
Because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance. And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are criminals. White men in America are 45 more times
It
likely
literally
to
finally... Bro, it literally says kaiju.
Amazing. Big Boomba. This will be the last one.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna armor dip.
They better let us kill this fucking kaiju and not fucking end this one on a fucking cliffhanger. They did a 3-mission build up to it, so this better be a fucking kaiju fight. I swear to fuck.
Hit him where it hurts.
Message from the Air Force. They're successfully leading the unidentified life form. It's coming this way.
Here it is. It's getting
There it is.
This is an Ergonis class enemy. Don't underestimate it.
I got this.
Yeah, that it said Ergonis class.
Damn, this. They came straight for us. It didn't even fly over.
Let's show them what these anti-aircraft guns can do. All these KG-6s just to shoot.
Would you hold still?
This is over.
Nice.
Hold still.
Nice. Move. That's what she said. Wow. Oh my god. Do they not know what a dragon is?
They said frogs look like us. Oh, now he moves right when I fucking sprite fall him.
Unreal. That's cool.
What, that it pushed you with its wings?
No, that it flies over and like tries to get you with its wings.
Oh, it was actually physically moving.
Oh,
me.
look, he's sliding down. Nice. Loose unit.
It's a fucking dragon. Rodney.
Got him right in the dick. That's gotta hurt.
I guess I shouldn't have brought Spritefall, huh?
No, 'cause we don't know how this fight works, so
Well,
he could land.
It's not gonna cool down.
Oh yeah, true. Come on, hit him. Nice.
I should have brought the fucking missiles.
Maybe.
That's my fault. I should have known that there would be no drop.
I got hit by the fires. Yeah,
You're not still mad, are you?
What a cool dude.
This is fighter ready for attack. Weapons check.
Oh, look, the AA guns are lighting them up.
We did it! We fought it off!
Come on.
Are you fucking kidding me?
D202 in the air. Please designate targets.
It better come back. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be
Come
coming
on.
round the mountain when she... That'd be fucking unbelievable.
Managed to hurt it. That's good enough for now.
Wow. What a mission.
Unreal.
You sure that was the last one?
No, I'll do another.
Pointless ass mission.
Mm-hmm.
Finally give us a kaiju. And it's a fucking story filler mission. Enemy ships have dropped anchors. They're trying to create sites for teleportation, dropping off multiple anchors in single location. Or shield bearers or devices that create energy blocking walls now defend the anchors. The walls of light are created by these shield bearers to block our attacks, letting only enemy attacks through. Large-scale combat is pointless against these shield barriers that can nullify any form of our attack. We need to approach them in small dreams and pierce through their walls of light and destroy the shield bearers. It is a dangerous mission, so you'll have the spray guns. Okay, cool. That's nice. I think I'll keep Whitefall. Or should I do... I'm gonna do the Apache Gunner build. And then... the Choppa. Because when you're as good at flying the helicopter as me...
Bring two.
One day I want to be able to drive the motorcycle the way I can fly the helicopter.
Multiple anchors spotted. The Primer are planning to use this as a teleportation base. We're putting a stop to their plan.
Oh, you have to be inside it.
Forces. Wait for reinforcements.
There's no time.
Easy peasy.
We're teleporting in high mobility androids. If we let any more pile up, it'll be too late. The enemy forces are already coming together. Now's our only chance. We're ridiculously outmatched. It's fine if you want to run.
What do I look like, a bitch?
Machines that create walls of light.
I can't entrust this mission to anyone else. We're the only ones
It's
who
dead.
can fight these high mobility androids.
Those high mobility androids are tough to handle. They're going to use the walls
This
of
guy's
light
bouncing all around.
Shield bearer down.
The walls of light spread out in a dome-like shape. We won't be able to destroy any anchors protected by those walls. So we need to destroy the shield bearers first.
Come on.
Or I can
Where
just
are
like
you?
kill them.
Where are you? Here, boy.
The walls of light are
Where the fuck is he?
barriers with special
This
properties
fucking Spider-Man ass motherfucker.
but allow enemy attacks through. They're able to
Obliterated
attack in
him.
safety, so long as they're behind a wall. It seems that the walls of light can freely grow and shrink because they aren't physical objects.
You're not a physical object.
Changing their size depending on the situation.
Chop chop.
The walls of light will change in size at a moment's notice. Make sure you don't blow yourself up with something like a rocket launcher.
I have a big Boomba gun. It's currently fully charged.
Shield bearers. We're not up against easy enemies here.
You ready for this? It's fucking dead. Teleport. The shield thing is dead.
Just shot one of those little androids off the building. He's climbing up there, and I was like, "Get down from there!" Do they stop helicopters?
Don't know. Only one way to find out. I like when these guys go boom. Their little diamond heads. Get juggled, bitch.
Come on, back up a little.
Oh my god, there's so many. Oh, that's because I'm right under the teleportation anchors.
One's down.
I'm gonna get this next one.
Oh, I got it.
I'm just
Easy.
gonna put a spear thing here.
Hey, it's dead.
We have the upper hand. Please continue attacking.
Oh, I got out on accident.
A rip. Ow. Ow. My health. My health bar. Hello, soldiers. Good luck keeping up with me.
I fucked up so bad.
What you do?
I accidentally fucking got out mid-flight, right when I was
Oh.
lined up on the anchor.
Yeah. I will not kill it, but that's a good shot. I got it. Can you not get your helicopter back?
Bro, it's blown up.
Ah.
It fell in the middle of them next to a teleportation
Fair
anchor.
enough. Yep, that'll do it.
I have another one ready to call in, but it's
Uh-oh.
a matter of surviving to the point where I
Yeah,
can even realistically call it.
Yeah.
Anchor successfully destroyed.
I like it when you pop, boy.
This is DE-202, ready to attack anytime. Dropping coordinates confirmed.
I think I safe.
Maybe. Never say.
Container, drop.
Well, they
Oh,
can
shit.
swing in so fast, you know?
Yeah, they do.
This vehicle is in great condition. You should have no problems using it.
Nice.
Here we go. I'm back in the air. Fuck off, building. Oh, now the mission's over, now that I finally was able to get back in a helicopter.
Of course.
They're trying to shoot at me. He's silly goose. I have another vehicle already. If only I didn't get out on accident.
If only.
Ouchie. Wow, grape.
Impressive. I'm surprised every time I see that we're joined by someone even more powerful than us.
Another easy dog shit mission.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a great final mission if I didn't accidentally get out of the helicopter right when I was about to take out the third anchor. Ooh, new tank. New exoskeleton.
Mm.
Also, I was thinking, it's finally a field mission. Finally a
I'm
fucking
going.
helicopter crate mission, right?
I'm going. Yep,
I know.
I'm going.
Anyway, shut up. I already know where we're going. I don't need your fucking life story. I was gonna say that if we just like when we do the 6 a.m. meetings and stuff where we do little streams and stuff, if we also fucking write and get like, because people don't care if they see us writing in the process and stuff, but we can formulate, and if we fucking have a little 15 to 30 minute thing like how we would do the news intro before the shows, because we would write those, in a few hours depending on how much you were procrastinating.
Good.
And then I think if we'd start doing those, and then fucking basically Monday when everyone's like driving into work, then it can fucking pop up in their podcast subscription feed.
Like, put it all together.
Yeah, just how we did the news intros for the Altex. Because I was saying I wanted to do an actual news hour, but like, fuck it, because it's like impossible to get people to come in to do writing and that type of stuff. It's like just do the little news thing that we are doing and not really worry about LTech interviews.
Just do them when they happen.
Yeah, but still try to do every Monday do those little 15 to 30 minute intros we did.
Could do that. Definitely doable. Anyway. Alright, well, see you later.
Okay.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Are you gonna keep going?
It depends if you're coming back.
Likely.
Because if you are, then I will. Just let me pee.
It'd be like 5 hours.
That's fine. Ouch.
Hello, everybody. Oh, fuck. Fucking intermission. Go pee. Get popcorn. Get your drinks. Intermission. Didn't give a fuck. Grabbed his foot, didn't care. But tickle him though. Yeah, now he cares. It's funny, he's ticklish.
One more small, quick thing.
Uh.
I was thinking about also doing like the like Andrew Callahan will do it to give context to certain things. We'll cut away to him at the desk to say whatever the conspiracy is. So I was thinking for like the move bombing, right?
Yeah.
So literally like cut in my own stand up in the middle of that interview to give context to what the move bombing was.
Could do that.
And maybe other parts. Also, by the way, one last bonus thing. Stream or Restream actually does separate and localize the recordings. They are in a format that is not readable in Resolve, so I have to upload them to YouTube and then download them. But not only that, it also does individual audio files as well.
Epic.
Isn't that great?
No fucking waiting for 30 fucking hours.
And also like, you know, basically the same price, and we already have more than StreamYard had.
Fantastic.
And they were like, we're going to charge you more for nothing.
Yep. Fuck StreamYard.
I know, right?
That's what you get for
selling
selling
We were so ready to be their people. You know, we literally could have taken their logo off our stream. And instead we chose to keep it on and promote them and do an affiliate program. And then they said, oh, go fuck yourself. We don't actually care about any of that.
Well, yeah. That's what happens when they sell out. It's just a fact of the matter, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Fuck them. Restream is better.
Yeah, Restream was also first.
Well, there you go. Alrighty. I am gone. I'll talk to you later.
Fag punk. What is fag punk? That a joke. It's actually flag punk. This is for people in Whittle space.
Violent crime than an immigrant.
Okay, so he actually concludes that statement that white men are more likely to commit crimes than immigrants by suggesting that we should actually force El Salvador to send back illegal immigrants, which is funny since the ones we're sending to El Salvador are by and large people with actual criminal records.
These guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, you. How are we getting those people back from in El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the president of El Salvador and say, you either send them back or I'm going to invade. It's a crime what they're doing. He's a dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
I love that. That was
now,
one
again,
of the best
the
parts.
reason this is important is because Hunter was Joe Biden's partially functioning brain during the administration.
No, he wasn't.
This is the Democratic Party perspective on illegal immigration. America ought to be an open borders country because unfettered immigration without any sort of real security, without any sort of concern about cultural assimilation is an effective good. That is something the Democratic Party deeply believes. And as we start discussing 2028 candidates, understand there will not be a Democrat on the stage who significantly calls for border security. It will not be a thing. It's not just with regard to immigration. The Democratic Party also realizes that the energy in its party is very much on the side of third worldism. The sort of Zoran Mamdani belief that the third world has been victimized by America and her allies, and therefore the third world must have her revenge. So, for example, Hunter Biden was talking about the dramatic increase in anti-Semitism under his father's administration, which is certainly a thing that happened. And he says the real reason for that is because of the Israelis. The Israelis created the anti-Semitism. So, in other words, after Hamas murdered 1,200 Jews in Israel and took 250 hostage, a couple of dozen of whom are still being held hostage after a year and a half.
Who's going to
rescue
them?
It's Israel's fault that the anti-Semitism broke out.
I think it's probably the most prescient thing that's been written about this in at least many months. Tom Friedman wrote a thing, is that the worst thing that's happened to the people, the Jewish people, is the Israeli government. Jewish people globally, the threats to their lives, the anti-Semitism that it has generated.
The worst thing that's happened to the Jewish people is the Israeli government, according to Hunter Biden. And then he brags about how his father tried to hamstring Israel in its pursuit of getting back its hostages and ending Hamas, an actual, honest-to-God, American State Department-designated terrorist group in the Gaza Strip.
He took away the bunker-busting bombs from the Israelis. He tried to curtail Netanyahu's thing. He forced Netanyahu to open up shipping lanes and aid lanes at the Rafah crossing to be able to get food aid in. He put pressure over and over and over again. And now, by the way, that is not even remotely happening. What is happening is that they were bombing food lines. There's no one in there to be able to record it. The World Food Program, the UNHCR, none of the aid organizations are able to make it in. Doctors Without Borders no longer can make it in. There have been more journalists killed at this war in Gaza than in any other war combined. And nobody's doing anything about it.
I mean, this is propaganda on behalf of Hamas, we should point out here. Because the reality is that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF, which has been actually facilitating the entry of aid into Gaza, as we'll discuss a little later on in the show, has been denying Hamas access to the food, which is why Hamas is shooting people and then attempting to insinuate itself among the population in order to shoot at Israeli soldiers who then respond. That is the real thing that's been happening in the Gaza Strip. But again, these are the parts of the Democratic base that the Democrats are trying to woo. It is very important to them, illegal immigration and third worldism. There is no systemic immunity for the Democratic Party against their radical base. It does not exist. So if you think they're going to nominate somebody who's quasi-moderate in 2028, wrong you are. It is not going to happen. This is a party that is an empty vessel that has no direction forward. The supposed moderates in its own coalition are completely unable to argue their way out of a paper bag against the so-called progressives in their coalition. So James Carville, his solution, James Carville, is basically that the Democratic Party ought to ignore its own agenda and simply just rip on Trump. That's the only way to somehow appeal to moderates in America, according to James Carville. Quote, constipated, leaderless, confused, a cracked-out clown car, divided. These are words I hear my fellow Democrats using to describe our party as of late. The truth is, they're not wrong. The Democratic Party is in shambles. Zoran Mamdani's victory in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary wasn't an isolated event. It represents an undeniable fissure in our political soul. We are divided along generational lines. Candidates like Mr. Mamdani are impatient for an economic future that folks my age are skeptical can be delivered. We are divided along ideological lines. A party that is historically allegiant to the state of Israel is at odds with a growing faction that will not look past the abuses in Gaza and the West Bank. From Medicare for all purists to Affordable Care Act reformists, the list goes on and on. The Democratic Party is steamrolling toward a civilized civil war. It's necessary to have it. It's even more necessary, says James Carville, to delay it. Basically, hope for a savior. Quote, the only thing that can save us now is an actual savior, because a new party can be delivered only by a person. See Barack Obama in 2008 and Bill Clinton in 1992. No new party or candidate has a chance to break through until November 2026. Until then, we must run unified in opposition to the Republicans and gain as many House seats as possible. So that's his plan. His plan is, yeah, there's a civil war, and you can hear James Carville, supposed moderate, is already caving to Zoran Mamdani and the progressives. This is the biggest problem for the Democratic Party. Hunter Biden, again, is a supposed representative of the moderate Joe Biden wing of the Democratic Party, and there are zero issues in which he can argue against the far left of his party. It just doesn't exist. And so no matter how many Democrats emerge from the woodwork to try and argue against this, they keep getting shouted down. Representative Adam Smith, Democrat of Washington, he's trying to dissociate from the Mamdanification of the Democratic Party. He says the mayor of New York isn't the leader of the party or anything.
What do you make of his candidacy? Yeah, well, look, the mayor of New York has never, ever been the leader of the Democratic Party. What we need to focus on is the message. I was listening to Senator McCormick. They just voted for a budget, the Republicans did, that added $3.5 trillion to the debt.
The Democratic Party, again, has no systemic immunity to any of this. And this is why, for example, AOC is actually in quite good shape to be a Democratic nominee in 2028. I'm telling you, they're selling her short. Anybody who's telling you AOC is not a serious candidate is just wrong about this. Now, again, she is going to continue to stump for open borders. The biggest question for Democrats is not a question of candidates. It's a question of how well the country is doing. If the economy continues to do really well under President Trump, Democrats are going to have a very difficult time going forward. If the economy were to sink, AOC is incredibly well placed, and even her insane open borders perspective is going to be swallowed by a large percentage of the population seeking revenge against a Trump Republican Party if the economy goes the other way. And that's just the way economics works in the United States. Whichever is the party in power, if the economy goes south, gets blamed for it. Here is AOC, who is mirroring exactly what you heard Hunter Biden saying about illegal immigration just a moment ago.
There are consequences to ripping up law-abiding, dutiful, undocumented people from their country. There are consequences.
Now, AOC has been attempting, as you can see from her policy, to moderate in certain particular ways to keep one foot in sort of every camp. She doesn't want to be labeled with the full-scale Zoran Mamdani, Ilhan Omar anti-Semite brush. And so instead, what she's doing is, one time she cried when they refunded Iron Dome in Israel. This week, she voted against cutting U.S. funding for Israel completely. There was a bill that was on the floor to completely cut the funding. She voted against it. And her office in Westchester Square in the East Bronx was splattered in red paint and adorned with a sign reading AOC funds genocide in Gaza. But this, again, is a problem for the Democratic Party, is that in the end, they are not going to be able to repel the far left. They're turning into a far left party. No one's going to stop it. And Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are a perfect example of this. They were the decaying brand of a supposedly moderate Democratic Party that will not and does not have the stones to actually fend off the far left brand of the Democratic Party. That is the direction the Democratic Party is going to move. And that's the most interesting thing about what Hunter Biden has to say. All of these sort of revenge tactics on former Democrats and Democratic advisors, I'm here for that. It's fun. But the most interesting thing about Hunter Biden and what he's saying is that he is saying the quiet part out loud. Joe Biden wanted open borders. Joe Biden likes third worldism. And that was the supposed moderate in the Democratic Party. Already coming up, Stephen Colbert is on his way out, and he's quite bitter about it. But first, I always assume that restless sleep was inevitable.
Ben. Don't
night after night
advertise me
tossing,
bullshit.
turning, wake. Wow. The fallout from the Stephen Colbert firing continues. Stephen Colbert shed extremely salty tears yesterday. He was on CBS, and the only way you're going to hear about it is on this show, because no one actually watches Stephen Colbert's show. And he launched into
it's the highest rated late night.
$15-20 million a year.
Dipshit.
Over the weekend,
he actually probably gets more viewers than you.
Gracious press release with a gracious anonymous leak saying they pulled the plug on our show because of losses pegged between $40 million and $50 million a year. 40 million's a big number. I could see us losing $24 million, but where would Paramount have possibly spent the other $16 million? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I did right. I'll call you like that. Still, that's still a lot of money. I mean, where does the Late Show rank? Jim, what other companies lost that kind of money last year? Red Lobster? Damn it, I told them we should stop offering the audience unlimited shrimp. Maya, take it away. Take it away.
There's no laugh anywhere in sight, anywhere there, and they're still wondering why Stephen Colbert was canceled. I love the fact that he can't even deny that his show lost that much money. He has to somehow just yell at his employer for paying a settlement with President Trump over the 60 Minutes botchery with Kamala Harris. Colbert then spent some time telling President Trump to go F himself, which of course is exactly how Stephen Colbert brought himself to this point. He turned into late night televangelism for left-wing nonsense. That is how. There has yet to be it is a Sahara desert of laughs over at the Stephen Colbert show, which is why he was canceled. Here are some more not laugh lines.
With those numbers, I gotta say, it makes sense we'd be canceled. I get it, guys. And thanks again. Okay, thanks again to the network. In a completely unrelated story, on Friday, Donald Trump posted, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings." How dare you, sir? Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go yourself. Anyway.
God, he is so funny. He is so funny. He is so unfunny. It's amazing how unfunny he is. That guy held down a late night slot for several years in real life. That's crazy. Well, one of the people who's very upset about this was, of course, Stephen Colbert's original mentor, Jon Stewart. I'm old enough to remember when Stephen Colbert was funny, and the answer is when he was a correspondent for Jon Stewart, and then he stopped being funny. Well, Jon Stewart was very upset about this as well. He came to defend his friend. I will note again that one of the funniest things about Jon Stewart is his age. So Jon Stewart is currently 62 years old, and he's still cosplaying as a cynical 33-year-old. Here we go.
Shows that say something, shows that take a stand, shows that are unafraid. And not to, believe me, this is not a we speak truth to power. We don't. We speak opinions to television cameras. But we try every night. And if you believe, as corporations or as networks, you can make yourselves so innocuous that you can serve a gruel so flavorless that you will never again be on the boy king's radar. A, why will anyone watch you? And you are wrong.
Again, where are the laughs? And the answer is you became hectoring scolds. That is the reason why the failure is occurring, is the hectoring scolding. There's nothing funny or interesting about any of this. You can blame that on Donald Trump, but the reality is you guys got in your own heads over Donald Trump, and there was nothing you could do about it, and all the humor left your body the minute that happened. Okay, meanwhile, with the Democrats in disarray, they are trying to hone in again on the Epstein case. They just keep honing in on the Epstein case as though there is tons more to find. And so Democrats have been trying to force votes on Epstein in the House. The House Republicans keep saying, listen, just give the DOJ time or the AG time to release what it is that they can. This idea that Congress has to pass some sort of resolution to pry the Epstein files free. First of all, an enormous number of the Epstein files are under court seal. Okay, so you actually have to apply for a court release. Second of all, there are FBI procedures and protocols before you simply release stuff into the public arena. The Democrats know this. The Democrats don't care about the Epstein stuff. They don't care about this at all. It is a completely cynical play by the Democrats. This is the point that Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is making.
We need the administration to have the space to do what it is doing.
So no vote on this resolution before August 6th.
Okay, again, the reason that Speaker Johnson is doing this is basically he is saying that the administration is going to release what it is going to release. The idea there's some sort of massive cover-up is a botchery. Again, that botchery should be laid at the hands of Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, who went out there and claimed that there was all this material that led to a particular conclusion and then dropped the news that actually that conclusion was wrong and the material did not lead there in the first place. Representative Ralph Norman and members of the House Rules Committee is accusing Democrats of grandstanding and says Republicans refuse to give the minority party an endless microphone. Steve Scalise, who is the House Majority Whip, he says, at the end of the day, Democrats are yelling and screaming. They spent 4 years covering up for Epstein. And, at least President Trump in the court is right now trying to get documents released. I really think you're going to see, hopefully, a lot unsealed from that. And then we've got some other options as well. In fact, if you're worried about the Trump administration not taking the Epstein file stuff seriously, then why is the Deputy AG seeking a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, according to Axios? Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche announced today he is seeking a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Blanche said in a social media post, Pam Bondi instructed him to contact Maxwell's team, which he has done. He intends to meet with Maxwell soon. He said no one is above the law, no lead is off limits. Now, remember, the FBI and the DOJ, they have already reviewed all of this material. It is highly unlikely that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to say anything now that she hasn't said before, at least that has any sort of credibility. Now, she is a sex criminal. We should remember this. And so it is quite plausible that she is now going to start offering all sorts of unspecified or unverifiable allegations in order to muddy the waters. This is one of the problems with talking to criminals. They tend to be criminals. However, is it worthwhile to talk with her? Sure. I mean, first of all, I assume there were many interviews with Ghislaine Maxwell before her trial. Blanche said in a statement, the Department of Justice does not shy away from uncomfortable truths, nor from the responsibility to pursue justice wherever the facts may lead. Blanche added that the FBI and DOJ's joint statement sent earlier this month regarding Epstein, quote, remains as accurate today as when it was written. He said, President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and DOJ will hear what she has to say. Her attorney, of course, has said that the discussions are underway and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully, and added, "We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case." Now, again, Maxwell is trying to wiggle her way free of all of the charges that were filed against her. She was found guilty in 2021 of sex trafficking and other charges, is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence in the state of Florida. There have even been calls to free her. And Ghislaine Maxwell knows this. Ghislaine Maxwell for sure knows that if she can offer enough sort of bait, it's possible that there will be people who call for her release. That she will be the great heroine of the story somehow, despite having been Epstein's girlfriend who was convicted of sex trafficking on behalf of Epstein. And criminals are very good at suckering people, and this is just another example of that. Okay, so Democrats, of course, are pushing this incredibly hard. What's fascinating is which Republicans are also pushing this incredibly hard. Because the question there is, what is the agenda? Do they actually believe Trump is complicit in a cover-up? If so, they should just say so out loud. This is the part that nobody will ask them. Do they think Donald Trump is covering the Epstein stuff up? If they think Donald Trump is covering the Epstein stuff up, will someone not ask them? I'm asking right now. I'm asking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey, if you think Donald Trump is covering up the Epstein stuff, what is it that you think he is covering up and why? Can you please just explain it? Seriously. You're the ones making the claim a cover-up is going on of such utter epic proportions that there must be a congressional resolution to pry the files out of these hands. Thomas Massey was walking onto the House floor with a binder labeled the Epstein Files Phase 2 and the bill number of a resolution he is co-sponsoring with gadfly Ro Khanna, who's attempting to get attention, obviously, for a 2028 run.
Good.
Massey said the Epstein bill resolution is non-binding, so it's
Cry about it.
The resolution I have with Khanna would be binding on the president. So what is it that he thinks that Trump is hiding? And why, if you are a loyal Trumpist Republican, somebody who believes the president ought to succeed, are you doing this? Why are you fostering a conspiracy theory about Trump? Forget about Epstein. A conspiracy theory about a Trump cover-up that Democrats are currently pushing for political gain. That is the thing that is happening right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing the same thing. She put out a tweet. If you tell the base of people who support you of deep state treasonous crimes, election interference, blackmail, and rich, powerful, elite, evil cabals, you must take down every enemy of the people. If not, the base will turn and there's no going back. Dangling bits of red meat no longer satisfied. They want the whole steak dinner and will accept nothing else. Okay, fine. So why do you think he's not giving you the so-called steak dinner, Representative Greene? Really? Like, what is your theory of the case? I would love to hear your theory of the case. Okay, let's be clear again on what pseudo-MAGA is doing here. I'm calling them pseudo-MAGA because Trump is the decider of MAGA. He's the person who created MAGA. He's the builder of MAGA. He's the definer of MAGA. Pseudo-MAGA are people who claim to speak on behalf of the MAGA movement, who represent a tiny sliver of the people who voted for Donald Trump. What are they actually attempting to do? What they are actually attempting to do, again, is seize control of the supposed MAGA movement from the only person who founded it and created it, Donald J. Trump. That is what is happening right now. They don't like Trump's policy in the Middle East. They don't like Trump's policy on Ukraine. They don't like some of Trump's domestic policy. And so what they are attempting to do is shift allegiances away from Trump and to some sort of bizarre agglomeration of isolationism and gigantic government subsidization scheme. I mean, Massey is on the isolationist side. He's not on the giant government spending side. Greene seems to be on the side of both. But whatever the case is, there's clearly an attempt to attack Trump here. Why the attacks on Trump? That's the question I'm asking. Go after Epstein all you want. That's fine. But you are accusing Trump of a cover-up. So if you're accusing Trump of a cover-up, the question is, what's the theory? Or is it a cynical play to attempt to drive down Trump's favorables and seize control of the movement that he built? Because that's what it looks a lot like. That's my theory of why you are doing what you are doing. Because I don't believe you that you are doing this in the name of quote-unquote transparency. Because if you were doing this in the name of quote-unquote transparency, then presumably when House Republicans were in control, because they've been in control of the House for a bit here, you would have been fostering resolutions on the release of Epstein files under Joe Biden, which I don't recall you doing. Beyond that, again, why are you... The argument you're making is that Trump and team are covering up the Epstein stuff. If you are if you find yourself on the same side as Ro Khanna on this issue, I'm just wondering why exactly we should consider you loyal members of MAGA if this is indeed about supposed loyalty to MAGA, which is what Taylor Greene is making it all about. Alrighty, in just 1 second, I want to get into a couple of major criminal cases that are actually quite fascinating because they underscore why MAGA is popular and why there is a feeling abroad in the United States that there's a movement to free criminals from prison. Alrighty, meanwhile, a couple of stories about criminal cases that really underscore why the MAGA movement exists. So, a federal judge has now sentenced former Louisville, Kentucky police detective Brett Hankison to nearly 3 years in prison for his role in the botched 2020 raid during which Breonna Taylor was fatally shot. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. Hankison was convicted in 2024 of civil rights abuse after blindly firing 10 shots through Taylor's home during the raid. His shots did not strike Taylor. They did not strike any of the neighbors. He had faced a maximum of life in prison. Okay, so the Justice Department under President Trump asked for a one-day prison sentence, basically saying this conviction is bull and he never should have been convicted in the first place. Instead, the U.S. District Court Judge Rebecca Grady Jennings sentenced him to 33 months. Now, again, that is less than the guidelines sentencing range, but it is a reflection of how insane our criminal justice system became in the aftermath of Black Lives Matter summer that Hankison was ever convicted in the first place. For those who don't remember the Breonna Taylor case, basically, the Breonna Taylor case was about a 26-year-old emergency medical technician who was in an apartment with her boyfriend. And her boyfriend believed the police were intruders because there was a no-knock warrant that was issued. They did, in fact, knock at the door because there was suspicion that drug activity was going on from this apartment. They knocked. The boyfriend fired a shot with a handgun through the door, hitting one of the officers in the leg, and then the police responded by firing more than 30 rounds, several of which hit and killed Taylor. Hankison did not fire any of the shots that killed Breonna Taylor. Did not fire any of those shots. So what was the conviction on the basis of? Well, actually, he was indicted on state charges for felony wanton endangerment in 2020 and was acquitted. And the federal government under Joe Biden brought a civil rights violation case against this police officer, Brett Hankison, under Section 242 of Title 18, which is depriving a person of their rights under the color of law. Okay, now, typically, you have to willfully do that. That is like if you arrest somebody while you're a cop and you know that that person is innocent and you arrest them and then you abuse them. That is a civil rights violation under Section 242 of Title 18. There has to be a willfulness component here. The DOJ's original statement on the conviction of Brett Hankison suggested, according to Attorney General Merrick Garland, today, Brett Hankison was found guilty by a jury of his peers for willfully depriving Breonna Taylor of her constitutional rights. His use of deadly force was unlawful and put Ms. Taylor in harm's way. This verdict is an important step toward accountability for the violation of Breonna Taylor's civil rights, but justice for the loss of Ms. Taylor is a task that exceeds human capacity. So I asked our friends over at Perplexity, our friends and sponsors, aside from Brett Hankison, are there any other prior cases of 18 U.S.C. 242 being used to convict a police officer for recklessly firing at a suspect during a situation in which officers were lawfully present and being fired upon at the time? And Perplexity notes that courts have recognized reckless disregard of a constitutional right, which is the question here, can meet the willingness requirement in some contexts, but this is not always uniformly applied. And then it cites several cases, Perplexity, in which there was no actual use of 18 U.S. Code 242 to prosecute. And that includes, for example, the Amadou Diallo case, in which officers fired 41 shots at an unarmed individual believing he was a threat. Prosecutors concluded there was insufficient evidence of specific intent to violate rights, so no civil rights violation there. Kent State shooting, where National Guardsmen fired into the crowd after being surrounded and pelted with rocks. The court found that there was no willful intent necessary to fulfill 18 U.S. Code 242. In U.S. v. Bradley, an officer fired at a fleeing suspect after a misunderstood traffic incident, and a conviction under 242 was upheld on the theory of reckless disregard of rights, but that situation did not include the officers being fired upon. In fact, says Perplexity, a review of available legal analyses and commentaries reveal that prior to cases like Brett Hankison's, it is extremely rare, if not unprecedented, for federal prosecutors to secure a 242 conviction against an officer for recklessly firing at a suspect during an incident where officers were lawfully present, officers were themselves under fire, and the conviction was based on reckless gunfire, not sexual misconduct, theft, or anything else. There appear to be no documented cases, none, before Brett Hankison, where an officer was convicted under 18 U.S. Code 242, specifically for recklessly firing at a suspect during a lawful police operation where officers were actively being fired upon. Okay, that's how insane this case was. So again, according to the evidence at the trial, officers knocked on Taylor's door. It was a no-knock warrant, but they knocked. Okay, there's a major contention at the trial originally that there was no knock. There was a knock. They knocked on the door. They announced themselves as the cops. No one answered the door. The officers saw no indication anyone in the home was awake or heard the announcement because there was no response. They rammed the door open. Taylor's boyfriend, believing that they were intruders, even though they had clearly announced themselves, fired his handgun at the officers, and then they fired back. And when they fired back, he had put Breonna Taylor in harm's way, and Breonna Taylor was killed. Hankerson, who was convicted, was not one of the officers who fired from the doorway. He fired separately from the side of the building through a sliding glass door and a bedroom window, both of which were covered with closed blinds and curtains. Evidence shows that many of the shots passed through Taylor's apartment and didn't hit anybody else. So this person ended up being convicted by the Joe Biden DOJ. It's an absurd case. An absurd case. I've never even heard of a case in which an officer was convicted of a civil rights violation for firing during an actual firefight with a suspect in which officers were lawfully present and the alleged victims in the neighboring apartments were not hit. Where is the willfulness component of this? And the answer is it didn't exist, but it reminds you of exactly how insane our entire law enforcement system went in the aftermath of Black Lives Summer, which is why MAGA existed. It is why the second phase of MAGA existed, was because of stuff like that. Meanwhile, the left's dedication to letting truly awful criminals out of prison continues apace. One of the big stories that is breaking today is that a man who was convicted in the murder of a 6-year-old first grader named Eitan Patz is now going to have to be retried or released according to an appeals court. According to the Wall Street Journal, a New York federal appellate court overturned the conviction of the man found guilty in the 1979 kidnapping and killing of 6-year-old Eitan Patz, bringing back to the spotlight a case that drew national attention and changed the way missing children cases are handled. Pedro Hernandez is a former bodega store worker. He was convicted and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Why? Well, in 2017, he confessed to police he lured Eitan into the store's basement, strangled him, and disposed of the body back in 1979. The reason this was such a big case at the time is because this is the first child ever to appear on those missing milk cartons.
What? Hit there, Snake!
On Monday, a 3-judge panel for the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled the jury from Hernandez's trial received instructions that would have unquestionably impacted its deliberations. So, what exactly happened? Well, the story is this. Eitan, a first grader, disappeared while walking alone for the first time to his school bus stop in the Manhattan neighborhood of Soho on the morning of May 25, 1979, and he was never found. He became one of the first missing kids to appear on a milk carton. May 25th, which is when he was abducted, is now known as National Missing Children's Day. 3 decades later, in 2012, police arrived at the New Jersey home of Hernandez following a tip from his own brother-in-law. Hernandez confessed to police after about 7 hours of questioning without being given his Miranda warnings, which informed suspects about their rights, such as the right to a lawyer. According to Monday's ruling, immediately afterwards, Hernandez signed a Miranda waiver, and detectives asked him to, quote, tell us again exactly what you just told us before. So Hernandez's defense lawyers argued he had given a false confession, and it was because of the police illness, his low IQ. During questioning, he took his medication, including a fentanyl patch. He told the police he'd been diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar, other mental illnesses. His first trial was in 2015, mistrial. Second trial ended in February 2017 with a unanimous guilty verdict on charges of murder and kidnapping. So what was the issue here? Well, the issue was that during the second trial, the jury sent the judge a few different notes focused on the confessions. In the third one, the jury asked, if it found Hernandez's confession without the Miranda warning was not voluntary, would later confessions have to be disregarded? The judge told the jury the answer is no, and so that is wrong. That is wrong as a matter of law. However, the basic question here is whether Hernandez was pressured into his original confession or whether he was just talking to the cops. This has happened in prior cases, and the Supreme Court has ruled on this. If the cops come to your house and you confess to a crime, and they haven't read you your Miranda rights yet, and then they read you your Miranda rights, and then you reconfess to the crime, if you did the original confession voluntarily, that's not a problem. Okay, so that was the question in this particular case. The notion that he was compelled to testify to the cops without his Miranda warnings, and then later they read him the Miranda warnings and had him re-up, and that was one of the issues in the trial, but it's not clear that the jury actually found that that's what was going on. Beyond that, we should point out that the original Miranda ruling is deeply flawed. The original Miranda ruling, which suggests that the only way to enforce the Fifth Amendment is to let criminals out of prison for having done crimes, is wrong. There are many other ways you can punish officers for failing to take account of the rights of suspects. But letting criminals wander the streets because the officers did a bad job questioning the suspect turns out is a terrible idea. One way that you could do this would be to, for example, fire officers who are found to have committed violations of the law in their questioning. To fine police departments. There are lots of things you could do. Miranda is a very, very badly decided decision by the Supreme Court. But even putting that aside, the bottom line is that it is this sort of case that leads people to believe in the law and order aspect of the MAGA platform, which is very real. Again, it's insane this person is going to be released onto the streets, presumably, barring some sort of serious retrial. Meanwhile, in other law enforcement news, the Trump administration on Monday released more than 230,000 pages of documents on the assassination of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. This had been one of the pledges of President Trump during the campaign, was to release a lot of information on, for example, the RFK assassination, the JFK assassination, MLK, and also Epstein. And the big issue with Epstein is that there are still people who are alive and kicking who are presumably mentioned in the Epstein files without criminal evidence that they actually did anything criminally wrong. Right? That is one of the things the FBI has to go through in determining what it can release, what it should release, and all the rest. The same thing really does not apply to the MLK assassination. Apparently, the family of MLK actually did not want some of the files released because they make MLK look not wonderful, because a lot of those files are not specifically about the assassination. They're about MLK's personal life, which, as biographers have noted, was quite troubled. Attorney General Pam Bondi said the American people deserve answers after the horrific assassination of one of our nation's great leaders. President Trump signed an executive order in January to release the documents. Unlike the JFK documents, Dr. King's files had never been digitized, and they sat collecting dust in facilities across the federal government for decades, according to Tulsi Gabbard's office. Among the files, the office said, were pages related to King's assassin James Earl Ray, including that Ray's former cellmate stated he discussed an alleged assassination plot with Ray. King's two surviving children, Martin Luther King Jr. III and Bernice A. King, asked those looking through the documents to do so with empathy, restraint, and respect for our family's continued grief. Again, the thing they're concerned about is that the FBI, which again was being run by J. Edgar Hoover at the time, had, quote, worked to discredit, dismantle, and destroy their father's reputation. Again, they have a theory that Ray was not the person who shot their father. All the evidence suggests that Ray shot Martin Luther King Jr. That is what the evidence suggests. The administration clearly is attempting to release as much as it can. And yes, of course, this has to do with a recommitment to transparency from the Trump administration in the aftermath of the Epstein hubbub. There's no question that that's one of the things that is happening here. But to suggest that this is some sort of fundamental failure by the Trump administration, that they don't have to go through different procedures and protocols with regard to a half-century-old file, as opposed to stuff that is currently ongoing with living people, that, of course, is incredibly silly. And meanwhile, remember that time that we were told that the Trump administration was going to unleash the military in LA, fascists to take over, President Trump declaring himself emperor, and all the rest? Well, according to the Wall Street Journal, hundreds of Marines who were deployed to LA last month during protests over immigration enforcement will now withdraw from the city, according to the Pentagon. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed the redeployment of around 700 Marines from LA, according to Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell. So much for the idea that the federal government is taking over LA, which was, of course, the big complaint of everybody ranging from Governor Gavin Newsom to Senator Alex Padilla of Los Angeles and California. The federal government said it deployed hundreds of Marines to LA to protect federal buildings in June. They have now withdrawn those Marines. Karen Bass then declared victory as though she was some sort of guerrilla insurgent. Quote, LA stands with our troops, which is why we are glad they are leaving. Weird take. Hot take. The Pentagon estimated their deployment would cost at least $134 million. And again, they were put there in order to defend ICE facilities from outside attack from rioters, which wouldn't have been necessary except for all of the insanity of a left wing dedicated to the proposition that open borders are the way America ought to do business. And meanwhile,
if you just mind your own business,
John Thune is sort of stuck because Congress would like to adjourn. They would like to get to their summer recess. They want to go back, talk with their constituents, and also, yes, go on summer vacation. President Trump is saying you guys should stay in session until you actually approve some of my nominees. Senate Majority Leader Thune presumably would like to push that forward. He said, we're thinking about it. That's what he told Axios on Monday about President Trump's call to cancel all or part of the August break. He says we want to get as many noms through the pipeline as we can. But he said people are accustomed to going back. This is the time of year when they go back and interact with their constituents and talk about some of the things that we've gotten done. So, again, leadership would like for there to be an adjournment, obviously. President Trump would like for his nominees to get through. Democrats have been holding up those nominees in extraordinary ways. And meanwhile, in Democratic Party news, we were talking a little bit earlier about the 2028 nomination process. There are a lot of Democrats, and when I say a lot, I mean 7, who are very interested in Pete Buttigieg as a 2028 nominee. I fail to understand precisely why. Aside from being a gay mayor of South Bend, Indiana, where he wasn't particularly good at his job, then running for president where he got shellacked, and then becoming a terrible Secretary of Transportation, what are his sterling credentials that make people so interested in Pete Buttigieg? Well, now there's a story from the New York Post that certainly throws a crimp into his plans for a presidential run in 2028. According to the New York Post, Former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg failed to replace outdated air traffic control systems while in office. Instead, his agency shelled out tens of billions of dollars on a DEI agenda, according to federal spending records and airline industry insiders. In one meeting, Buttigieg told industry executives air traffic control upgrades would just allow them to fly more planes, and so why would that be in his interest? That's a weird take. Why would it be in the interest of the Department of Transportation to facilitate the flying of more planes? I feel like that's the actual job. But apparently Buttigieg didn't think that was the job. What his department was really interested in was handing out hundreds of diversity, equity, and inclusion grants, totaling more than $80 billion over 4 years, at least half of the DOT's entire budget for a typical fiscal year. That's insane. That's totally crazy. He was definitely pushing an agenda, an air industry official said, noting that the transportation secretary had little to no interest and took definitely zero action toward air traffic control modernization. So basically, instead of spending any money on the stuff that you're supposed to do at the DOT, he yelled at the airlines, didn't visit wreck sites, and spent all the money on DEI nonsense. The air industry official said at first, the DOT and he were reluctant to say there was an air traffic controller shortage, or that the shortage had anything to do with flight delays or flight cancellations. Now, spokesperson for Buttigieg rejects the claims and points to increased air traffic controller hiring and software changes. But, as everyone knows, things did not get markedly better under Secretary Buttigieg. The DOT's Bureau of Transportation statistics show most flight cancellations, 54.3%, were caused by weather. 1/3, 34.7%, were attributable to air carriers. 10% were due to failures in the national aviation system. 80% of flights were on time. 7% of the delays were due to air carriers, 7% late arriving aircraft, 5% to the aviation system. So, he's trying to argue that actually he spent the money correctly, that it actually went to facilitate the hiring at the FAA and all of the rest. However, in an urgent letter to Buttigieg's DOT in April 2024, according to the Post, Air Industry Trade Association officials warned at the current rate of their hiring, it could take as long as 90 years for the FAA to reach its targeted staffing levels in some of the critical New York air traffic control centers. At the same time, the focus of the department under Buttigieg also shifted, with roughly 400 DEI-related grants approved, according to a review of federal spending between 2021 and 2024. Just 60 grants for diversity, equity, or inclusion initiatives were approved during the previous administration. So 60 grants compared to 400 grants under Buttigieg. Biden's $1.2 trillion infrastructure law in 2021 provided a lot of the funding. But again, the spending was out of control. So Buttigieg would yell at the airlines while simultaneously spending billions of dollars on DEI initiatives. This is what you're going to run, Democrats? Food. This right here? It's a strange move. Cotton, we'll see how it works out for them. Alrighty, folks, the show continues for our members right now. We'll hop into the mailbag and take some of your questions. Remember, in order to watch, you have to be a member. If you're not a member, become a member. Use code Shapiro at checkout for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click that link in the description and join us.
Tonight, Obama fighting back, the former president calling out President Trump in a way that we have not seen before, slamming what he calls the, quote, bizarre and, quote, ridiculous allegations Trump made against him in the Oval Office just hours ago. So here's some of what Trump said.
Likes everything, dislikes nothing.
The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold, Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 of the election. They tried to rig the election. We found this isn't like evidence this is like proof, irrefutable proof that Obama was seditious, that Obama was trying to lead a coup.
Huh?
All right, trying to lead a coup.
Not you, though.
Usually anyone associated with Obama just ignores all that. They don't respond. But that is not what happened this time. Obama's spokesperson responded in part, and I quote, "Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response, but these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction." Jamal Simmons is out front now, and the former Republican governor of Minnesota, Tim Pawlenty. All right, I appreciate both of you very much. So, Jamal, look, This is a change to come from Team Obama. It's a spokesperson, okay, but it's a change. And to come out and to speak like that, bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction.
Trump is cooked.
Trump
It's
said that
over.
Obama was trying to stage a coup, so that's what caused this. But what do you think? How significant of a departure is this for Obama to actually say, okay, we're going to respond?
Well, first of all, it's pretty rich that the man who was sort of affiliated with the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol is the one accusing people of trying to stage a coup.
Right.
Obama, about a few days ago,
Pretty funny.
came out and went after Democrats and said, it's time for Democrats to be, to speak up and to, not do so much navel gazing. He did that at a fundraiser, and so I think a lot of Democrats said, well, a lot of people are speaking up. They're marching. They're stepping up, and where are you at, President Obama? And so now I think we see President Obama stepping up too. And so he's stepping up and saying something to the American
The
public.
vegan
He
snake has
refuses
little
to
flowers.
Sit back and allow Donald Trump to accuse him of leading a coup. And remember, it wasn't just what he said. Trump said in the Oval Office. President Trump said he also released a video on his social media network showing Barack Obama being arrested in the Oval Office and
It was
carried
an
out in handcuffs
AI-generated
and sitting in a
video, right?
jail cell.
Yeah. And maybe that was part of what prompted the actual response here. It is a change, all right, and it's a change coming from the former president. So it matters in that respect. And Governor Pawlenty, Speaker Johnson is now saying that he would not be opposed to subpoenaing Obama to testify before Congress over these allegations. Here he is.
We have no concern about that. If it's uncomfortable for him, he shouldn't have been involved in overseeing this, which is what it appears to us has happened. There's a lot of allegations on the table. Our job is to go and follow each of those trails and to find out the truth.
Obviously, that's coming in the context of the changing of the topic going on in Washington, especially with Johnson away from Epstein. But Governor, I'm curious as to whether you think Obama now taking a sharper tone and stepping up as opposed to being quiet and trying to take the high road, is it too little too late, or does it matter for Democrats?
Well, of course, former governors, former presidents always try to be a little measured as to when and how they respond to their successors. President Obama has been pretty muted in that regard, with a few exceptions. But in this case, President Trump called him out directly, and President Obama answered the bell and swung back. Aaron, like you, I read the Mueller report. It basically concluded that the Russians did try to interfere with the election, but there was no actual proof of coordination in that regard. I'm not aware, nor have I seen any public reporting, that President Obama somehow ordered something inappropriate relative to that investigation. If Tulsi Gabbard or President Trump has that kind of evidence, then they should bring it forward. Otherwise, this seems like puffery.
All right. Well, absolutely. That, and certainly not helpful in the political climate we're in this country. But Jamal, Obama fighting back, and I hear the governor saying, look, this was specific, and something specific perhaps merited a response. And maybe we don't read into it an overall change. But there are so many in the Democratic Party saying, come on, where is the leadership? Who is going to be the standard bearer of that party? And someone who has certainly seems to be trying to take that on and testing different ways is Gavin Newsom from California, constantly going after Trump, after for a while tacking the other way to say, well, I'm going to talk to Bannon, I'm going to talk to all these people, I'm going to figure it out.
Whoa.
But now he's posting things about Epstein and Trump, and he just said this about Trump and his immigration policies.
Whoa.
It's a weakness masquerading as strength. That's what I don't like about this son of a... I don't. And forgive me, I know he's the president of the States. Forgive me, I didn't, yeah, he calls me new scum. Come on.
So what do you think of that, Jamal?
Well, I think he's conflicted about how hard to go to use profanity. But listen, I think Gavin Newsom is the one Democrat I hear the most about from people who don't work in Washington and don't work in politics. And the reason why I think I hear about Gavin Newsom is because he's out there and really taking on Trump in a really forceful way. He'll go anywhere, Fox News or any other channel, and he'll do anything to kind of make his case. And I think a lot of Democrats are looking for somebody, it's not really about policy, but somebody who's got the attitudinal toughness who will take on Trump. We'll see how that works out. But what we have seen is in California, his poll numbers have gone up from 38% to about 56% because I think voters like to see him taking on Trump and not just sitting back and trying to find a middle road.
Do you think Gavin Newsom has it right, Governor?
I think Governor Newsom is an energetic and gifted communicator, but his policies suck. I mean, can you imagine him running in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and places that are going to decide the next presidential election? He's got a long history of ultra-left policies in California and in San Francisco, and I just don't see how that's going to sell nationally, notwithstanding his gifted oratory skills.
Gifted oratory skills, of which he has. I don't know if calling someone a son of a you-know-what might go in that category, but he does have those skills, whether you count that or not.
Darren, are we in the policy era? I just don't know that we're in the policy era anymore with Donald Trump. I think we've moved to a different phase of the game. And I think this phase of the game, frankly, is not that nice.
No. Well, that's...
Although, if you look at why Trump, Aaron, when you look at why Trump won the last election, besides his oversized personality, inflation, immigration, crime, wokeness run amok. Those are policies.
Right, that fed into the personality. All right, thank you both. I appreciate it, and see you both soon.
We here at the arena just got a statement in from the former president's office. We're going to read that to you. So they say this, quote, out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. That these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. These findings were affirmed in a 2020 report by the bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee, led by then Chairman Marco Rubio. That comes from Patrick Rodenbush in President Obama's office. So, Kristen, I feel like I'm flashing back to when Trump was helicoptering to New Hampshire and Barack Obama was at the podium releasing his birth certificate, because it really does seem like we have been transported back to that time because President Trump doesn't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein anymore. What is your latest reporting?
Yeah, that's true. And President Obama might want to get ready to continue to respond, because I am told that this is just the beginning of what Gabbard intends to release, that there are more documents more related to Russia.
What is with their audio
so
today?
This is an ongoing theme. Now, President Trump, both publicly and behind the scenes, has been complaining about why exactly everyone wants to keep talking about Epstein. Just moments ago, he posted this on Truth Social. He said, we had the greatest 6 months of any president in the history of our country, and all the fake news wants to talk about is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. It has been obvious that President Trump wants to talk about literally anything but Jeffrey Epstein. He has pushed conspiracy theories. He has discussed various accomplishments in office. He has put videos on social media that have literally nothing to do with anything going on in the country currently. But nothing was more clear than when President Trump was asked specifically about this unsealing of the grand jury documents and the fact that the Department of Justice wanted to sit down with Maxwell. Take a listen.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
Do you have any concern that your Deputy Attorney General, as your former attorney, would be conducting the interview, given...
No, I have no concern. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold, Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 and the election.
And Casey, one thing to note here, this has put the situation in this case, this investigation, and the memo from the Department of Justice has put the White House in a position it doesn't often find itself, which is on the defensive. Now, they had a brief moment where they felt like they were bringing the MAGA base together at the end of the week last week with that Wall Street Journal story, with the fact that they sued the Wall Street Journal. They saw the different members of the base coming to President Trump's defense, but it seems as though that is waning, because what we're hearing from these MAGA loyalists and from these Republican lawmakers is they want more information and they want it quickly. One of the most interesting things I heard actually came from Armanu Raju up on the Hill, who was talking to Republican Senator Josh Hawley yesterday, who said his constituents are calling him and that they want more information about Jeffrey Epstein. So not going away anytime soon, Casey.
Well, finally, it looks like a ceasefire in Syria is holding, which comes after at least 250 people were killed amidst claims from two different groups that they were being exterminated by the other. So today we're going to walk through what we know so far based off of a few news outlets and official statements from Syrian, Israeli, U.S., and Turkish leaders. Now, starting out with some reporting here from the Associated Press and Al Jazeera, They say Syria's government on Monday started evacuating Bedouin families trapped inside the southern city of Suwaida, where deadly fighting between Druze militiamen and Bedouin fighters has largely stopped as a ceasefire takes hold. And I think it's worth starting today's video with a look at the map to give folks an idea of where exactly it is we're talking about. Of course, the broader Middle East here, this is Live UA map. It's a public resource. I'll have linked in the description if you want to use it yourself. Here in the middle of the screen, we have Syria. The yellow portion of the northeast is Kurdish-controlled territories. The green area is the rest of Syria, currently under the control, to a degree, of the al-Shara government. Something we're going to get into in the back half of today's video are the different allegations of the role or lack of a role that the Syrian government is playing in this violence. Now, what we're focused on today, and have been for about a week, is down here in the southern portion of Syria and the Suwaida government. And around the city of Suwaida, right here in the middle, is generally where a lot of these Bedouin tribes lived, and then you had a lot of Druze in Suwaida itself. That's the core of the fighting as of late. Notably, just north, we have Damascus, the Syrian capital. To the west of Damascus, Lebanon. West of Suwaida, the Golan Heights. And southwest of the Golan Heights, Israel. Israel did play a very active role in the opening days, kind of the middle days of this, conducting airstrikes against Syrian military targets, to include their Ministry of Defense in Damascus. That layered on some confusion, but there have also been cries from the Druze to the Israeli people to come and protect them from the extermination being carried out by the Bedouins. So it's a lot. Nonetheless, it does sound like Israel has stopped carrying out airstrikes against any targets in Syria for at least a couple days now. Now, moving back to an update on this ceasefire here, it does sound like around 250 people total lost their lives during the course of this fighting. That number may sound small right out the gate. Just if you've seen some of the footage, it's been graphic. It's been pretty nasty, all things considered. And we've certainly seen elderly, women, children that are caught up in the killing. Definitely some mutilated bodies appear to have been tortured and executed. So when you see that nature of violence, it makes that 250 number seem actually a little bit small. I think it's safe to say it's not 250 armed fighters on the two sides that lost their lives here. But nonetheless, based off all the different sources I'm seeing right now, that tends to be where they land after 4 or 5 days worth of fighting. Now, Syrian state media said the Syrian government had coordinated with officials in Suwaida to bring buses to evacuate some 1,500 Bedouins, and dozens of armed Bedouins, alongside other clans from around the country who came to support them, remained on the outskirts of Suwaida as government security force and military police were deployed on Sunday to oversee the exit from the entire province. And this was one of the many times in the last couple days where it looked like this whole situation could just drastically spiral out of control. We saw Bedouin tribes that had been in conflict with each other, or at least had disagreements, lay down those disagreements to come together to move south to protect their brothers and sisters against the Druze. The numbers there are pretty flexible. I saw everything from 10, 15,000 all the way north of 50,000 total Bedouin fighters. There were reports of militias, is the best way to put this, tribal militias. There were reports that some in the Syrian army just took off their uniforms and joined their tribesmen moving south to fight the Druze. That looked like it was going to get really nasty really quickly. Fortunately, after a little bit of fighting, and there certainly was some, it looks like the ceasefire went into place. The Bedouins moved to the outskirts of Suwaida and are kind of setting up an outer cordon, if you will, which has not led to a reduction in tensions or nervousness from the two sides. In fact, we just got a statement from one of the Syrian leaders saying, we still need international help. You see what's about to happen any moment now. Now, a statement from one of the Bedouins here, a farmer, Ali al-Hawarin, said that he called the attacks by the Druze fighters unjustified and doubted that the Syrian government will be able to keep control. And that's a major issue when looking at this situation, again, is what role, if any, is the Syrian government playing here? The Britain-based war monitor, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, said that as part of this agreement that just went into effect, Bedouin fighters would have to release Druze women that they were holding captive and leave the province. It's not clear if they're asking those to leave the province that currently call the province home, or if they're just going after those that traveled down to Suwaida to fight back against the Druze. Now, Syria's Druze community has largely celebrated the fall of Assad since that came about, a little less than a year ago. But as soon as al-Shara stepped up into power, previously Jolani, now al-Shara, there's been a lot of speculation that he's not going to be, that he's still going to be relatively militant towards the Druze people. And one of the Druze leaders, al-Haraji, that we'll get into more here in a minute, has taken a pretty confrontational approach so far with al-Shara, whereas the majority of the Druze figures seem to be more focused on a unified Syria. And I think a lot of this boils down to just plain trust. Do you think that Jolani, now al-Shara, is a changed man and wants to see a unified Syria with equal rights across all sects and religions? Or do you see him as a wolf in sheep's clothing that as soon as he is given the moment will try to persecute and kill the Druze and other minorities, or at the very least turn a blind eye to allow it to happen? That's a major split driving the two divergent opinions here. Now, Syrian's President al-Shara has tried so far to appeal to the Druze community while criticizing some of these factions that are more loyal to Hikmat al-Haraj, who's been involved in the clashes so far. And notably, we have seen a couple different occasions, 2 or 3 different ceasefires that were announced. The Druze agreed to it, and then they had this one leader, Sheikh Hikmat al-Haraji, say, no, actually, we're not on board. Continue fighting, continue trying to kill any of the Bedouins or government forces that moved down. In taking a look at the split here within the Druze community, we've got 2 leaders we're looking to for some statements. The first here, Laith al-Balous, said, quote, "We're not taking sides. We're defending Suwaida's dignity and unity. We've tried to calm tensions, protect civilians, and push for dialogue, not violence. Despite threats, attacks, and even desecration of my father's grave, we didn't retaliate. We stood firm. We reject chaos and foreign agendas. We're for a united Syria, ruled by law, not blood. To Suwaida, we won't abandon you. To the world, act now. Don't just watch another tragedy unfold." So a lot of the focus there being on a unified Syria. Let's come together and make this Syrian project work. And it's similar statements that we saw from Balous last week as the fighting was kind of intensifying. He's been one of the leading voices helping to negotiate and agree to a couple of the different ceasefires. On the other side of the conversation here, Hikmat al-Hijri, I feel like I'm always mispronouncing that.
Doesn't matter.
Another Druze leader has been a little more confrontational, and you can kind of get that in his statement he just put out earlier today, where he said, quote,
"I love you.
We call on the free world and all of the active forces therein, and we direct our calls to His Eminence President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Majesty King Abdullah II, and all who possess a force and influence in this world. Save al-Suwaida." He says, "For our people are being exterminated and being killed in cold blood. These are massacres being committed before the world's eyes, and the silence continues to kill. We call on the international community to bear its humanitarian and ethical responsibilities to stop these systematic and organized massacres. The mask has fallen from the face of this oppressive, tyrannical ruling gang. We also call on our Sunni people to take a clear stance towards what is happening to their Syrian brothers. We have never been enemies or adversaries, and we are no longer able to live with a regime that only knows how to rule by iron and fire and only knows how to exert authority through force and inflicting harm." And you're starting to see these lines start to separate. We have the Bedouins, the reason that we saw Bedouin tribes assemble from across the country, and the fear that this was going to spark something even bigger, were the allegations that Bedouins were being hunted down and exterminated by the Druze in Suwaida. And something I want to make clear is we have seen at this point video evidence of crimes, of war crimes, of illegal killings in, I think, every direction. We've seen government forces certainly involved with the mistreatment and execution of civilians. We've seen what appear to be Druze fighters executing Bedouins. We've seen Bedouins executing and mutilating Druze. So we're not going to go down the rabbit hole today of which one is worse. It does look like, big picture, there's a lot of pretty nasty violence in every direction. And as of now, fortunately, it looks like it is all stopped for now. Now, turning to some of the, but notably there, Haraji is pointing not just at the Bedouins, but at the Syrian government. You notice in a part of that saying the mask has fallen off of this tyrannical regime. He's not singling out the Bedouins, he's looking at al-Shara. Now, turning to some statements from neighboring countries here, Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Thursday that Israel will continue to use military means to enforce its 2 red lines in Syria. And we've talked about this before. First, the demilitarization of the area south of Damascus. Second, the protection of the country's Druze minority. And we have seen a lot of calls from the Druze to people in Israel saying, we need you, come protect us. And some very passionate responses of people in Israel wanting to do what they can to stand up and make sure they're able to protect their Druze brothers and sisters. Netanyahu said the Damascus regime violated both of those red lines in recent days. Quote, it sent an army south of Damascus into the area that should be demilitarized, and it began to massacre the Druze. We could not accept this in any way. Now, this was, I misspoke a second ago, and I said this was a statement earlier today. This was a statement last week, and this was right amidst the Israeli strikes against targets in Syria. But it's important to note here kind of the red lines that Israel has drawn out as we look at what the response is and should be from the current al-Shara government. Turkey, their foreign minister, just put out a statement earlier today saying they consider any attempts to divide Syria a national security threat and would intervene. So again, we've got some segments within the Druze community talking about pushing back against the actual Syrian government. Turkey, for one, is saying, no. This needs to be a unified Turkey. We cannot have disparate groups taking over different portions of Syria. Tom Barak, the ambassador to Turkey, U.S. ambassador to Turkey and a special envoy to Syria, told the Associated Press yesterday, quote, the killing, the revenge, the massacres on both sides are intolerable, but the current government in Syria has conducted themselves as best they can as a new government with very few resources to address the multiplicity of issues that arise in trying to bring a diverse society together. Regarding Israel's strikes on Syria, Barak said, quote, the United States was not asked, nor did they participate in that decision, nor was it the United States' responsibility in matters that Israel feels for its own self-defense. However, he said Israel's intervention creates another very confusing chapter and came at a very bad time. Now, an important piece here is the role of the Syrian government, because you are looking at sects and tribes and clans when you're getting into the Druze and the Bedouins. But we have a new Syrian government, and there's a lot of allegations flying in different directions. And it kind of varies between this is, on the one hand, you've got Hikmat al-Haraj claiming that this is directly the Syrian government trying to kill off the Druze people. All the way over to the other side, I would argue, is the suggestion, we don't know exactly where it sits, that the government wants to help, but that they cannot. And that is kind of where the U.S. ambassador, Barak, seems to sit in all of this based off his statements yesterday. Starting with one extreme and kind of moving to the other, the argument that this is all being directed by al-Shara, as in the government forces were moving south to massacre the Druze, which is why Israel put their red line in the sand, saying one of the reasons that there can be no military movement south of Damascus. So as those forces were moving south towards Suwaida a few days ago, al-Shara and the Syrian government said, we are going down to enforce peace. Israel looked at that and said, no, we can't risk any militarization along our border in that region. Also, we can't allow the Druze to be massacred. So Israel stepped in, started striking military assets. They're moving south. That kind of in some ways tied al-Shara's hands. This comes from the argument, the idea that al-Shara in this current government wants to massacre the Druze or any other Alawites on the West Coast or any others, comes from the idea that, or the argument that his past is unchanged, that he has past ties, of course, publicly known to Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, and the Al-Nusra Front, all terrorist organizations with pretty violent track histories, to say the least. Supposedly, he became a changed man under HTS and did, to a degree, actually facilitate the targeting and killing of Al-Qaeda and Islamic State leaders. Nonetheless, there are a lot of folks, definitely some in Israel and definitely some in the United States, making the argument that really he's he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. And given the opportunity, he's going to revert right back to his Al-Qaeda and Islamic State roots and start massacring as many minorities as he can. Some of the evidence to support this could be in the fact that we did see some Syrian government troops participating in the desecration of Druze religious sites, the killing of some clear civilians in the south. If that can be linked, not just that they were wearing the Syrian military uniforms, but that they were ordered by the Syrian government, it falls in this camp. That this killing, the attempted extermination of the Druze, is being done by the al-Shara government. This isn't known at this point. I want to stress that. The other end of the spectrum here, I would argue, is that the al-Shara government wants to, when I say I want to argue, it's where I feel like these two extremes kind of sit. Not that I necessarily fall in one camp or the other quite yet. The argument here is that the al-Shara government wanted to intervene. And they said they did in the opening day, saying, hey, we are sending military forces south to put a stop to this violence and enforce peace, but they can't. I find some validity in this because there's no doubt the Syrian state is generally weakened right now, and they do not have the ability to project power like even Assad did in some of his last days. Part of the challenge here for the Syrian government, if they did actually want to help in the south, was as soon as they hit the road, they started catching Israeli hellfires and bombs. They had to stop, and they went back. And they really have not, in terms of the official military forces, been all that involved in Suwaida since it began. Then there's this middle ground that I would argue is somewhat indifferent, kind of a mix of the two, where al-Shara maybe is okay with the killing of the Druze, he's okay with moving them out, and he's fine to just kind of stand by, and if it's not going to be his actual forces carrying it out, maybe it's even better to let the Bedouins do the killing, and he can say, hey, I'm trying to stand up this government, I'm doing the best I can, kind of like Barak is saying, Ambassador Barak, saying, hey, the Syrian government's doing all they can, they're just not all that capable of stopping all this stuff. That's kind of a middle ground here that might be playing out as well. But nonetheless, I thought it was worth highlighting a couple different scenarios that could be what the Syrian government is trying to do, because as of now, we are still continuing to see claims and allegations that the Bedouins are exterminating the Druze, that the Syrian government is exterminating the Druze, and that the Druze are exterminating the Bedouins. It's probably intentionally messy in some way, shape, or form. But nonetheless, big picture, that's about where things sit right now. A ceasefire is in place, and hopefully it continues to hold. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching. And
Who are you?
Next time.
Oh boy, do I have a story for you. This video's definitely getting demonetized. So, we're about to talk about how Donald Trump and his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein is far deeper and far worse and far more twisted and vile than you could have ever possibly imagined. Donald Trump is the only surviving leader of a decades-long sex trafficking ring that was funneling, women from all over the world, specifically from Eastern Bloc countries, into Florida and New York to be put through the Trump model management, or the T modeling agency, where they were passed around like meat. And Donald Trump, coincidentally, is the only surviving member of that cabal. Huh? We have so much to cover. I want you to look at all the tabs here. Every single tab here is another piece of evidence. And hopefully, if you have a brain, by the time this video is over,
I'm ready.
You will have a completely different perspective on Donald Trump. I hated Donald Trump before doing this deep dive, and I hated him because he's a fascist, and because he's probably on the Epstein list, and because he's an idiot, and because he's a racist, xenophobe, all that jazz, right? But now, I still hate him for all that, but now, I am 100% fully convinced that he's a child rapist and one of the most important members of a sex trafficking ring.
Okay.
Trump isn't on the Epstein list. Trump is the Epstein list.
I am the Senate.
Hi, I'm Chris Valenti. Welcome to the Valenti VOD. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It costs you nothing, and it helps me immensely. This video will be demonetized, so if you want to help support this channel financially, because this is real independent media, I've never had a conversation with an advertiser or a billionaire or a government, so if you do want to be part of this grassroots-funded organization, all you got to do is donate. You could hit the thanks button. You could become a patron on Patreon. Huge shout-out to the patrons. You could become a member on YouTube. Both of those cost $5. You can buy merch, new merch coming out soon, and you could use the discount code for Ground News, which helps me parse through all of this bullshit. Other than that, and without further ado, I think it's time to dive into this shit. So we're going to start off with this here. This is a Twitter thread. These four men are all directly intertwined, okay? Trump, Epstein, Casablancas, and Brunel. Okay, these were part of an organized predatory network of pedophiles using modeling contestants, private dinners, and fake opportunities to prey on teenage girls. We're going to go through this thread, but before we do go through this thread, I want to point something out, okay? Look, one of these men, John Casablancas, was an American modeling agent and scout who funded elite model management, okay? Casablancas is remembered for his development of the supermodel concept. He was the father of the Strokes frontman Julian Casablancas. Now, this man is dead. I highlighted this. He's dead. He died of cancer, 70 years old, probably with his hand on a fat ass in Brazil. Okay, so there was no justice served to this man. He's dead. Next up, Jean-Luc Brunel, French model scout. Gained prominence by leading the international modeling agency Karen Models. Thank you for the $5. And founded MC2 Model Management with financing by Jeffrey Epstein. Jean-Luc, dead. Mysteriously, suicide by hanging in his prison cell. Next on the list, we've got Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we all know who Epstein is. I'm not going to go through this, but died mysteriously. Suicide by hanging. So that means, before we go through this thread, let me get rid of these tabs here. That means that in this picture, these four men who were all intertwined best friends working modeling agencies, funneling young women from all over the planet, dead, 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 president. So we're starting off with a kicker. Let's start with John Casablancas, founder of Elite Model Management. Openly dated teenage models, ran Look of the Year contests worldwide. Many girls were underage. Keep that in mind, because later on in this, we're going to pull out a video of Trump with this motherfucker and a whole bunch of scantily dressed fucking teenage girls. He admitted to sleeping with girls as young as 14 years old. That didn't stop the parties or the business. Look at this motherfucker. Dude, my problem with this whole story is that to the average MAGA voter, this is actually going to boost Trump's popularity. We're talking about very depraved incel people, right? This is going to, no matter how young the girls are, in a lot of these fucking people's minds, this is going to only increase their support for him.
What's your
opinion disgusting,
on this?
but that's probably what's going to happen.
I'll open it in another tab.
All right, Casablancas, the next guy. Casablancas and Trump were close. Oh, no, this is the same guy. They hosted private dinners where models were made to walk across tables so Trump could stick his head under their skirts. Casablancas bragged about letting Trump date his models. Trump even sent Ivanka to him for modeling at age 14.
Like, bait me into, like, looking at content?
This man is a pedophile, Casablancas, a convicted sex offender. Okay? Look at this. Look at these pictures. There's Trump with Casablancas. Casablancas with all these women. There's young Ivanka with Daddy Trump. I don't like this picture, bro. This is disturbing. Here's the next man on the list. Jean-Luc Brunel, another modeling agent with a long trail of rape and trafficking accusations. He ran Karen Models and later MC2, a front Epstein used in to bring in girls. One victim said, "Jean-Luc handed me over to Epstein like I was a toy." I mean, listen, guys. I know that right now we're on Twitter and a lot of you can be like, this is not verifiable evidence. You know, like, show me a deposition. Show me a court case. There's a Jane Doe. And if you know what a Jane Doe is, it's somebody a woman who was using an alias in court for their own protection. A Jane Doe that goes by the name of Katie Johnson. Okay? This is a cleansing stone for your rage. Katie Johnson, Jane Doe, she was going to do a public interview about her claim and deposition about Trump and Epstein raping her when she was 13 years old. But she decided not to because she got credible threats to her life, okay? Part of the reason why all of this stuff is on Twitter, thank you for the rage, I'll keep it in here. Part of the reason why all of this stuff is on Twitter and not mainstream media is because some of the victims, not sexual victims, but some of the victims in this epic are the journalists who, for the past 30 years, have tried to spill the beans, have tried to write the stories, but they were silenced, either by their editors, by threats to their lives, or just by, being killed. This is the type of stuff that happens, especially as we get further on into the story and more of these tabs. You're going to see that Donald Trump is intertwined with the Russian mafia, the Italian mafia, the Jewish mafia, all in New York City in the 1970s and 80s, which is before Giuliani came in and cleaned it all up, and it was a fucking cesspool back then. Donald Trump has always been a criminal. And he's always been at the top of the Trump family, which was a mediocre family until he got involved in politics. But none of this stuff should surprise you, okay? Let's keep reading. Brunel's ties to Epstein ran deep. Epstein funded Brunel's modeling agency. Brunel then supplied Epstein with underage girls, many from overseas. French prosecutors had multiple rape charges over him, and then he died mysteriously in prison. Suicide, they said.
Epic.
Trump, Epstein, and Casablancas and Brunel were all connected. They attended the same modeling scouting events. They judged the same contests. They hosted private dinners with girls as young as 13, and they traded girls across state and national borders. And then this, we actually have a video of this, and we're going to pull that up towards the end here. 1991 Look of the Year dinner party makes it crystal clear. Trump and Casablanca sat side by side watching 15-year-olds compete. They told one girl to take off her jacket to show her body. Brunel was a fixture at these contests too. This was grooming, not modeling. Oh, this is disgusting. That's his daughter. That is his own fucking daughter, and he put his own daughter in these events around sexual predators and pedophiles and criminals. He literally, and this is the same guy that shouldn't surprise you, because Trump on camera has said that, like, his daughter is voluptuous, and he has said that she's hot, and he said that if she wasn't his daughter, he would, oh God. It's disgusting. Give me all that rage. Give me all that fucking rage. Oh, it's disgusting. Anyway, let's move on here. Midas Touch dropped a good compilation. Hashtag Pedo Trump. Start dropping that everywhere. Hashtag Pedo Trump. This is an incredible compilation. It's about 2 minutes. Big shouts out to Midas Touch. You guys are doing the Lord's fucking work over there. Let's watch.
Charges that Jeffrey Epstein was running a sex trafficking ring in the early 2000s that included underage girls as young as 14 years old.
Donald Trump in 2002 said of Epstein, he's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side.
He routinely spoke fawningly of Jeffrey. He admired Epstein's lifestyle.
Your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of it.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
What is...
Two things. One, if any person ever calls a child voluptuous, jail. If any man calls his own daughter voluptuous, supermax. And then one last thing, if you're a father and you have a daughter and somebody calls her a piece of ass, you are biblically obligated to knock his shit out, even if you're not a Christian. I ain't no Christian. You are contractually, spiritually, celestially obligated to rock the shit of any person who calls your daughter a piece of ass. Even if it's her own boyfriend. Brother, even if it's her own boyfriend, you gotta knock his shit. Onyx just became a member for 1 month. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Definitely have a Marla's. She's got Marla's legs.
Oh, she's got Marla's legs. No!
Whether or not she's got this pregnant.
Ew!
You were playing tennis and you came off the court. Quote, look at that piece of I would love some of that. It so happened that Trump was referring to Cohen's then 15-year-old daughter, Samantha.
I had the impression that he was interested in younger women and that, you know, women would age out for him.
Thank you for the gifted members. 5 gifted memberships.
It's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show.
I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
Yeah, meanwhile, some of these girls are 17.
Standing there with notes like,
Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl.
"You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?"
A lawsuit against the presumptive GOP nominee
Gross.
alleges he raped a girl when she was 13 years old.
Prince Andrew answering
That's
questions.
that Katie Johnson we're talking about. That girl, 13-year-old girl, Katie Johnson, Jane Doe. She was going to do a deposition. She was going to do an interview, and she got threats to her life and got so afraid that if she did it, she would die. And the thing is, bro, she's right. Epstein's gone. Brunel's gone. Casablancas is gone. Ghislaine's in jail. I mean, it didn't. Maybe I'm wrong, so I don't want to be. Maybe it's a different woman, but I heard that like one of the women that Epstein, one of the ones from the documentaries, was it Virginia Dufresne? One of these women committed suicide.
First time about his friendship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know Prince Andrew, but it's a tough story.
Trump has been photographed with Prince Andrew as far back as the year 2000.
Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of helping Epstein sexually abuse underage girls.
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well.
I wish her well. By the way, this is after she's convicted. This is after all of that. But I wish her well. You know what that was? That wasn't for you. That wasn't for me. That wasn't for anyone in the American public. That was for Ghislaine. Because he knows Ghislaine's got the dirt on him. I wish her well. He's essentially, it's code. It's, I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to get you out. Do not fucking spill the beans.
You know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean,
You
sure.
are one.
All right, I was going to say that. But,
Brother, he said, that's true. They go, you are a sexual predator. And he goes, that's true. Huh? What do you mean? And this part, I love this part. You wouldn't trust them with your kids. And bro, I swear to God, if anybody on this earth can say with a straight face that they would trust their children with Donald Trump, honestly, that should be like an offense where you could call CPS. If you say that you would trust your kids with Donald Trump, you should.
I trust him with Michael Jackson.
Breaking news. Leftist, socialist, fat Italian YouTube streamer says that we should be taking children away from MAGA voters.
Yeah. Why not?
Anyway. All right, this is going to start to get a lot
Holy
more...
mackerel.
It's going to start to get a lot more messed up. Trigger warning.
Snake woman, where are you?
A lot more fucked up. Here we go. Now, here's an audio of Maria
The
Farmer,
dragon.
one of Epstein's victims, who came forward very early on. She speaks out about an incident where she was going to Epstein's office building. Donald Trump was in the office building. She says, and Epstein tells Trump, that one's not for you.
Okay, I'll see that.
Yours is in the
Hello,
other
Mr.
room.
Dragon.
people? You're talking about people like
Did I help?
they're, I don't even know, like potatoes. Nah, it's not yours, bro. Yours in the other one. You're talking about human beings, my boy? Farmer says, quote, "It was when I started working for Epstein, and it was 9 o'clock at night, and Jeffrey Epstein's office was totally empty. In walks in this man. When I reported him to the FBI, I said, that game show host, Donald Trump. That's all we should refer to that motherfucker as." Anyway, he walks in, and I just kind of acknowledge him with a head nod or something, and he immediately starts hitting on me. He's standing across the room, and I'm seated. He's like, "Well, actually, sorry, I was just looking at something." But he's glaring at me, looking at my legs. I told my sister I felt like I was his dinner or his lunch, you know? That's the way he was looking at me. These are just gross people, you know what I mean? He assumed I was there for him, and this is how I know. He walks up to me.
Time to get whacked.
And goes, "No, she's not here for you." And then they were smirking. Epstein whispered something and then said, "Go in there." So Trump, at 9 o'clock at night, goes into the other room. There's someone in there for him. I don't know who, but Epstein said, no, she's not here for you.
The time...
Now, here's a not for you, says. Here, play this clip.
The time that is most memorable to me is the time when he hit on me. Because I was in the office. It was one of the first times I started working for Donald Trump's a sleazebag. Okay.
Yes.
It was when I started working for Epstein, and it was 9 o'clock at night. And Jeffrey Epstein's office was totally empty. And I told the New York Times this, but of course they don't tell the whole thing, right? Even though Mike Baker is amazing, but they would not allow him to tell the truth. Right. So basically, I go into this office.
See what you just said? Even though Mike Baker's amazing, they would not allow him to tell the truth. Remember earlier, I just told you, some of the victims in this story are the journalists who tried to fucking scream from the hills, and I'm sure many of them lost their fucking jobs over this shit.
9 o'clock at night, and I sit down, and a few minutes later, and I'm wearing running clothes. Okay, so it was really weird. It's 9 o'clock at night, and I'm wearing running clothes because I didn't have money. So I had to jog up there.
Right.
And so I've struggled, you know, for so long. So I'm like up there in the office, seated, and I've got my
Garrett for becoming a loyalist.
You know, my running clothes on, so my legs are showing. And in walks this man that when I reported him to the FBI, said that game show host Donald Trump, because I thought he was a game show host. Yeah. Because he's so cheesy, you know. But anyway, so I said,
what an insult.
I said hello to him. You know, he walks in, and I just kind of acknowledged
devastating
him with
insult. That's like the worst insult Trump's ever had.
He's seated across. I mean, standing across the room from me, and I'm.
Oh, you can't get your story right, huh?
And he's like, "Oh, Maria." I mean, no, he didn't. Sorry, I was just looking at something. He's standing across the room, and he's looking at me. And I'm like, oh, gross. You know, this guy's so gross. Anyway, he's just glaring at my legs. Like, yum. I told my sister, I felt like I was his dinner or his lunch, you know?
Yeah.
The way he was looking at me. So Epstein comes in. And by the way, I did not look good. I was like, I'm not exceptionally beautiful or anything like that. These are just gross people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just like a normal person who went on a run, and I'm seated there. So he assumed I was there for him. And this is how I know. Epstein walks up to him and goes, no, she's not here for you. And they were smirking, and Epstein whispered something. He goes, go in there. And so Trump at 9 o'clock at night goes in the other room. If there's someone in there for him.
Jesus Christ. I mean, fellas, we're also getting reports that, like, one of Trump's wives, Ivana, would like work with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they would drive around schools close to Mar-a-Lago and wait for the schoolgirls to come out in uniform, and would then like get out of the car and get their phone numbers. And again, I say this to MAGA because, like, you gotta understand, MAGA, if you're watching this, if any of you MAGA are watching this isn't politics anymore, dogs. You can't stand on the side of child rape.
Yeah, they can.
Because if you do that, your political opinion is nullified. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what your political opinion is if you stand beside pedophiles. I don't debate pedophiles. I don't argue with pedophiles. That's not what I do. I disregard everything they've got to say. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck. So you got to make that decision whether you want your voice to be heard on the world stage, or whether you want to be tossed out the fucking window with the rest of the goddamn trash. Anyway, New York Times covered this. She's not here for you. I mean, unbelievable. 2 men left in the room. Miss Farmer said she could hear Mr. Trump commenting that he thought Miss Farmer was 16 years old. That's what we're talking about right now. Unbelievable. All right, get this. We've got reports that FBI agents who are combing through the Epstein files have been told to flag anything that mentions Trump by name, okay? And this is coming after, you know, one of the things that they found in the Epstein list, or Epstein files, was a list of names, a lot of them redacted, but some names mysteriously circled by Epstein himself. And Donald Trump's name is one of the ones that is circled. So one would be safe to assume, yeah, kind of sus that Ivana died by falling down the stairs, huh? Yeah, and then that Trump buried her in a fucking golf course. Anyway, what the fuck was I just saying? Son of a bitch, look what you've done to my ADD ass brain. So one would be safe to assume that that list of names is names of people who have, I don't know, like come to the island, or names of potential clients, or what I think, because I firmly believe that Jeffrey Epstein was either a CIA agent or a Mossad agent, or both, whose job was to gather blackmail on political elites across the planet in order to get some level of leverage for negotiations in any sort of manner. What one could assume is that the list is people that they want dirt on, and the circled names are the ones that they've got dirt on. Now that's my take, okay? Now the thing is, call me a conspiracy theorist all you fucking want. I'm doing what I can to prove my side of the case, you know? Anyway, FBI agents told to flag mentions of Trump in the Epstein records, says Senator Durbin. In a new letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Durbin writes, quote, "According to information my office received, you then pressured the FBI to put approximately 1,000 personnel in its Information Management Division, including the Record Information Dissemination Section, which handles all requests submitted by the public under the Freedom of Information Act and Privacy Act, on 24-hour shifts to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records in order to produce more documents that could then be released on an arbitrarily short deadline. This effort, which reportedly took place from March 14th through the end of March, was haphazardly supplemented by hundreds of FBI New York field office personnel, many of whom lacked the expertise to identify statutorily protected information regarding child victims and child witnesses, or properly handle FOIA requests. My office was told that these personnel were instructed to flag any records in which Trump was mentioned." Now, why is this important? This is because the Trump regime is going to release an Epstein list. Note how I said an Epstein list. They're not releasing the Epstein list. They're going to release a list that, like, has, I don't know, 200 names on it. And because you can't release the names of these victims, of course not, they were children, the victims' names are going to be blacked out. But so are the perpetrators. So it'll say something like, blank sexually assaulted blank. And they're going to go, here's a file. Have fun. We're going to go, what in the fuck is this? You know what is it going to be? It's going to say, like, Bill Clinton sexually assaulted blank.
There's algorithms for it that makes it quite easy nowadays.
He'll throw Rosie O'Donnell's name on there. He doesn't give a shit. That's the play that Trump is going to use. Is go, see, here's the Epstein list, but all these names are blacked out, and I'm not in any of them. I big promise. I big promise. Fucking unbelievable. Okay? Now, let's talk about real quick. I just want to show you the AI overview of Trump Modeling Agency, the connections to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, if you don't know this, Trump had a modeling agency in the 1990s. Went by T Agency, or, you know, Trump Management Agency or some shit. And also, let's talk real quick. Why does Trump have some kink for Russia? You know? I mean, like, his first wife, what was it, Ivana? And then, you know, he names his daughter Ivanka. He's married to a Melania. I mean, he's got this weird thing, and, you know, he's fucking all these Russians. He loves Russia. It's very strange. Anyway, Trump's involvement in modeling and beauty pageants, coupled with his relationships with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, raised concerns about a potential connection to the procurement of underage girls for exploitation. Reports indicated that Epstein and Maxwell recruited victims at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, which we know this, guys. Mar-a-Lago was a hunting ground for these fucking predators. I have to burp.
He's pumped up.
Whoops. Excuse me. While Trump has not been found guilty of related crimes, his presence at events involving underage models, including a 1991 competition with models as young as 14, has been highlighted in news reports. And yes, if you're wondering, we do have footage. It's pretty fucked up. Trigger warning, grown-ass men around scantily dressed teenaged girls, framed as a pageant, which is the most disgusting thing ever. Remove Trump from the situation. Why are beauty pageants for children a thing? That's disgusting.
Frank's Little Beauty.
You have grown-ass 40, 50-year-old fucking men going, time for the bathing suit section. Give it to me. Give me the fucking rage. Give me... Fucking disgusting, dog.
The 58 contestants participated in an exhaustive...
Look at him really getting the view. I gotta turn my volume down. Look at him, he's really getting the view there. He's like, oh, I gotta stretch my neck, I gotta get a look.
Round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Your 5'9" reading?
What was the first... Wait, what? Hold on.
Each one's...
He just said, how old are you again? That's what Trump just said. I wonder what her answer was.
Special.
Your 5'9" reading? Serious, huh? We may measure it again tonight before the game. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Amy.
The concentration was intense inside the judging room.
But if they don't like you as you are.
And out.
I'm just so excited.
Each girl was considered not only for her beauty and poise, but also for her personality and that indefinable
something extra that makes a top model.
Remember, what you're looking at here, a lot of these women were literally brought over from Eastern Bloc countries by Jeffrey Epstein, by Brunel, by Casablancas, by Trump. A lot of them are fucking schoolgirls that Ivana and Ghislaine Maxwell picked up out of school when they were walking out at 2:30 as the fucking bell rang, still in their school uniform. Huh? Or if you remember Virginia Dufresne's story, we're talking about like a poor girl, a very poor girl who is offered an opportunity to like be like a waitress or some shit at the Mar-a-Lago, and it's like, well, that's a lot of money, and it's around famous people, and it's all manipulation, dogs. It's all manipulation.
Okay, you want to pull your hair back one second?
There he is. That's Casablancas. That's Casablancas.
All right. Thank you very much, Ingrid. Good luck for tonight.
Thank you.
When it came time to choose the 21 finalists, emotions ran high as each judge expressed his or her opinion.
Dude, imagine grown-ass men doing this shit with their free time. This should have been the red flag of all red flags. Now, get this.
He's
we
a
got
diddler.
Fucking audio footage from way back in the day. Trump admitted he was on the Epstein files. Trump admitted this. I got him on. I got his ass on fucking tape.
They were run by Chris Wray, and they were run by...
He's talking about the Epstein files right now.
Comey, and because it was actually even before that administration, right? They've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me.
With me? So much of the things we found were fake with me. So you're saying you found yourself in the files. That's what you're saying right now, but you're just claiming it's fake.
And so much of the things that we found were fake with me. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me.
I hate the end of that I hate the end of a TikTok. I hate that noise so much. According to Mr. Trump's telling, this is according to Trump himself, He and Epstein were friends for more than a decade, beginning in the 1980s, right? I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy, Mr. Trump told the New York Magazine in 2002, bro. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Dude, there was also a party for, like, it was like a beauty, what was it, Hawaiian girl, something like that. All women, all young women. And the only two guests were Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. This is held at Mar-a-Lago, bro. Where is it? I think I got the story here. Trump once hosted a party for young women where Epstein was the only guest. Donald Trump was hosted by the young women.
Hilarious.
The president is under pressure to release all the Epstein files. Yada, 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 yada. Where, I want a little bit. All right. The piece goes on to describe Trump hosting a party at Mar-a-Lago for young women in a so-called calendar girl competition. Mr. Epstein was the only other guest. Bro, these guys are just straight up gooners, bro. Oh my God, bro, our president is a professional gooner, bro. He's just King Goons a lot. King Goons a lot and goons on kids, bro. This is King Goons a lot. Oh, fuck, dude. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Ugh. Party was organized by Florida businessman George Horney. George Horney. The party of all women, Trump and Epstein, was put together by George Horney. Do we live in a fucking video game? Do we live in a goddamn simulation? Because if we do, Mr. Game Maker, spawn in $40,000. No, fuck you. Spawn in 40 million right there. You fucking assholes. Mr. Horny recalled being surprised that Mr. Epstein was the only other person on the guest list. I said, Donald, this is supposed to be a party with VIPs. Mr. Horny told the newspaper.
Mr.
You're telling me
Horny.
it's you and Epstein? Oh no! What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Now, yo, speaking of.
Last year, the Biden administration.
Speaking of, there's over 4,000 lines of investigation right here because they found a goddamn Epstein bank account with almost 5,000 transactions to Epstein. Each one of those transactions is an investigation. I don't care if it's 5,000 different people or one person doing 5,000 different transfers. And it calculates up to over $1 billion. Over $1 billion.
How much?
Those are clients, bro. Those are clients, bro. Oh my God, dude. Look at this, look at this, look at this.
Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just...
Did he say this was in what, 2002 they got these records? Brother, a billionaire in 2002 is nutty. Like, billionaires were, like, there were not many. I think there was only, like, what, Bill Gates, maybe Bezos? I didn't even think Bezos was a billionaire back then. This guy became a billionaire off of sex trafficking, bro. And also, don't forget, sex trafficking is probably the...
Wait.
It's one of the oldest industries known to man, and it is definitely the most profiting, the most profitable industry in human history is sex trafficking.
One of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation.
Period, King.
Right there.
Period, King.
Hundreds of millions more flowed through other accounts. That's even a lot more to investigate. The file shows that Mr. Epstein used multiple Russian banks, which are now under sanctions,
she's got a little
to process
face mask.
payments related to sex trafficking.
So if you were ever wondering why Trump is so buddy-buddy with Putin, right? Why Trump is so obsessed with Russia, it's because him, Epstein, Brunel, Casablancas, they all used Russian bank accounts. They used Swiss bank accounts. The only way to keep your money safe from the American, because remember, these guys don't pay taxes. The way to keep your money safe is to throw it into international bank accounts and also get buddy-buddy with the mafias of these nations. We know that Trump worked with the Italian mafia. We know that Trump worked with the Russian and the Jewish mafia. This is... The
gay
reason why
mafia.
is because it's all blackmail. His shit is locked in fucking Russian bank accounts. Look at this. Trump model management was a front for international sex trafficking. Epstein got some of his victims through Donald, and they shared some too. Everyone knew. Articles were written about it in mainstream publications, and Trump shut down a Senate investigation during his first term. Trump involved in human trafficking, mafia matters, and probable money laundering. This is in 2020 from Forbes. Then we've got, we all knew about the trafficking, the untold story of the Trump model management. 2016.
Quit.
Mother Jones, Senator calls for Homeland Security to investigate
Mafia
Trump's model
based.
agency. Quote, I am extremely concerned by the claims levied against
King
the Trump
Jew.
model management. 2016. Justice for Jane Doe's, Trump, sex trafficking, and the writers who stopped writing about it. 2017. Guys.
Oh, this shark tells bad jokes whenever I
This
see him.
is so much deeper.
I heard they just fired an
than
employee at the
any
popcorn
of us
factory.
even
He was
more
a good
deeper than I
worker,
could
but
ever possibly
they found him sleeping on the cob.
This may very
Rar,
well
rar,
be
rar, 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 rar.
a... Holy fuck, I sound like Alex Jones. This may be a global cabal of pedophiles. And they're like world leaders. I sound like Alex fucking Jones, bro. Last thing I want to show you is a video of Trump. Now, if I accused you of being a sexual predator, you'd have a whole bunch of different reactions. But I'm willing to bet money that your reaction wouldn't be true. Here's my problem with this. Even if you were a sexual predator, you would hide it, right? You would hide it so that you don't go to jail. The only reason somebody would have the audacity to say that is if they know damn fucking well that they are never going to jail.
Donald, do you ever discuss sex with your daughter?
No.
You do not?
No.
You've never
And
sat
I
her
have
down?
a feeling we're not going to hear.
Yeah, no.
And another embarrassing video from a 2006 Howard Stern show has surfaced. It shows Trump alongside daughter Ivanka and son Don Jr. joking about being a sexual predator.
You know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean,
You are one.
All right, I was going to say that, but it's true.
I know that the audio is a little bit fucked up there, but he said that's true. It's like, it's old video. But the audio comes before his face moves.
I mean,
You are one.
All right,
That's
I
true.
was gonna say that, but it's true.
He said that's true twice when Howard Stern called him a sexual predator. Oh, all right. Listen, let's put a bow on this. This is not defeat. This is a sign of victory. That this stuff can be covered. This stuff can be blasted out without fear. And I should say I would never kill myself. So, if something like that ever happened to me, it ain't me. I'm too narcissistic to do it. But this is a sign that people like journalists are so full of rage and they have enough evidence that they're no longer afraid of Trump. They're no longer afraid to come out and spill the beans, because they must have had some secret meeting and said, if we all do it at once, what's he going to do? And that's essentially what's happening here. The tide is turning. And as I said earlier, to MAGA, if you're still watching this, I would hop off that train before you hit the fucking brick wall, bitch boy. Anyway, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It costs you nothing and it helps me immensely. If you're here live, please stay. If you're watching this pre-recorded on YouTube, thank you very much for watching it all the way through. If you want to support the channel, please do financially. I have no funding, so this is grassroots, and every dollar goes a long way. And do me one last favor. You see that video right there? You should click on it. It's a banger. And I know bangers.
Back to our top story now. The U.S. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says he wants to meet in person with Ghislaine Maxwell. She is in federal prison for Epstein, and the House Oversight Committee has just voted to subpoena Maxwell, compelling her to appear for a deposition. Joining us now is the former Deputy Assistant Attorney General John Yoo. John, good to be with you. President Trump was asked about this a moment ago when he was with the president of the Philippines in the Oval Office. This is what he said about Todd Blanche going to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. Listen here.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt.
What do you think of the whole idea? Because certainly you would think, as close as she was to Jeffrey Epstein, that she holds the keys to the kingdom.
John, good to be with you. This is a remarkable step. The Deputy Attorney General does not go around meeting with federal inmates or even meeting with people who might turn state's evidence in ongoing cases. So this is a sign of how serious the Trump administration thinks this is, how worried they are that trust in the administration is eroding, is that they got to call out the really big guns to get involved, like the Deputy Attorney General. On the other hand, you have to ask, how much does Ghislaine Maxwell know anymore? If she had all this information, the time she would have used it was when she was trying to reach some kind of plea bargain with the government to avoid the very jail he's in now. However, if there's anybody who might still be at the center of a conspiracy, who might have knowledge of all the people who went to Epstein's Island, anybody who might have been blackmailed by Epstein, it would still be Maxwell. She's the only one, I think, who's left.
Yeah, I mean, again, she was literally attached to him at the hip. You would think that she would know just about everything that he was doing. Now, in terms of her cooperating with the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, do you think she would just say, oh, sure, let's talk? Or would she say, what are you going to give me in exchange for me talking?
Of course not, John. She is going to press for the best deal she can get. Now, she's already serving a sentence in federal prison, but the president can commute a sentence. The president could even give her a pardon. I don't think a pardon would be warranted, but the president could say, in exchange for your cooperation, I will order a reduction in your sentence so you could get out earlier than promised. But she would really need to come across with the goods. She's also got a case. Her case is actually still pending right now at the Supreme Court. I believe the Justice Department is opposing the Supreme Court taking her case. Her case is not the kind that the Supreme Court would take, but she might also ask that the Justice Department drop its opposition to her appeal to the Supreme Court. I can't see the Justice Department doing that, but she's going to try to trade whatever information she has for less time in jail.
Well, a grant of clemency certainly would be a controversial thing. Congressman Tim Burchett was talking earlier today about this idea that Pam Bondi has asked a federal judge in New York to unseal all of the documents and testimony before a grand jury. This is what he said.
I applaud the president and Attorney General Bondi for wanting to release the grand jury files. I believe that'll pretty much cover everything. But I would give everybody a caveat, or that's a big word, but a warning that just because somebody flew on a plane doesn't mean they're a dadgum pedophile.
Yeah, it was Burchett, actually, who introduced the motion in the House to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell. What do you think we could discover if the grand jury testimony and the files are released? Now, I should say that there's a bit of a caveat here from the judge involved in the case. I've got his order right here before me. This is Judge Richard Berman. We've heard his name before. He said Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E codified the practice, quote, older than our nation itself, that proceedings before a grand jury shall generally remain secret. So if he releases all this stuff, it's going to be a pretty rare occasion.
And John, this would be momentous. It would also be, I think, unlikely to happen in full. The reason why we don't release grand jury testimony, the reason we don't rely raw law enforcement files is because they are filled with innuendo, rumor, gossip, massive amounts of things that are unverified, possibly untrue. And so when the government speaks, it usually only speaks in the four corners of the indictment, the documents it produces in court. And so one thing we don't want to do in all this is to besmirch people's reputations, destroy reputations, but also we want to make sure that people are willing to cooperate with the government in the future. Witnesses are not going to appear and not going to voluntarily testify if someday the government might release everything they said. So there's got to be a careful balance here between privacy, between the needs of the Justice Department in the future to carry out prosecutions, but also getting to the bottom of the truth about what's happened with this Epstein scandal.
Yeah, and the judge refers to that in the order as well. I expect anything that comes out could be heavily redacted, but we'll see. John, thanks for being with us. I always appreciate your expertise.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to
Sean
subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch...
That's the guy that justifies torture who was just on. He loves justifying torture. Big unitary executive theory guy.
And over the past few weeks, I've been pondering...
Oh no, you're using your brain?
...unsolvable issue we have when it comes to immigration in the United
States.
States.
It's solvable, actually. It's
legal
pretty
immigration,
simple.
illegal immigration. I'll discuss all of it. If you understand U.S. immigration history, you'll realize that the stuff that we're told when it comes to
history
immigration,
understander
the
over
country
here.
being founded by immigrants, it's a melting pot. You understand U.S. demographic history, it's all a complete sham. And we can just talk about the illegal immigration because that's what normies tend to be called to in terms of now we've got the new numbers that have come out that around 60% of people are okay with deporting all illegal immigrants, which is a different attitude we saw back in 2015, 2016. The common opinion on illegal immigrants was, well, if they're here working, don't deport them, deport the ones that commit other crimes in the country. Of course, they all commit a crime when they come here illegally.
Nope, not a crime.
And even the ones that do work, it's a big problem because they undercut Americans for jobs and they bring down the real wages in the United States. It's a big issue.
Didn't happen.
And so we'll just talk about the illegal immigration, and this is like the ultimate black pill when you think about the numbers because it is very, very bad. If you think about it,
I'm ready.
Say, well, right now, and the numbers are disputed, we just don't know. It could be 20 million, it could be 30 million, it could be 50 million, who knows? I mean, if there's 350 million people in the country, how many of them do you think are illegal? I mean, it's one of those things to where I know the liberal numbers will say around 20 million, the conservative numbers will say 50 million. Normally, I just say 25 to 30 million illegals in the country right now. And they say under the Biden administration, around 10 million got let in illegally, which is around 2.5 million annually. You look at this new bill that Trump just passed, and it's earth-shattering, it's groundbreaking. There's $175 billion for ICE.
This snake's also
people
a
are talking
communist.
about how great that is that Trump achieved that, and it really is. It's an amazing thing. The problem with it is that they have a quota on deportations, and they're trying to deport around 1 million people per year.
Okay, I don't want to talk
so when
to
you
you.
think about it,
go out the
Biden
door.
lets in 2.5
Leave me alone,
million
lady.
per year. We just got the biggest budget in history in terms of deportations and immigration enforcement, and we might be able to deport maybe 1 million per year. Now, that doesn't include self-deportations. How many of those we can expect, it's hard to say. But it just shows you the dire situation to where our last administration, annually around 2.5 million illegals come into the country, and Trump might be able to deport 1 million per year, maybe, with the biggest budget in the history of our government when it comes to immigration enforcement. That just shows you the situation, and that's with the illegal immigrants. And so you think about it, it's like, well, I mean, I guess the Biden administration and the Democrats did face an issue in terms of how bad their immigration policy was. It caused Trump to win. But you have to wonder, there's so many independent people right now that are all right with deporting all these people. They start seeing more and more of these videos of people being removed, people that just want to work. You have to figure with the immigration under control, I mean, Trump entered and the deportations went to basically zero because there was actually enforcement along the border and there were policies that were put in place that prevented illegal immigration. But you just have to wonder, when will the public start to shift back? Because we've seen a shift since 2015, 2016 into saying, yes, let's deport all the illegals, to now where we're at. I mean, we're still taking in immigrants. I think many, many people would love it if Trump just paused immigration based off of the rapid demographic shift that we've seen.
What if we just kill them?
But the numbers are just mind-boggling. Whether it's legal, whether it's illegal now. They've got the temporary visas, which was a huge thing under Biden. They did the temporary migrant status to where 500,000 temporary migrants came in from Nicaragua and Haiti and Indonesia and these places. I mean, it's just, and Trump was able to, through the courts and through the Supreme Court, he was able to get that removed, and hopefully those people will be deported. But, you know, it is remarkable, the problem that we have in immigration and kind of the argument when it comes to it, the argumentation in terms of, when you talk to someone that's very pro-immigrant or someone that is a liberal,
they hate their country,
that comes from a background of immigration,
they don't care about the extinction of the white race.
Is, well, we're a country of immigrants. Everyone's an immigrant. And so if you say that and you begin with a baseline of that, it's very hard to argue against it.
Because it's dumb to argue against it, ding
how
dong.
can I argue against other immigrants coming to the United States? The issue is, and this is something that
is that they're not white.
The United States, up until 1960, our demographics were around 90% white or Caucasian.
Called it.
And around
His issue is that it's not
African
white
American.
people. Oh my God.
Whites immigrating mainly from Western Europe, and the
Shut up,
slaves coming
fascist.
over through the transatlantic slave trade. And so that was our demographics. I mean, you could say, give or take, maybe 87, 88% white. There'll be some arguments in terms of the exact percent. But
bro, he's so openly fascist.
90-10 all the way up
he
until
just
1960.
Doesn't say the word.
And so that comes to the whole idea.
He says that he's to the right of Trump.
What about the melting pot argument? The melting pot argument, I guess, would be based on ethnicity, not race, because I mean, race. Pretty much
actually, it's about assimilation.
Caucasian, 90% were Caucasian, 10% were African American. Sure, there were some Chinese, some people from other places. But
bro doesn't even know what the melting pot means.
Demographics up until around 1960, and we were the country in which the way it was built was the most powerful country in the world. It was the #1 superpower in 1960. Now, maybe you could say some of that was because of World War II, and
I hope bro never eats Chinese takeout.
Territorial situation.
Anything that's
in Europe,
a fusion
they
of
lost
culture,
millions and millions
get
of
out.
men. Both
Not
the Soviet
American.
Union, Germany was crushed.
Pizza?
But even without
nope.
it, we were already
Can't have
emerging
it.
superpower in
Even
the
though
United
it's made in
States
America,
with the
just like
technological
Chinese
advances
food.
that we had with the
Because
industries
it's
that we were building
melting
up through
pot
capitalism.
food. Can't have it.
I mean, even in 1960, they say it's a melting pot. Well, maybe a melting pot based on ethnicities, like
what, bro?
Germans coming to America,
bro
the
is
English
like
coming to America, the Scottish coming to America, the French, the Irish. Melting pot based off of ethnicities, but those are all Caucasian people. Right, and so in a modern sense, when you talk about, oh, we're a melting pot, let's go, the immigration that we received.
Okay, I'm gonna comment on the video. Real confident for somebody who won't debate me.
Like, this gospel end-all, be-all. I guess when it suits them, they do. But in 1790, they put in the Naturalization Act that said only white Europeans could be citizens.
That's
Americans,
bad.
That is, and even the way in which America was founded.
That's called racism.
White people aren't Native Americans. Well, they're Native Americans to the United States of America. The United States of America did not exist. The country, the territory, it did not exist. It was grown through the United States. It started as 13 colonies.
Wow.
And expanded westward. It wasn't like the United States.
I didn't know
already
this.
an
Thank you
entity
for
under
telling
Native
me.
American rule. It didn't exist. There were 10 million Native Americans potentially in the area, and they were all smaller tribes. There's 8 million people right now in New York City. 10 million people populating the entire supposed country of the United States, but there was no country. It didn't exist. The Europeans coming over from Europe made the country.
Shut up.
That's the way in which it exists. The word America was created by a European in the early 1500s.
Do you know how new the concept of states still was at the time? You fucking ding-dong. You know what else probably didn't exist at the time, I bet, if you actually look? Saudi Arabia. It's almost like the concept of states didn't exist until the UN.
To the United States of America.
Fucking ding-dong.
I mean, technically, the Native Americans aren't even native to the land they came over the Bering Strait. And that's a common argument from people.
My God.
What I'll say...
Native Americans are also immigrants, bro said. Outstanding. Outstanding. Wow. Yes, they did not evolve inside the continent. Wow. Okay, we're definitely putting it on here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen...
Real? Trolling. That's what we call it. We do a little trolling. Such a fucking idiot, bro.
Of a melting pot. I mean, the country was 90% white until 1960. They changed immigration law. I mean, they put restrictions on immigration in 1924, specifically restricting the Chinese and saying that, well,
that was,
going to restrict
it's considered one of the worst policies that America has ever done, actually.
And we're only going to allow mainly Europeans to immigrate to the United States.
That's not what it was about.
And then in 65 they changed it. And
it was actually about exploitation, so they could continue enslaving them for rail workers.
Third world countries started, and I mean, you take a look at the last 50 years, we've received 30 million more immigrants than the next closest country. And they say we're racist. We've received 30 million more immigrants.
No, you're racist. America statistically is the least racist country, actually, though.
Our demographics have gone from 90% white to 61% white, yet people still say we're a racist country.
No, you're racist.
And, I will say the United States.
The country that you believe in is racist.
But the crazy thing is that all these Western
good thing it's a
countries,
melting
like,
pot, though. So my country isn't.
Still be facing
just
this
yours.
Immigration issue. I mean, look at the European countries. These are all heavily white countries, and they're facing mass immigration into the.
Wow, I wonder what the difference is between the United States and Europe. What could it be? Oh, that's right. We came over here. And we are an integrated country. And this whole argument, I betcha he would also have the dipshit people didn't consider Irish white argument. Like, when this country was founded, they literally, like, talked about if Muslims could be fucking in government and citizens, and they determined yes. People have no fucking clue that there was a Quran in all the libraries of the founding fathers, and all of them had read the Quran. Weird how they don't know that. Why would they ignore that part of our great romantic history?
Into their countries, it's just it seems to be just this weird phenomenon with the West, and they like to reformat these arguments, and it's like, I mean, the premise is that I guess the country was built by immigrants. It's just not. I mean, it was built by white people, right? The country was 90% white until 19.
The Chinese built the rail lines that allowed for that. It was built by labor. Period. Okay.
60. Now you can say since 1960.
Why don't you go live in the 1960s?
And certainly, but like, let's just stop the lie. It's ridiculous. And then you've got all this illegal immigration. It's not even just the illegal; it's also the legal immigration.
It's not
and we're dealing
illegal.
with lower birth rates, and that's
It's actually legal.
Lower birth rates, and that's where the whole replacement comes into play. You know, first they said the replacement didn't exist. Then
Oh my
they said
God.
it was necessary. The reason they say it's necessary is because white people don't have enough kids.
Oh my God.
And so they say, well, we have to if we're going to keep the population. I mean, look at what's happening to the eastern countries. Those eastern countries, they don't like immigration. They don't take in immigrants. Those countries are losing population, or at least they're going linear. Their populations are thinning out because they don't take immigrants like we do. We sustain population growth because of the amount of immigrants we take, which causes demographic change.
Okay.
And so it's a double-edged sword. But originally they said, no, this is not happening. And then people got access to the internet and statistics, and they're like, well, I mean, if you look at the numbers, yeah, this is happening.
If you look at the numbers.
And then they say, well, it's necessary because if we want to maintain our population, if we want to maintain, and this is kind of where the whole
look at
idea
that.
of immigration with the
Perfectly
H-1Bs
slotted
come into
together.
play and things like that. It's kind of like a buzzword, but it is
Now
true
you go over
in
here
the
for now.
common sense of, well, you know, if you get an H-1B worker into the United States, they're very likely, I mean, that is a very capitalist idea. That's why Bernie Sanders is against H-1B, because the employer is going to take advantage of the employee, especially if they've got a green card or a visa hanging over their head. And they're going to work a lot harder, supposedly, than an American citizen, because the American...
Bro's pro-Kafala as well. Hold those fucking documents over their heads so you can exploit those workers.
American citizen was born in the U.S. They've got more leverage than an immigrant coming over to work temporarily. And you see how the U.S. citizens get undercut in terms of many of these jobs. Even young kids with degrees in engineering can get undercut because it's easier to
I'm
pay
glad
the,
they get undercut.
H-1Bs less money
Fuck
to
'em.
potentially do more work and a lot of grunt work, and that's a big problem as well. So I just think with immigration, it's a huge issue in terms of, I mean, we don't even know how many illegals are in the country. Right, we don't even know how many illegals are in the country, and the thing is that it'll happen in the big cities, and the suburbs are still relatively good, but the big cities.
Bro doesn't
like,
even know
I think
that
New York City,
nobody
look
is
at California,
illegal
even the
on
state of
stolen land.
California, if you look at, well, people were talking about it when California was in the news about all of the riots, and I forget exactly what it was. It was a few months ago. They were talking about the demographic shift of California. I mean, California was a Republican state. What was it, 30, 40 years ago in the 80s under Reagan? And part of that was the country was a lot less polarized, and a lot of that has to do with access to information and social media just in general. That's why some of these states, I don't think anyone thinks are going to change back, or it's going to take a titanic effort to change some states from liberal to conservative or conservative to liberal just because of the animosity and the hatred between both parties. I think it's stoked mainly through social media and just more information. People have more information, they can engage with each other more, and so it's a bigger problem. But
Bro literally
I'm saying
is
just
racist.
take into account the numbers. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I understand what Trump is doing, and they got this huge deportation operation. People say it's failing right now. I mean, we'll see once they actually get it in place. Because right now they say they've only deported around 130, 140K. I think the issue is even if you meet your quotas of 1 million per year, is that not still going to be a problem? I mean, if we have 20 or 30 million illegals in the country, so what are we talking about, 8 years of Vance doing the exact same thing? Do we really think that's realistic? And then 8 years of another Republican president doing the same thing? It's not realistic. I don't see how you're going to remove all of these people. If there's really this many people in the country illegally, and this is the type of flow we're getting, to where 1 million are being deported under
Heavy
the biggest
flow.
deportation budget in U.S. history, which liberals are angry about, but that is the mandate. I mean, legit, that is the mandate by Trump to be able to have this massive budget because of how bad and unpopular liberal deportation or not even deportation, liberal immigration policies were. And so I just look at the numbers and it's like, this is a titanic effort. And then on top of that, they try and reformat arguments in terms of how the United States was created. And again, the reason people say, well, whites they're settlers. They're settlers to the United States because
they settled
the United
it.
States. If we came
Hey. Hey, Tony. It's me, Tony Lasagna.
We created everything. And so that's the reason why you would say, well, to the United States of America, I mean, white European people created the United States of America. And, you know, the country imposed quotas and restrictions on immigration to preserve the demographics that they previously had until 1965. And so it's interesting to look back and see these arguments get reformatted. I just don't think people understand, you know, where the country was and the whole idea of the melting pot, I guess, based on, if you want to be charitable, ethnicities, but you were talking about white ethnicities from Western European countries. And then 10%, which were the African-American slaves from the slave trade. And so that's just how the country was built. And it's interesting to see them try and reformat the argument. I don't understand the argument. If the country was 90% white until 1960, what is the argument that we're a country of immigrants, a country of white immigrants from different white European countries? I'm not understanding it. And so they use that argument.
There's a lot
to say,
you don't
we need
understand, I
more
think.
More immigration. And it's like, listen, from a capitalist sense, I understand it. Immigration from a capitalist, this is why economics is very complicated. Because, listen, I like capitalism. I think it's way better than socialism. But, you know, even capitalism you would think would be extremely pro-immigration because, you know, you can exploit cheaper labor. People come over, they want to work, especially if they're illegal. They'll work for nothing.
Yeah.
So it's easier for so your company is going to have a better bottom line. It's going to make more money. And that's another big issue that we saw with a lot of these farms and the hospitality, and it's just like, I mean, you have to wonder if these people went to Trump and they lobbied and they said, I mean, my entire farm is illegal immigrants working. Americans don't want to do it. And you would think, well, is there a way to remedy that? Possibly through technological advances, maybe through AI, robotics, to be able to do certain things on farms that would make it easier. Of course, the common thing would be, no, you deport the illegals that are working there and you hire American citizens at a higher wage. And then they say, well, that'll cause the prices to go up. Well, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, at this point, we have a, you know, a big problem.
You're doing it all wrong.
That's
Yeah,
the other
I
thing.
can
they
see
say,
that.
Well, we're so reliant on
I don't know
illegal
when I'm
immigration
supposed to
labor.
cut
Isn't
it.
that a big issue for our country? Isn't that a bigger problem than just saying, well, we need to keep all of these people in this country? I mean, it seems like a bigger issue than just, oh, we're so reliant on this, we need it. It seems like a bigger, more encompassing problem for our economy if we're that reliant on illegal immigration labor. But I don't know. So yeah, I mean, that's to me the biggest problem is if under Biden, and you could say, well, the Democrats did face, you know, backlash for that in terms of they lost the next election because of how bad their immigration policy was, and I would agree with that. But the issue is if we're under Biden, 2.5 million illegals annually every year, because if it's 10 million under the 4 years, it's 2.5 million per year. And then you're talking about Trump possibly deporting 1 million. And they're up in arms about that. They're freaking out about that. We just let in 2.5 million per year. We have to spend, this is the biggest budget we've had in our history of immigration.
Why is this
and we
shit
might
so
be able
hard?
to deport 40% of the, we're not going to deport 40% of the
Must
illegals
be
because if you
because
think about
it's made
it,
for a
they've only
controller,
gotten to like 130K, 140K deportations. Do we really think they're going to, you know, ratchet it up to the point to where it's already 6 months in? Maybe they'll be able to deport 3 million. Like 30% of the illegals that came into the country under Biden possibly will get deported under Trump's 4 years. And you just know people are going to be a lot less conservative on the immigration topic because Trump has sealed the border. So it's not an issue now. Now, you know, now it's going to
Sleepy time.
shift, and Republicans are going to lose the upper hand. Well, I don't know if they'll lose the upper hand on immigration, but it's going to be less of a forefront issue because Trump has sealed the border, which is amazing. It really is. But it's just, to me, it's just like it's a historical thing, and it's reanalyzing history and how the United States was formed. You know, you have to understand. And listen, I think it's important to embrace. Yes, the way in which the country was built was, or at least formed, was very unique with people coming from Western Europe. But at the end of the day, I mean, what the historical revisionism is just not correct on what they're saying.
Bro.
And so, listen, when it comes to this, I
You're
think
one to talk.
The ultimate black pill is, well, we have the biggest deportation budget in history, and we might get out 40% of the illegals that came in under Biden. That's only under Biden. There, you know, people say, well, there's 30, 40, 50 million illegals. Who knows?
Probably.
You'll get numbers 20, 30. I say 25 to 30. Because I don't know. I mean, there's different numbers all over the place. Some conservatives say there's 50 million, which I find that hard to believe. If the population is 350 million, I mean, how many? Who knows?
Uh-oh, bro's
But,
thinking
you know,
again.
That's the ultimate black pill for me. It's just like, well, I guess you could say, well, if Vance wins and gets 8 years, but it's like, I mean, we're still taking in immigrants. The native population is still having the birth rate is still very low, and when you're talking about correcting a low birth rate, it's going to take a while.
Oh my God,
It is
white
going to take
genocide
a while.
garbage.
It doesn't happen in a few years. So yeah, that's basically it, guys. That's going to do it for this video. Make sure you like the video down below.
Syrian government forces have been accused of carrying out a massacre at a hospital during sectarian clashes which erupted just over a week ago. Staff at the hospital in the southern city of Suez
Cowboy, I have to ask, you've been a big supporter of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is refusing to release the Epstein files now. What's your response to that?
No matter what they say, I'm going to have to insist. Donald Trump ain't on the Epstein list, and he's not going to release it for your safety.
And how is it for our safety?
Our safety.
How is it for our safety that he's not releasing the list? We're here in Times Square in New York City to see if people want the Epstein list released.
We were asking people, should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Absolutely.
Well, why do you think he should release Epstein
Because
files?
I think he's on it. I think there's people on it that we're going to be very surprised about.
Should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Oh, yes.
And why do you think he's not doing that?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No.
He's on them, or?
Probably. I don't know.
Donald Trump released the Epstein files?
Yeah, like 20 months ago.
And why do you think he's not doing that?
Because he's on there.
But he says it doesn't even exist.
Okay, if we took him at his word, would we believe anything?
Donald Trump said that Obama wrote them, though.
Yeah, and Donald Trump's a liar, so, I mean, that's irrelevant. Who cares?
Do you think Donald Trump should release the Epstein list?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Why do you think he hasn't?
Oh, I don't know if he has it, he has to release it. But I don't have any kind of evidence to sustain any of the positions.
Do you think it's weird that he won't release it?
I mean, that's what he promised, right?
Yeah.
Seeing it from the outside.
I mean, he didn't really.
You know,
It seems a little weird.
Yeah, you know, of course. Maybe if he found out something that he didn't know before.
Maybe he saw his own name?
Yeah, and if it affects national security, that's how they have to frame it, but they are not saying anything.
Should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
According to them, there is no Epstein files.
There's none.
According to them.
Okay. So if there is, though? Okay.
Hey, can I ask you one question? Oh, okay.
Do you think Obama wrote the list? He also said that. Obama wrote the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's just a silver penny, so that everybody looks the other way. I mean, clearly, they had nothing to do with it. And Obama wasn't on the plane. He was. He was friends with him.
Some people point out that Trump was president when Epstein was arrested and then ultimately died in custody. And then they say, so how would you blame, Biden or other Democrats? Because Donald Trump has been in a position of power then and now.
I don't think Democrats should even be involved in this conversation. I mean, he's been involved in it since the beginning. I mean, there are pictures of them together. Like, you can't take that away. And as much as he says that he had nothing to do with it, they were friends. There's photos.
All right, so we are here in Times Square to find out what Trump supporters feel about Donald Trump refusing to release the Epstein list. Right now, we're going to talk to one of the biggest Trump supporters we know, somebody who has gone out of his way to dance naked in the lobby of Trump Tower after he was elected.
I'm a die-hard Trump guy. Trump's taking those regulations off the backs of those corporations. Sound like a good idea to me. Donald Trump, from what I understand, he has pointed out that it's just nonsense. There's nothing there to look at, and I take his word for it. I'm a big supporter because I trust his judgment on all things. He's the president. He's the leader. I give him complete confidence. So,
should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Yes, release them.
All right, there you have it. So we've been getting.
The question was, why is him not releasing the list for our safety?
why is it for your safety? Once again, Donald Trump's the president of the United States. I find that his judgment is correct on almost everything. Everything he says he's going to do, he does. I trust his opinion.
First, Donald Trump basically told everyone, if I get back in the White House, we'll release the Epstein files. Then they said the Epstein files are on the desk. Then they said they don't exist. Then they said Obama wrote them. And then Donald Trump said people who keep asking about them are weaklings. What comes next after all this?
I don't know, maybe another war? Maybe he'll bomb another country?
Yeah.
He's got to do something to deflect. And the thing is he's not deflecting from the rest of us. He's deflecting from his base. And that's where he needs to be careful.
So war, what's another possibility?
I mean, with him, anything's possible. Like, the guardrails are off.
He got elected and he thought, do you think he got elected for the second time and he thought I can literally get away with anything?
He has. He has gotten away with anything.
You think he'll get away with this?
That's up to his base. I mean, the rest of us know, but I mean, it's up to his base. If they turn, then it'll be a mob mentality.
You think they're weaklings if they give up on it? He's saying they're weaklings if they keep asking about it. But are they weaklings if they give up on it, in your mind?
That's his word, not mine. You know what I mean? I think people are questioning. I think that's the whole point of this.
Do you think they exist?
Oh yeah, they exist.
Well, you said they don't exist, though.
No, I mean, I think he's got friends on there he wants to protect. Not him, probably, but friends, I would say.
He's on there. So you think he's protecting his friends, that's why he says it doesn't exist?
I think so.
Do you think Obama and Comey and Hillary wrote the files, like he said?
Well,
no, I don't
maybe
think
he'll die
What's
soon.
the truth here?
And
What
then
actually
everything will
happened?
work out.
I mean, Epstein had the list, and they figured out all the clients, but, you know, they just don't want to release them because there's it would smear too many people.
Like right now, I'm supporting Curtis Lewa. Curtis Lewa for mayor
Uh-huh.
of NYC. Mamdami's just a left-wing lunatic like AOC. But the point is, if it gets close enough and we see that he's not going to have a chance, I will jump off that bandwagon and support whoever that's not Mamdami.
Are you in pictures with anybody that many times that you just like don't know and aren't friends with?
No. Are you? No. If there's a picture of you and it's not photoshopped, it's you. My dad used to say if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck.
Yeah, you did.
You
Is
think
the one who
Epstein
made that
files
one up?
Quack like a duck?
I think there's a lot more there than there isn't. And I think Pam Bondi is totally to blame, and I think she's covering up for him.
So did she have the list or the files on her desk like she said she did?
She's the Attorney General of this country. If she doesn't, then we're in trouble.
Curtis respects hard work and responsibility. Mamdami is a socialist, thinks everything is free. Curtis knows that tax the rich chases tax dollars away. Mamdami, like most Democrats, ignores urban decay. We're finally done with Adams, another Democrat mistake. One more. The last thing we need is a radical progressive from the Islamic State. It's political too.
But they're Islamic State. What do you mean?
I don't want to be pressed on that. It's more of a stereotypical kind of thing. The simple point is that he's
Like Islamic State, like he's like
anti-Semitic. as they
ISIS?
say it. Huh?
Like ISIS? He's from ISIS?
Nah, well, again, when my own uncle calls me and my dad domestic terrorists because we supported Trump, it's the same kind of hyperbole, the exaggeration in speech.
Andrew interviewed Hunter Biden. He interviewed Hunter Biden, and it went exactly the way that you thought.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, because they think cocaine, Scarface, very cool. Crack cocaine, they think The Wire.
Oh, in that sense? Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't know how similar the chemical compounds are.
Well, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat, literally.
That's it?
That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to, like, a science store.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get. Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar of cocaine and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
It's vastly different. And like for real, I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion about crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall. That's how powerful crack cocaine is.
Okay. What's your issue?
Gentlemen.
Bro used to smoke crack.
This is the new Democrat Party. I know
he's
you
not
might
even
not
in
accept
politics
it yet, but there will come a day where he runs for president.
No. Doubt.
And I can guarantee you.
Probably because of all the crack, it won't happen.
Primary. I do. I'm not kidding. Like, remember whenever I said Hunter Biden, and I said he was going to run for president, he going to be talking about it?
Yeah, and it still hasn't happened.
Everybody said I was crazy.
No,
we
it's
are
just
going
stupid.
to have probably not the first, but another crackhead president.
Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it
doesn't
safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right.
When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities.
I'm not going to explain how to make crack, but when you're making crack, so what you do is...
So that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. You know, all of these actors and, you know, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing. They were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing.
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different. But anyway, no.
This guy, bro, like...
Cocaine is sodium bicarbonate. All the impurities, three really important things. True is that there's a thing about crack that is really insidious. And what it is that anytime, you know, I think one of the reasons that they believe that smoking cigarettes is so addictive is
Somebody said this is like LeBron talking basketball.
Because it combines three really important things. It's habit forming, there's an oral fixation, and there is a ritual combined with it. And so the idea of hand
He's in his game,
to mouth is a habit and a fixation that we learn very early, even as children. With a pacifier, with a spoon, with your thumb, to even to breastfeeding. Okay, so really, so I don't want to get into the psychology of it because I'm no expert, but I do know this, is that you combine with that ignition, combustion, and then you combine the ritual. You have your cigarette in the morning.
Yeah.
You have a cigarette when you get out of the car.
That's a lot of crack.
You have your cigarette with your coffee.
That's a lot of
crack.
crack.
Is that on steroids?
That's
it's
a lot.
over and over. There's ritual to it. There's a
Crack,
ritualized
you should
part
have
of it.
said,
The
crack
combination
is that
of
on
all
crack.
of those addictive behaviors together becomes like really powerful. And the drug in and of itself is a more immediate euphoric sensation.
Didn't he just say he didn't want to get into how euphoric crack was?
And connected to it than, in my experience, cocaine alone.
Does it require more frequency to maintain the high?
Yes. Yes. And the capacity to use more than you could otherwise with powder cocaine.
I don't understand what's so funny about somebody overcoming a fucking addiction. Like, are we seriously laughing at people for getting sober from drugs? Did you hear why he got on crack to begin with? And, like, what was going on in his life at the time? Like, where's your empathy, bruv?
Just physically to be able to ingest it.
So you're kind of saying that cocaine reaches a certain plateau of euphoria,
Crack takes
where
it.
you can't necessarily get any higher.
In my experience, yes. This is like a PSA. If you want to completely, utterly fuck up your life, you know, I don't think that anything is necessarily, oh, you do it once you're addicted. But there's about the closest thing that...
He's like, well, you can do crack once if you want to see what it's like. You'd be fine. Don't worry about it.
I know people have done it once.
The statement could be true.
And said,
if he was
fuck,
crack
that's
cocaine.
crack, not weed in that bowl.
Yeah, at least he's honest about this. Yeah. And what's so...
My old roommate, he like went to this dude's house and they gave him a bowl and he lit it and he realized that it was a bowl of crack and he just got high on crack. And like he left and walked like 2 miles all the way home. He was just like, I'm out of here, and just removed himself and walked home.
Crazy is he is just straight up with it.
Yeah, wow.
What's so wild about this? He just goes
Yeah,
and
most
says this shit.
people who have been
Him.
addicts
Fuck
are.
Fuck him and everybody around him. I don't have to be fucking nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. Fucking George Clooney is not a fucking actor. He is a fucking, I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, and God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como. And he's great friends with Barack Obama. Fuck you. What do you have to do with fucking anything? Why do I have to fucking listen to you? What right do you have to step on a man who's given 52 years of his fucking life to the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the fucking New York Times to me and James Carville, who hasn't run a race in 40 fucking years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama, and that was because of Barack Obama, not because of fucking David Axelrod, and David Plouffe, and all
This
of these
interview
guys,
was
the
so
Pod Save
good.
America guys, who were junior fucking speechwriters in, on Barack Obama's Senate staff, who have been
Because,
dining
like, you remember the White House Correspondent Dinner where it was, like, Biden's black side? I feel like this is... did I say Biden? I meant Obama. But I feel like Hunter is Biden's black side, you know? Like, this is his internal monologue. Like, fuck this guy. Because, like, Biden would never say shit like that.
out on the relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40, $50 million off the Democratic Party.
The thing is, yeah, he's actually cooking. Now,
Yeah, bro, it's a good interview.
Well,
they're all going to insert their judgment over a man who has figured out, unlike anybody else, how to get elected to the United States Senate over 7 times, how to pass more legislation than any president in history, how to have a better midterm election than anybody.
You guys are laughing now, but he's going to run and he's going to make... So let me get this straight. The 2 most well-reasoned normal people in the Democratic Party are a guy with brain damage from a stroke and a crackhead. Wow.
Free look left control.
History, and how to garner more votes than any president that has ever run, and they're going to replace their judgment for his.
Not to mention,
who's
Move
Jake
it
Tapper's
formation.
audience? Jake Tapper.
My mom or something. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
For real though, I don't even think it's your mom anymore.
No, no,
because
no.
by the
Activate
numbers, what
mass.
influence does Jake Tapper have over anything? He has the smallest audience on cable news, and beyond that, I think that the book is right now on Amazon that he put out. I mean, his ratings just went to shit after he put the book out. You know, they did a 2-week infomercial for it. I mean, it was such a money grab, such a disservice to everybody that he serves with. That the
opinions.
Now, can I go back to the clip Asmongold Hunter Biden, where I said, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Bro, Hunter Biden is like every time this dude commits a crime, he takes a video of it. What is it with this dude? Like, this guy takes more pictures than like an Instagram girl driving his crack, driving 172
Cycle EMC
miles per hour on the way to
mode.
Las
What does that mean?
Vegas. And nothing's ever gonna happen to him. He's speedrunning life. Yeah, he is. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of XQC playing Grand Theft Auto, except it's a real person and it's real life. Just driving. I don't know. No, it's not this one. I've talked about this.
No,
before.
all the
I hope
settings
Hunter
didn't
Biden
say.
runs for president. I think that we do not live in a world where he can't win. Should run on the campaign slow. I tried to tell y'all. I tried to say this shit was gonna happen. I tried to say, bro, like I could see it.
What?
I could have seen it, bro. I knew it was coming.
What?
We're gonna crack down on crime. I feel like if he did that, it would be so ridiculous. People would like it. I think it's gonna happen. Let the country go down in flames for memes. Well, it's gonna go. It's gonna go up in smoke, actually. Did you see Biden? So Republicans would hate it so much. I'm telling you, crack down on crime. If he did that shit, I honestly think people would vibe with it. I really do. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, everybody thinks that.
You guys don't understand.
But fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him and everybody around him. Or not to be fucking nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. Fucking
yeah, redemption arc. No, I'm telling you guys. Let me see if I can find the rest of these, and if there's any more of this here.
Redemption arc, bro.
What is this?
You're unfamiliar with his
He's
game, clearly.
Somehow convinced all of us that these people are the fucking criminals. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a fucking violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm fucking Emanuel. Was so fucking smart, Rahm Emanuel. And so we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that fucking appealed to those fucking white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old. And he got 81 million votes. And he did not because he...
You got to respect the fact that, bro, this guy he's out there defending his dad, man. He's out there in the trenches.
Yeah, he's
like,
fucking
you know
cool.
What? No, man. My dad is the man. Like, this is it. Yeah.
Appease their fucking Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from fucking Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. And then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's going to turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, fuck you. How are we getting those people back from fucking El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years,
Go ahead.
I told y'all.
Go ahead.
Everybody
told
thought
us what?
I was crazy.
What do we...
Everybody thought I was a madman.
What?
For even suggesting this.
Huh? For suggesting what?
Years from now, or 3 years from now, I would
What
pick
are you
up the phone
suggesting?
and call
What
the
are you
fucking
implying
president of El
that's
Salvador
happening?
and say, you either fucking send them back or I'm gonna fucking invade. It's a fucking crime what they're doing. He's a fucking dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. That was such a hard line, too.
Oh my God. I think that Hunter Biden, this is the worst
Is cool?
part. I think Hunter Biden in this interview makes more sense than most Democrats.
Because he's cool?
I think he does. I know. People say he's retarded. I know that. I know that. Yeah, he does. Low bar to clear. That's scary as fuck. He does. And I'm telling you guys, he's saying things. He is. And so Hunter accusing people of being criminals is hilarious, though. Well, he's not a criminal. He got a pardon. What do you mean? Yeah, he didn't do anything. Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. What do you mean? What's wrong? What's the issue? It's scripted for presidential election for sure. I think, and I'm going to tell you guys what's going to happen, okay? Nobody wants to hear this, but somebody has to say it. And I tried to tell you 2 years ago. I tried to say 2 years ago, Hunter Biden is going to run for president, and
you understand this is an interview, not him running for president, right? You understand that, Asmin, right?
And it might take 4, it might take 6, but it's going to happen. and make crack great again. Crack down on crime. There's so many of them. And, like, the thing is, I think that he has. I'm not even kidding
This is so bizarre.
I think he's got a chance he could win. At least win the primary. I think he could. I'm gonna say it. There is this situation recently. Basically, Donald Trump is going to arrest Obama, and he's going to charge him for treason. No, he isn't? Okay. I'm going to show the clip of him saying it. Tulsi Gabbard just handed Donald Trump the receipts to launch a criminal investigation on bomb sale claims Barack Obama admin manufactured Russian collusion hoax. Here we go. Trump declares that Obama is guilty of treason.
But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. He's guilty. It's not a question, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election.
He doesn't deserve due process. We should kill him now.
President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill. Crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill.
Wow, edit
I was
mistake.
thinking about that for a minute. I said, what the fuck you mean? Yeah, he's even posting this. Bro, he posted this. This is illegal? Doesn't matter. He's the president. Yep. Do you think it's pettiness? Do you want Obama
When the
in jail?
president does it,
If he was trying
not
to change
illegal.
the outcome of the election, then yeah, absolutely.
Ballistic
Like,
missile.
if he gets convicted, sure. Like, I don't think
Ballistic
anybody should
missile.
be above the law, including Trump.
Do I have
Like, that's the
ballistic
reason I
missiles?
wanted the Epstein files released. That's, of course, it should be the case. Duh.
It's the biggest, second
Duh,
biggest
of course.
scandal. The biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign.
There's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is. It's
No.
all over the place.
man.
Leslie,
Sir.
they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I
Oh,
say
man.
something?
Look,
Can't
let me
put
tell
on
you.
things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied
And-
on my campaign,
Well, we-
and you will see that, Leslie, and you know that, but you just don't want to put it
No,
on the air.
as a matter of fact,
You will see that and you will know it. And now here he is. Oh, man.
Let's check in with Patrick Bet-David's program.
I'm sure he's doing
where,
great.
for whatever reason, Patrick Bet-David, he's got an interesting dynamic on. He sends that guy, what's that guy's name, Dan? Who's the two guys?
There's
Vinny?
Adam Sosnick
Adam.
and Vinny.
He's got his sidekick, Adam, to basically go to war with Vinny all the time because I think Patrick Bet-David feels a little bit uncomfortable defending this stuff. And so he gets a little bit embarrassed. So he sort of like recedes whenever this comes up. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, in a very funny way.
It's strange. I wonder why that is. Well, anyways, maybe he's just personally uncomfortable. I have no idea. I have no idea what like the world of wealthy Florida people do. Mm-hmm. Anyways, here is Adam defending the administration and basically telling Vinny to move on. Now, Vinny seems genuinely invested in finding out what was going on in this, world of like Florida multimillionaires and this Epstein stuff. But here it is.
Back to your point. Okay. What do I want? Adam, I want jail. Okay. And if God forbid the president of the United States was involved with it, guess what? Same for him.
Which president?
Our president.
Okay.
If he
so
was
you want Trump to go to jail now?
If he was with underage girls, 1,000%.
So if Trump was with a 17-year-old
I'll say it
girl
again. When he was
20
40 years
ago,
old, yes.
So you want Trump to go to jail?
It's called pedophile. Hold on, let me ask you. Is it illegal? Can you have sex with a 17-year-old in New York?
35 states.
In New York,
the age is 16, and then in certain states,
Oh, pause it
it's
for
18.
1 second. I did not expect
I cut this
Adam
off
to be
the
going out
description.
there and arguing for a dropping, I guess. I mean, to say, this is what the argument is, right? Like,
knowing the number of states off the top of his head.
Secret libertarian over there, Adam.
This
That's
is,
the age of
I mean,
consent.
why not drop it down to like, I don't know, 13, just in case?
Do you think it's a
for the
coincidence that Alan Dershowitz has spent like the past few years tweeting and writing about how onerous age of consent laws are?
No. States.
In New York, Adam, hold on, let me ask you. Is it illegal? Can you have sex with a 17-year-old in New York?
35 states.
In New York,
the age is 16, and then in certain states it's 18. According to some Muslim scriptures, you could be 9.
So it's okay if he was in a different part of land hooking up with a 16-year-old.
Okay, no, but let me ask one last thing, because I mean, obviously, what I wanted you to do was just get it all out there.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. You could be right. You could be wrong. So we want Trump to go to jail. Israel's controlling the United States.
Don't say that.
No,
Anybody that was guilty of having
Why is
sex
it
with an
still
underage
laggy?
child belongs to go to jail, including the operation that was blackmailing everybody.
Okay.
They deserve the freaking.
I got it. So now, where are you going?
Where are you
now?
going?
So no,
Pause it for a second. It's so weird to me. Every time we see a clip of them talking about Epstein, Patrick Bet-David just sort of like recedes and all of a sudden becomes a traffic cop. It's very strange.
I think oh my god, this is so hard because of the leg.
I think he's just like the kind of, he's a businessman first, and he knows, like, let them fight. This is when he goes in the background.
Well, it's like he doesn't want to take a position on it.
I'm sure.
It's interesting. I just find it interesting because look, it's the Patrick Bet-David show. It's not the Adam and Vinny show.
Yeah.
Right. It's the Patrick Bet-David show. And he doesn't want to take a strong position. It's strange to me. It's strange to me. I don't know why. Go ahead.
And the debate is about whether or not you're a pedophile, if you should go to jail or not. Right. Just want to make it clear what the debate is.
Wait, Brian. Also,
what if you're president?
That's very Brian, that's really unnuanced. Because it depends on what state you're in.
You're right. I apologize.
And also, maybe if you're a fundamentalist religious person.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, I think sex trafficking pretty much illegal in all 50 states. But anyway.
Okay.
Accountability, Adam.
Listen, what I'm sick of people doing is skirting around the issues. Just say how you feel.
I've been saying it for.
Yeah.
Perfect. So then last
Now,
question.
wait a second. I got to stop that too because that seems like Adam is subtweeting Patrick Bet-David. He just said, I'm tired of people skirting around the issue. Just say what you believe. And it's almost like he's trying to. I don't know. Go back. And let's get it.
Adam, listen. What I'm sick of people doing is skirting around the issues. Just say how you feel.
I've been saying it for.
Yeah.
Perfect. So then, last question. Last question. Who do you trust more? Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi.
Who do I trust most?
Or whoever's the loudest people on the internet, Tucker, Candace, Dave Smith. Who do you trust more out of that group? No. It's a binary option.
Hold on.
Who do you trust more?
Adam, I don't trust anybody that's lying to me blatantly in my face. The correlation doesn't match because those guys are asking the questions, Adam. They don't know either. They don't know 100%, but you know what they want? Yeah. Stop bullshitting us. He just nailed it. Why do you keep talking about it? We're talking about it because of you.
Okay, stop yelling. Just because you're yelling, you're not right.
No, it just pisses me off.
You can be loud and you can be wrong. It's hard to be loud and wrong.
Show me where I'm wrong and I'll shut up.
But the point is you're not right. But here we go.
Where am I wrong?
Is Kash Patel lying?
He's not. 100% he's lying.
So 100% Kash Patel's a liar.
From what he said, Adam, he was in the administration. He said they had all of it.
Is Dan Bongino a liar?
Yes, yeah, he did, Adam.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Is Pam Bondi a liar?
Yes. Blatantly lying in front of our
Is Trump a liar?
I think so, Adam.
Is J.D. Vance?
I think they're all lying to us, Adam.
Okay.
Yeah. Even if it's a little lie,
okay,
they lie.
How about this? They're all liars.
Yeah.
Who's right? Because you probably absorbed a lot of content on X. I assume. I know X is your thing. No. Who's right out there? Who's your? Go ahead. You've already gone 99%.
This is mean.
Let's go.
I don't appreciate the condescending tone that Adam is taking towards Vinny. Now, look, I do agree. Vinny sometimes gets a little bit passionate and loud. I've sat next to Vinny in the room, and
he kept turning Vinny's mic
Adam
down.
Is being so condescending here. Where is Adam going for his information that is so much better than X?
Well, we played it's this exact version of the Megyn Kelly Ben Shapiro argument that we played, where Ben Shapiro says we have the same sources. I'm hearing it from Kash. I'm hearing it from Dan. I'm hearing it from Pam and JD and Trump. And yeah, that's the reality. That's the problem with it. You were the guys that were saying you can't trust the government about this, and now they have to rely on like the level of of fan adoration towards Donald Trump to back up their argument. This is a divide in this case of somebody who's trying to appeal to the administration versus somebody that's trying to appeal to their audience. And that's the divide you're seeing on right-wing media right now, especially under 40 online male-focused podcasts that are obsessed with this Epstein story. The people that are trying to cater to their audience, because their audience captured in a very specific way. We're seeing with Andrew Schultz changing on a dime like this. It's a difference between people who are closer to power in the administration and the people that are more interested in building up a podcast audience.
I just feel like Adam is being just
treated him horribly.
Take Vinny's argument instead of trying to nibble around the edges. Who do you associate this with? Are you on this team or that team? Vinny's not on a team except for the team of truth.
Exactly. Can I say, this entire divide that Emma's talking about could all be solved by sort of high school media literacy of citing a source?
Yeah.
like the stuff about Acosta, Labor Secretary Alexander Acosta said that he was told to go easy on Epstein because he was intelligence. Just cite that. You don't need to say well, I'm on Team Dave Smith.
You could cite that. You can cite claims from other former Israeli officials who had hinted at the same thing. You can cite the thing with Robert Maxwell and his connection to Mossad, and that through Ghislaine. Exactly. Even if it isn't through Epstein, clearly Ghislaine Maxwell had that. But I do think it's interesting. The biggest Israel defenders are very, very hesitant for this to gain traction on the right.
I'm watching this and I'm hoping that we don't have to do a Vinny is right merch shirt.
Oh,
like that.
That's a good point. Let Vinny talk here some more.
100. This person. I trust them.
Adam,
who is it?
I don't trust anybody. 100%.
Who do you give the
Adam,
most trust to?
Here's my thing.
Who do you give the most
He's asking a question
credibility to?
Because he's asking you questions. So you're saying those people are lying. If they're lying, who's lying less?
Yeah.
Who's telling the truth?
You were willing to say that the director of the FBI, the President of the United States are all liars.
100%
Who's more
Cash
right than
lying,
them?
Bongino lying. Trump, you're I think
Who's
he's
more
lying.
right than them?
Yeah.
If that's 100%, who's 100% telling the truth?
Well, all the victims that were out there. Hold on. Okay. All the FBI reports. All the.
But name names.
Virginia Giuffre, who said, hold on, since we're gonna go back to Prince Andrew, she was underage and the prince was there having sex with me.
Yeah.
Time out.
No,
Time out.
hold on.
Time out.
That's
I believe her, and I believe the rest of the victims, Adam, that all of a sudden we don't know where they are.
But the victims don't know what the top Mossad intelligence was. So who do you think knows those answers?
Adam,
it's easy to say the victim.
Listen to me. Trump, Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, they all know what is going on. But
that's not the question.
No. Who do you trust them? Is it Candace? Is it Tucker? Is it Dave Smith? Is it Dan Bilzerian? Who do you think is this guy knows what he's talking about? Who's that person?
Is it you? I trust. This is such an annoying deflection by these MAGA sycophants and Trump sycophants. One party has a monopoly on the information. It's the government that has access to records that none of us have. The reason this story has been has had such a long tail is because there is so much there that hasn't been revealed to the public, and independent journalists Julie K. Brown, others have pieced things together. That guy from Mother Jones who went through the Black Book in 2020 and called all the 2,000 names and saw there's around a few dozen that are circled, and Julie K. Brown has said that those have that has some sort of specific marker that but we can't know what that is unless the information is released by the FBI. So this appeal to authority.
Who's the biggest daddy?
Yeah, and there is sourcing on it that he ignores, and other information that is outside of what Kash Patel is saying publicly.
And there's just a little bit more because I like where PBD takes this.
The way they're treating Vinny. I mean, honestly, I think it's possible that we are just literally weeks, maybe months away from Vinny sitting right in that chair.
We got a spot for you, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're getting right on the verge of an awakening moment where Vinny realizes that everything he's been told by all these people are sitting in this room has been lies.
For all the stuff that I'm seeing, all the stuff that I'm reading, all the dots that we connect.
You think
I have a problem with
because
that.
to me, the moment, if you Pull up power versus force, Rob. The chart.
What are you talking about?
Which one of these feelings do you currently have right now? Go to second one. Yeah, zoom in a little bit.
In my life?
No,
Right now, on this particular
at this
issue.
specific moment.
Yes.
At this specific moment, and I want you to go to the third column. You know where it says level? So go all the way to the bottom.
Pause it for a second. I'm just gonna leave this up there. Patrick Bet-David, to avoid taking a position on this, has brought up a map of consciousness.
Oh, a map.
The map of consciousness, like with 4 quadrants.
You mean a table?
Well, it's a table, but it's supposed to map your consciousness on 4 quadrants as to understand where you are in the awareness of an issue. I mean, just do they not realize how much this looks like they are stonewalling?
Exactly.
Patrick, listen, I have an idea. If anybody starts to ask questions about Epstein and me, maybe bring up a map of consciousness and see where they're emotionally feeling here. This is amazing.
This is so funny.
I'm starting to think Patrick might be the top of this pyramid.
No, it's unbelievable. It's funny you say pyramid. Good.
Exactly.
Pull up power versus force, Rob. The chart.
Power
Which
versus
one of
force.
these feelings do you currently have right now? Go to second one. Yeah, zoom in a little bit.
In my life?
No,
Right now, on this particular
at this
issue.
specific moment.
Yes.
At this specific moment.
Just amazing.
And I want you to go to the third column. You know where it says level? So go all the way to the bottom. Shame, guilt, apathy, grief, fear, desire, anger, courage.
I'm angry.
Okay.
I'm obviously angry.
Angry sure.
No, but by the way.
I get it. Bless you, sir.
So you're angry.
Bless you, sir.
Bless you, sir.
Oh my God.
Do you want to spit your loogie into my hand, boss?
But I can't believe this.
We should get the map of consciousness in studio.
Oh, totally.
Is he just gaslighting him?
Oh my God.
And then he says, "Thank you, sir."
Emma, I get that you're upset about these cuts to Medicaid, but let's go up onto the map of consciousness.
Oh, I'm in the level
Oh,
orange.
you're in orange. That's the problem here. Go.
Yeah.
Grief, fear, desire, anger, pride, courage.
I'm angry.
Okay.
I'm obviously angry.
Angry
So,
patriot.
by the way.
Look at his shirt.
No, but by the way.
I get it. Bless you, sir.
So you're angry.
Yes.
And how many people you think are feeling that way as well?
A lot of people.
What do you think it is?
From our
base.
Oh, from our base, 90% are furious.
I don't think it's 90%. I think honestly, it's 20 to 30%. Okay, and I'll tell you why, and I kind of walk it through why I think it's 20 to 30%.
What?
So.
Wait,
which people here, like, where do you put Trump
he
right now?
has
The way he's
completely derailed the conversation. He does not want to weigh in on the question of Epstein and Donald Trump, both huge members of, it's weird. The same community that they live in. All right, okay. I've been down to the studio a couple of times, and it just occurred to me.
Near Palm Beach.
It's
Doral,
I mean, it's somewhere like around Fort Lauderdale. I mean, down in that. I mean, within moments, I would imagine. Not even a helicopter ride, and he doesn't want to weigh in on the merits of it, so he's going to the emotional state of the person bringing it up and then debating about what percentage of the people who are watching care about this.
I've seen this in cult documentaries. Isn't that what it's like when you have like some? I mean, he
This is
just
MLM sort of type of brainwashing type of
he
stuff.
completely disarmed Vinny and basically told him to quiet down, little doggy. Look at this colorful toy in front of you.
It's literally like, I've got this, look at this ball I've got, go get it.
Yeah, your thetans are off the chart right now.
handling Epstein. How is Trump handling Epstein right now?
I'd put him in the acceptance and reason category in power.
I actually don't. I don't put him.
Trump in this?
Yeah, where is Trump in this, right? On the way he's handling the Epstein.
Would you go fear?
I would put fear.
He's scared.
I think, Tom, where would you put him?
It's funny you said that.
God, I can't
was
believe
about to
this
say
actually
fear,
worked.
or
They're
I
all
jump up
just
to
sort of
pride,
chasing after
demanding,
this
and scorn.
lack
That's
of
where I'm at.
consciousness.
By the way, both of you are wrong.
I'm sorry. Parasocially psychoanalyzing Donald Trump to basically say that he's operating out of emotion as opposed to some sort of like conscious cover-up here.
Criminal conspiracy. Where's that on the chart?
But like they don't even know how to read. Like, I mean, just read an article and you don't have to use the rainbow map to decide whether or not your emotions and reaction to the story is requisite to the severity of it.
This is like a kindergartner being like, do you need a nap? You're on the chart.
Honestly, the only thing I'm thinking about this is like, oh, I got to try this next time Saul's pissed about something. Just be like, dude, come here. I want to show you something.
He's too old.
Where do you think? Where do you think you are on this emotion map right now? I'm just curious because I'll tell you where I think I am, and
just a little bit more, maybe.
Demanding and scorn.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
By the way, both of you are wrong.
Oh my God.
Both parties. Like, trust me, I'm angry. I'm not in the right state to decipher what's going on because I'm coming from an angry place. You know, like, Tico, where he's at and what we're talking about before.
Yeah.
How come we're not doing something? Like, how are we feeling? Where are we at? We're in what? We're in guilt, anger.
Why?
Believe this. This is fascinating.
What do you mean you're in guilt?
He says he's in guilt. I don't know why.
Right?
When it comes to him, I'm very like, dude.
That's right.
Yeah.
But guess what?
Yeah.
Dude, maybe we have to
He's having choice.
willing and accept the fact that he's growing up.
Yeah.
And we have to go there. So for me, when I'm sitting here watching this is what I think about. You've been with me in different environments, right? Okay. Where do we go to where people stop us nonstop and we can't leave?
UFC.
Okay, so UFC. If we go to UFC fight, guess what it is? We can't even walk without being
insane.
stopped, right?
That's
Okay.
insane.
Give me the other sport. Like what's
Baseball.
Baseball, Yankees. We go.
This is just unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
I'm going to skip ahead to where they go back to the map of conscious. Maybe we can get a little bit more.
I remember we read about how like Crowder would like manipulate his employees and like bring people down who were fans of. But like, aren't these guys kind of established, rich Miami people on their own? I mean,
They're in the pyramid.
The ability to see Vinny be manipulated like a little child like that was.
But does Patrick Bet-David not think that his audience doesn't recognize what's going on here?
I think he does. I think he thinks there's.
He thinks he's been able to like sort of
Yes.
like actually.
I think this is MLM. This is his MLM snow job sort of skills.
And it's like the fascist therapy speak, and like they've like completely made it into like RFK. It's this wellness. All that matters is my internal truth, and that is how I'm going to judge the veracity of some sort of objective truth. My truth is all that matters. My emotion is all that matters. And if my emotion is a certain way, that must say something about the story I'm analyzing on my news show.
It is Scientology.
It's completely like new age, like fascism almost.
Reason, love. Acceptance, reason, love. So hard to be in that. But if you look at the God view of what it is on the left, look at what it is on the left side. Wise. Meaningful, reason, understanding, abstraction, right? Look at anger, vengeful, antagonistic, hate, aggression. Look at fear, punitive, frightening, fear, anxiety, withdrawal. You kind of have to size yourself up to see where you're at, and it's so hard to get at the first level, which is courage. Permitting, feasible, permitting, affirmation, empowerment. I see some of the guys on X, they're posting something. I saw a video of Nick Fuentes.
They just changed the.
And Nick Fuentes made a video, and he said, You know, I've been called out. I can't say the N-word anymore because Patrick Bet-David, yes, Patrick Bet-David at Turning Point USA got up and he said the reason why he's not willing to have me on is because I say the N-word too much. And you know what, folks? I think it's come time that I have to make certain sacrifices. So moving forward, I won't be using the N-word. I think in some kind of a way, he says he's right. I don't know when he said it. The guys just showed it to me yesterday.
All right,
Brandon did, and
that's...
Later they talk about how Vinny's brainwashed, but yeah. I don't know how they get to Fuentes from there.
That is absolutely fascinating.
Wow. I just have never seen a grown man manipulated in real time in that manner.
That is amazing.
With such little effort. When they started psychoanalyzing Trump to basically excuse the fact that he's covering up the Epstein files because he's in an emotional state, that broke something in me, I think.
There's some military dynamics at play between those two for sure.
Oh, between Vinny and
it's Dom Sub.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more. This is where we get extremely extremely anti-Vinny. Sorry.
Anger, fear, all of that stuff. And you want to be able to go in, get all the shit, and take a big shower and go up to Reason and say, all right, man, here's where I'm going to. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to go upstairs and go and get.
Let's not beat around the bush here. Earlier you said one thing. I want to know if you stand by this. Do you think Vinny, even if it's 1%, has been brainwashed by what he's consumed on X?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
How do you feel about that, Vinny? That you might have been brainwashed?
But by the way, we have a different understanding of the word brainwashed.
Explain what brainwash means.
When I
brainwash to me is that based artist.
Private Ryan, and they told me this movie is dedicated to the unit you're part of. I was brainwashed to be a proud American and a proud 101st Airborne soldier.
So there can be good brainwash and bad.
Brainwashing is not a bad thing. We brainwash our kids all the damn time. So there is good brainwash, there's bad brainwash. Should wash my brain if it's good.
So is what he's consuming good,
I'm worried about dirty
brainwash
stuff.
or bad brainwash?
Huh?
I consume everything. Is what he's doing good brainwash or bad brainwash?
Eventually, like Tom, when I watch Tom and he talks to his daughters.
Wait, what? They're just like, I can't believe how far afield they took this. He doesn't like talking about this for some reason. It's very strange. It's very, very strange.
And I can't tell if it is any connections to people down there. Could be connection not to Trump, but to some business people that could have been implicated by Epstein. We don't know how some of these writing outlets were funded, but Trump could have been one of the people that gave him a call.
Listen, all I'm saying is, there's no way to know any of these things. It's just very curious that there seems to be such an intense allergy to talking about this. I mean, super intense allergy to the point where, like,
I'm sorry, I saw the
bringing
cone.
up, trust, like these maps. I mean, it really is.
Can you show the cone level of consciousness one?
Oh, sorry. Let me pull
You
up
X out of it? All right, never mind.
I just think that I'd be very curious to understand. And I think this is an opportunity. I mean, I think Vinny should ask this question. Like, why every time I bring this up, do you go to such great lengths to claim that I've been brainwashed, that I'm off the charts on this map? I mean, it's very strange.
It's interesting because if you look there on anger, put that up, Brian. If you look on anger, where Vinny said he is only diagonal
with the
denying. And is that where
fucking frames
PBD and Sosnick are out there? Why are they they're even below anger?
So we're using this as a
so
real.
Technically, they're beneath Vinny. They're at a 125, and Vinny's at a 150.
All right, let me see if I can call in. I feel like I'm having problems with the phone. Did we set up that thing down there? We plugged it in, right?
Yeah,
you did. You plugged it in this morning. I mean, I'm hearing the sound, but I'm not reaching the thing. We got an error.
Open another tab.
Why, it worked. I just saw it pop up, and you heard the sound too.
Have people been able to hear the soundboard?
Bang bang.
Let us know if you could hear that, guys. We can hear.
I can't connect. to the phone system. That's the problem right now.
Sums up with that Scarlet.
You're just afraid of an Epstein question.
I'm moving in from like a red to an orange, yellow feeling.
I just love how like you're only able like why is anger completely incongruous with being like enlightened or merciful or like
I think you are falling into the trap.
You're right. You're right. Right. Yeah.
It'll all be in my book.
The issue isn't so much, whether this chart is correct or not. It's just that this is the chart we deploy when Vinny's getting a little bit too close to the answers.
Show him a lot of colors and numbers.
But colors and say N-word.
Exactly. Oh my God, that clip is.
This is amazing.
Really amazing. I've never seen anything quite like that. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
The court has no actual power.
Chill, lady. I might reset my computer. Cause it's just crazy. How slow that shit was. Open the fucking control panel for fuck's sake. Boop, boop, boop.
It is by design, right? It is the weakest branch of government. Go back and read the Federalist Papers, my friends. It has neither the purse nor the sword. It has no army. It has nothing except public reliance upon the court as an institution that does its job. The power inheres not in 9 justices who don't have an army and don't have a purse. The power inheres in the sovereign citizens who can choose to say that court is vast, or who can choose to say we are vast.
Oh man. I don't know what this is.
Hello, and welcome to the Politics Girl podcast. I'm your host, Lee McGowan. Let's get into it. This year's Supreme Court term saw decisions on cases related to birthright citizenship and nationwide injunctions, religious freedom and education, transgender rights and gender-affirming care, gun violence, and the executive branch's apparent authority to do whatever it damn well pleases at all times. To discuss how the SCOTUS term played out this year, I am joined by my friend and brilliant legal scholar, Dahlia Lithwick. Dahlia is a senior editor at Slate who has been writing about the Supreme Court and jurisprudence for over 20 years. Dahlia is also the host of Amicus, the award-winning podcast about the law and the Supreme Court, and her work has appeared everywhere from The New Yorker to The New Republic. A visiting professor at multiple universities, Dahlia is a graduate of Stanford and Yale, has won a litany of journalism awards, and is the author of numerous books, including Lady Justice, Women, the Law, and the Battle to Save America. So without further ado, please welcome my guest, award-winning journalist, best-selling author, and one of the nation's foremost legal commentators, Dahlia Lithwick. Welcome back, Dahlia.
Hello, friend. Hi.
Hello, friend. This is so depressing, Dahlia. You know
Oh,
I
it
love
gets
having you
worse.
here, right? Oh, I
It
know. You
gets
know
so
I love
much
talking about
worse.
the courts with you. I love having you here. And like I had you here last year when the court term ended, and we discussed how these rulings just kept telling people in America that some people were worth more than others, that some people got a different version of the law or a more beneficial reading of the law. And I feel like a year later, it might be even worse. I mean, what do you think? Where do you think America stands right now when it comes to the highest court in the land?
So I think I want to say two things. As crap as it can be when it comes to the highest court of the land. Like, I'm not going to mince words and we'll talk about it. But I want to start by saying, if you had told me in January that the district courts, that the lower courts, that Bush appointees and Reagan appointees and Donald Trump appointees, and across the boards, you would have lower court judges in case after case after case saying no to this president, I would have been more surprised than I have been astonished at the yeoman's work that the district courts, so the lower federal courts and the appeals courts, have been doing. And so that's kind of the good news, right? That people, including, I mean, in some of these cases, seriously, people Donald Trump put on the bench who were rated unqualified to be judges, who have stepped up and really done superb work, knocking back, not just, I know we're going to talk about birthright citizenship, but like impoundment and refusal to give aid to foreign countries that are in need of aid. And, time after time after time, we have seen phenomenal work from lower court judges. And I want to give them like a big honking gold star because they're doing it in the face of threats of impeachment, direct threats from the president. We've seen a spectacular increase in death threats, right? Doxing.
Maybe if I do
pizza,
full
creepy
screen, it
pizza
won't
deliveries
fucking
to
crash
judges' houses.
everything.
So they have every reason to be like, I didn't get into it for this. They've been astonishing. That said, the buck stops at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has been, in ways that have equally astonished me, appalling.
Yeah. It feels like the Supreme Court every term deals with now just a bunch of these blockbuster decisions that just change the very fabric of the country. Like a couple years ago, we were here talking about the overturning of Roe. Then the year after that, we were talking about the president is above the law. And now we're at this point where it's like, yeah, I guess the executive branch is able to gut every single federal institution if they want to. Like it's just year after year from this court of game-changing rulings. And it's exhausting to watch. And
let's
it
see if
is
we
wonderful to
instantly
hear
start
you say,
crashing
look,
again.
you have all these lower court appointees who you wouldn't necessarily think are in the corner of fairness or justice, depending on who they were put into office by. And yet they're standing up for the law. They're standing up for the Constitution. They're standing up for the people and our rights under a constitutional republic. And that is a wonderful surprise. And it's what they should do, but it's also a wonderful surprise.
Maybe it was the full
and
screen.
Yet, still, this 6-3 court, right, is just allowing chaos to reign. And it's
still a little
hard thing to
choppy.
stomach.
The other thing that I would just say that's really dramatic is, you and I, as you say, we've had this conversation lots of times. But what's different this year is that the court's doing it in a really nefarious way. And so I want to be super clear that there's like a regular docket, which is what I think of as like front stage, right? These are the cases that the court hears. And by the way, this year they heard fewer than they have heard in certainly my entire career since the Civil War, right? They don't even hear 70 cases anymore. That's what's called the merits docket, right? And those are the cases that are briefed and they're argued and the court issues an opinion, right? There's a ruling, there's a decision. That is the term that ended at the end of June with the blockbuster birthright citizenship case, right? But then there's this other docket called the shadow docket, and that's not a name that I made up. It's a name that is used for the court's
Wow, now it really looks like shit.
And so if folks are listening to us right now and they're like, wait, Dahlia, you just said the term ended the last week of June with birthright citizenship. Why am I still hearing news almost every day about something coming out of the Supreme Court? Well, that's because they're using what's called the shadow docket, their emergency docket that they used to use for death penalty cases, right? You need an emergency docket, but you don't use it 20 times, you know, we've now seen time after time after time after time. Every time the Trump administration loses a case, they race it up to the shadow docket, to the emergency docket, and then you end up with decisions, and I know we're going to talk about this in a minute, like the one that came a week ago, right, on Monday, where the court essentially agreed to turn the lights off at the Department of Education, and they did it with a ruling that is unsigned, that is unexplained. It's a couple of sentences. Don't actually know which justices participated. They don't say. We have 3 dissenters, so we know who didn't participate in, and
we
it's
can kind of guess.
the usual suspects. But the fact that what is
I just want to
happening
get through this
front
mission
stage
and then I'll reset.
is not even as bad as what's happening backstage in the shadows, without explication, without the justices doing the one job they have, which is show their work, explain their reasoning. That's what's changed. And so what I want to say is, it's really tempting to listen to the story the court wants us to hear, right? And that's a story about a term that starts on the first Monday of October and ends at the end of June, and then the justices go off to Aspen and give their speeches, and we can all rest. That's not this term. This term has been as explosive behind the scenes with decisions, as I've said many times, that are like back of the napkin decisions, just saying, okay, here's what we're overturning. Okay, Trump gets to do this. Okay, Trump gets to do that, without any explanation or any reasoning. And when the court is working in the shadows, like it's doing right now, it's not just, like you say, that it's a 6-3 conservative supermajority Trump court. It's a court that is issuing decisions that essentially just say, because we say so. And that is the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly well said. I think that it's not surprising that it's happening this term, because now Trump is in charge, right? So like, who's going to stop them if they're not going to stop him, right? Like it's sort of like a snake eating its own tail situation. But you also have to say, like, this is not how these decisions are supposed to be made. We're supposed to have a merits docket. The shadow docket is for emergencies only. But it's sort of the same way Trump is working the executive branch. We're not supposed to make laws based on executive orders. It's supposed to go through Congress because they represent the people. And right now we're having like executive order after executive order after executive order, making laws, which is not how we're supposed to make laws. And then it is the Supreme Court that's backing up those executive orders. So again, we're in a snake eating the tail situation. And you were mentioning it. I feel like one of the most talked about decisions and victory for the Trump administration this year was when that 6-person conservative majority ruled on this birthright citizenship case. And we want to be clear, it's not really that they were ruling on birthright citizenship per se, but the limited ability of federal courts to issue universal injunctions that block executive orders nationwide. That's really what they ended up ruling on. And this was a big one because it meant that the lower courts, the ones you're saying are actually upholding the law, could no longer rule something was unconstitutional and then expand that to the rest of the country. In this case, they were saying, you're not necessarily a citizen if you were born here. And that should be like, well, yes, you are.
Like, for real. Stop taking my frames from me. I don't understand how everything was fine earlier. Oh my god. Please. Just let me get through this fucking mission so I can reset my shit. Come on, no lag. Oh my god. Playing at like 3 frames a second. It's okay if I can't see shit because it's too blurry. As long as it's not fucking doing 4 frames a second. Okay, accept. Ridiculous. Oh my god. It would be great if it wasn't a game where you needed precision, huh? Bro has like no pieces left. Come on, guys. Like my mech is in like red because I haven't been able to do anything and I'm just taking massive hits. Come on, finish it off, guys. Because I certainly can't aim. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there.
Bad news, Commander. More hostiles inbound on your position. Get ready for some company.
I can tell they're spawning in because my game's crashing.
Good work. The majority of their forces have been crippled, and I believe you've gathered enough information to analyze.
Whatever you say, lady. Alright. We crash completely now? Oh. Epic. We're in limbo. I hope one day I can afford just to have a PC that can just do these simple things. Does the loading screen normally spin? It does look like it's illuminating. Oh, it's spinning. Let me in, let me in. I just clicked restore to factory default on my graphics. It's still laggy, I was about to say, and it suddenly worked. But no.
And that applies to the whole country based on the Constitution. And the way the Supreme Court ruled, they basically said in this case, in every single district, you would have to file your own lawsuit and prove your own case, even when the fact of the issue is it's like obviously deeply unconstitutional. It should just apply to the whole country. We shouldn't have to have millions of different lawsuits. But that's already being challenged, right? Like, so that's a good thing. It's already being challenged in a lower court. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two important stories to tell about that birthright citizenship case are the one you just told, which is exactly right. This comes to the court having gone through multiple lower courts, multiple appeals court. Trump has lost at every turn. Section 1 of the 14th Amendment is abundantly clear that if you were born in the United States, you are a citizen. This was done, right, by the Reconstruction Congress to make sure there was nobody whose citizenship turned on what state they were brought in, right? This was to reverse the evils of slavery. And it's very clear. We know why they did it. And this was, by the way, codified into statute multiple times. This is the law of the land. And Trump, as you say, first day in office, signs an executive order, just sort of whiting out like, oh, what they really mean is unless you are the child of a legal citizen or a legal permanent resident, it doesn't matter if your parents are here on a valid visa. Doesn't matter why they're here. You're not a citizen. So doing away with, post-Civil War, absolute understanding, codified, as I said, in statutes and in case law that the court has never touched, right? So you're right. It's a fanciful, insane thing. And Trump loses and loses and loses and loses. And it gets to the Supreme Court. And instead of saying to the Supreme Court, we want you to decide the meaning of Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, does it mean what Trump says? They don't even raise that issue. They just say, we're just going to put that aside for a minute and instead ask you to rule on universal injunctions. And you're exactly right about this too. Universal injunctions have been around for a very long time. It is a way for a judge to give what's called an equitable remedy, just like basic fairness, in which they say, no, this isn't just unconstitutional in Maryland or in New Jersey or California. It is unconstitutional as applied to everyone in the entire country. And you're exactly right about one other thing. This was an issue when Matthew Kaczmarek in Amarillo, Texas, right, issued an injunction saying that mifepristone has to be taken off the market. So this has been a problem for presidents of both parties going back quite some time, where you have somebody just say, no, this is unconstitutional everywhere. And folks will recall this was used to stymie a whole bunch of President Biden's initiatives, right? So we could have a separate conversation about whether a single judge in a single district can make law for the whole country. But here's the kicker. The court had the opportunity not once, but twice to answer that question and say, oh, universal injunctions are really wrong and judges shouldn't be able to make law around the country. When Biden raised the issue, when the lower courts enjoined his student debt relief policy. And what they did was they said, no, we're not going to touch that issue. That's not an exigent burning issue. And so what we have, in a sense, when the court hands down this 6-3 kind of chin-stroking opinion authored by Amy Coney Barrett on the last day of the term, is we have a court that suddenly is on fire to solve a problem they didn't even think was a problem a year ago, right? They had an opportunity to solve this problem. Not only did they didn't touch it, but they didn't touch it multiple times. And so if you look in the dictionary under cynicism, this is what you find. And it is a court that is consistently using doctrines, right, that were nowhere in evidence when the Biden administration said, hey, nobody has standing to bring this challenge. And then the court's like, oh, well, let's think about, the student debt relief for months and months and let it not go into effect. And here they're like, oh, that's fine. Let's get rid of it altogether. And so I think what you really have to do is look at this, and this is of a piece with a huge trend from the court, which is when Biden did something, it violated the major questions doctrine, right? It violated some rule or another. The theory of executive power as applied to President Biden by these 6 justices is unrecognizable today. When if Trump asks them to do something, and as I said, time after time, they do it on an emergency docket without explaining, A, that they're likely to win, that's a standard that they have to meet, or B, that they're going to suffer irreparable harm if this isn't resolved in their favor, another standard. They don't do any of that. They're just like, the president's super sad that he can't take away citizenship from millions of babies. So they win. And so I think that I put this in the sort of bucket of what was good for the goose is not good for the gander. And this court is inventing reasons to continuously put a thumb on the scale for Donald J. Trump.
Which is exactly what many of those people were put there to do. And I think we can see that quite clearly now. I mean, when this came down with the universal injunction thing, I thought, geez, where are the Second Amendment warriors on this one? I would think that they would be horrified by this, because let's say this government said, I'm going to take all automatic weapons, all guns. I'm going to take all guns in America. And people were like, well, no, that's my Second Amendment right. And you're like, okay, well, every single person in every single district in America is going to have their own court case. And like, they might say it's legal in Texas, but in California, they might say it's not. Like, without universal injunctions, every single amendment in our Constitution that people take for granted is technically up for debate. And I find that so bizarre. Am I right in that? In thinking that?
That's the dissent. The dissent, Justice Sotomayor dissenting in birthright citizenship gives exactly the hypo you just gave, and is like, what's to stop the next president from simply, redlining through the Second
Whatever
Amendment?
They don't like.
And then there's no way that a court can say, no, this is unconstitutional everywhere. And more pointedly, the thing that the court did, I said this is a cynical play. They said, there's other ways, right, to get relief. And in fact, the word that Justice Barrett used was complete relief. The thing that they flagged, this goes to the second half of your question, was you can just create a class action, right? There's another way to do this. We don't have to have universal injunctions. Just go ahead and bring a class action. This is the same U.S. Supreme Court that has for decades now been making it harder and harder and harder for a judge to certify a class, to bring a class action suit. And this is a really kind of stellar, cynical Roberts Court play, which is, oh, we're going to shut the door on this, but you can do this other thing. But by the way, the other thing, we've either made it impossible to do or we're going to make it impossible to do. So a couple of years ago, you and I talked about how the court was like doing away with Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act, but they were really clear. You still got Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Don't worry, you can effectuate your rights using Section 2. And now Section 2 is just about gone. So be really aware of the court sort of breezily saying, oh, well, when the founding happened, there weren't universal injunctions. And so, in the 18th century courts of chancery, judges couldn't do them. So we're just getting rid of them. But don't you worry, people will be able to get relief through a class action. It's really hard to do that. But the other point you made, and this is worth saying, is just at the end of 2 weeks ago, we had a judge who said, fine, I'm certifying a nationwide class. So he essentially was like, okay, Justice Barrett, if you say we're going to do this, we can't do this with a universal injunction, we have to do it with the class. I am telling you that every single baby born in the United States to non-citizen parents or parents who are not legal residents are now in this class. And so you're exactly right that we're seeing district courts accept the invitation, cynical though it may be, and force the court to kind of put its money where its mouth is.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this judge in New Hampshire has done, which I think is pretty fascinating. And it's also, again, to your original point about these lower court justices actually standing up for the Constitution and the rule of law. Because if people don't know, legal groups immediately started looking for the workaround. Because as you're saying, the Supreme Court was like, oh no, there's a way you can do it. You just need to do it like this. And they were like, fine, we'll do it like that. And so they started looking for it. And this judge in New Hampshire just issued another preliminary injunction blocking this idea of the birthright citizenship not counting executive order as a class action lawsuit for every child born in the United States. I think it's after the executive order denying birthright citizenship was signed. So it's like a really specific group of people. But he's done it specifically following the instructions as outlined by Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh in their majority opinion. So he's essentially said, I've done it exactly as you said. So when this gets back to you, which it obviously will, you're going to have a hard time denying that you wrote this in the first place. And I feel like that kind of gives us the idea that we might end up with 5 of 9 justices agreeing with themselves in many ways. You get the 3 liberal justices and then the 2 that wrote the opinion in the first place. And I feel like it's exactly what Justice Alito was concerned about, because he wrote a little concurrence to the majority opinion that was like, ugh, here's the thing. I don't love that there's this loophole for class action lawsuits. I feel like people might take advantage of that. And they are, which they should. But I feel like this is what Justice Alito was worried about. And do you think this was by error or by choice that they left this loophole open? While I know that coffee is a go-to for most people, me included, for some people it can cause crazy jitters or a massive crash, which is why I'm pleased to tell you about Mud Water. Mud Water is different than coffee. It's a mix of cacao, chai, turmeric, and adaptogenic mushrooms to help you feel focused and balanced, not wired. It's smooth and steady, and honestly, according to minute per flavor. I hate energy. No, he's short. I already use GoPure.
Oh my
they didn't
God.
need to convince.
I'm just trying to update my drivers.
I think she's very, very, very hard to parse in this opinion because she wants to do 2 things at once. She both wants to say, as an originalist, I'm telling you, the framers didn't contemplate this kind of relief. And at the same time, she's clearly not foreclosing the possibility that this can come back to the court. And I want to be super clear on one other thing. I don't think there are 5 votes, even at this broken John Roberts Supreme Court, to do away with birthright citizenship. In other words, it was very clear listening to oral arguments, and you're right, they never got to the question of whether the 14th Amendment means what it says it means, and everyone's always understood it to mean.
Well, good luck as originalists trying to argue that.
Exactly. Although don't forget, 1 year ago, the court said,
Now I'm
right,
gonna
that the insurrection
restart my
clause
computer.
that said, if you have fomented an insurrection, you can be removed from office. And the court, this is the court that said, oh no, as originalists, those words don't mean exactly what they explicitly were said to mean.
But that goes back to the thing you were saying about like the rules just don't apply to Trump. If Biden had asked for that, it would have applied to him.
100%.
I think that's the thing. I think that's the reason so many of us are losing our minds right now, right? Like it's just like it just feels so grossly unfair and a misuse of the law and a skewing of the law. And like the thing that's weighing on my mind right now is the kind of unitary executive theory, this thing you were talking about that happened last week, where the president has sort of full control over every government institution and agency and can kind of do whatever he wants with them. And this is how you see DOJ gutting our agencies and basically the shuttering of USAID and the gutting of the State Department and the NIH and the CDC and the FDA and the EPA. And you and I, we're talking right now, but like last week, the Supreme Court put out that unsigned order you were talking about that allowed them to fire basically everyone they wanted at the Department of Education. So they can't really close the Department of Education, which they wanted to do because it was created by Congress, so it has to be closed by Congress. But they can fire everyone in it. They can cut all their funding so it doesn't work, right? And just like firings at the State Department, it deeply affects how the institution itself functions. So they're basically breaking it and then being like, oh, look, it's broken. And like that's allowed by our Supreme Court.
That's right. And again, I would say compare that in your mind to the same Supreme Court that wouldn't let, President Biden's student debt relief go into effect, right? Sat on it forever and then was like, oh, no, the idea that this is an emergency is, when it wasn't an emergency the last time the court dealt with it. And then it was a major question, right? That was not fitting for the president to do without sign off. And here it's like, oh, this isn't a major question. But I under that, I think there's two things. One is, let's, I think, be super crystal clear. Birthright citizenship happens on the merits docket, right? There's an argument. The Solicitor General argues in front of the court. The court issues an opinion. It might be an obscure opinion. It might be a snot out your nose funny opinion by Justice Barrett, but at least we have some sense of guidance. And as you say, we then have a judge in New Hampshire say, okay, this means what it says it means. I'm going to class. What happened with the Department of Education was not that, right? That's the term ends. Right. The justices are supposed to be gone. I guess they're having Zoom meetings. And they just issue this unsigned opinion that says what just happened at the Department of Education, which is just the wholesale firing of about half of the employees, is fine. We're not telling you why. We're not giving you reasons. This was never briefed. Right? The court just is doing it because they can. And I just want to emphasize how dangerous and lawless that is from an institution that has to explain its reasons, not just to the public for legitimacy reasons, but to lower courts so that they know what to do in the future in similar situations with similar fact patterns. There's no explanation. They're just gone. And now it's up to the rest of us to figure it out. But the thing that you're saying that is really essential is that it was abundantly clear. Donald Trump ran on ending the Department of Education. Linda McMahon was brought in, right, to put herself out of a job. She was absolutely clear that what she was going to do was turn out the lights and lock the doors and throw away the key. That was a part of Project 2025. And the defense that the Trump administration offers when they fire half the staff whose job is to implement the congressional will in having a Department of Education. And their answer is, oh, we're not ending the department. We're just streamlining it. So this is that Doge answer, right? We're making it more efficient. And you have affidavit after affidavit in this case saying they're not making it more efficient. They're making it impossible for millions and millions and millions of dollars that are already allocated to do a whole bunch of really essential programs, including civil rights protections of students, including all sorts of special needs assistance for kids with special needs, including all sorts of language education. Those people are all gone. And probably by the time folks hear this podcast, the rest of them may be gone. And so the absolute fiction that this is about streamlining as opposed to ending the department is the really, really chilling thing. And in this sense, it maps perfectly onto the conversation we just had about birthright citizenship, right? Because the court doesn't decide, but in not deciding, it is a fait accompli, right? Across the country, if birthright citizenship can go into effect in some states and not into others, right? You're a baby born in New Jersey, you're a citizen. You're a baby born in Pennsylvania, you're not. If that is allowed to go into effect, we've done away with birthright citizenship without the court ever touching the issue. And that's what's happening here too. The court, by not deciding or not telling us the reasons, has just put a thumb on the scale for ending the Department of Education, and none of us knows why.
Yeah. And I think so many people, I mean, look, this is happening in the summer when kids are not in school, when people are not paying attention, when they're sort of busy with other things. And I think a lot of people are going to be so blindsided by these cuts, and not just from K through 12 schools, but like you're saying, special needs funding, Title IX protections, student loans. I'm personally freaking out because I have a child who's supposed to go to college next year, but these cuts might deeply affect any money you can get to have your kid go to college. So I'm not even sure at this exact moment if my kid can go to college now. He's worked his whole life to go to college. And I'm like, the schools he's looking at, we can't afford that. There's no way. No one should, by the way. The colleges have become so extraordinarily expensive. But we were like, with financial aid, we can do. But if they get rid of financial aid, which is part of what the Department of Education did, then it's going to put people in such dire straits. I mean, the court has basically given Trump and his administration just carte blanche to gut the government. And I think we should keep in mind that the conservative movement has always talked about making government so small you could drown it in a bathtub, right? And that's obviously what they're doing with all of these agencies, from the Department of Education to the EPA to the CDC, like NIH, whatever. But they're also at the same time supersizing our government when it comes to things like ICE, right? Like we're like 20 timesing the amount of unmarked, agents that can go out in the street and rip people out of their homes. So it's the weirdest sort of juxtaposition because there's no logic to it. It's just cruelty, destruction, and it's totally rubber stamped by these people that are supposed to be the final arbiters on what is right, what is constitutional, what our founding fathers originated in their founding documents. They've always had an agenda, this court. This has always been an activist court, no matter what we say. And this 6-3 conservative majority that we see all the time, they're clearly putting your thumb on the scale, as you're saying, for what they already had as their agenda, what they were trained in the Federalist Society to look for, what they were put on the bench to do. And I think about like all the wins they had for quote unquote religious freedom this year. The biggest decision I'm thinking of is like children can be withdrawn from LGBTQ school material. Parents can now opt out of certain curriculums based on religious grounds if they don't want their children to learn about anything that has to do with the LGBTQ issue, despite the disruption that might count to the school learning environment, to civil rights, to anything like that. It's these religious elements that keep coming back up. And I feel like the people were there to represent money and to represent religion. Am I off base in thinking that?
You're not at all off base. And I would just say it's almost impossible not to think of the case you just described. That's Mahmoud v. Taylor, where you've got religious parents who say, I don't want my kid to be exposed to these LGBTQ books in school, right? They're children's books, the sweetest, most anodyne children books. Like they can't be on the shelves.
Yeah, like the Penguin book. Yeah.
Heckler's veto, again, the dissent in that case was like, this is public education, the absolute crown jewel of the American democratic experiment is public education, where you are exposed to ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. That is how you create a tolerant, pluralistic, diverse democracy, right? That respects everyone. And this is part of dismantling that. As you say, it's not an accident. Ronald Reagan also wanted to destroy the Department of Education. It's not an accident that they keep putting people in charge of departments that don't believe in the department. So whether it's McMahon now or Betsy DeVos before, they don't believe in public education. And much more pointedly, and I think this is what you're really trying to drive home, is that to give any parent a religious heckler's veto, and let's be very clear about what's going to happen, right? Schools are going to take every book off the shelves that might possibly offend someone's religious views, right? Schools are not going to invite lawsuits. They're not going to wait to have crushing, debilitating lawsuits by parents.
Well, especially if they have no money in the Department of Education to fight any lawsuits.
Exactly. The coffers are empty. And now they're going to take those books off the shelves. And what you are going to see is parents who have religious objections to interracial marriage, right? Parents who have, don't forget, Loving versus Virginia, the case that allowed interracial marriage. The district court opinion in that case was written by a judge who said, this is what God wants. God doesn't want the races to mix. So I think we should not fool ourselves that this ends with LGBTQ books. This is any book that offends any parent's religious values can be yanked from the shelves. And this is anathema to the idea that we want kids to go to school and be exposed to all sorts of ideas, chief among them tolerance. And the only other wrinkle that is really worth pulling at is that this term the court also said in a case called Scrimeti that parents do not have the right to give their children who are suffering from gender dysphoria puberty blockers and other drugs that might help alleviate that. In other words, if you are a trans minor and your parents and your doctor say that it is absolutely necessary for you to get those treatments in order to avoid just crippling unhappiness as you move through the world, parents don't have a right to do that. The state can countermand that. So like parents' rights when it's about your religion, if the religion is one that is shared by or respected by the court, and no parents' rights when it is the fundamental question that has been protected in this country for over 100 years, which is directing your kids' medical care. That's gone.
Yeah.
The same parents who didn't want their kids to wear masks, right? They get to drive policy for the whole school board. But parents who want their kids to be able to move through the world in the gender that conforms with their sense of who they are, those parents have no rights. So I think, again, it goes to this theme. We keep pulling at the same theme over and over again. These are not universal rules. There's not even an attempt to say, let's find some congruence between what we did in this case and this case. It's simply that religious parents can absolutely assert that there will be no books that offend their religion on the classroom shelves. And parents who are seeking medical treatment that is approved by every medical association in the country, no, they can't have that.
Today's episode is brought to you by Honey Love, the brand redefining modern shapewear with real comfort and serious support. I don't know about you, but as soon as the temperature starts going up, I don't want anything bulky or tight or uncomfortable on my body, especially in the bra department. This summer, it's all about staying cool and all checks on each other. It feels like, well, Congress has completely abdicated its responsibility at all. They'll just be a rubber stamp for whatever Donald Trump wants with Republicans both in the House and the Senate. And then the court itself has decided they are, I don't know, standard bearers for whatever the Trump administration. And by that, I don't think that it's really Trump themselves that they're supporting it, but the Heritage Foundation people. And it just feels like, geez, like, is anyone noticing this? And then I think about someone like Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson out there sort of on her own. And I go, well, at least she gets it, right? Like, I read what she writes and it feels like she's speaking the truth in a way that makes me feel like I'm not going crazy, because here's the Supreme Court Justice herself acknowledging how off the radar her court has become. And at least it makes me feel less insane. What are your thoughts on Ketanji Brown Jackson?
I mean, I think I want to start by saying it is very interesting to me that the three liberal justices, and let's just say it, all of them women, are reacting in very, very different ways to this kind of juggernaut, this six justice juggernaut. And, you know, I don't play favorites. I mean, I think they're all doing really different things. I think that Justice Elena Kagan is an institutionalist, and she really deeply believes to the marrow of her bones that her job is to decide the case in front of her. Like, that is the job. And, you know, doing, a TED Talk on the side about the end of democracy, when it's not appropriate, she won't do it. Justice Sotomayor has been not nearly as fierce as Justice Jackson, but Justice Sotomayor has been, including in the education case we just talked about, the Department of Education, firing half the staff. She's been like on fire, and has been writing some pretty spicy and uncharacteristically for her spicy dissents, often making some of these claims about, look, in the birthright citizenship case, she was like, why is the court playing the game that, this is legit and that Trump is a normal president? So she's willing to call it out. But you're exactly right. Justice Jackson is willing to go way beyond them. And sometimes she writes for herself alone. In the birthright citizenship case, everybody signed on, all three of them signed on to Justice Sotomayor's dissent, but Justice Jackson wrote for herself alone and nobody signed on, because what she is saying is the thing that you are articulating, which is nothing is all right about this. I am seeing patterns. And I had Senator Sheldon Whitehouse from Rhode Island on my podcast last week, and I loved how he put it. He said, you can continue to look at every case in isolation, like a law professor, and be like, well, maybe there were no universal injunctions at the time of the founding. And you can make a plausible case that Amy Coney Barrett's kind of civil procedure exam case, writing of the case in CASA in the birthright citizenship, is plausible on its face. But what he said is judges are trained to do one thing, which is see patterns. Nobody says, hey, I'm discriminating against all black voters, right? Or I'm only giving jobs to white employees. This is the nature of the justice system, is you see patterns across, similar cases, and you see patterns across time. And everything you and I have said in this conversation is about patterns, right? Attacks on education, giving a huge hand up to religious dissenters, but only of some religions, right? Suppressing the vote, allowing big money to distort democracy. These are the patterns of the Roberts Court. And all Justice Jackson is doing, says Senator Whitehouse, and I thought it was so interesting, is calling out patterns and saying these are the kind of people who win all the time. These are the kinds of cases that keep weirdly popping up on the shadow docket. These are the kinds of things that we're doing that is sending democracy through a wood chipper. And so I think you're exactly right. I mean, the way I've been thinking about it is, and you and I have had this conversation, I know, several times, is that she doesn't look at American constitutional democracy as though it's perfect or even close to perfected. She's like, hey, it was an imperfect system that, for all the reasons you and I talk about, gerrymandering and a malapportioned Senate and money in politics, right, after Citizens United, it's never been a perfected democracy, and I choose not to see it as that. And so I think that what she's doing a tiny bit is code switching between the world that she grew up in, which is, if you were a Black woman in Tennessee long before Dobbs, you had no right to an abortion, right? If you were a voter in Georgia and you were Black, long before the court started trashing, the Voting Rights Act or putting other impediments in the way, requiring ID to vote, long before that, it was impossible to vote, not like it was for. So what she's essentially saying is, like, these two worlds have always existed side by side, a world in which there's a fantasy that you have perfect justice, and a world in which we never even got all that close, but we're trying. And what she's doing, I think, right now is code switching and saying, I see this. I see what happens when you send brown people to CCOT prison in El Salvador without giving them due process. I know what happens when you send a bunch of people to Sudan, a country where no American is safe, and you don't give them any kind of ability to say, hey, under the torture statutes, you can't send me there. This is not unfamiliar to her.
Right.
And so what I think she's doing, I love the language you used, is like, if you feel like you're going crazy, I think she is writing from that place of like, you are not going crazy because I see what you see. And I think that there is this kind of existential question for the court about her talking this way. She gave a speech where she was like, I lie awake at night and I worry about the future of democracy. And I think that there is this really hard question to which I actually don't know that I have the answer, which is she saving the court or is she burning it down? And, I don't know, but I think that for her to be writing and speaking the way she is right now and saying, I see patterns, I see who wins on the shadow docket every time. I see that the Trump administration lies in the lower court and then is rewarded by this court. What she's trying to tell you is that the patterns you and I have been describing in this conversation are as visible to her as they are to you and me.
Yeah, like I don't think she's necessarily writing for herself. I always think she's writing to bypass the legal wonks, right? She's writing for the public. She's talking to the people who aren't lawyers and judges. She's telling us it's not wrong to question our faith in the court. There was a Balls and Strikes article that came out about her recently, which is like a legal paper for people who are, in the legal world. And they basically said, maybe most importantly, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson is urging people to be skeptical of the story the court loves to tell about itself, that its task of, interpreting the law is not political, because that has always been wrong. And it's always had politics tied into it. Like, they are not above politics. They have actually always been entrenched in politics. And she's the first person to come this close to saying it out loud. And I feel like that's super important. Like, I've read a bunch of opinion pieces about her that basically are like, she's either the DEI hire, if you read that opinion piece, or she's the conscience of the Supreme Court, right? And I'm on the conscience side because it seems like she's the only one who is just saying what needs to be said, no matter the tradition or what other justices say or what other, years would have dictated. And I feel like that's so essential. Like, I think about the court out here saying, yeah, go ahead, destroy, all our federal agencies. It was basically like like a 2-page paper that they threw out there. Like, yeah, go ahead, fire whoever you want. And she wrote like a 15-page dissent on that little sort of throwaway they did that allows it. And she said, the Balls and Strikes writer put it well. He said, it came as close as a Supreme Court justice will ever get to characterizing their colleagues as breathtakingly full of shit. And I thought that was so well said, because I was like, we need that. Otherwise, we're going to be like, well, what can we do? Because, I mean, when you were here last year, you said this idea that there's nothing we can do about this horribly corrupt Supreme Court is wrong. Like, that's bullshit. If you get cancer, you don't just say, well, I have cancer. Like, I guess that's what happens. And I guess this is what, no, you fight it, right? You go to the experts, you find a way to get the best outcome possible. And that's what we have to do with our courts. We can't just allow these people to burn down 250 years of self-rule without any pushback, right? And now we had that conversation last year before the election when we totally blew it. But we have handed the keys to this castle over to like this narcissistic sociopath and the puppet masters that run him. So are you still feeling hopeful, or should we all just, pitch ourselves off a cliff?
I love that question. This is one of the reasons I love coming on your show. Is like I feel like we can talk about, the footnotes of the dissents in these opinions until the cows come home. Sure. And it doesn't change the kind of learned helplessness, which is, oh, well, there's nothing we can do. And the reason I love the way you just put that is that, and I probably said this on your show last year, the court has no actual power. It is by design, right? It is the weakest branch of government. Go back and read the Federalist Papers, my friends. It has neither the purse nor the sword. It has no army. It has nothing except public reliance upon the court as an institution that does its job, right? With like integrity and with dignity and with honesty. And so when we get in this weird posture, which is like, well, the emperor has no clothes and has no actual power. But instead of saying that, we're just going to be like, oh, we couldn't expand the court, right? We couldn't change the court. We couldn't do structural court reform, right? We had a lot of years in which we were having conversations, including you and I having conversations about we need to add seats to the court. We need to have age limits. We need to have, right? Every other constitutional court in the world has either term limits or age limits or jurisdiction limits or
ethics rules.
And right around the time you and I talked last year, you will appreciate I interviewed former Justice Rosalie Abella from the Canadian Supreme Court, who is a legend. And the show that we had was so crazy because she was like, no other court would ever have no guardrails.
Yeah.
And the Canadian Supreme Court, she was like, you know why I'm not in the court? Because we have age limits. You know why? Like, people don't do what Alito and Thomas do because there's ethics rules. So, like, this is a choice. We have made a choice to say we are helpless. And we are not helpless. There are things to be done. And for all the people who are like, well, Dahlia, we can't do them now. I just want to really sort of upend the paradigm because I always say, and I've probably said it on your show, our job right now is to be a little bit bigger than we are. Our job right now is to be, I always joke when you're camping at Yellowstone Park and they put up the sign that's like, if you see a brown bear, be bigger than you are. And you're always like, dude, I can't be bigger than I am. Like the laws of physics militate. Oh, there you go. Look at you.
This is me being bigger.
You are exactly. Our job right now is to be bigger than we are. And you know what the court is trying to do right now? The court is trying to be bigger than it is. A court that hands down a 3-sentence shadow docket decision that doesn't explain itself, but just says, we're the boss of you, is a court that has no actual power, but is trying to be bigger than it is. And by the way, Donald Trump, who is trying to be bigger than he is, right? He doesn't have the power to change the law by way of executive order. He can't scupper what Congress has put into effect and say, I'm just going to end the Department of Education. He doesn't have the power to do that. So the court is conferring upon itself and upon this president the power to be bigger than they are. And so what I want to say is, we can choose to say, oh, that court is huge. That court is the all-powerful Oz. This president is huge. He is the all-powerful, executive, maximalist, like unitary executive of all time. There's nothing we can do. But you know who actually is sovereign? Not them. Not them. You being a big bear, like being bigger than you are. And so I really think
I'm a
just
big
to
bear.
link it back both
Just kidding.
to what Justice Jackson is doing and what
I
you're
a little
asking
twink.
is I think this is a really good moment to say what Jackson is saying is I'm going to be bigger than I am. I am one of 9 justices. I am one of 3 dissenters. I'm just losing all the time, but I am not going to just kind of like mince off into the night and be sad, at home. I am going to be huge because that is the power I have. And what she's saying is that this court is actually behaving in ways that are very small. And so we have to make choices, and they're huge structural choices about democracy and about gerrymandering and about how voting is going to work. And all those things are work, and they are a lifetime of work. I'm not going to lie and say this is fixed in the next election or the election after.
Nope.
But we are big enough to do this. We've done it before. You know who's not big enough to be vast and capacious and unassailable? The U.S. Supreme Court. And that's what Jackson is reminding us. And that's what we need to understand. The power inheres not in 9 justices who don't have an army and don't have a purse. The power inheres in the sovereign citizens who can choose to say that court is vast, or who can choose to say we are vast.
Dahlia.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, listen, if people are thinking but what do we do? I want you to know, let me remind you, Supreme Court justices can be impeached. They can be impeached. That's not an easy fix, but we should have already done it with 2 of them that are taking bribes. I should remind people that Congress can fix a lot of these interpretations that they have done through legislation. Congress can change a lot of the executive orders by making legislation that just negates it. The next president, if it wasn't, a Donald Trump acolyte or someone that was following the Heritage Foundation's playbook, could get rid of every executive order Donald Trump ever signed. That's why we don't make laws by executive orders. We could protect the women's right to bodily autonomy. We could protect the Voting Rights Act. We could sign the For the People's Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which already exist. The majority of damage these activist right-wing justices have done can be reversed by a Democratic-controlled Congress and a Democratic president, and then by expanding the court and stop pretending that they're not broken, because they are. And we have to look at it differently, and we have to say, you know what? If anything, the Democrats should be running on fixing the courts.
You know what?
That should be a huge thing that they run on. So don't act like we are helpless. We're not. It sucks. It's terrible. They are very scary right now. But it does not mean that we have to get ourselves smaller. Like you're saying, we must just get bigger. I want to thank you so much for joining us today, Dahlia. I love you.
Grow your dick.
Thank you for being so smart.
Grow your dick out. Make your dick larger.
Donald Trump has had some pretty strong language for Barack Obama and some of the other top Democrats.
Okay. Performance test now. Will it work now? They're doing all that to reset and all that garbage. Fix anything? This is the question we are about to learn. We'll even have it on the Big E screen while we do a test. Destroy all targets.
Engaging land focus. We're on it, Commander. This never gets old.
Did it save those terrain option? Damn, bro, you yeeting those. Knock, knock.
Share target. Here we go.
Yeah, get him. Damn, bro.
Wrecked. Destroyed. Scratch that target off the list.
Okay. They also got a target from that distance. That's what's up.
Share target engaged. Target eliminated. Target destroyed. Focus fire on commander's target. Target acquired. Splash target. Target destroyed.
Nailed him.
New target rifleman. Target destroyed. Target Tango down. All guns on shared target. Target destroyed.
It's me, I'm the best. Crazy that he took out one of the targets.
In relation to what Tulsi Gabbard has recently revealed, the supposed 230K files of potential incriminating evidence in relation to Barack Obama potentially drumming up fake evidence involving the Russia hoax during his lame duck period, specifically a meeting in early December of 2016. That's after Trump won, but before he entered, so it was during the final months of the Obama presidency. I'm going to give my opinion on this and talk about how everything they're releasing right now, it's going
I bet
to
it's
seem disingenuous,
super
it's going to seem
intelligent
like
and
a
not
distraction,
fashy and retarded.
I would imagine they were probably sitting on a lot of this stuff, and there was potentially going to be looking into when it comes to, I think one of the key things if you are Trump would be the investigation of January 6th, specifically the security detail and what the Democrats recommended in the days leading up. I think that's something that Trump could potentially rewrite. They're also talking about maybe looking into the election. We haven't seen much on that, but it's mainly been the stuff surrounding the Russia hoax with Obama. And what I'll say on this is it really is the boy who cried wolf, with Trump now coming out with all these gifts saying that they're going to arrest Obama, and it's this AI video imagery of Obama being put in handcuffs with Trump laughing. And this is the type of stuff we saw with Hillary back in 2016, 2017. Trump didn't end up moving on that, or he did not end up moving on that, but you wonder, I mean, is something going to happen now that Gabbard has revealed all of this? Is there going to be some type of arrest? It seems like most people are not really moved by it because of the timing in relation to the Epstein stuff. Now there's reports that the Republicans within Congress are delaying potentially voting on Epstein-related matter to have a recess until early September. It's not good stuff. And so the question is, will anything actually come of this? And so we're going to watch this. This is what Trump said earlier today.
A little man.
Announces and declares that former President Obama
Poor
is
little guy.
guilty of treason. This is what Trump said earlier today.
If you look at those papers, they have them stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one they... Look, he's guilty. It's not a question. You know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined, even in other countries. You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries.
Now
you've
it's
never seen anything like
crashing
that.
out
and
again.
We have all of the documents, and from what Tulsi told me, she's got thousands of additional documents coming. So President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill.
Right, and so there's Trump kind of outlining, well, he really didn't talk about what, he just says Obama's guilty of treason. The idea is that they drummed up fake allegations and, I guess, fake evidence against Trump, which put in place really a 2.5 to 3 year Russian probe, which CNN and all the mainstream media repeated as Trump being an illegitimate president. It really is remarkable, the hypocrisy of Democrats, when you look at how regular the 2020 election is, and the Democrats getting all angry at Trump for not accepting the results when they didn't accept the results for 2.5, 3 years, and they had investigations and wasted millions and millions of dollars, and the amount of hours that were poured into these investigations into Russia, and Trump colluding with the Russians, and that, remember, that's the only way they said that Trump could win, was with Russia collusion. That was 3 years of the presidency, and many liberals still cling to this. The only reason Trump won in 2016 was because of Russia, and a lot of it is because it's such a bad look for their party to keep saying it over and over again, and then it get proven to be a lie, and then say, okay, we're sorry.
I've never heard anyone say that.
They can't do that. They can't admit it. They still say, well, he's guilty because X, Y, and Z, and there's these relations. Even after the 2024 election, in which Trump won the popular vote, he won every swing state, they still can't accept that 2016 result because it's such a terrible look when you factor everything in. So the question is, this is the issue, right? It really comes down to a situation like this when you release all of this information, and there's like 10 different things you have to cobble together to get Obama maybe being guilty of something. You really need to have a strong message for the party and for your propaganda base in terms of what exactly is Obama guilty of. Give us 3 or 4 lines that are clear and concise that we can cite, instead of all of this just conjumbled stuff of, oh yeah, Obama was in some type of meeting and they had admitted that the intelligence community in December of 2016, right after the election, had admitted there was no Russian interference. The issue with stuff like that tends to be, well, if that's just one report, what if they, someone else came out a week later and said, we've got X, Y, and Z, we're looking, it's very hard to prove all of this in an ironclad way that you can say,
punching me,
well,
it's not
it.
fair, I
Obama's
can't see.
guilty. Obama definitely
frames don't
manipulated
exist.
this evidence and created fake evidence, or his administration did, to try and drum up some type of Russia investigation and make Trump's presidency seem illegitimate. It has to be something like that. But again, it's already going to be discredited to a degree because of the timing of it in relation to Epstein. I mean, it's the most obvious thing ever that Tulsi Gabbard would do this, and then you've also got the MLK files being declassified, and so it's like, it's too obvious and it's too ridiculous, and it makes it seem like whatever this is against Obama, which it's obvious they are trying to shift the narrative away from Epstein, it loses momentum. It loses significant momentum because it feels just, conjured up in a way so people stop talking about Epstein. And I think that's the big problem that many people have when you're talking about, what Trump is doing. And then obviously to kind of overscore everything, it's just the idea that, well, even saying you're going to arrest the deep state for years, what's really happening here? Is there going to be an arrest? I mean, people at this point, it's like you need to do something. Enough of these gifs, enough of these videos. People are, it's just, and this has been something with me and the Conservative Party to where it's like, all these people get so excited about these figures getting arrested, but it never happens. Nothing ever happens. You keep talking about it, but nothing happens. So now Trump says, well, Obama is guilty. It's all right there. But let's get a coherent message as to 2 or 3 lines. Why is he guilty? What did he do exactly? Let's get that out, and then people can run with it. And I agree. I think the Democrats certainly did try and manipulate that Russian probe and make it seem worse than it was. And obviously, there was nothing there that would really destroy Trump in terms of any type of collusion with Russia and the way in which Russia somehow colluded through propaganda in the U.S. election to help Trump. It's remarkable that probe lasted 2.5, 3 years, and it was used by liberals to try and delegitimize the Trump presidency. Again, it's ironic how they clutched their pearls in 2021 after a very irregular election during the heart of COVID and said, well, Trump can't deny it. And then, again, another thing that Trump really should look into is the House Republican report of Trump demanding the National Guard 3 days before January 6th. If they would have had the National Guard at January 6th, there's no way the protesters, the rioters, whatever you want to call them, there's no way they're breaking into the Capitol if you've got the National Guard there. Trump is requesting the National Guard. Liberals denied it because liberals wanted the event to be as bad as humanly possible so they could gain political capital and ammo against Trump. And obviously they did that. That's why Trump got banned off of all of social media.
Okay.
Destroyed the entire movement.
So, what if Trump just didn't do the event then? How about that? Like, that doesn't absolve... Like, what a stupid thing to say. It's actually the liberals' fault that people rioted on January 6th. Okay. Come on, guys. I'd help, but the game doesn't work for me anymore. Good job, guys. It wasn't, like, lagging or running very bad for the first half of the mission. And I haven't had issues when I streamed it before.
After January 6th. So I think there's a number of things that should be looked into for sure. But with something like this, it's like, we're going back and we've got the timing of this that just shows that they're trying to skirt out of the Epstein situation. And you've also got this report. The U.S. House has canceled Thursday's session and will begin the August recess early, returning September 2nd. There's reports that, well, they don't want to vote on any Epstein-related matters because they don't want the files to be revealed or whatever it even is at this point. I mean, most people say the files are gone, they don't exist. Some people think they do exist. Whatever is still there. There are some court documents that they've asked. I know Pam Bondi has asked because the administration was pressured and they're trying to give the base something. Those are potentially going to be unsealed, some type of court documents. We will see. You've also got this Tulsi Gabbard running for president in 2028. I don't think so. Tulsi, maybe as the VP. I mean, would she really run against Vance? It seems unlikely in terms of that. And then you've also got this Jerome Powell has not resigned. So there's just all these just fake reports about Jerome Powell resigning, not resigning, having this big meeting, having this announcement at 8:30 this morning. There was a report a week ago that he was resigning. It seems like this is a bunch of Trump people just pressuring the hell out of Powell to step down. That's what it feels like to me. Powell really hasn't said he's going to step down. He still has his term through May of 2026. But there is a lot of pressure on Powell. They are trying to remove him. They cannot remove him without clause. Trump cannot just remove him, or he would have already been gone. If the president could just remove the chairman of the Fed, he would be gone. But they need clause. And so that's why they're trying to get him for some type of overspending or cost overruns on what they, I mean, this is like a crazy renovation to the federal office building, which they call like the Palace of Versailles as a nickname because it's so, the grandeur of it, it's magnificent. And it's just like, well, why is it $2.5 billion? It was overrun by like 900 million, they were saying. So they're trying to find something to get this dude out because they can't get him out with just Trump's executive authority. So, I mean, they're just, this is all public pressure. You know, it's a public pressure campaign. Remember, they leaked 2 weeks ago, people within the administration leaked that Powell was going to be gone. And I said, I think it's just hearsay. I think they're probably making it up because they want to pressure Powell into leaving. And then it comes out, well, there's going to be this big announcement from Powell. And I mean, there was a report today from like a few different accounts that had check marks, which obviously is meaningless at this point for X. But, you know, these are like relatively big Trump accounts. Powell has resigned. And of course, no, he hasn't. But it's a lot of it's just pressure. They're trying to pressure him out. And I still think there will be cuts with Powell. There have to be. I mean, you look at some of the top AI predictive models, they predict cuts even with Powell. They say there's going to be 2 cuts by the end of the year. The FedWatch tool says there's like a 60% chance of 2 cuts of 0.25 by the end of the year. So I think there's still going to be cuts, even with the recent, you know, slight uptick in inflation and the recent uptick in the tariffs. Now we'll see. I mean, there's a new deadline on the tariffs. I think maybe those will be negotiated down. We'll have to see what happens on August 1st, but you know, there's all this pressure on Powell. So we'll have to see in terms of that. But guys, that is going to do it for this video. Make sure you like it down below. Also,
follow me on X, not Twitter. We call it X because we're cool. Boys. Omar Fatty. I'm the mayor. Mm-hmm. Yeah. These fucking whiteys. I'm not even on the right tab right now.
Huge news. Actually huge news. I'm not being
Over here
facetious.
trying to fix my fucking computer. I'm not even doing my job
Minneapolis
right.
DFL has endorsed Omar Fateh for mayor of Minneapolis. That's right, the socialist. We just took a brief look at him the other day. We didn't talk much, really, because, to be honest, it wasn't a race that I've been following as closely. Not only has he won the primary for the mayorship of Minneapolis, but he's received the endorsement.
Fateh for mayor of Minneapolis. In order to win an endorsement, candidates must receive 60% of the votes on a post of the social media platform X. Fateh says he is incredibly honored to be the candidate endorsed by the Minneapolis DFL for Minneapolis mayor.
We got more substantive coverage, if I may.
Welcome back. Lots of political fallout this weekend, all sorts of ripple effects. The Minnesota Democratic Convention endorses a mayoral candidate who is not the current mayor of Minneapolis. And the calls for Senator Nicole Mitchell to resign are growing louder following her guilty verdicts. Here to discuss it all, Fox 9 political analyst Blois Olson. Blois, happy Sunday to you. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, Leah.
So let's start with this Minneapolis mayor candidate at the convention last night. Senator Omar Fateh was endorsed, not Mayor Jacob Fry, who's been mayor since 2018. Fateh is the first Somali American to serve in the Senate, who is Muslim. He was first elected back in 2021, so they both have a couple of terms under their belts. Are you surprised by this?
I'm not surprised by the endorsement. Endorsing conventions usually endorse the more liberal or more conservative candidate, especially in Minneapolis. I think the more interesting thing is you're going to start to see parallels between Fateh's endorsement and the winning in New York of the Democratic Socialist candidate there.
Maybe.
Fateh is a Democratic Socialist. This is a more liberal wing of the party. Mayor Fry is not popular with the more progressive parts of the Minneapolis DFL. They do not appreciate his stances on public safety. There's been a pretty strong discord between he and the Democratic Socialist members of the city council. So I think that's what you're seeing here with Fateh. But let's remember, this is, a couple hundred people who spent 9+ hours in a convention on a beautiful Saturday. This does, and I would expect official.
I kind of expected this coverage would include a little bit more speaking from Omar himself. If we could kindly get to that.
Is 904 knew this vote, this endorsement is a message convention last night at the Target Center, including current mayor vote to clinch that mayor.
No, we don't believe in that. We don't believe in actually providing. All these are from Fox 9 Minneapolis. Is there a reason why you're not including like any speaking from him? Not letting black men speak. SMH. Yeah, hold on. Well, it's literally all Fox 9 on the recommendeds, by the way. If you look at news, Omar Fateh, like it's all Fox 9 coverage.
But really, this is about Minneapolis, and it's about what people in Minneapolis can do to help themselves, the economic opportunities that a mayor can provide by lowering taxes. We've got a lot of Democratic socialists on our city council currently, and their policies are already destroying the cities.
It's crazy that the like lower taxes mantra, the like cult gospel that they insist on, it extends all the way down to local leadership, as if like 99% of the taxes they get paid aren't to the federal government. We're not even talking state level. We're talking like municipal taxes here, whatever amount you're paying there. And they're still like, no. The one thing you should be concerned about is like tax breaks or something as the mayor. Absolutely ridiculous. Really though, the coverage of his support and of his victory is really right-leaning. I think a lot of this
probably because he's like a black guy who's got kind of piercing eyes a little bit. You know, I think that sort of scares some people. You look up on YouTube, Omar Fateh, right? Up here, just his name, right? What do you see? Fox 9, Fox Business, Fox 9, KSTP5, okay, sure. And Wedge Live, whatever that means. Fox 9, Newsmax, Matt Walsh. Compound Media, who are they? Don't know. What is the title? Omar Fateh blames whites for crime in Minnesota.
Yeah, fuck
Matt
whitey.
Walsh. Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C. says Minneapolis's mayor destroyed the city. Omar Fateh is coming to finish it off. Hashtag Minneapolis, hashtag Jacob Fry. Sky News Australia, Somalian Muslim Omar Fateh blasted for saying he will Trump-proof Minneapolis as he runs for mayor. I did see that on Twitter. I said somebody took a screenshot of him and they said, this is the problem with America. We need to stop letting foreign nationals run in our elections. This guy was born in America. Oh, here we go. I'm the captain now. New mayoral candidate Omar Fateh. Get it? Cause he's like the black guy from the movie. Get it? I'm the mayor now. You get it? Maybe it goes over your head. You know, it's too cerebral for you. Red Dawn in Minneapolis. Omar Fateh's socialist takeover follows disturbing NY playbook. One nation under socialism. See, and Minneapolis is on fire. Somalians shouldn't run for office in U.S. Hate floods in as Omar Fateh runs for Minneapolis mayor. Well, this is just a description of what people are saying about him. And then, oh wow, look at that. State Senator Omar Fateh announces run for Minneapolis mayor's office from 7 months ago with just 2,900 views. Who the f even are these channels? Great question. Why is nobody paying attention to this? Now, oh! Look at me pointing the finger outwards so that it's not being pointed towards me. Why do I talk about Mamdani and not Omar? Well, I think it's because we've all fallen victim to the same algorithmic bias, you know? We like our heroes and we like our narratives, but what we need to remember is that this is a nationwide fight. I mean, we have to be, that's the problem with playing these games, you know? You can't just participate when the ball's already teed up for you and you've got a clear shot and everything's just really fun. You have to be involved across the board. You know, you have to celebrate every victory. The Republicans do this. The Republicans, every single little win they get. So what you're saying is it's time to phone bank for Omar? Well, my understanding is that his victory is basically guaranteed. By winning the endorsement of the city's Democratic Party, it pretty much guarantees. I mean, a Republican's not going to win in Minneapolis. Apparently, the incumbent got his supporters to essentially boycott the convention after it was clear they were losing. Team Frey here. All delegates and alternates, please leave. It's clear that this convention is over and not representative. What a bitch. Yeah, leave. Sorry, I'm the incumbent. I'm not getting back in. Goodbye. Good night, y'all. Anyway, if we don't talk about Omar, the right will. The right always will. And if before you know it, all the coverage of Omar is going to come from far-right neo-Nazi channels. You know, you have to be an active participant. You have to fill the space. It's not enough for the victory of a Minneapolis mayoral candidate, socialist, right? To be like a local Minneapolis victory, right? It has to be a national victory. The incumbent mayor is a centrist monster, by the way. Well, that's probably why Omar was able to get the endorsement. Join DSA? Yeah, if you want to keep appraised of what's going on locally, it would probably behoove you to join DSA or at least look it up. I bet a lot of you aren't even aware of the fact that there are local primaries going on right now in your district. You know, what's going on? What's going on in your city, in your district? Are you paying attention? There's a good candidate coming up in the Seattle mayor primary, you know? A socialist lady. Katie something? I'm blanking on her name. Katie, what's her name? Katie Wilson. Maybe I'll take a closer look at that, huh? There's nothing happening locally where I live. Well, stop complaining about it. Move to a city where something's happening, okay? Congratulations to Omar. Gonna have to deal with a lot of shit. Depends on which DSA, Horizon. You gotta go in there and make yourself known. Grok, how radical are the policies proposed by this candidate? Yeah, there's always something going on locally, I promise you. There's always a way to get involved. Oh yeah, there's your comment section on X the Everything app. We need to send all the Somalis home. You look like a racist caricature of a Somali pirate. Mayor of Mogadishu, nice step up, little bro. Minneapolis is toast. You missed one, Stephen Miller. Somalians have that distinct look because of generations and generations of inbreeding, similar to the Habsburg jaw effect. Look at me, I'm the candidate now. Ah, you guys get it? I'm just saying, if you don't pay attention to this stuff, trust me, they will. Racism is a more powerful animating force to them than your, milk toast.
I mean, I found out about him
fair-weather
from
support of
right-wing
whatever
accounts.
candidate you can bother to, show up for this week. You need to be active. They don't need them so candidate running for mayor to be racist, though. Yeah, but you don't want that to be the only voice in the crowd. Definitely do not want that.
We're recording this on Monday, July 21st, the one-year anniversary of Joe Biden dropping out of the presidential race. Happy anniversary, guys.
Thanks.
Seems like there are still some feelings out there, people working through some feelings. Here's a selection from a 3-hour interview the internet outlet Channel 5 conducted with Hunter Biden.
You know what George Clooney did? Because he sat down, I guess, because he was like given a blessing by the Obama team or the Obama people and whoever else, and David Axelrod and whoever the fuck else, is to go, okay, yeah, you know what? We are going to insert our judgment over yours. Me, and James Carville, who hasn't run a race in 40 fucking years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama. And that was because of Barack Obama, not because of fucking David Axelrod. And David Plouffe, and all of these guys, and the Pod Save America guys, who were junior fucking speechwriters on Barack Obama's Senate staff, who have been dining out on the relationship with him for years.
First of all, that's insulting. John, you were chief speechwriter.
I was chief speechwriter. I was the only one in the Senate office.
And imagine, it must be just so hard for Hunter Biden to watch all these people dining out on somebody's name.
It's tough.
It's tough. Tommy, you listened to all 3 hours. What'd you find?
Yeah, I listened to all 3 hours. I don't know why I did that. I have a lot of feelings about it.
It was a great interview.
I interviewed Hunter on this show, and I think 2021, about his book, and I kind of feel like I got duped now. Like I have a lot of empathy for anyone who's dealt with addiction issues. But let's just go to starting with this interview. Like, I get why he's mad. If my dad went through that, I'd be mad too. He gets to air his grievances when he wants. He found a very credulous partner to give him 3 hours. The guy literally says to him at one point, "I'm on your team." That's a quote.
Oh, wow.
And at one point, the guy also says, "Nothing wrong with making some money here and there," when they're talking about his business dealings. Like, Hunter's also right.
Speaking of dining out.
Oh my God,
there's not enough,
bro, this is fucking hysterical. They're so mad that Hunter Biden talks shit, and they're like, and this interviewer guy, what a joke. He doesn't know how to interview. It's like, guys, you have no idea what you're engaging with, you fucking boomers.
Interesting point Hunter makes. There is not enough scrutiny of like the origins of the laptop story. Like, this laptop gets to this technician, to Rudy Giuliani, and no one kind of questions that. Right? Some fair points. Okay. But mostly it is,
I guess. I mean, sure.
I know. But mostly it is 3 hours of Hunter playing the victim, and he like rages at us, and he rages at Axelrod and Clooney. But the problem was the voters.
I know.
And they never
That's all I
addressed
wanted
that.
to say.
The voters thought Joe Biden was too old. And when it comes to the attacks on Hunter himself, like, okay, what if we just stipulate for the hypothetical, like, yes, okay, all your business dealings were above board and legal. All your paintings were purchased by art lovers who loved the product and didn't know your name. Trump is worse. You were on the board of Burisma because of who your dad is. And that is what people hate about Washington. And it was part of the problem. And like, there's some other weird shit. Like, he said blames the debate on Biden's staff, saying they gave him Ambien on his foreign trip. But like, Biden got back from the G7 on June 14th. The debate was June 27th.
A lot of fucking Ambien.
If Ambien was the issue, like, I don't think it's Ambien, it's age.
Also,
right?
It's like, he was tired, so they gave him Ambien?
Also, like, just like, allow me to rant one more second. Like, his big beef is that Republicans stick together and Democrats are united. But he's obsessed with this show, obsessed with George Clooney. They don't talk about Gaza until 2 hours and 50 minutes into the interview.
Okay,
I'm guessing
and?
that was the bigger threat to party unity than a George Clooney op-ed. You know what I mean? It's just this sense of entitlement that, like, from Biden,
it was
from
funny.
his family, from the inner circle, that he was like owed the presidency, owed a second term. It's just very fucking grating.
The whole premise of 2024 was, yes, voters are saying that Joe Biden's age is his biggest liability, but don't worry, because Joe Biden's the closer, and when you see him campaign, he's going to put those worries to rest. He had a good State of the Union, and then he had the worst debate any of us had ever seen, and it became insurmountable. And so, at long last,
And
he
he didn't put the concerns to rest. He put his campaign to rest.
Right. And at long last, the Democratic establishment decided to listen to the voters. And it was very hard to get the establishment to do that, but ultimately they did that. And everybody kind of collectively ultimately were able to get Joe Biden to step aside and do the right thing for the country. Now, we don't live in the world where Joe Biden ran that race all the way to the end. But one thing we know is that Hunter Biden, throughout Joe Biden's presidency, was a terrible liability for him. And put the addiction aside, it is because he was on Burisma, because he became an artist, because he was part of a kind of like sleazy Washington that, as Tommy said, people hated. You were a liability. You should be ashamed of the ways in which you made your father's political life worse. And like the idea that we're going to listen to you now, like give me a fucking break. It's ridiculous.
My reaction was, first of all, I wish you all the best, Hunter. Forget about it.
I like the art. I
You
like the art.
yeah.
I think the art had a lot of pathos.
Like, you know, attack us, attack George Clooney. I don't fucking care. But like,
it seems like you do care.
Listening to Hunter Biden interview post-election, especially the Hunter Biden one, but also Jill Biden, also Mike Donnellan. When I think that these are basically the only people by the end who Joe Biden was listening to, you're like, no wonder he didn't fucking drop out.
Right.
He wasn't. We know now that there were a whole bunch of pollsters who their information was not getting to Joe Biden, and because Mike Donlin wasn't letting it get in. There's a whole staff that was working for Joe Biden, some of their whole lives, and they were kind of shut out too. The only people in the circle at the end was the family, was Hunter, this person in the interview, and Jill, and Mike Donnellan, who just had this faith that Joe Biden was going to win the election that wasn't based on any kind of measurement or data at all. Like the New York Times poll in February, 61% of Biden 2020 voters said he was too old to be effective. And that concern cut across generations, gender, race, education. Hunter does a whole thing in here about like, you know, we didn't know what the black voters of South Carolina. It was everyone who thought he was too fucking old. 20% of Biden 2020 voters in that poll said he was no longer capable of handling the job. This 20% of his own voters in a poll in February. On the eve of the debate, 86% of Americans said Biden's age was a major or moderate concern. That was before the debate, 86%. And then Trump had a slight lead heading into the debate. He had a slight lead into the battleground debate. So like, what are you? I just don't like the rewriting history, and I hate fucking getting back into this and relitigating and doing the fight and dragging it out. But you know, Hunter's on a fucking tour right now, and just going forward, I think the lesson to learn is because hopefully we're not going to have an 80-something-year-old geriatric candidate again. But going forward, the lesson is like, look, you just can't listen to your small little circle have a bubble and then like be impervious to any fucking outside criticism or data that is saying otherwise. Forget about Washington, forget about the pundits, listen to the fucking voters.
Also, like, just on the age thing, I mean, they're talking about it, and Hunter talks about the debate performance, and he says like that we need to grapple as a society with, quote, how we handle people that age in front of our eyes and recognize that they may have lost a physical step, but that does not mean they don't have the mental capacity to do their job. We're not talking about like whether a loved one can live alone anymore. We're talking about running the country. Like, what are you talking about,
Like,
man?
what about the capacity to communicate what you're going to do as president?
But, also, like, just seeing this today, I guess what I wanted, if I was in a room with him and able to talk rationally, I'd just be like, hey, man, look around the world. Look at what's happening in this country right now. Like, I know you're angry personally, but you're not the fucking victim here. We're all living with what happened in this election. And
you got a pardon. You're fine.
It's just
Yeah.
utter lack of self-awareness.
It's the shamelessness that really gets you in the end.
Well, I saw one quote. He said, "We all talk about the incredible popularity of Barack Obama. Barack Obama never got more than 69 million votes. My dad got 81 million votes." Like, dude, now you sound like fucking Donald Trump, who can't figure out that as the years go on, the population increases and more people vote in a
He actually said that the population
Come
hasn't
on,
increased
man,
that
you sound
much.
like Trump.
George Clooney's not an actor. The low-rated Jake Tapper. It's amazing to watch people become the thing that they claim to be the savior from.
It's wild.
Amazing.
It's wild.
Amazing.
Maybe that's the last time we hear from the Biden family on the election. Fingers crossed. For a while.
I mean, maybe just not during the like worst 2-week news cycle of Trump's administration either.
Well, that's important to get into the Epstein cycle. You want to pop your head up
Hey.
at the opportune time.
Here's some good news.
yeah.
Stephen Colbert doesn't have to figure out how to do an interview with Joe Biden about his book in a year and a half.
Stephen Colbert has 10 months to do whatever the fuck he
I
wants.
know, I hope he
That's
just
the other thing with
knows.
like if it was real political pressure, they maybe would have yanked him. But he's got 10 months, and,
And
he
he's
should
free.
he should fucking use it.
Yeah, I bet he will. That's exciting.
Yeah, I think Amy. Yeah, that didn't sound like God.
Despite the best efforts of Mike Johnson, Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, Carolyn Levitt, and even Donald Trump himself, the story unfortunately continues. And in ways that are clearly driving the Trump administration insane, because the desperation has continued to grow. And at this point, I kind of have to agree with Congressman Maxwell Frost that if this goes any further, the White House is about to drop proof of aliens. They're going to break the glass. Because on Wednesday of this week, the Wall Street Journal struck again and set up a nice trap that Trump proceeded to just willingly walk right into. And this is in addition to a slew of new photos showing Trump and Epstein being best buds. Now, we will, of course, get to Trump and his administration's reaction to this new info in a second. But first, the Wall Street Journal, they posted a new article this week which indicated that the Justice Department informed Donald Trump back in May that his name appeared in the Epstein files multiple times, and that other high-profile figures were also named.
And we've been over this, but, of course, Trump is named in the Epstein files.
That should be obvious now.
Oh, what? He's in the Epstein files? Yeah,
This
idiot.
is shocking to me and all of my fellow MAGA-supporting folks. Wow, can't believe it.
And at this point, anyone with extra time on their hands could retroactively go through years and years of evidence and make in-depth videos about the shocking details regarding Trump's creepiness throughout his entire lifetime. And it would be as shocking today as it was the first handful of times we heard about this over the past decade and a half.
Yeah, there was one recently where they brought up like the audio from him on the Howard Stern show in the early 2000s. It's like, yeah, that's really bad. That was also brought up multiple times.
This was not uncovered this week, guys.
No, but it seems to be for a lot of, and look, I'll give the entire younger generation credit. Like, they were babies during like the first election.
Yeah.
So like maybe this information is new to them, and they're like, wow, something's up with this Donald Trump guy.
But the rest of us,
yeah,
we were here. We saw it all. We're just seeing it again now, I guess.
Wait till you see the Access Hollywood tapes.
He said, what? Wow. Grab him by the what? Apparently, some people are just now finding out that Trump is an awful, disgusting creep. A total piece of shit. And the fact that conservative voters and elected officials have defended him and made him the face of their party for the past decade demonstrates that they've only really ever cared about wealth and power. But what this new Wall Street Journal article was able to do successfully was walk Trump into a trap where he lied straight to the camera about his knowledge of the situation while trying to brush it off as, once again, a Democratic hoax. And like we said, Trump was briefed by Attorney General Pam Bondi months ago about his name appearing in the Epstein files. And it was at that meeting that Trump agreed with a Justice Department decision to not release the files.
Yeah, so in response to the Journal article published this week about or last week about the birthday card, Bondi once again confirmed that the president was previously made aware of the findings. But that contradicts a statement that Trump made straight to cameras outside the White House last week, where he just denied outright that he was aware of this.
Yeah.
Hey, just watch the clip.
What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No. She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden information, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it.
And we know, Donald Trump, a liar? Say it isn't so. Bring out the fainting couch. But this is clearly driving him nuts. And even if, for instance, Trump's name just popped up casually without blatant criminal implications, the fact that the original briefing included the mention of other powerful elites connected to Epstein, that should be more than enough to keep people from both sides of the political spectrum justifiably interested in what is being withheld.
Some of your faves
might be implicated. Yeah. Another reference to the before times.
Yeah.
That was Nancy Pelosi's daughter who said that.
Yep.
And also why, you may be wondering, why specifically House Speaker Mike Johnson would just go ahead and send everyone home for recess early.
Shut it down.
In order to avoid voting to release the Epstein files. Again, like, we were as skeptical as anyone else that something new and damning was going to be unearthed through further scrutiny of the Epstein investigation. But the actions of this administration over the past few weeks has us, and pretty much everyone else, really fucking curious as to why the Republican Party is trying so outrageously hard to bury this story.
Just show us the damn files.
Or as Andrew Lawrence from Media Matters put it in far less subtle terms, we are currently watching an entire political party run cover for the most notorious sex trafficking ring in modern human history. And based on everything we've seen so far, it is hard to deny that. But fuck it, here's some quotes from that new Wall Street Journal article just so we can get the actual black and white statements out there.
When Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times, according to senior administration officials. In May, Bondi and her deputy informed the president at a meeting in the White House that his name was in the Epstein files, the officials said. Many other high-profile figures were also named, Trump was told. Being mentioned in the records isn't a sign of wrongdoing.
Mm-hmm.
They reiterate that they suggested against releasing more documents publicly because of the inclusion of CSAM and victim information, and that the meeting led to eventual release of the memo stating that it was essentially case closed.
Yeah, that was that meeting, and then it took a little while longer, and then they filed that memo, and they're like, look, after we put this memo out there, let's not even like make a big deal out of it, and then everyone will just shut up for the rest of time.
Yeah.
Of course, that didn't happen. Everyone was like, hold on,
wait,
what?
I've been hyping myself up for like half a decade. I need names. And wait, turns out there was a bunch of names in there, but one of those names was very inconvenient.
Yeah.
The article also noted that FBI Director Kash Patel has privately told other government officials that Trump's name appeared in the files, according to people close to the administration.
Woo!
Et tu, Kash? Also,
Trump can't tell if he's surprised, scared, or actually like toughing it all out because his face expression never changes. It's just always looking shocked.
The man is a riddle. Also, yeah, CNN posted a bunch of previously unseen photos and videos of Epstein partying it up with Trump at his wedding with Marla Maples. That was wife number 2.
Yeah.
But we already know they were friends for a very long time. This isn't shocking. At this point, based on everyone's complete lack of memory, the most shocking part of this would be the revelation that Trump has been married multiple times.
Wait, hold on. What? Trump with several different wives? This is the first that I'm hearing about this.
These pictures are pretty wild. There's one where Jeffrey Epstein is in the background.
Yeah.
It's literally like a jump scare, like the devil is in the background of a horror movie.
Yeah, it looks like one of those like pre-2010 Shockwave websites where it's like a photo of a puppy running towards the camera, and then it cuts to Epstein looking with a smile across his face.
It's real scary looking.
Anyways, just to throw it in here since we're already way deep down the rabbit hole, but Attorney General Pam Bondi was literally scheduled to appear at a CPAC summit on human trafficking and canceled her appearance moments before the latest Wall Street Journal article was published. And she claimed that she couldn't make it because she is currently recovering from a torn cornea.
A tornea?
Yeah.
Tornea.
So now for the increasingly desperate and agitated responses and attempts at deflection from the Trump White House, apparently, according to people who spoke to Politico, Trump is clearly furious, and the White House is frustrated by all-consuming Epstein coverage, which is another one of the many reasons that we're covering the new details and the administration's reactions. This is one of the few things in the last decade of Trump that is not only freaking him out and making him extremely upset, it's arguably one of the only things that has had his base start to turn on him.
And if not his base, at least the pretty significant chunk of this country who said, fuck it, I don't like the guy. but I'm sexist enough to make this decision. I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Specifically, the Manosphere podcasters.
I mean, did you see the opinion poll released this week by YouGov of like 18 to 29-year-olds?
No.
The shift within the last 6 months went from like, it was like 65% pro-Trump to like 25% pro-Trump. It more than flipped.
But he just said this past weekend that his poll numbers are through the roof, Elliot.
He needs to go back on the Nelk Boys podcast.
The Nelk Boys, they recently had Netanyahu on, and wow.
They shared a happy dad with Netanyahu.
Jesus. Anyways, every bit of information that adds a crack to the image that MAGA supporters have in their head is a good thing. They're starting to realize that the guy who they thought would save the world from an elite cabal of pedophiles might actually be implicated in their worst fears.
And they only thought that shit because they believed some fucking bullshit that an anonymous person wrote on 8chan.
Yep. But they were speaking in code, so it was super believable. Folks, even people as far gone as my dad are now wondering why he doesn't just release the files.
Well, I'm sure they'll come up with a convenient reason for it.
Yeah. Well, here's more from Politico.
President Donald Trump is angry. His team is exasperated. The Republican-controlled House is in near rebellion. POTUS is clearly furious, said a person close to the White House, who, like others in this story, was granted anonymity to discuss the mood inside the West Wing.
Vibes are fucked.
It's the first time I've seen them sort of paralyzed. A senior White House official told Politico the president is frustrated with his staff's inability to tamp down conspiracy theories they once spread. The frustration stems in part from an understanding that this is a vulnerability, said a White House ally. They also add that all the attention related to Epstein is putting Republican leaders on the Hill in a bind as they balance their loyalty to the president against their own fears of the base turning on them. House Republicans canceled several votes this week as leadership struggled to contain the ire from lawmakers demanding the Justice Department release files related to Epstein. The Rules Committee delayed meeting out of fear they'd be forced to vote on the Epstein files. House members are worried, and it's screwing up the schedule, said the person close to the White House. There have been points of significant pushback behind the scenes where the House has rolled over. But now the Rules Committee rebelled against the Speaker over something POTUS finds embarrassing. It's a big-ass deal. You're looking at a straight congressional rebellion. And again, these people, they're up for re-election a lot sooner than anyone else.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be, this has the potential to be very fresh in the minds of voters in those midterms.
Luckily, people do seem to be at least a little upset that House Speaker Mike Johnson just let everyone go on vacation early so that they could avoid even voting on the possibility of releasing whatever they can about the Epstein files.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the teacher forgot to make a lesson plan, so we're going to have a pizza party.
Yeah, but no pizza for you.
No.
No, you get nothing instead. It's very suspicious. Again, just odd. And they're like, why do Democrats keep pressing us on this?
Why do Democrats want to see child pornography so badly?
Yeah, their excuses for this are bizarre.
Well, we can't release the files because it's like not safe for work.
Uh-huh. And that leads us to the currently unfolding made-up drama surrounding Barack Hussein Obama, who hasn't been president for an entire decade, and who Trump is now claiming, even since our last video, has committed treason against the United States of America.
After what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. The leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Look, he's guilty. It's not a question. You know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody.
I love that he says
even
every word that
imagined,
you
even
can
in
think
other
of.
countries.
It shows that he
So,
couldn't think of another word.
President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill.
Folks, even Fox News has published articles calling this what it is. A blatant effort by Tulsi Gabbard to rewrite history using conspiratorial fiction in an effort to direct focus away from the scandal engulfing her boss and the administration. And the article actually surprisingly goes into details about Gabbard's statements and how they are untrue and use, quote, rhetorical sleight of hand to make her case, repeatedly and presumably intentionally conflating the terms hack and influence. And the author of the article ends the op-ed with, it would be a cheap ploy if undertaken by just about any other U.S. official. Gabbard, however, is no ordinary functionary. She's charged with safeguarding our national security and most sensitive information. As our adversaries, whether rogue states, terrorist groups, or cybercriminals seek to do us harm, America's most senior intelligence official is busying herself by fabricating partisan attacks against those the president deems his domestic political enemies. And therein lies another scandal.
Did you see, like, the Obama's office released a statement here, and in addition to just calling this whole thing bizarre and ridiculous, it's just like, yeah, Congress looked into this. There was a whole commission. It was led by a guy named Marco Rubio, by the way, and they concluded that
Marco Rubio, he's not even around anymore these days. Definitely doesn't have a gigantic position of power.
What's he up to now? This was all made all the more obvious on Wednesday when Gabbard joined a White House briefing to once again attempt to continue rewriting history down to the usage of the same terms in what we can only assume is a real-life version of SEO bombing, where this administration is attempting to wash over Trump's past and very real crimes by accusing the Obama administration of attempting a coup that amounted to treasonous conspiracy.
The implications of this are far-reaching and have to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. It has to do with an outgoing president taking action to manufacture intelligence to undermine and usurp the will of the American people in that election and launch what would be a years-long coup against the incoming president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Yeah, they're kind of using every term that was used to accurately describe the insurrection on January 6th.
Yeah.
To
when you search for Trump insurrection, it says, "Did you mean Obama insurrection?"
Yeah, you search for that and it goes, when Obama did election fraud with the Russians.
What? Now, luckily, it appears as though people aren't exactly falling for it, despite the administration's best efforts to get this story to land with anyone aside from the most brain-dead MAGA loyalists. But in case it needed to be any more obvious, the Obamas literally and very publicly met with Trump, had a conversation, traded his letter to the incoming president, and was filmed and photographed the entire time conducting the long-standing tradition of a peaceful transfer of power.
Here's the thing. I know a lot of you, especially the older crowd, and of course the younger crowd, might not remember when Obama held a peaceful transfer of power on Inauguration Day to then-President Donald Trump during his first term.
I remember
but there was plenty of coverage because it's the fucking inauguration.
Yeah. Now, if you'll remember, Trump kicked off a fucking insurrection 2 weeks before the inauguration of Joe Biden and did not meet with incoming President Biden when he was inaugurated in January of 2021.
So two completely distinct and different scenarios. One, you have Barack Obama literally on camera shaking hands and saying, hey, good luck, buddy. All right, see you later. And then Donald Trump, very angry that he did not win and claiming that he was cheated, instructing his followers to go seize control of the Capitol and then denying a meeting with Biden as he became president. So,
as Mehdi Hassan put it in a tweet reacting to Tulsi Gabbard's statement, she literally said an outgoing president tried to usurp the will of the people after an election had taken place. Up is down, hot is cold, black is white. Can't make this stuff up.
And speaking of Mehdi Hassan, as many of you pointed out, basically the same day that our previous video went up, where we briefly covered the debate between Hassan and a bunch of extreme right-wing losers, the one who proudly stated that he was, in fact, a fascist, he actually did suffer some consequences as he allegedly was fired from his job for my political beliefs.
Which ones? Which beliefs would those be?
The ones that he refers to as traditional right-wing beliefs.
Catholic autocracy.
This, of course, obviously resulted in him raising money on a crowdfunding platform where he literally did the meme. He did the meme of I am being persecuted for my political beliefs, but he did it earnestly and was unfortunately able to raise at least $25,000. It looks like he went over $30,000, which is, it's a lot of money for a few minutes of potentially.
It's nothing compared to that lady who called a child the N-word.
That's right. That's the thing is, at his age, this amount of money is certainly life-changing in the sense that, like, if you spent it all at once, it'd be like, wow, Or if you paid off some college debt or something like that. Wow, what a step forward.
Not going to cover the lifetime that you've got ahead of you.
Yeah.
People Googling your name and being like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, you are not hired.
No, this guy has to deal with the fallout of this for presumably a very, very long time. And I just don't think 30 grand is going to cover it. And luckily, at least this job immediately was like, oh, no. We can't have this. This is outrageous.
Yeah, I mean,
and hopefully every job in the future sees that, although, like, who knows with this country? He'll go work for Dad's Woke Beer or Unwoke Beer.
Mark Andreessen will probably hire him.
That's right, Conehead.
Add him to his rogues gallery.
Mm-hmm. Of course, now he could survive a bit off of that money and, do a straight-up fascist podcast or something, but you would hope that his 15 minutes of infamy would fizzle out.
How's Baked Alaska doing these days?
I need milk. This time I need it to drink. I'm starving here. Either way, at least he did actually suffer some consequences for his actions, though he doesn't seem to have learned anything, writing in that crowdfunding page that, to clarify, I was terminated from my position for holding fully legal, traditional, right-wing political views.
Which views would those be?
This is cancel culture and political discrimination on full display. Again, traditional right-wing political views.
Also, like, he literally said in that video that he does not support free speech. He supports free speech for himself, but not for others. Which, like, if there is any value in this Jubilee shit, it is getting, some of these people to, like, really spell out their shit without obfuscating.
Yeah. No, that's what, in the last video, he said that, like, this is probably a net negative.
Yeah, well, and it's clearly, all of these guys are on there to get a job. They're all looking to grit.
I didn't catch it before the last video, but obviously the guy who looks like he ties people to train tracks, my favorite take on that was that, wow, they did it. They found Waluigi Mangione.
Yeah. my favorite joke response was Mehdi Hassan versus 20 Sacha Baron Cohen characters.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. But no, like the small positive effect would be, again, what you would consider traditional conservatives looking at this and going, oh, fuck.
There was, like, one guy, I still haven't watched the whole thing, I've only seen clips.
Well, it's infuriating, it's hard to sit through.
It took me a week to watch the Sam Cedar one, and this one is worse.
Yeah, like, it's literally rage bait.
Yeah, but there was one of the kids he had on there, which, like, I have a lot more questions about how he got to this point, but he said he was a DreamHack recipient, and it's like, it did seem like the fact that everyone in the room seems to just hate him, regardless of his political beliefs, just for, like, who he is.
Yeah.
Did seem to have him a little bit shook.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if, like, people who supported Trump, the Hispanic population that did, like, ever shows up to, like, Trump rallies and then goes, oh, they literally hate me because of the color of my skin, and have maybe changed their minds. But the only shift I've seen in the perception of Trump, especially recently, has been because of the ICE raids. Of people going, oh, he was going to come for me and my family and my relatives.
Oh, it's just racism.
Yeah.
Well, that changes things.
Fool me a couple times, and maybe I'll finally come around.
Anyway, we have more to get to in the second half of this show. Maybe even some tech news.
Woo!
But first, we gotta call Luca over here.
No, we can't keep using him for these.
He's napping anyway.
Yeah.
He's fully conked out. Never mind.
Yeah, but also we want to thank you for supporting the show, because it was definitely Luca making an appearance on the last episode, but we did get a lot of new support from many of you.
Luca, we got bills to pay.
No, I'm not going to use my dog
He's
as a
perking up. He's
as a
perking up.
crutch for donations,
buddy.
But he definitely got a couple extra treats for somehow convincing some of you that it was time to become a member of the channel. He's a good boy, and so are all of you. All right. Okay, well, I'll do the sponsor read since you're holding the dog. Today's episode is sponsored by Shopify. When we started this show, it seemed like we had to figure out pretty much everything on our own. Scripts,
I missed the
setup,
Zelenskyy
filming
coverage.
schedule, graphics, editing, the countless audio issues, whether or not I was going to bring...
Yeah, we normally do that
Processing,
stuff at
returns,
night.
and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Turn a room in hell.
Actually, they were like, we ran out of people on Earth, so we have to create more people, but they're fake people, and it's just a bunch of computers talking to each other.
Hell yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we got a lot of new users. No, don't look any further. It's Mustard Man, and he's got his hand stuck in a jar of mustard. You still haven't seen that one?
What?
Every once in a while, Instagram will be like, you want to chat with this? Like, it's an ad that comes up, like how sometimes you'll see Threads ads. And it'll be like, it's the Mustard Man.
What?
Next time I'm going to actually start a conversation with it just to
Is
show
it
you
an
that
AI character?
Yes.
Oh, I have not received this. I didn't know that was even something you could do on Instagram.
Yeah.
I scroll Instagram quite a bit.
Yeah. We're using the blend feature now. You can look at each other's reels. It's
Yeah.
a real peek into the psyche of your friends.
It is.
It's got some weird shit going on.
Yeah, I do.
Anyways, back to the story at hand. We'll get to the new regulations, or lack thereof, that were discussed on Wednesday, but you've heard enough from Trump for now. So instead, we'll give you something that you'll immediately recognize as bad, dumb, and exploitative. We've previously spoken about how fake artists, fake songs, and in many cases, fake covers of real songs have infiltrated the Spotify platform in ways that seem advantageous, but also extremely suspicious when you consider that Spotify could themselves very easily just swing open the doors to cheaply created AI music and let it flood their playlist in a shrewd business move to reduce the royalties that they owe to more established artists and their record labels.
Yeah, because they're really paying out the nose for royalties. These bands are getting too rich off of streaming.
Those fractions of a penny are fractions too much. We could be getting that money. Anyways, last year a study found that AI cover songs were popping up on massively popular musical playlists, and the fact that Spotify doesn't have an intricate vetting process in order for music to appear on their platform, it's not really an issue for them. It expands their library, and in theory, it makes it much easier for smaller artists to find an audience. But that door is also left wide open for people to use AI to make fake music or covers to easily exploit the process and start raking in cash for doing essentially nothing.
They need to make it completely illegal to do this unless it's a AI-generated country song about being gay.
That's right.
I'll see
Those
the
are
protest
the only
in 6
AI
hours.
songs that are
yeah,
good
well, we're
and
gonna be
legal
doing other
under
stuff
my
on
system.
it.
So Spotify's
Jack
official
should be
reply
back
when
any
this
second.
initially blew up was that they didn't have a policy against artists creating content using auto-tune or AI tools, as long as the content does not violate our other policies, including our deceptive content policy, which prohibits impersonation. But cover songs, or just wholly created original songs created by AI, wouldn't really violate that, and those creations could leech off of people searching for songs from the original artists, or genre playlists, or Spotify's feature that just keeps playing songs that are similar. Eventually, people were listening to songs that were not created by humans at all. Now, things have gone a step further, and this week people found that AI was being used to create brand new songs for artists who have long been dead. They've been brought back. He is risen through the magic of AI.
Oh, Jesus just dropped a new diss track.
Ozzy Osbourne, he's back.
He's got a brand new song.
Yeah, War Pigs 2.
Yeah.
Electric Boogaloo.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the War Pigs
Called
aren't
it.
so bad.
We'll see.
If it's Israel. And yeah, in one specific case, Spotify debuted a new song from an artist that was murdered 40 years ago.
Wow.
It's a miracle.
Can you believe it?
Hallelujah. Wow. Here's 404 Media with more.
According to his official Spotify page, Blaze Foley, a country music singer-songwriter who was murdered in 1989, released a new song called Together last week. The song, which features a male country singer, piano, and an electric guitar, vaguely sounds like a new, slow country song. The Spotify page for the song also features an image of an AI-generated image of a man who looks nothing like Foley singing into a microphone. Craig McDonald, the owner of Lost Art Records, the label that distributes all of Foley's music and manages his Spotify page, told me that any Foley fan would instantly realize Together is not one of his songs. I can clearly tell you that this song is not Blaze. Not anywhere near Blaze's style at all, he told me on a call. It's kind of an AI schlock bot, if you will. It has nothing to do with the Blaze you know. That whole posting has the authenticity of an algorithm. And to their credit, in this scenario, and almost certainly because it was covered by a massive tech outlet, Spotify did go ahead and remove the track for violating the policy that we mentioned earlier.
This is a kind of an extension of a problem that's been present on Spotify as long as I've used it, which is that apparently anyone can submit a song to Spotify and just say that the artist is whoever they want, and Spotify does nothing. Even if sometimes they classify it as a separate artist with the exact same name. Yep. But a lot of the time they just put it right on the artist's feed with seemingly no due diligence whatsoever. And it's like there was a while there where like every Discover Weekly and every released Radar playlist had like 3 or 4 of these songs where I'm like, that is, and it's like they weren't even trying to copy the genre. Or
No,
anything.
it's just like Muzak or something.
Yeah,
It's bizarre.
It was just weird. It was like some fucking garbage music, but it had the same name as an actual artist I follow, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
I can't remember which band it was, but yeah, it happened really recently, and it was like, it looked like, it was a font that I don't read, like some foreign font that was the track title, but it was listed under a very real artist, and it showed up under their new releases page as like a new EP or something, and it was like, it was this weird, like, hip-hop track, and it obviously was like a metal or a hardcore band or something like that, and it was just like, maybe this is like an intro or something like that. And I was like, no, this is nothing. This is a fake track that doesn't exist. And they're using it to see how long it'll last up here and if they can create any royalties off of it.
I gotta get off Spotify.
I've been off of it, but I get it. I still get like the alerts sometimes when there's like a new track.
Maybe I'll get on Tidal.
I don't think any Tidal might actually be safe.
I think Tidal at this point is like,
I feel like I've gotten
one of the better ones.
I feel like I've gotten the fake alerts on Apple Music as well.
Yeah. Oh, also Spotify now, like literally anytime you open it on your phone, it's like, oh, new album for you. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it literally says at the bottom, like, it's an ad. Like, you're getting fucking ads for shit.
Hey, we talked about it like at the beginning or the end of last year too, where Spotify was creating Christmas playlists. And after a couple of songs they were just playing like what sounded sort of like Christmassy music.
Well, you're drunk by then.
Yeah, everyone in the party.
You've had like 3 or 4 eggnogs.
Yeah, it's just they got some guy at Spotify is like jingling.
Yeah, just some jingles and a ho ho ho, and yeah, sounds like Christmas to me.
Yeah,
give me another one.
David Elk's just raking it in. Anyways, 404 dug a bit further and found that the copyright for that fake country song that we mentioned was connected to a company called Syntax Error, a company that has been uploading fake songs from real artists all over the platform. The same copyright mark appears on a page for another AI-generated song by Grammy-winning country singer-songwriter Guy Clark, Happen to You, who died in 2016. That song was uploaded to Spotify last week as well, and also features an AI-generated image of a singer that looks nothing like Clark. A third song that includes the Syntax Error copyright mark, With You by Dan Burke, was uploaded at the same time and also features an AI-generated image of a singer who looks nothing like him. Burke did not immediately respond to requests for comment, but according to a spokesperson for Reality Defender, a deepfake detection company, all of the tracks have indicators that show a higher than normal probability of AI generation. So that platform's screwed. I haven't experienced the AI shit on Apple Music.
Yeah, I have not experienced AI on Spotify myself either.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they're targeting more popular genres of music than what I listen to.
Yeah, maybe. You're gonna be getting some AI-produced shoegaze in no time.
Yeah, it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Mashable in their coverage of this story noted that some Reddit users found that many of the songs in their Discover Weekly playlist were in fact created by AI and are demanding that the company put some kind of AI filter on there so users can avoid these computer-generated tracks. Because they fucking suck.
Yeah, it's ruining the experience.
It's not good.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, it's highly doubtful that Spotify would do it because that would take work and effort, and they'd have to not only reconsider their entire AI policy, but also actively monitor the platform.
Don't worry, Blue Man, we're coming.
Too hard.
That costs
money. Arms,
we already
Mr. Blue
fired
Man?
everyone. The AI is not going to
Let's
search for
target
itself
friendly.
and kill itself.
No. It's part of their prime directive. An AI cannot harm another AI.
Did I just see it?
They also pointed out that overseas, where
friendly
online
queue.
activity is far more protected, some music industry
Bro,
execs are calling on
how
their
are you
governments
even
to enforce
alive?
labeling or filtering for songs that are created entirely or even partly using AI tools.
Yeah,
which would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
But
we don't get cool.
I mean,
things
at
here.
least you
No.
still have a large
We
laser.
get the opposite.
We get cool, whatever cool things we have
It's gonna
taken
break.
away one by one.
If
or
wind
just
blows
ruined
on your
until
arm.
you don't want them anymore.
Yeah. But speaking of people falling for AI, even our elected officials, the smartest people in the country, are getting duped by this computer-generated crap. Although, you know, anything's possible when you are Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Based Mike Lee, yes, the guy who mocked the victims of the shooting in Minnesota last month.
Yeah.
A really cool guy, that Mike Lee. He was recently fooled by a fake letter that was announcing the resignation of Fed Chair Jerome Powell, which is obviously something that didn't happen because it would immediately become nationwide news across every news outlet, and we would immediately plunge into recession/depression.
Yeah.
It would be a very bad idea. Mike Lee is vibes-based, though, and this letter, despite its numerous grammatical errors, was convincing enough for him to share it to his entire social media following.
Hey, look, big news. Fed Chair Powell has resigned.
Jesus. Here's Gizmodo with more.
Senator Mike Lee, a Republican from Utah, posted an extremely excited tweet on Tuesday about Fed Chairman Jerome Powell in a letter announcing his resignation. The only problem? The letter was fake, something that's previously been a big problem for Lee. Powell's out, Lee declared in the since-deleted tweet captured by writer Ben Jacobs in a screenshot. The letter shared by Lee says that new leadership was needed to carry on the important work of the Fed, so Powell will be stepping down. After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as chair of the board of the governors of the Federal Reserve System, effective at the close of business today, July 22nd, 2025. The fake letter reads, the letter contains typos and formatting errors, including a random comma followed by a capitalized letter as though the idea was to start a new sentence. President Donald Trump will often capitalize random words for no reason, but that's not typical of educated people like Jerome Powell. The word institutions is also split onto two lines in a way that no normal word processor would even attempt. On top of everything,
Looks
the
like
letter
you didn't
includes
take
a
any
large
more damage.
watermark
We've been
that
taking
features
good care of you,
garbled text,
Mr.
a
Crab.
likely sign that it was generated by AI. Lee seems to have picked up the letter from one of the countless accounts on X that were sharing the fake news, though it's not clear where he got it exactly. But Lee wasn't the only relatively prominent person to fall for the fake tweet. Benny Johnson.
Oh, we got a real brain trust going here.
Benny Johnson, another far-right influencer, also shared a screenshot of the letter.
This is crazy because like some of the greatest minds of our nation are
Going
fooled
this
by
way, huh?
AI. AI is clearly too powerful.
That's right.
But they're over here.
Anyway, now we unfortunately we got to talk about Trump again, because on Wednesday he unveiled his official plans for artificial intelligence in this country, and as expected, it's basically going to be no